Transcending into a world where all beings are dominated by beasts, Jiang Yun awakens with an extraordinary divine talent, the manifestation of attributes of all things. The essence of all information can be scrutinized, allowing one to perceive and comprehend the intricacies of the world, discerning the optimal evolutionary path for ferocious beasts and their utmost potential. The Beast Mastery Space is capable of bestowing a divine baptism upon the beasts, enabling them to surpass their limits. Optimal evolution plan for the Fire Dragon Fish. After 3 evolutions, it transforms into the Celestial Fire Dragon Fish Legendary level. The Fire Dragon Fish, having undergone divine baptism, breaks through its potential limitations and metamorphoses into the Celestial Fire True Dragon Divine level. Optimal evolution plan for the Blood Poison Toad. After 3 evolutions, it evolves into the 10,000 Poison Demon Toad Saint King level. The 10,000 Poison Demon Toad, after a mythic baptism, transcends its potential limits and evolves into the Ancient Sacred Demon Toad Divine level. The Undying Divine Phoenix, the 9 Heavens Kunpeng, the Primordial Ancestral Dragon. This is utterly beyond the realm of possibility. Even if a mere dog were to enter, it would achieve ultimate evolution. Upon witnessing the terrifying mythical beasts surrounding Jiang Yun, countless alien races succumb to despair. Chapter 1. Awakening of Divine Talent. Manifestation of attributes of all things. In City C, at the Qingchuan No. 1 High School, I wonder if we can awaken the talent of Beast Masters. As long as one awakens the talent of a Beast Master, they can become an esteemed talent Beast Master, holding the promise of being admitted into a prestigious Beast Master Academy. The cultivation of beasts requires abundant resources. We common folk, as Beast Masters, must awaken our talents to rise above the rest. Within the Hall of Talent Awakening, dozens of youths cast fervent gazes upon the colossal awakening divine stone at the center of the hall, their faces brimming with excitement. Jiang Yun's younger sister exhibited a similar fervor. "Brother, I dream of becoming a talent Beast Master. Do you think I can awaken the talent for Beast Mastery?" Jiang Yun gently ruffled his sister's small head, a smile gracing his face as he nodded in affirmation, having already endured her 10th inquiry since entering the hall. Jiang Yun patiently provided his reassurance once more, yet as he gazed upon the awakening divine stone at the hall's center, his eyes reflected profound anticipation. Jiang Yun is a time traveler. In his previous life, after years of arduous study, he finally graduated from university and secured a well-paying job with a salary exceeding 10,000, complete with benefits. Regrettably, before he could even commence work, he met with a tragic fate, struck down by a bicycle while rescuing a young girl on his way home. Unexpectedly, he found himself reborn in another world, a world of beast mastery. In this realm, every individual, upon reaching the age of 18 and possessing at least 200 points of beast mastery power, can become a formidable beast master. Only those who attain 200 points of beast mastery power can withstand the formidable forces of the awakening stone and successfully awaken their beast mastery talent. Among beast masters, those who awaken their talent are referred to as talent beast masters. They are distinguished from ordinary beast masters by their unique talent skills. Every talent beast master who awakens their gift garners significant attention from a school, becoming a key candidate for admission into advanced beast master academies. Such awakened beast masters become coveted assets sought after by various powerful factions, their futures exceptionally bright. Class 3 Li Xiang, no talent. Next student, please step forward. The teacher overseeing the talent awakening frowned in disappointment as he observed the awakening stone show no sign of reaction. Every day, Qingchuan No. 1 High School organizes the awakening of Beastmaster talents for students whose innate beast power reaches 200 points. Today, over 20 individuals successfully awakened their Beastmaster talents. Yet, as the testing neared its conclusion, not a single talented Beastmaster had emerged. The supervising teacher appeared somewhat disheartened. Upon hearing the teacher's words, a student named Li Xiang's gaze also dimmed, and he exited with a sense of regret. Without the awakening of Beastmaster talent, one is destined to remain an ordinary Beastmaster throughout this lifetime, but the training required for a Beastmaster is beyond the means of an average individual. Thus, a life of mediocrity is assured. Under the teacher's guidance, the talent awakenings progressed smoothly, and soon it was time for Jiang Yun and his sister. Class 8, Grade 2, Jiang Yun. The teacher called out Jiang Yun's name. After verifying Jiang Yun's identity, a smile involuntarily graced the teacher's face upon noting Jiang Yun's age. At 16 years old, having achieved 200 points of innate beast power before turning 18. Quite impressive. The teacher expressed a hint of approval towards Jiang Yun. Generally, the younger a Beastmaster is when they attain 200 beast power, the higher the probability of awakening their talent. Place your hand upon the awakening stone. If you possess the talent of a Beastmaster, the stone will reveal information within your mind. The teacher indicated, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yun, brimming with anticipation. Jiang Yun nodded and placed his right hand upon the awakening stone. At the very moment his hand made contact with the stone, a peculiar energy surged violently into Jiang Yun's body. This extraordinary force seemed to resonate with the innate beast power within him, causing Jiang Yun to shudder. Subsequently, information began to manifest in his mind. You have awakened a C-grade talent, basic information viewing through the heavenly eye. The information that appeared within his mind brought a smile to Jiang Yun's face. Although it was merely a C-grade talent, it was enough to garner some attention from school. At the very least, it was preferable to having no talent at all. Jiang Yun felt quite satisfied with this outcome. However, just as he began to rejoice, the information in his mind suddenly distorted. Following this, new segments of information emerged. Warning: unknown energy fusion in progress. The C-grade talent information viewing through the heavenly eye has mutated, evolving into the divine talent. Manifestation of all things. Manifestation of all things, divine talent. All information can be accessed, allowing one to perceive and comprehend the essence of all worldly matters, discern the optimal evolutionary path of fierce beasts, and unlock their utmost potential. As Jiang Yun's talent awakened, the previously inert awakening stone began to tremble. Even the stone platform upon which it rested shook in response. Such a tremendous commotion inevitably drew gasps from the surrounding students. The awakening stone is stirring. A talent is about to awaken. Goodness, such a strong tremor. What level of talent could this be? E-grade? Or perhaps D-grade? Could it possibly be C-grade or B-grade? The students speculated excitedly. Even the teacher was fixated on the awakening stone, holding his breath. His eyes gleamed with hope, thinking that such a significant disturbance must indicate a D-grade talent. If Jiang Yun were to awaken a D-grade talent, it would be a monumental achievement for the school. Generally, any response from the awakening stone signifies the potential to awaken Beastmaster talent. The stone would emit varying colors of light based on the level of talent successfully awakened. From lowest to highest, the colors are white for E-grade talent, green for D-grade talent, blue for C-grade talent, cyan for B-grade talent, purple for A-grade talent, orange for S-grade talent, gold for SS-grade talent, and red for SSS-grade talent. In the realm of Beastmasters, they are numerous. However, talented Beastmasters are exceedingly rare. Those capable of awakening such talent are truly a selection of the finest. In the history of Qinchuan No. 1 High School, the highest talent ever awakened has merely been B-grade. The individual who awakened the B-grade talent has since risen to become a top-tier superpower in City C, achieving the status of a diamond-level Beastmaster, even gaining the attention of influential figures from the province, moving to a resource-rich provincial area, which has sparked envy among countless individuals. Under the teacher's intense anticipation, the tremors of the awakening stone intensified, more vigorous than any reaction observed before. This heightened the teacher's excitement even further. The reaction of the awakening stone is growing stronger. Could it be that Qinchuan No. 1 High School is about to produce another high-level talented Beastmaster? All eyes were fervently fixed upon the scene. The commotion of the awakening consciousness persisted for an extended period. However, to everyone's astonishment, once the vibration subsided and stabilized, the awakening stone did not emit any color of light. This left the crowd in bewilderment. What is happening? The awakening stone showed such a significant response just moments ago. Why has no color manifested? Could it be a failure to awaken? Indeed, this is quite strange. Wasn't it said that any response from the awakening stone guarantees the awakening of Beastmaster talent? This must be a trick. The crowd was filled with confusion, observing the awakening stone's tranquility. Even the teacher, who had worked in the awakening hall for many years, felt a deep sense of perplexity and astonishment. What is going on? The reaction of this awakening stone was greater than anything I have ever witnessed. Why has it not produced even a glimmer of light? Could it be that the awakening stone has malfunctioned? The teacher pondered with uncertainty. Having never encountered such a situation, he cautiously inquired of Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, did you see any information in your mind? Did it mention the level of the talent you awakened? Upon hearing the teacher's inquiry, Jiang Yun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the innate Beastmasters and was acutely aware of the various levels of their talents. He also knew that when one awakens their talent, a corresponding brilliance of a certain grade would manifest. Originally, he was expected to awaken a C-grade talent. However, his ability underwent an inexplicable transformation, evolving into an extraordinary God-tier talent. Such a divine gift transcends the comprehension of all, with the highest tier of Beastmaster talents being the SSS grade. Throughout the annals of human history, there exists no record of a God-tier Beastmaster talent. Setting aside the fact that Jiang Yun had never even heard of such a divine talent, even if you were to speak of it truthfully, it is likely that no one would believe him. They might mistakenly consider him to be delusional, or worse, they could perceive him as an anomaly to be captured for study. Chapter 2, Beast Mastery Space, a Miniature World? Oh, in Class 8 of the second year, Jiang Yun, devoid of talent. Next, observing Jiang Yun's silence. The teacher instinctively concluded that he accepted the reality of his lack of awakened aptitude. The earlier commotion surrounding the awakening of the Divine Stone was indeed accompanied by intense activity, yet no radiant glow indicating a talent level emerged, suggesting that he had not awakened any abilities. Thus, the teacher, somewhat disheartened, announced the result. He casually noted down Jiang Yun's information in his notebook. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Jiang Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been at a loss for how to respond. For the notion of possessing divine-level talent was non-existent in this world's understanding. If he were to voice such a claim, it would likely not only be met with disbelief, but could also invite trouble. It was wiser to familiarize himself with this talent before revealing it. Therefore, Jiang Yun feigned nonchalance and walked down with a composed demeanor. "Brother, are you all right?" Jiang Yun's younger sister, Xiao Yun, inquired with evident concern. Jiang Yun shook his head, donning a cheerful smile to alleviate her worries. He gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Xiao Yun, I'm fine. It's your turn to awaken your talent now. I have faith that you will successfully awaken the Beastmaster talent. I don't want to awaken any talent. Since you didn't awaken as a Beastmaster, I'll just accompany you as an ordinary Beastmaster. I don't need any talent," Xiao Yun pouted, clearly prioritizing her brother's feelings over her own ambitions. She was willing to forego the opportunity to awaken a talent that could alter her life's trajectory. This touched Jiang Yun deeply, though he could never allow Xiao Yun to give up her chance. "Xiao Yun, you needn't worry about me. Even if I lack the Beastmaster talent, with effort, a regular Beastmaster can still become strong. The only difference is that a talented Beastmaster may progress a bit faster than I will. Who knows? Perhaps I might even get lucky at the Beast Cultivation Center and bond with a golden tier beast, thus becoming formidable in my own right. Furthermore, now that I have failed to awaken my talent, you are our family's last hope. I am counting on you to awaken your talent and become a gifted Beastmaster who can protect me," Jiang Yun teased with a smile, playfully poking Xiao Yun's nose. Upon hearing that she could protect her brother after awakening her Beastmaster talent, Xiao Yun's spirits lifted immediately. "I got it, brother. I am going to awaken my talent right now. I will definitely awaken a powerful talent to look after you," she declared with unwavering confidence, then made her way towards the awakening teacher. Haha, how utterly laughable. To dream of bonding with a golden tier beast at the Beast Cultivation Center is simply delusional. Lacking talent. What does it matter if we meet the prerequisites first? Without wealth, lineage, or background, we're all destined for mediocrity. Why entertain dreams of becoming a powerful Beastmaster? Several classmates began to mock him derisively, clearly dismissing Jiang Yun's earlier words to Xiao Yun. Jiang Yun merely frowned at their taunts, choosing not to engage with them, and instead focused his attention on his sister. Xiao Yun, 2 years his junior, was now in her first year of high school. Her Beast Mastery power had already reached 200 points, a talent evidently surpassing his own, and if he could awaken a talent, he was confident she could too. Class 9. Jiang Yingying. The teacher examined Xiao Yun, verifying her information. As with everyone else, the teacher gestured for her to place her hand on the awakening divine stone. Without hesitation, Xiao Yun placed her hand upon the stone. All eyes were once again fixed on the awakening divine stone. However, this time, it soon began to tremble, followed by a brilliant blue glow emanating from it. "Look, it's blue. A blue glow. This girl has awakened a C-level talent." The astonishment rippled through the crowd as they realized she had indeed awakened a talent, and a C-level one at that. In the history of talent awakenings at the school, although thousands had undergone the process, the occurrence of C-level talents had been fewer than 100. The scene elicited expressions of shock among the surrounding students. The teacher beside the awakening stone, witnessing this, was instantly elated, exclaiming, "Blue. Sea level. Jiang Yun, please tell me what talent you have awakened. Teacher, I have awakened the talent of Attribute Enhancement. Attribute Enhancement. Haha, excellent. Among sea-level talents, this Attribute Enhancement is indeed the pinnacle of skills. The teacher expressed his satisfaction. At last, this semester, they had birthed the first sea-level Beastmaster at Qingchuan High School. He then proclaimed loudly, Class 9, Jiang Yun. Talent awakening successful. Sea-level talent, Attribute Enhancement. The teacher's voice resonated throughout the awakening hall. A wave of astonishment swept through, and all the students gazed at Xiao Yun with envy. A sea-level talent. My goodness, someone actually awakened a sea-level talent? Such a talent, once developed, will surely lead to becoming a top-tier golden beast master. Indeed, this girl will undoubtedly become a coveted target for the powerful families. In this world, beast masters were categorized by their power levels, ranging from the lowly black iron to the illustrious divine. In Sea City, a quartz-level beast master remained the zenith of strength. A silver-level beast master could establish a force and build a prestigious family, while a golden-level individual could become a prominent figure in the city. The future was bright for Jiang Yun, evoking envy from all around. Beast Mastery Power, 300. Beast Master Talent, Attribute Enhancement Sea Level, capable of enhancing any beast's attributes comprehensively. As Jiang Yun awakened her talent, Jiang Yun absorbed all the information. The comprehensive attribute enhancement of his sister's talent was indeed formidable. Yet, his own talent was equally peculiar. Xiao Yun's information had transformed into visible entries, discernible to him. Observing the displayed information beside his sister, Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes. His gaze swept over the other classmates, and to his astonishment, the information of each person was laid bare, leaving no secrets concealed. Even the presiding teacher in the awakening hall was not exempt. To perceive such information was undeniably a remarkable talent. Gazing at the displayed details beside the teacher, Jiang Yun couldn't help but marvel at his own abilities. Brother, I am now a gifted beastmaster. From now on, I can protect you. Xiao Yun joyfully returned to Jiang Yun's side. Jiang Yun smiled as he ruffled her hair. Then I shall rely on you, Xiao Yun. But I will also strive to grow stronger. Who knows, perhaps the tables will turn, and it will be a matter of who protects whom. It will definitely be me protecting you, Xiao Yun asserted resolutely, showing her deep affection for her brother. Meanwhile, as the last few students made contact with the awakening divine stone, the teacher on the stage cleared his throat and addressed the students below. All right. Now that all of you have undergone the baptism of the awakening divine stone, let us commence the establishment of your beast mastery space. With the teacher's words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The creation of a beast mastery space necessitates an atmosphere of utmost tranquility, and the awakening hall was undoubtedly the perfect setting for this endeavor. Gradually, numerous students settled into a cross-legged position, unleashing waves of beast mastery energy that began to emanate from them. Jiang Yun, alongside his sister, mirrored this action. They sat cross-legged, following the method taught by their instructor, utilizing their beast mastery aptitude as a foundation and drawing upon the energy of beast mastery to initiate the formation of their own spaces within. Jiang Yun's process of establishing his beast mastery space unfolded remarkably smoothly. Just as the energy was on the verge of depletion, a tremor surged through his body, and a spatial energy materialized within him, signifying his success. A look of joy illuminated Jiang Yun's face. However, upon inspecting his beast mastery space, his brow furrowed tightly, and he was momentarily taken aback. His beast mastery space was not merely a void. It boasted mountains and rivers, a blue sky adorned with white clouds, seemingly boundless, and an abundant flow of spiritual energy. This was not akin to any ordinary beast mastery space. It resembled a miniature world in its own right. The dimensions and appearance of this beast mastery space were utterly dissimilar to those described in textbooks or conveyed by his teacher. Chapter 3. The extraordinary characteristics of a god-level beast mastery space. Could this be attributed to his divine aptitude? Yet, the sheer magnitude of this space was rather excessive. Gazing into the vast expanse within him, Jiang Yun fell into deep contemplation. Ordinarily, when a beast master first establishes their space, the discrepancies in size should not be overly pronounced. The differences in beast mastery aptitude would only become more apparent as they progressed in strength. Typically, a standard beast master space would measure at least several dozen square meters. Even for those gifted with an S-level aptitude, their space would only be a few times larger than that of an ordinary beastmaster. Throughout the annals of beastmaster history, only one SSS-level beastmaster was known to have created a space the size of a football field from the outset. However, in comparison to the expanse Jiang Yun had just manifested, it paled in insignificance. More importantly, regardless of the size of these beast mastery spaces, their interiors were usually blank and devoid of substance. existing merely as an empty void. Yet, Jiang Yun's space appeared to possess an intricate and flawless ecological cycle, teeming with vibrant spiritual energy. This was not merely a beast mastery space, it was unequivocally a miniature world. Jiang Yun pondered whether his space harbored any additional extraordinary attributes beyond its vastness and unique interior. Speaking to himself, he decided to attempt utilizing the ability of universal entry manifestation within his beast mastery space. As his innate ability activated, the properties and capabilities of this space gradually materialized before his eyes. Upon witnessing the manifested information, Jiang Yun was jolted into a state of shock. The effects accompanying this space were astonishingly remarkable. It facilitated rapid growth of the beasts, instantly removed all negative status effects from them, and even allowed for a divine-level baptism of beasts with legendary potential, pushing them beyond their limits. The terrifying attributes of his beast mastery space rendered Jiang Yun momentarily speechless. Setting aside the extraordinary nature of this space's effects, what astounded him most was that his beast mastery space contained not one, but 3 exceptional characteristics. To speak of such things was utterly astonishing. Let us delve into these 3 characteristics. Each one was equally extraordinary. Rapid growth hardly needed elaboration. Given the vastness of the space Jiang Yun had opened, along with the rich spiritual energy within, the emergence of such a trait was indeed understandable. As for the ability to eliminate all negative status effects from beasts, this was undoubtedly a coveted characteristic sought after by every beast master. It was common for beasts to sustain injuries during battles. However, the true challenge lay in addressing the negative status effects they suffered, such as poisoning, silence, curses, frostbite, burns, and drastic reductions in lifespan. Such negative conditions were far more difficult to remedy than mere physical wounds. With this characteristic, Jiang Yun could simply recall any beast affected by negative status effects back to his beast mastery space, where they would effortlessly shed their afflictions. With this trait in his arsenal, Jiang Yun would become a nemesis to special beasts and ferocious creatures alike. Skillfully leveraging this effect could decisively turn the tide of battle in critical moments. Though this effect was incredibly remarkable, it paled in comparison to the final attribute, divine baptism. Breakthrough limits. Beyond the legendary tier lies only the realms of holy kings and deities. However, those 2 levels represent an insurmountable chasm in the world of beast masters. Throughout the entire human federation, many beast masters have achieved various levels of legend, but holy king level beasts are the pinnacle of human mastery. As for the deity level, it exists only in myth. Even the human federation does not acknowledge the existence of such beings in the world. Jiang Yun's beast mastery space possesses the ability of divine baptism, breakthrough limits. This implies that as long as Jiang Yun can cultivate a holy king level beast, there exists the potential to nurture a genuine deity level beast. It was as if one could simply toss a dog into the space and emerge with a celestial canine. Such an auxiliary characteristic was nothing short of an extraordinary boon. Indeed, the beast mastery space birthed from this divine aptitude was extraordinary beyond measure. The divine baptism was nothing short of miraculous, aligning seamlessly with the innate skill of universal entry manifestation, which allowed one to perceive all information about ferocious beasts, including their perfect evolutionary paths, while the other facilitated divine-level baptisms and breakthroughs. If he were to encounter beasts of legendary potential in the future, could he not transform them all into holy kings? And if he were to encounter beasts with holy king-level potential? Jiang Yun's lips curled into a smirk, unable to suppress the excitement bubbling within him. His mind conjured vivid images of being surrounded by various holy king and even deity-level beasts. The immediate priority was to visit the training center to select his first beast mastery companion. Jiang Yun opened his eyes and stood up slowly. Students from Qingchuan No. 1 high school, upon establishing their beast mastery spaces, were entitled to select a beast of their own from the school's nurturing center free of charge. This privilege was a final courtesy extended to all ordinary beast masters by the school. Brother, you have successfully opened your beast mastery space. As Jiang Yun stood up, his sister Jiang Yun rushed over. As soon as Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon her, her information manifested before him in the form of entry tags, revealing 2 additional pieces of information. Beast mastery space, established. Beast mastery space characteristics, enhanced attribute growth rate. Within the beast mastery space, the growth rate of a beast's attributes accelerates tenfold. The enhancement of attribute growth rate aligns harmoniously with my sister's innate abilities, creating a mutually beneficial synergy. Upon observing the characteristics of her space, Jiang Yun could not suppress a satisfied smile. He then turned to Jiang Yun and said, "Yes, we have successfully opened the beast mastery space. Next, let us prepare to head to the breeding center to select our beasts. Come along." As Jiang Yun finished speaking, He intended to lead his sister away. Just then, someone called out to him, "Jiang Yun, please wait a moment." Jiang Yun and his sister turned around to find it was a teacher from the Awakening Hall. "Teacher, is there something you need?" Jiang Yun inquired, somewhat puzzled. The teacher glanced at Jiang Yun, beaming as he said, "Jiang Yun, your sister has awakened a C-grade talent and is now a key focus of our school's training. The selection and contracting of beasts have already been specially arranged by the school, and your sister will need to accompany me shortly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun understood. His sister's awakening of a C-grade talent naturally warranted the school's attention and special arrangements. Rather than accompanying her to the breeding center to select free beasts, it would be far more advantageous for her to follow the teacher and choose the beast that best suits her, as arranged by the school. Without further deliberation, Jiang Yun turned to his sister, Jiang Yun, and said, "Xiao Yun, you should go with the teacher." "Brother, what about you? Aren't you coming with me?" Jiang Yun asked the teacher, "Could you perhaps take my brother along as well?" The teacher from the Awakening Hall, upon hearing this, revealed a look of difficulty. Clearly, as an ordinary beast master, Jiang Yun would not receive the same level of attention and special arrangements from the school. To spare the teacher any discomfort, Jiang Yun comforted his sister, Xiao Yun, "Listen to the teacher and follow the school's arrangements. I will go to the breeding center alone to select a beast. The next time I see you, I hope you will have become a talented beast master with your own beast." Jiang Yun encouraged his sister. Jiang Yun pouted slightly but nodded, "All right, brother, once I have contracted my beast, I will come to show you my companion at the first opportunity." Jiang Yun smiled and nodded, then waved his hand as he turned to leave. He felt entirely at ease in trusting his sister to the school. Alas, though they are siblings, the disparity between them is vast. One lacks talent while the other has awakened a C-grade talent. Their paths as beast masters may very well diverge increasingly. Observing Jiang Yun's departing figure, the teacher from the Awakening Hall could not help but sigh. Chapter 4. Selecting Beasts. Beasts with legendary top-tier potential. After leaving the Awakening Hall, Jiang Yun made his way directly to the Beast Breeding Center. Each day, students meet the standards for beast power, and opening the beast mastery space requires forming a beast contract. Hence, the Beast Center at Qingchuan No. 1 High School was bustling with activity. Selecting a beast is an exceedingly significant matter. Not only do beast masters choose their beasts, but the beasts also select their beast masters. If a beast is unwilling, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the beast master to complete the contract. Consequently, not every student emerging from the Awakening Hall is able to immediately contract their beast. Generally, they spend a considerable amount of time at the training center, often selecting for several days. Upon arriving at the Beast Breeding Center, Jiang Yun found it still teeming with students, both male and female, attempting to persuade their favored beasts through various means, hoping to win them over for a successful contract. Inside the breeding center, the vast majority of ferocious beast eggs, along with some already hatched ferocious beast cubs, have been assessed by appraisers for their species, quality, and skills. These assessed ferocious beast cubs and eggs are confined to a designated area. Their detailed information displayed for students who have opened their beast mastery space but have yet to acquire a beast. As Jiang Yun walked through, he observed a plethora of ferocious beasts with black iron and bronze quality. For example, species, dull chicken, no attribute. Quality, low-tier black iron. Talent skill, dull head charge, common. Species, cotton snake, wood attribute. Quality, top-tier black iron. Talent skill, constrict, common. Species, ice element dog, ice attribute. Quality, intermediate bronze. Talent skill, ice claw thrust, common. After surveying the area, Jiang Yun noticed that even the intermediate bronze ferocious beast eggs or cubs were exceedingly scarce. Nevertheless, even a low-tier bronze ferocious beast egg or cub is priced at an astonishing 100,000 federal coins. The price for intermediate bronze beast skyrockets to 200,000, representing the most common tier among bronzes. If a beast possesses favorable attributes or skills, the price would inevitably multiply. Such prices are far beyond the reach of an ordinary family, let alone the cost of nurturing them. It is not that Jiang Yun looks down upon these ferocious beast eggs and cubs. Through his innate abilities, he perceives that many ferocious beasts possess the potential for further evolution. However, none of them meet his expectations. For instance, the ice element dog can undergo 2 evolutions, ultimately transforming into the golden tier Ice King dog. Yet this still falls far short of Jiang Yun's aspirations. He mused that this time, no matter what, he must contract a beast with a foundational quality reaching the amethyst level and an evolutionary potential reaching the legendary level. Otherwise, the extraordinary beast mastery space would be wasted. Observing the area devoid of higher quality or greater potential ferocious beast eggs and cubs, he decided to venture into the section where the beasts had not been assessed for any specific information, hoping to test his luck. With a final glimmer of hope, Jiang Yun approached the area containing the unassessed ferocious beast eggs. This section was not large, yet it housed hundreds of ferocious beast eggs, all of which lacked identifiable information. Some could not be identified due to unclear species, while others were empty eggs, devoid of beasts, and many were dead eggs, where the beasts had perished for various reasons. Because of this area remained largely unattended, save for a few gamblers seeking fortune. However, for Jiang Yun, he did not require an appraiser's assessment. Possessing the extraordinary ability to manifest the attributes of all things, he was the finest appraiser in the world. He could even perceive aspects that appraisers could not, such as the evolutionary paths of the ferocious beasts. Upon entering this area, Jiang Yun activated his innate ability, and everywhere his gaze fell, the perfect information of all the ferocious beast eggs materialized as manifested attributes. As he scanned the area, he indeed discovered several viable ferocious beast eggs among the dead ones, which were comparatively decent when juxtaposed with the beasts outside. Species, Savage Bull, no attribute. Quality, low-tier gold. Talent skill, Savage Bull charge, common. Evolution route, capable of evolving once. After a single evolution, it can transform into a frenzied bull of low-level golden quality. Species, Thunderbee Queen, thunder attribute. Quality, low-level golden. Innate skill, rare lightning strike. Evolution route, capable of evolving twice. After the first evolution, it can evolve into a Thunder Mother King of top-level golden quality. After the second evolution, it can evolve into a Thunderbee Emperor of low-level purple crystal quality. Additionally, there are two other equally promising beast eggs. The qualities and potential for evolution of these beast eggs surpass those of the finest beast eggs and offspring found outside. Although these beast eggs possess considerable potential, they still fall short of Jiang Yun's expectations, leaving him in a quandary. Just then, his gaze was drawn to a red beast egg nestled in the corner. Had he overlooked this? There was indeed an unexamined beast egg. As Jiang Yun spoke, his innate ability activated, revealing the information about this red beast egg in an instant. Species, Pseudo-Dragon Bloodline Fire Dragon Fish, Water and Fire Attribute. Quality, top-level purple crystal. Innate skills, Rare Flame Breath, Rare Bloodline Might, Extraordinary Fire Domain Prison. Evolution route, capable of evolving 3 times. After the first evolution, it can evolve into a Golden Scale Fire Dragon Fish of top-level diamond quality. After the second evolution, it transforms into a Fire Flood Dragon of top-level eclipse quality. After the third evolution, it evolves into a Heavenly Fire Flood Dragon of legendary top-level quality. Hint: the Fire Dragon Fish possesses a pseudo-dragon bloodline, and the conditions for later evolution are stringent. Through the baptism of true dragon bloodline, there is a chance to evolve into a true dragon, attaining divine level quality. Jiang Yun comprehended all the information about this red beast egg. Upon seeing this, he was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated that the beast within this red egg would possess such terrifying qualities. Not only did it have a foundational top-level purple crystal quality, but its innate skills were also all rare or above, and after 3 evolutions, its quality could reach the legendary top level. Furthermore, with the baptism of true dragon bloodline in the later stages, it could evolve into a true dragon, achieving divine level status. The potential was truly formidable. Gazing at this red beast egg, Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The innate skills of beast tamers also have varying levels, ranging from ordinary, rare, and uncommon to extraordinary, transcendent, epic, legendary, peerless, and mythical. The higher the level of the innate skill, the greater its power and capability, often bordering on the miraculous. After a beast evolves, these innate skills will also enhance accordingly. This inevitably filled Jiang Yun with anticipation. Currently, even before evolution, the level of this innate skill was already so astonishing. One could only imagine the extraordinary capabilities it would possess post-evolution. Thankfully, he had taken a closer look earlier. Otherwise, he would have missed out on such a remarkable beast. Let this be my first tamed beast, Jiang Yun declared with a satisfied smile. Without hesitation, he approached the registration area with the beast egg in hand. The instructor in charge of the registration office glanced at Jiang Yun and couldn't help but shake his head. Student, the beast eggs here are ones that the school cannot identify. It's uncertain whether they even contain beasts. Compared to these eggs, the ones outside that have been assessed are far more reliable. Even if they are of bronze level, with a little extra time, you might succeed in a contract. With the eggs in here, you might end up with nothing. Are you sure you want to use this free opportunity to choose from these beast eggs? The instructor's words were clearly a kind reminder to Jiang Yun. In response to the instructor's well-meaning admonition, Jiang Yun smiled calmly. Thank you for the reminder. But I have made my decision. I shall choose this beast egg. With that, he promptly inscribed his name at the registration desk and departed leisurely with the red beast egg. Sigh. Another one who refuses to heed advice, the instructor mused, shaking his head in resignation. Choosing a beast egg from here was akin to gambling. He had witnessed too many who had selected beasts from this place only to end up empty-handed, even jeopardizing their paths as beast tamers. Which class is this student from? How could he disregard the instructor's counsel and opt to pick a beast egg from this blind box? One should not underestimate blind box selections. Perhaps someone might strike it lucky and obtain a silver-level beast. Enough. Those who choose from here must number at least 50, if not 100. And only 1 or 2 might be fortunate enough to hatch viable beasts that are comparable in quality to those outside. If luck runs out, one could end up with nothing. Indeed, what good could come from eggs whose information cannot even be discerned? Observing Jiang Yun's actions, the onlookers began to murmur. They ridiculed him for squandering the opportunity provided by the school. Chapter 5. The terrifyingly rapid cultivation trait. 1 minute to Black Iron first stage. After completing the registration, Jiang Yun proceeded to the cultivation center, specifically to the contract room prepared for students. This place was relatively quiet, ensuring he wouldn't be disturbed. Jiang Yun could fully concentrate on completing the contract. Upon entering the room, he placed the fire dragon fish egg on the table and placed his hand atop it. The power of beast taming gradually enveloped the egg, merging the consciousness of the fire dragon fish within the egg with his own grand consciousness into the beast taming space. He attempted to communicate with it through his mind and spirit. Soon, Jiang Yun sensed the consciousness of the fire dragon fish inside the beast egg. However, this consciousness appeared exceedingly faint, suggesting that the fire dragon fish within was currently in a state of extreme weakness. Jiang Yun endeavored to establish a contract with it, only to be unexpectedly rebuffed. After all, this was a pseudo-dragon bloodline beast of purple crystal quality, exhibiting a certain degree of pride. Jiang Yun couldn't help but sigh. Nevertheless, he did not lose heart. Based on the information gleaned, he had already devised a strategy. Little one, with your pseudo-dragon bloodline, I understand that you possess a proud spirit, looking down on humans, and even disdainful of becoming a human's beast. However, this is also your downfall. The pseudo-dragon bloodline grants you extraordinary qualities, but it also demands an immense amount of energy. Currently, the energy within the beast egg is gradually insufficient to sustain your life, making it difficult for you to break free from the egg. If you remain here any longer, you will surely perish. Instead of facing death, why not sign a contract with me? I assure you shall not be wronged. Now that our consciousnesses are both within my beast taming space, you should be able to sense its uniqueness. The spiritual energy here is rich and capable of nurturing you, allowing for swift recovery. If you were to sign a contract with another beast tamer lacking this abundant spiritual environment, you would likely struggle to survive even upon hatching. Consider this carefully. Will you let your formidable potential fade away into nothingness, or will you choose to contract with me, growing stronger together to become a powerful legendary beast? I will attempt to contract again in 2 minutes. You have but one opportunity. Should you refuse once more, I will willingly forego this contract, allowing you to perish alone. After speaking, Jiang Yun feigned indifference, waiting patiently nearby. He was engaged in a psychological duel with the fire dragon fish hatchling. He harbored doubts that this creature would willingly succumb to its fate. Before long, 2 minutes had elapsed. Jiang Yun made another attempt to establish a psychic connection and forge a contract. The success of this endeavor hinged on this singular moment. A sense of trepidation lingered in Jiang Yun's heart. Should the hatchling prove obstinate, he would find himself bereft of both resources and the opportunity to acquire a beast for free, leaving him to shoulder the burdensome cost of the ferocious beast egg alone. However, this time, his mental intrusion was remarkably smooth. He felt no resistance whatsoever. It was evident that the little dragon fish had accepted the contract. A faint smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he picked up a prepared needle and pricked his index finger, allowing crimson blood to flow forth. He applied the blood onto the ferocious beast egg, and to his astonishment, it began to seep into the shell. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the contract had been successfully established. It seemed that this little creature's will to survive was quite robust. Jiang Yun mused with a smile as he released his beast-taming power, channeling it through his hand into the beast egg. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the beast egg split open. In an instant, a fist-sized golden fire dragon fish hatchling appeared before Jiang Yun. It seemed feeble, its body curled up, and the golden glow emanating from it was faint, with the shimmering scales losing their luster. Little one, quickly, enter the beast-taming space. Seeing the hatchling's frail condition, Jiang Yun acted without hesitation, tossing the fire dragon fish into the beast-taming space. Within that realm, the hatchling materialized amidst a serene lake. Concurrently, the surrounding spiritual energy swiftly converged from all directions towards the hatchling, enveloping it in a rich aura. Gradually, its weakened state began to visibly improve. Within half a minute, The once listless and fragile fire dragon fish transformed into a vibrant creature, energetically swimming in the lake, reveling in its newfound vitality. As the surrounding spiritual energy gradually dissipated, the hatchling's form became clear. At that moment, the fire dragon fish underwent a remarkable transformation. Its scales gleamed with brilliance, radiating golden light, and flames danced around its head. Most astonishingly, it could maneuver through water while surrounded by fire, defying the age-old incompatibility of water and fire. Jiang Yun marveled at this wondrous phenomenon, initially surprised to discover that this little creature possessed both water and fire attributes, and now witnessing its ability to coexist harmoniously. However, just as Jiang Yun was lost in admiration, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The hatchling, which had been gleefully swimming in the lake, suddenly curled into a ball, enveloped in flames. Yet, in an instant, the fiery aura erupted and dissipated. Upon observing the hatchling once more, Jiang Yun was astonished to see it had undergone another transformation. Its size had increased from that of a fist to that of a basin, now far exceeding the confines of a mere basin. Its aura had grown significantly stronger. Has this little one broken through? Jiang Yun exclaimed in surprise, promptly activating his innate ability. Race, Pseudo-Dragon Bloodline Fire Dragon Fish, Water and Fire Attributes. Realm, Black Iron First Stage. Talent, Top-tier Amethyst. Talent Skills, Rare Flame Breath, Rare Bloodline Power, Extraordinary Fire Domain Cage, Rare Water Manipulation. Evolution Path, capable of evolving 3 times. Indeed, it had achieved a breakthrough. It seemed that with its advancement, a new skill had been acquired. The rare water manipulation explained why the hatchling could traverse water so effortlessly, an entirely new innate skill. Yet, the abilities of this beast taming space were truly extraordinary. It had achieved a breakthrough in under a minute. Jiang Yun was both delighted and incredulous. Each realm of a beast tamer consists of 9 stages. Logically, a beast would require at least a month to reach the Black Iron First Stage after hatching. However, this fire dragon fish accomplished in mere moments what would typically take other beasts a month or longer. It was simply astonishing. Even ferocious beasts with foundational qualities could not attain such rapid progress. The only plausible explanation was that the rapid cultivation characteristic of his beast taming space was exceptionally potent, propelling the fire dragon fish to the Black Iron First Stage in just a minute. Clearly, he had underestimated the capabilities of his beast taming space. It was indeed a divine gift, and its attributes could only be described as godlike. Little one, come forth and let me behold your form. Jiang Yun joyfully commanded. With a wave of his hand, the fire dragon fish materialized before him. It now appeared vastly different from before, stretching out to approximately 1 meter in length, radiating a formidable aura. Each scale shimmered with golden light, adorned with intricate patterns, and flickers of flame danced between them. Its head was no longer reminiscent of an ordinary fish, possessing numerous sharp angles that exuded a striking, majestic presence. It floated gracefully in the air, surrounded by ethereal flames, resembling a true dragon of fire. Truly marvelous. Gone was the feeble demeanor it once displayed. Witnessing this splendid transformation, Jiang Yun was taken aback. Little one, you should now comprehend the uniqueness of my beast taming space. You shall not suffer in my company, Jiang Yun said with genuine warmth. However, to his surprise, the fire dragon fish merely cast a nonchalant glance in his direction. Noticing the hatchling's haughty demeanor, Jiang Yun's brow furrowed. It appeared that the fire dragon fish had yet to regard him as its master. It required some discipline to instill a sense of hierarchy. Jiang Yun pondered internally. Soon, he formulated a plan and addressed the fire dragon fish once more. Little one, you have undoubtedly experienced the extraordinary attributes of my beast taming space. What I require is a powerful beast, and now that you have surpassed the Black Iron First Stage, let us proceed to the training ground, where I can assess your prowess. Should you fail to impress me, I shall expel you from my beast taming space. Jiang Yun feigned a serious demeanor, intending to instill some fear in the proud fire dragon fish. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, the fire dragon fish's eyes indeed flickered with a hint of panic, as if it felt a surge of urgency. Suddenly, it began to flap its long fins, slapping its belly with a series of resounding smacks. It seemed to be conveying to Jiang Yun that it was indeed strong and imploring not to be cast out of the beast taming space. Recognizing its intent, Jiang Yun understood but maintained a serious expression, stating, strong or not, we shall see in the training ground. Chapter 6, a same-tier ferocious beast? A single strike to defeat? As Jiang Yun's voice faded, he returned the fire dragon fish to the beastmaster space. He had keenly observed the fish's earlier panic, which was precisely the reaction he intended to elicit. Moreover, he was eager to assess the combat prowess of this creature, which boasted a pseudo-dragon bloodline, and simultaneously temper its fierce spirit. After retrieving the fire dragon fish, Jiang Yun promptly exited the Covenant Chamber and made his way towards the school's training grounds. To cultivate the practical combat abilities of Beastmaster students, the institution had established a specialized training area dedicated to beast training. The training grounds were not far from the breeding center, and soon Jiang Yun arrived at his destination. Within the training arena, students engaged in fierce duels with their beasts, while others challenged the fierce creatures captured by the school's instructors from the wild. Upon verification of his information at the entrance, Jiang Yun stepped into the expansive training grounds, which covered a considerable one-third of the school's total area. The arena housed nearly 100 combat platforms, each approximately the size of 2 basketball courts. Many platforms were already occupied by Beastmaster students engaged in battle. Flying hair snake. Entangle it. Bind it. Fire lizard. Unleash your flame tongue and incinerate that snake into a hairless wretch. Witnessing the intense battles ignited Jiang Yun's own fighting spirit. After surveying the surrounding platforms, he swiftly approached an unoccupied combat area and submitted his training application. It wasn't long before a supervising instructor arrived. The instructor glanced at Jiang Yun, then at his information. Noting that at just 16, he had already achieved 200 points of beast mastery and possessed a black iron tier beast. Quite impressive. Although lacking the innate talent of a beast master, his qualifications surpassed those of the majority of naturally gifted practitioners. Student, would you like to battle other students, or do you wish to challenge a wild beast? The instructor inquired after validating Jiang Yun's details. Teacher, I wish to challenge a wild beast. Jiang Yun replied. Wild beasts are perpetually engaged in the struggle for survival. When matched against beasts of the same tier, wild creatures generally possess greater strength than their domesticated counterparts. Thus, facing a wild beast would better illuminate the fire dragon fish's true combat capabilities compared to dueling fellow students of equal rank. The instructor, aware of the implications, paused in surprise at Jiang Yun's choice. Student, wild beasts are far more ferocious than domesticated ones, exhibiting a more adept command of their innate skills. Their strength typically surpasses that of beasts at the same tier. Considering your age, your beast must have just reached the black iron level, and it likely remains unrefined in its skill application. While I will be present to ensure safety, I cannot guarantee that I won't overlook something. A defeat in battle is inconsequential, but if your beast were to sustain injuries, it could lead to complications in healing. Are you certain you want to proceed with this challenge? The instructor's tone was patient, reflecting his years of experience and the lessons learned from past incidents. Jiang Yun, however, simply shook his head with a smile. Teacher, I do not need to reconsider. I am determined to challenge a wild beast. Clearly, Jiang Yun harbored immense confidence in his beast. He believed that his creature, endowed with innate purple crystal qualifications, had the potential to evolve into a legendary tier beast. Surely it could not be bested by a mere black iron level creature. Very well, if that is your wish, so be it. However, before we proceed, I must first assess your beast. Based on its species, level, and qualifications, I will endeavor to select a wild beast of comparable strength for you to face. Recognizing Jiang Yun's resolve, the instructor ceased further objections, aiming to select a suitable opponent to minimize the risk of injury. All right, Jiang Yun did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, the fire dragon fish emerged from the Beastmaster space, gliding gracefully into view. Teacher, this is my beast, the fire dragon fish, he announced, pointing to the creature, which twisted its body into an impressive pose. Upon seeing Jiang Yun's beast, the instructor was taken aback. Is that the fire dragon fish? No wonder you feel so fearless in challenging a wild beast. This creature, beneath the golden tier, is renowned for its formidable combat abilities and is one of the few possessing both water and fire attributes. Its qualifications begin at a minimum of bronze level, and those with exceptional traits can even attain golden tier. Student, what is the qualification of your beast? The instructor inquired eagerly, clearly intrigued by Jiang Yun's companion. Jiang Yun paused for a moment, knowing he could not reveal the true qualifications of the fire dragon fish. After all, its authentic tier was purple crystal. Such a classification marked it as one of the most powerful beasts in City C. Moreover, this was no ordinary fire dragon fish. It was one imbued with a pseudo-dragon bloodline. Any disclosure of this information could invite significant trouble. Furthermore, since he had selected the beast from unverified eggs at the breeding center, how could anyone suspect him of possessing identification capabilities? Revealing its true tier could inadvertently expose his divine talent. After contemplating his response, Jiang Yun decided to answer truthfully while withholding critical details. Teacher, to be honest, I am unsure of this fire dragon fish's qualifications. I selected it for free from the school's breeding center. What? You selected it for free at the breeding center? That is impossible. I have never heard of such a powerful beast being available there. The instructor expressed disbelief. Having worked at the school for many years, He was privy to certain insider information, aware that the beasts offered to students were typically of low qualifications, at most reaching the bronze tier. Beasts exceeding silver tier were usually pre-selected for gifted students, leaving ordinary practitioners like Jiang Yun with little chance. Wait, did you perhaps choose it from an egg that had not undergone qualification assessment? The instructor seemed to connect the dots, immediately questioning Jiang Yun. If the breeding center had indeed yielded such a powerful beast, it would only be from unassessed eggs, where several high-quality beasts might have been overlooked. Jiang Yun nodded in affirmation. His beast had indeed been selected from such eggs. Although he had his suspicions, the instructor's astonishment was palpable as he exclaimed, "You lad, your luck is truly extraordinary. To think that such a formidable beast could be plucked from within, and alive no less. Most of the beast eggs in there are so weak in life force that they are on the brink of death, rendering them incapable of being assessed for their potential. Some are mere shells. Selecting a beast from such a pool is nothing short of a gamble. Yet, here you are, fortunate enough to stumble upon one. Ha! It's merely luck." In response to the instructor's words, Jiang Yun offered little more than a polite smile. The instructor, unfazed, glanced at the fire dragon fish beside Jiang Yun and continued, "The fire dragon fish belongs to a lineage whose lowest potential is at the bronze level. With its dual attributes, it should possess considerable fighting capability against any beast of the same rank. Yours must be at the black iron level, correct? I shall find a suitable opponent for your beast within the black iron tier." With that, the instructor led Jiang Yun to the beast fighting arena, where 2 titanium alloy gates stood. Behind them were the wild beasts available for students to challenge. He pointed towards an adult stone ape, possessing black iron level prowess and bronze tier potential, with skin as tough as granite. "How about using this stone ape as your training subject?" he inquired. However, considering that Jiang Yun's beast had just reached the black iron level, the instructor added, "If you find the stone ape too formidable, I can provide another, weaker opponent." "All right, let us go with it," Jiang Yun replied without hesitation, surprising the instructor. "Excellent. You possess spirit. Rest assured, I will be watching from the sidelines. And should any danger arise, I will intervene immediately. You can call for me at any time. Now, the arena is yours." With that, the instructor stepped aside, and one of the arena's iron gates slowly creaked open. As the gate swung wide, a shadow leapt forth with startling ferocity. Boom! The shadow landed heavily, revealing itself to be a fearsome sight. This stone ape stood 2 meters tall, cloaked in black fur, its visage ghastly with a greenish face and sharp fangs, reminiscent of a demon emerging from hell. Jiang Yun's pupils flickered with golden light as he comprehended the stone ape's details. Species, stone ape, earth attribute. Potential, top-tier bronze. Talent skill, ordinary smash fist. Evolution path, can evolve once. Evolve into stone ape king. For an ordinary beast, a top-tier bronze potential is quite commendable. However, when compared to my own beast, it pales in significance. Now, it's time for you to showcase your prowess. Let me witness the battle at your level. Should you disappoint me, you need not accompany me any longer," Jiang Yun urged the fire dragon fish at his side. The fire dragon fish seemed to comprehend Jiang Yun's words, lifting its fins and beating its chest. Jiang Yun was taken aback. After all, it possessed purple crystal level potential, indicating a remarkable understanding of his commands and the ability to respond. It appears that beasts of purple crystal level possess intelligence that far surpasses that of lower tier beasts. Just as Jiang Yun was reflecting on this, the stone ape suddenly roared, its fierce gaze locking onto the fire dragon fish. It leaped high, raising its massive paw to strike down upon the fire dragon fish. Such is the nature of combat with wild beasts, unpredictable and immediate. What? It's launching a smash fist right away. Is this stone ape aiming for a quick victory? The instructor's nerves tightened as he observed the sudden assault. The stone ape's smash fist was immensely powerful. Few beasts at the black iron level could withstand such a direct hit. How will you and your fire dragon fish respond? Surely you won't falter against this initial strike? As the stone ape initiated its surprise attack, the instructor's focus remained unwavering on Jiang Yun and his beast, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the fire dragon fish began its counterattack. It spiraled through the air, its mouth slowly opening towards the charging stone ape. Its entire body glimmered with radiant patterns, and the fire clouds swirling around it began to converge above its head. Gradually, a blazing orb of fiery energy formed in its mouth. In an instant, the fiery breath erupted forth like a piercing arrow, accompanied by a roar. The flames engulfed the stone ape. In that moment, the entire arena was illuminated by the blaze. A few breaths later, a resounding thud echoed as the charred body of the stone ape crashed to the ground, now a charred carcass that emitted a mouth-watering aroma. Undoubtedly, it was a swift elimination. Against a beast of equal rank, the fire dragon fish had dispatched it with a single skill. Chapter 7. Top-tier golden potential? The principal was stunned. What? It was defeated in one strike. How is this possible? The instructor, anxiously monitoring the arena, had prepared to intervene at any moment. Yet he never anticipated that the fearsome stone ape would be dispatched in one blow. This revelation was beyond his expectations. He never believed that Jiang Yun's beast could triumph over such a wild stone ape, whose potential was top-tier bronze and whose combat prowess was commendable at the black iron level. Even if its defenses were lacking, it should not have been vanquished so swiftly. No, I have underestimated the potential of this fire dragon fish. Its potential must exceed bronze level, otherwise, how could it have defeated the top-tier bronze stone ape in one strike? Could it possibly have reached silver level? It must be so. This is the only explanation for the fire dragon fish's ability to eliminate the top-tier bronze stone ape with a single blow. If that is the case, this is truly remarkable. I must inform the principal at once. A beast of silver level potential means a bright future for this young man. Even if he is not a gifted beastmaster, he will surely gain admission to a prestigious beastmaster academy in the province. Moreover, he is only 16, making him a prime candidate for the school's nurturing. With that thought, the instructor hurried to Jiang Yun's side. Well done. To defeat a same-tier beast with top-tier bronze potential in one strike, your beast's potential must surely exceed bronze level, the instructor exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he patted Jiang Yun on the shoulder. Jiang Yun smiled in response, fully aware that his beast's potential surpassed bronze level. In fact, he knew it possessed the terrifying potential of purple crystal level. It was entirely normal for it to eliminate a beast of bronze level potential in one hit. However, he could not reveal this and maintained a facade of ignorance. Teacher, what potential do you believe my beast possesses? Jiang Yun feigned ignorance and asked. The instructor, filled with enthusiasm, replied, what potential? To achieve a one-hit defeat of a same-tier opponent, your beast's potential must be at least top-tier silver. Your name is Jiang Yun, correct? A beast with top-tier silver potential is no trivial matter. Come with me. I must take you to meet the principal. The instructor took a deep breath and addressed Jiang Yun. Taken aback by the suggestion, Jiang Yun was startled. To meet the principal? The principal of Qingchuan No. One high school was a formidable figure at the apex of Sea City. Such a top-tier beastmaster, who could possibly possess extraordinary abilities, left Jiang Yun with a sense of apprehension regarding the possibility of his secrets being uncovered. Noticing Jiang Yun's hesitation, the instructor assumed it was due to nerves and continued. Jiang Yun, my dear student, there is no need for concern or anxiety. Your beast possesses at least silver-level aptitude, which undoubtedly qualifies you as a prime candidate for our school's specialized training program. I will escort you to meet the principal, and rest assured, this encounter will yield only advantages for you. Should the principal take a liking to you, it is possible that even without innate beastmaster talent, you could be granted the status of a core student. Once becoming a core student, Jiang Yun would receive resources worth 200,000 federal coins each month for beast cultivation. In an effort to persuade Jiang Yun to follow him without hesitation, the instructor unveiled these enticing benefits. The allure of such privileges indeed stirred something within Jiang Yun. Having lost his father early to a beast rampage, he and his sister were raised solely by their mother, who was an ordinary person earning a mere 5,000 federal coins a month. After accounting for daily expenses and educational costs for both himself and his sister, their savings dwindled to almost nothing over the year. As Jiang Yun contemplated the substantial resources required for beast cultivation, especially for the fire dragon fish, whose initial evolution demanded exceedingly rare materials, each worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions, he realized that their modest household could hardly bear such burdens. If he could become a core member of the school, receiving resources valued at 200,000 federal coins, it would not only resolve his immediate needs for cultivating the fire dragon fish, but also alleviate his mother's burdens, potentially granting him access to the materials he required. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Yun resolved to accompany the instructor. He summoned the fire dragon fish back to the beast space and nodded in agreement. Seeing Jiang Yun's consent, the instructor was elated and led him away from the training grounds. Uncovering such a talented student would undoubtedly earn him accolades from the school. Soon, Jiang Yun found himself in the principal's office of Qingchuan No. 1, guided by the instructor. His knowledge of the principal, He Tiangang, was scant. He only knew that he had seen him from hundreds of meters away during the enrollment ceremony, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, exuding an aura of composure and strength. Furthermore, he had heard that the principal was a top-tier amethyst-level beastmaster, renowned for his immense power. As he prepared to meet such a formidable individual, a wave of trepidation washed over him, particularly the fear of having his secrets exposed. At the office door, as the instructor knocked, a deep, steady voice resonated from within. Come in. Upon hearing this, The instructor ushered Jiang Yun inside. Once in the principal's office, He Tiangong's imposing figure came into view. He sat with an air of effortless authority that sent a shiver down Jiang Yun's spine. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiang Yun activated his innate skill to scrutinize the principal. As the ability manifested, the principal's information materialized before him in a series of entries. Jiang Yun's heart raced upon reading the details. The principal of Qingchuan No. 1 was an astonishing 7th-tier amethyst-level beastmaster, endowed with a C-class talent for rapid advancement. Furthermore, his beast had undergone an evolution, boasting stellar-level aptitude. Clearly, the principal still had room for growth. While Jiang Yun was delving into the principal's information, the instructor informed He Tiangong of their previous discussion. The fire dragon fish can annihilate wild beasts of the same tier with a single strike. How intriguing. He Tiangong regarded Jiang Yun with evident interest. Jiang Yun, please release your beast so I may observe it. Nodding at the principal's request, Jiang Yun summoned the fire dragon fish from the beast's space, silently praying that nothing amiss would be revealed. As the fire dragon fish emerged, it sensed a terrifying aura locking onto it. Yet, it did not retreat, standing resolutely before Jiang Yun, radiating pride as it fixed its intense gaze upon Principal He. The principal appeared somewhat taken aback by the fire dragon fish's demeanor. How fascinating. Remarkable indeed. Under my imposing presence, this little creature displays such audacity and fortitude. Jiang Yun, your beast is extraordinary, He Tiangong remarked with a slight smile. Earlier, he had subtly released his aura to gauge the fire dragon fish's aptitude and ascertain if it indeed matched the instructor's claim of silver level. However, he was astonished to find that the fire dragon fish exhibited no fear. Instead, it revealed an unwavering spirit of defiance. Had it been any other first-tier black iron beast, a mere glance from He Tiangong would have sent it fleeing in terror. Such a display was far from ordinary. Its aptitude clearly exceeded silver level, likely reaching the golden tier, or perhaps even the pinnacle of golden aptitude. With this realization, He Tiangong felt a surge of anticipation. Jiang Yun, my brief assessment suggests that your beast's aptitude likely surpasses silver level. I estimate it has attained golden level potential. However, we must conduct further evaluations to determine its exact standing. As he spoke, the principal extended his right hand, producing an electronic pen. Pointing it toward Jiang Yun's fire dragon fish, he pressed the top button, unleashing hundreds of lasers to scan the creature. Jiang Yun's heart raced at this sight. Could the fire dragon fish's amethyst-level aptitude be exposed so soon? An amethyst-level beast in Sea City would undoubtedly cause an uproar. He feared that if this information became public, he might lose the fire dragon fish, possibly attracting those with ill intentions who might seek to harm him for it. In his current state of weakness, he felt utterly powerless to defend against such threats. Moreover, it was evident that there was no way to stop the process now. He could only hope that Principal He was not the type to covet wealth. As Jiang Yun wrestled with his anxiety, the information about the fire dragon fish gradually began to materialize. Species, unknown. Qualification, unknown. Talent skill, unknown. Note, the scan target does not exist in the Human Federation's data records, thus information verification is impossible. The outcome took several individuals by surprise. Jiang Yun exhaled a sigh of relief, while He Tiangong furrowed his brow, perplexed. What could be the issue? This identification pin is an amalgamation of the insights of countless human assessors and the technologies of beast mastery. Although the fire dragon fish is considered rare, I distinctly recall that this pin should have recorded pertinent information. How could it fail to yield any data? He Tiangong was utterly bewildered. The identification pin in his grasp, valued at $1 million, encompasses information on known ferocious beasts worldwide. How could it possibly not identify even a single fire dragon fish? This is quite strange indeed. He Tiangong, filled with confusion, stowed the pin and scrutinized the fire dragon fish once more, then turned to Jiang Yun. Classmate Jiang Yun, how many innate skills does your beast possess? Chapter 8. For innate skills? Becoming a core student. Given that the identification pin could not ascertain the qualifications, He Tiangong was left to estimate the true capabilities of the fire dragon fish through other means, such as the number of skills it possessed. Typically, the higher the innate potential of a ferocious beast, the greater the number of foundational innate skills it would have. A gold-tier ferocious beast would conservatively possess at least 2 innate skills. He merely needed to confirm whether Jiang Yun's beast indeed reached the gold-tier qualification. If Jiang Yun's beast attained gold-tier status, even if Jiang Yun himself were merely an ordinary beast master devoid of talent, it would still hold value for the school. Principal, my beast possesses 4 innate skills, Jiang Yun replied candidly, recognizing that if he were to become a core student, the skills of his beast would inevitably be revealed in due course, rendering concealment unnecessary. However, Jiang Yun remained astute and refrained from disclosing the levels of these four innate skills, lacking the ability to assess the strength of the ferocious beast's skills. He knew that making such claims could raise suspicions and potentially lead to unnecessary troubles. After all, if even the identification pin could not discern any information, it was only natural for him to be unaware of it. What? For innate skills? Upon hearing Jiang Yun's response, he Tiangang. Despite being a top-tier expert at the purple crystal level in City C and the principal of the Clear Spring High School, could not suppress his astonishment. It was as though he had heard something utterly preposterous. Beside him, an instructor exclaimed in disbelief, "No way. Are you joking, classmate Jiang Yun? Your beast has 4 innate skills? Do you realize that even a gold-tier ferocious beast with exceptional qualifications possessing 2 skills is exceedingly rare? Even beasts of the powerful purple crystal level typically have only 3 innate skills, which is likewise quite scarce. Moreover, your beast is merely a fire dragon fish, which, while rare, has its qualifications capped at the gold tier. I could believe you if you claimed it had 2 innate skills, but 4? Surely you jest at the expense of the principal and me?" The instructor's face betrayed a hint of anger as he spoke. Jiang Yun, however, maintained his composure. He replied with unwavering certainty, "Teacher, I am not joking. My beast truly possesses 4 innate skills." Seeing Jiang Yun's sincerity, the instructor found himself at a loss for words. His gaze shifted to the principal. The principal, after glancing at the fire dragon fish, fixed his gaze on Jiang Yun. After a few breaths, his demeanor completely settled, and a smile crept onto his face. "Classmate Jiang Yun, I believe your words to be true. While the notion of a fire dragon fish possessing 4 innate skills may sound extraordinary, we cannot dismiss the possibility entirely. After all, there are numerous mutated ferocious beasts in this world. Such beasts often elude identification due to their altered physiques, which may grant them even more exceptional innate qualities than their kindred. It is likely that your fire dragon fish belongs to this category of mutated beasts, which would explain why the identification pin failed to detect its qualifications. Conservatively speaking, its potential is undoubtedly at the gold tier, if not even reaching the purple crystal level." He Tiangang remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. The usually stern principal now displayed a somewhat different expression. Upon hearing the principal's words, Jiang Yun felt a jolt of realization. Possessing the divine skill of manifestation of all things, he was acutely aware that his beast was no ordinary fire dragon fish, but one with a pseudo-dragon bloodline, potentially capable of transcending the dragon gate to become a true dragon in its final growth. It was indeed a mutation. Jiang Yun had not anticipated that the information he gleaned through the innate skills would be deduced by the principal from mere fragments of information. This realization instilled within him a sense of pressure and danger in the presence of such a formidable figure. With this thought, a chill ran down Jiang Yun's spine, hoping that the principal before him was not a hypocrite cloaked in virtue. What? Purple crystal level potential. Just as Jiang Yun grappled with his anxiety and uncertainty on how to respond, the instructor was the first to exclaim in shock, drawing the attention of both He Tiangang and Jiang Yun. "I apologize, Principal He. I was merely overwhelmed by astonishment and lost my composure." The instructor, noticing their gazes, bowed slightly in apology. Principal He waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. I, too, am somewhat astonished. Now that classmate Jiang Yun's beast qualifications are established, he shall become a core student of our school, deserving of focused cultivation. As you discovered this talent, please take care of the necessary paperwork for him. Your recognition of this genius warrants a reward. Once the formalities are complete, you may proceed to collect your prize." He Tiangang, unperturbed by the instructor's earlier lapse, instead urged him to handle the registration for Jiang Yun as a core student while mentioning the accompanying reward. Hearing Principal He's words, the instructor's face lit up with joy. His purpose in bringing Jiang Yun here was not solely to prevent such a talent from being overlooked, but also to earn a reward in the process. "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." With that, the instructor, brimming with excitement, departed the office, leaving only Jiang Yun and Principal He Tiangang. Faced with the imposing presence of a purple crystal-level beast master, Jiang Yun felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. If the principal desired to eliminate him and seize his beast, this would surely be the opportune moment. A purple crystal-level beast master could easily take his life and erase the contract seal to claim his beast without any resistance from him. In the face of such power, Jiang Yun felt woefully inadequate. The weight of that formidable presence filled him with unease and trepidation. Just as Jiang Yun wrestled with his anxiety, He Tiangang unexpectedly spoke up. Possessing a treasure yet remaining unperturbed, maintaining composure amidst such extraordinary potential, classmate Jiang Yun, your disposition is commendable. I hope you can sustain such poise in the future. The principal smiled warmly, offering Jiang Yun his approval. The path of a beastmaster is undoubtedly influenced by innate talent. However, the importance of one's temperament cannot be understated. A composed demeanor in the face of adversity is essential for achieving success. Observing Jiang Yun's recent performance, he perceived within him a future that could surpass his own, prompting him to offer sincere praise. "You flatter me, Principal," Jiang Yun humbly replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It was evident that the principal harbored only admiration for him and would not engage in any nefarious dealings. Jiang Yun's modesty further pleased He Tiangang, who nodded in approval. "Very well, Jiang Yun, let us return to the matter at hand. It is time to discuss serious business." "Serious business?" Jiang Yun furrowed his brow in confusion. But soon his expression brightened with renewed vigor. The principal's mention of serious matters undoubtedly referred to the rewards associated with becoming a core student. This was about the allocation of 200,000 resources for beast training. "Jiang Yun, I trust your instructor has informed you that upon becoming a core student, you will receive a monthly subsidy of beast resources valued at 200,000 Federation coins?" He Tiangang inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Jiang Yun's eager demeanor. Jiang Yun nodded in affirmation. He Tiangang then directed his gaze toward Jiang Yun's beast. "Your fire dragon fish, although a dual-attribute beast of water and fire, primarily embodies the ferocity of fire. Its skills are inherently linked to the fire element. Now at the Black Iron first stage, the most suitable nurturing resource for it would be the fire spirit stones, rich in fire attribute elemental energy." With a flourish of his hand, He Tiangang revealed a collection of fire-red crystalline stones, each approximately the size of a fingernail. "Here are 300 fire spirit stones, collectively valued at 300,000. Consider this your resource subsidy for this month. What do you think?" He smiled at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun's gaze became fixated on the array of fire spirit stones. Each stone emanated a unique essence of fire elemental energy, serving as the fundamental resource for nurturing fire attribute beasts. Even the most basic resources do not come cheaply. A single fire spirit stone costs a substantial 1,000 Federation coins. With 300 stones on the desk, the total value amounted to an astonishing 300,000 Federation coins, an immense sum for an ordinary family. Before Jiang Yun could utter a word, the fire dragon fish began to slap its belly excitedly, its eyes fixated on the pile of fire spirit stones, nearly drooling in anticipation. A vague sense of urgency seemed to resonate within its mind, as if urging Jiang Yun to comprehend its desire. Witnessing the fire dragon fish's exuberance, Jiang Yun understood the immense significance of these fire spirit stones for its development. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. If the subsidy was indeed 200,000, why had it suddenly escalated to 300,000? With a sense of curiosity, Jiang Yun politely inquired, "Thank you, Principal. But wasn't the monthly resource subsidy set at 200,000? Why then have you provided me with resources worth 300,000? He Tiangang maintained his smile as he responded, "Jiang Yun, your temperament is commendable, and I have high hopes for you. The 200,000 is the standard allocation for core students, while the additional 100,000 can be considered an investment in your potential." "An investment?" Jiang Yun was taken aback, unprepared for the principal's level of interest in him. The notion that the principal would allocate such resources as an investment was unexpected. For a powerful beastmaster like He Tiangang, 100,000 resources might be inconsequential, yet for Jiang Yun, it represented a substantial boon. This additional support was akin to a lifeline, as he urgently required resources to nurture his beast. "Thank you, Principal. I shall endeavor to train diligently and nurture my beast." Jiang Yun expressed his gratitude earnestly. "Excellent. If you can secure admission to a prestigious Beastmaster Academy, you will not disappoint my expectations," He Tiangang replied. Nodding in satisfaction at Jiang Yun's appreciative demeanor, he then cautioned, "Additionally, remember this. In Sea City, there will be many who can discern the exceptional quality of your beast. Exercise discretion and refrain from drawing undue attention, lest you attract unwanted interest. I will ensure that the school registers your beast as a rare golden grade fire dragon fish, allowing you to focus on your training with peace of mind." He Tiangang's words warmed Jiang Yun's heart. He understood the underlying message. The principal had clearly recognized that his beast possessed a purple crystal grade quality, a variant of the formidable kind. Should news of such a beast's existence circulate, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy in Sea City, drawing envious gazes. If powerful individuals sought to exploit him for his beast, it would spell disaster for Jiang Yun. Concealing the true quality of his beast was thus a protective measure. "Rest assured, I will remember your advice," Jiang Yun replied with gratitude. "Very good. Take these fire spirit stones and return to your training. The arrangements for your core student status are already in process. You need only await the news," He Tiangang concluded. "Yes, I will strive to train hard," Jiang Yun affirmed, promptly storing the fire dragon fish and fire spirit stones in his beast space before departing the principal's office. As Jiang Yun closed the office door with a decisive click, Tiangang, who had previously maintained a composed demeanor, abruptly stood up, his stern expression giving way to one of concern, even to the point of twitching at the corners of his mouth. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed deeply. Although it was somewhat regrettable that such a high-caliber beast egg had fallen into the hands of a student, this young man certainly possessed the makings of a fine beastmaster. He would need to observe him closely in the future. Before that, however, it was imperative to have those beast eggs thoroughly appraised. There might well be extraordinary qualities hidden within them. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had returned to his class. As he entered the classroom of the second-year Class 8, a throng of classmates quickly gathered around him. Jiang Yun. Look, it's Jiang Yun back. Jiang Yun, I heard you selected a golden grade beast at the breeding center. Is that true? You are incredible, Jiang Yun. You've actually contracted a golden grade beast. Not just that. I also heard that Jiang Yun is now a core student at the school. Jiang Yun, you've truly become a core student. How amazing. Jiang Yun, can we see your beast? Jiang Yun, do you have a girlfriend? Would you like one? I just turned 16. As Jiang Yun returned to the classroom, a stir erupted among his peers, even attracting curious students from adjacent classes. The entrance to Class 8 of the second year quickly became congested. The discussions among the onlookers indicated that news of Jiang Yun's contract with a beast and his ascension to core student status had spread like wildfire. This left Jiang Yun in awe of the efficiency of the faculty member responsible for the announcement. He had spent less than half an hour in the principal's office, and already the entire school seemed aware of the situation. Faced with the enthusiastic crowd surrounding him, Jiang Yun felt a sudden wave of anxiety. Just as his distress peaked, a woman's icy reprimand echoed from outside the door. Chapter 10. Transfer Procedures? Beastmaster Training Class. What are you all doing? The class bell has been ringing for ages. Are we not having class? Return to your seats immediately. At the sound of that stern voice, the students gathered around Class 8 scattered like frightened rabbits. Quickly returning to their desks, Jiang Yun turned to see a strikingly beautiful woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s, with long, dark hair and a fair, delicate complexion. She wore a standard professional attire that did little to conceal her graceful figure, standing tall and slender. This was none other than Zhao Shanhua, the grade supervisor for the second year, also a silver-level beastmaster. Despite her beauty, her long tenure as a supervisor had seemingly etched a serious demeanor onto her face, instilling a sense of fear among the students. However, unlike his peers, Jiang Yun felt little trepidation towards her. After all, he was the top student in the second year, admired by all the teachers. Moreover, she had previously intervened on his behalf, sparing him from the enthusiastic attention of his classmates. A sense of gratitude towards Zhao Shanhua lingered in his heart. Thus, he greeted her politely. Teacher Zhao. Noticing it was Jiang Yun, Zhao Shanhua nodded in acknowledgement, her earlier severity softening slightly. After scanning the now quiet classroom, she turned her gaze back to Jiang Yun and spoke gently. Jiang Yun, please come to my office after class. I have something to discuss with you. All right. Jiang Yun nodded, already anticipating the matter would pertain to his status as a core student. Clearly, the news had reached the grade supervisor. After Zhao Shanhua left, Jiang Yun returned to his seat, evoking envy from his classmates, who marveled at how he managed to remain unscathed while others would have faced reprimand. In every environment, exemplary students are treated distinctly. Jiang Yun's accomplishments were undeniable. He consistently ranked first in the theoretical assessments for Beastmasters and was now a core student designated for specialized training. His classmates could only look on with admiration, recognizing him as a paragon of academic excellence within their year. Classmates, it's time to focus. Pay attention to your studies. Perhaps one day you too can become a core student like Jiang Yun. At some point, the instructor had entered the classroom and stood at the podium. Noticing many students' gazes fixed on Jiang Yun, pulling their attention back to the lesson. Embarrassed, the students redirected their focus to the teacher, who then turned to Jiang Yun with a smile, saying, Jiang Yun, though you are now a beastmaster, there remains much knowledge regarding beasts that you must learn. It is crucial that you pay attention. Understood, teacher. Jiang Yun nodded, not allowing his newfound status to inflate his ego. The teacher, satisfied with his response, continued, Today, I will lecture on the classification and effects of beast attributes. As the lesson commenced, all students shifted into a mode of learning. However, Jiang Yun found himself preoccupied with thoughts of his younger sister, Jiang Yun. Half a day had passed, and he wondered how she was faring with the school's arrangements. He was confident she would successfully contract a fierce beast, though he was curious about the nature of the beast she would bond with, an anticipation building within him. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang, prompting Jiang Yun to leave the classroom and head to the grade supervisor's office at Xinchuan No. 1 High School. Most teachers were beast masters. Bronze-level instructors and those teaching standard subjects shared a large office, while teachers of silver-level competence and above possessed their own private offices. Without question, the grade supervisor, possessing silver-level prowess, had her own independent office. Upon entering Zhao Shunyue's office, Jiang Yun was met with a warm smile. A departure from her typical stern demeanor, as she gestured for him to sit on the black leather sofa. Teacher Zhao, may I inquire what this is regarding? Jiang Yun wasted no time in getting straight to the point. Seeing his directness, Zhao Shunyue smiled and replied, Jiang Yun, I believe you are already aware that you are now a core student of the school. The institution has established a specialized training class specifically for core students. The curriculum in this class markedly differs from that of the ordinary classes. We focus more on practical training and beast handling, while ordinary classes emphasize theoretical knowledge. Given that you are now a beast master, remaining in an ordinary class would not serve you well. I summoned you here to inform you that your transfer paperwork has been completed, and you are to report to the specialized training class starting tomorrow. Specialized training class? Although Jiang Yun had anticipated the purpose of the meeting would relate to his core student status, he had not expected the school to act so swiftly. Completing the transfer procedures within half a day, he knew a bit about the specialized training class, a unique cohort composed of core members of Qingchuan No. 1 High School, all of whom had talent in beast mastery, including some prodigies. Given that Jiang Yun was now a beast master, attending an ordinary class devoid of fellow beast masters would hold little significance. The teaching methods in the specialized class would undoubtedly be more suited to his current needs, offering him greater benefits. Thus, he welcomed the opportunity to join the specialized training class. I understand, teacher. All your personal information has already been forwarded to the specialized training class. You need only to report for enrollment tomorrow, Zhao Shunyue advised. Jiang Yun nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation for the special training class. Thank you, teacher Zhao. If there is nothing else, may I take my leave? Jiang Yun inquired softly. Zhao Shunyue nodded with a smile. Go ahead, practice diligently. I wish you a smooth journey in your beast mastery endeavors. Grateful for Zhao's kind words, Jiang Yun exited the office, turning to leave. Watching him depart, Zhao Shunyue displayed a hint of satisfaction. Although this child lacked the natural talent of a beast master, his temperament was truly exceptional. Even without such innate abilities, if he were to grow steadily, his future achievements would undoubtedly be considerable. Chapter 11. Sentient like a human? A glutton that burns money. The afternoon classes were few. After completing the final lesson in the regular class, Jiang Yun left the classroom and exited the school. He arrived at a pavilion by an artificial lake outside the school, the designated meeting spot for him and his younger sister. Since they were not in the same grade, his sister, Jiang Yun, was a freshman while he was a sophomore. They rarely left school at the same time. Thus, they had agreed that whoever finished school first would wait for the other in the pavilion. Jiang Yun scanned the pavilion from a distance but saw no sign of his sister, indicating that she had yet to finish her classes. He entered the pavilion and settled down to wait. Perhaps growing weary of the wait, Jiang Yun glanced around, and seeing no one else present, summoned his fire dragon fish. Upon its appearance, the fire dragon fish maintained its haughty demeanor, lazily glancing at Jiang Yun without truly acknowledging him. Jiang Yun, unfazed, allowed a sly smile to creep onto his lips. With a flick of his wrist, several fire spirit stones materialized in his hand, radiating a fiery glow and exuding an aura of fire attribute energy. Instantly, this captured the attention of the fire dragon fish, which, having previously exhibited its aloofness, darted forward with its mouth open. Jiang Yun, quick-witted, retracted his hand, holding the fire spirit stones tightly, and feigned disappointment. Ah, what a shame. I intended to share these fire spirit stones with my most loyal and obedient beast companion, but it seems some individuals do not regard me with much favor. Perhaps I should seek another fire attribute beast to share my fire spirit stones with, he mused, pretending to appear crestfallen. Observing this, the fire dragon fish swam to Jiang Yun's front, flailing its long fins against him, even attempting to massage his shoulders. It transformed into a makeshift massage master, seemingly trying to appease Jiang Yun through its ministrations. This took Jiang Yun by surprise. While he was aware of his fire dragon fish's superior intelligence compared to other beasts, its level of sentience seemed remarkably human-like. Once again astonished by the fire dragon fish's intelligence, Jiang Yun pondered whether the dragon's bloodline was the reason behind its almost human-like cognitive abilities. Although curious, he chose not to dwell on it too much. Nevertheless, his objective had been achieved. The fire dragon fish had become more subdued. Well, you've performed admirably. Here, have one. Jiang Yun smiled slightly, tossing a fire spirit stone. The fire dragon fish eagerly caught it in its mouth and swallowed. After consuming one, it looked back at Jiang Yun, its fins pointing toward its mouth, as if signaling that it desired more. Jiang Yun, seeing this, was not in a rush. Instead, He began negotiating terms with the little creature. Little one, I know you can understand me. If you wish for more fire spirit stones, I can provide them for you. And in the future, I can seek additional resources to aid in your growth. However, you must promise to heed my commands and refrain from acting aloof in my presence. Can you comply? Jiang Yun spoke with a serious tone. Despite recognizing that this fire dragon fish was unique, he needed it to fight alongside him in the future, ensuring their unity of purpose. Should it falter in life and death battles, it would pose a grave threat to Jiang Yun. The fire dragon fish appeared to comprehend his words, nodding vigorously in response. Seeing this, Jiang Yun was further reassured of the fire dragon fish's exceptional intelligence. In that case, you shall be my loyal companion. And from now on, I shall call you little fire fish. Here, take these fire spirit stones. As he spoke, more than 20 fire spirit stones appeared in his hand, which he proceeded to feed to the fire dragon fish one by one. To his astonishment, after consuming over 20 fire spirit stones, the fire dragon fish still seemed unsatisfied and continued to open its mouth in demand. Jiang Yun, not one to withhold, continued to feed it, reasoning that as long as this fire dragon fish's strength improved, the investment would be worthwhile. Thus, one after another, the fire dragon fish devoured over 100 fire spirit stones before finally letting out a contented burp, seemingly satiated. The burp emanated a fiery essence, and Jiang Yun couldn't help but marvel at the situation. No wonder it was said that beast masters spent exorbitantly on nurturing their beasts in less than 10 minutes. This creature had consumed fire spirit stones worth over 100,000. This was not merely spending, it was akin to burning money. Reflecting on the fire spirit stones devoured by the fire dragon fish, Jiang Yun felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. However, knowing that this creature would significantly enhance its strength made him feel somewhat better. After consuming such a vast quantity, the fire dragon fish seemed unable to digest it all and fell into slumber. Jiang Yun decided to return it to the beast space. He gazed at the now sleeping fire dragon fish and chuckled to himself. What a costly little glutton it was. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the fire dragon fish back into the beast space. Upon entering the beast space, the fire dragon fish found itself in a lake. However, as soon as it entered, the spiritual energy within the beast space swiftly converged around it, aiding in the digestion of the recently consumed fire spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon fish's aura became significantly more robust. Such was the characteristic of a divine-grade beast space, truly extraordinary, enhancing the absorption capabilities of the beasts within. With this enhancement, little fire fish would soon completely refine and absorb the over 100 fire spirit stones within its body. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yun couldn't help but marvel at the formidable nature of the divine space. He wondered how many tiers of strength the fire dragon fish would attain after absorbing these fire spirit stones. Surely, at least tier 3. With a look of eager anticipation, he glanced at the slumbering fire dragon fish before withdrawing his consciousness from the beast space. As soon as Jiang Yun stepped out of the beast mastery space, he heard his sister Jiang Yun's voice calling out to him, "Brother, let us go home." Upon hearing her, Jiang Yun turned and immediately spotted his sister standing on the shore. He then left the pavilion and made his way to the edge of the water to join her. As he approached, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, and Jiang Yun's attributes materialized before him. Beast Mastery Power, 400 points. Beast Mastery Space, established. Attributes of the Beast Mastery Space enhanced. Beast, Sky Devouring Rabbit, Dark Attribute. Beast Master Level, Black Iron Tier 1. Chapter 12, An Outrageous Devouring Ability. Little Black, Dark Attribute. Upon observing his sister's beast attributes, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow. The common attributes of ferocious beasts typically encompass the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The rarer attributes include natural forces such as wind, thunder, lightning, and ice. There are also some unique and rare attributes, such as dark, yin, yang, life, and death, which do not belong to the 5 elements or natural categories. Each of these possesses its own special abilities, and beasts with such attributes are naturally formidable in strength and potential. However, the challenge lies in their ability to enhance their power, as the required elemental spirit stones are significantly harder to acquire, often necessitating substitutes that yield diminished effects. Brother, I've heard all about your exploits. I can't believe you managed to contract a beast with golden tier potential and were promoted to a core student by the principal. You're amazing. Jiang Yun gazed at Jiang Yun with admiration. I knew that even without the innate talent of a beast master, you would become a formidable one. Indeed. Jiang Yun smiled gently, ruffling her hair as he observed his excited sister. Little Yun, you must have contracted a beast today as well. Would you be so kind as to show it to your brother? From the information Jiang Yun had gleaned earlier, he was aware that Jiang Yun had contracted a sky-devouring rabbit. However, he could not directly access all the details regarding this creature. Thus, he wished for Jiang Yun to summon her beast for a clearer examination, enabling him to conduct a comprehensive assessment of its attributes through the manifestation ability of the universal entries. Of course, Sky-devouring rabbit, come forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun called out, and a radiant white light illuminated the area before her. As the light faded, she held in her hands a rabbit cloaked in black fur. Its long ears stood upright, seemingly attuned to the slightest sounds in its surroundings, while its eyes sparkled like emeralds, radiating intelligence and vitality. Species, Sky-devouring rabbit, dark attribute. Realm, black iron tier 1. Potential, low-level golden. Talented skills, ordinary kick, rare rapid leap. Evolution path, can evolve twice. Upon the first evolution, it transforms into a sky-devouring divine rabbit with diamond tier potential, and after the second, it evolves into the moon-devouring rabbit with eclipse tier potential. Hint, the sky-devouring rabbit possesses a unique dark attribute ability, devour. It can consume the attributes of other ferocious beasts to enhance its own power, while also acquiring that attribute and awakening new skills. Note, the special ability requires the consumption of a sufficient amount of dark attribute energy to awaken and activate. From a potential standpoint, the sky-devouring rabbit's attributes were quite standard. However, its dark attribute ability was astonishing, allowing it to absorb the elemental powers of other beasts and gain those attributes. If the sky-devouring rabbit were to awaken this special ability, would it not mean that, with enough consumption, it could later acquire a variety of attributes? Given that Little Yun's talents and spatial attributes are both related to strengthening, the sky-devouring rabbit seems like a beast custom-made for her. Yet, while this special ability is indeed formidable, awakening it requires activation through the consumption of an unspecified amount of dark attribute energy, which is exceedingly rare. How could this sky-devouring rabbit possibly absorb the dark attribute energy necessary for awakening its ability? Jiang Yun was taken aback by the information regarding his sister's beast, particularly the dark attribute's special ability, which seemed almost like an external enhancement. If awakened, it would undoubtedly be extraordinary. He yearned to assist his sister's beast in awakening this power, but at present, he found himself at a loss, as dark attributes are notoriously scarce. He could only take it one step at a time, hoping for future encounters. However, he was quite curious about how his sister had managed to contract such a rare attribute beast. Little Yun, your sky-devouring rabbit is quite extraordinary. I am curious about how you managed to contract it, he inquired. Brother, you know my sky-devouring rabbit. Jiang Yun exclaimed in surprise upon hearing him name her beast. Jiang Yun nodded, refraining from further explanation. While he was not personally familiar with the sky-devouring rabbit, his godly talent allowed him to understand its nature intimately. Actually, it wasn't me who contracted it, it chose me. When the teacher took me to a place filled with many young beasts, they all seemed so powerful that I didn't know how to choose. But then I felt a strong consciousness communicating with me, and I realized it was this sky-devouring rabbit. Seeing how adorable it was, I decided to contract with it. Jiang Yun recounted the process with pride. Brother, my beast has golden tier potential, just like yours, and it's even an extremely rare dark attribute. Plus, its current strength is already at black iron tier 1. Am I impressive, or what? Oh, I've even named it. Since it has all black fur, I decided to call it Little Black. Little Black. Return to the beast mastery space. Jiang Yun laughed as she summoned the sky-devouring rabbit back. It seemed that the rabbit had indeed chosen her, indicating that her innate skills must have attracted this dark attribute beast. Hearing Jiang Yun's narrative, Jiang Yun experienced a moment of enlightenment. Perhaps this was what they meant by beasts choosing their masters. Brother, what about your beast? Show it to me. Jiang Yun eagerly turned her gaze towards Jiang Yun after recalling her own beast. Without hesitation, Jiang Yun waved his hand, summoning the slumbering fire dragon fish before him. It floated in the air, surrounded by swirling flames and water. Brother, is your beast a fish? Why is it on fire all over? It looks so cool. But why is it so still? Is it dead? It's fine. It just ate too much and is currently sleeping to digest. The flames are because it is a fire attribute fish, Jiang Yun explained as he returned the sleeping fire dragon fish to the beast mastery space. What? A fish with fire attributes? Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Typically, one associates ferocious aquatic creatures with water. How could they possess the attribute of fire? My summoned beast belongs to the fire dragon fish species, possessing both water and fire attributes, primarily wielding the power of fire, which allows it to command water and emerge from flames, Jiang Yun succinctly explained. Jiang Yun was left in a daze. What? Brother, your fish possesses both water and fire attributes? How impressive. Is it powerful? How many skills does it have? Please tell me. Jiang Yun inquired with a face full of curiosity regarding Jiang Yun's summoned beast. Jiang Yun chuckled and said, "Let us converse as we walk. We wouldn't want to keep mother waiting at home." Chapter 13. Black Iron Second Tier. More to eat? Mother, we're back. Upon arriving home, Jiang Yun excitedly dashed to her mother. "Mother, I have wonderful news. Brother and I are now beast masters with summoned beasts. Moreover, we have both become core students at school." Jiang Yun proclaimed with immense pride. Jiang Yun's mother, named Xiang Ying, was nearing 40 yet still retained a refined appearance, her skin fair and smooth, resembling that of a peeled egg. She appeared no older than a young woman in her 20s. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's announcement, Xiang Ying seemed unfazed. With a gentle smile, she responded warmly, Yun, I am already aware. The school has sent me a notification to celebrate your brother-sister duo becoming beastmasters. I have specially prepared a grand feast at home for your return. Wow, how lavish. These are all my and brother's favorite dishes. Upon hearing her mother's words, Jiang Yun's gaze immediately fell upon the dining table. As she beheld the plethora of dishes, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she promptly took a seat at the table while waving at Jiang Yun. "Brother, come and sit." Jiang Yun nodded, greeted his mother, and joined her at the dining table. After the day's numerous experiences, he felt rather famished. Observing this, Xiang Ying removed her apron and sat down at the table. However, as soon as she settled, she pulled out a federal card. "Jiang Yun, since you and your sister have just contracted your summoned beasts to become beastmasters, I've heard that nurturing summoned beasts requires substantial resources. This card contains some federal currency I have saved over the years, approximately 20 to 30,000. Use it to purchase the resources needed for nurturing your summoned beasts," Xiang Ying said as she handed the card to Jiang Yun. Gazing at the federal card and his mother's weary visage, Jiang Yun felt a pang of anguish. He understood that over the years, his mother had endured considerable hardship to raise him and his sister, having saved every penny through self-denial. Naturally, he resolutely refused. Now that he had become a beastmaster, while he could not repay his mother immediately, he certainly would not allow her to bear any additional burdens or stress. Moreover, the school provided subsidies for nurturing summoned beasts, alleviating his mother's concerns. Even without the school's assistance, Jiang Yun was determined to find ways to manage without causing his mother worry. "Mother, please take back this card. The school offers sufficient resources for core students, more than enough for nurturing summoned beasts," Jiang Yun insisted, pushing the card back toward her. Jiang Yun, holding a chicken leg in her right hand, chimed in yes. "Mother, the school provides core students with a subsidy of 200,000 for summoned beast resources. Look." As she waved her left hand, a multitude of spirit stones appeared on the table. However, the types of spirit stones were incredibly varied, including fire, water, wood, ice, and more. Observing the chaotic assortment of spirit stones, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow. Based on the resources the principal had provided him, the school's spirit stone subsidy should correlate with the attributes of the summoned beasts. It seemed that Qingchuan High School, being a top institution in City C, lacked dark attribute spirit stones, thus supplying his sister with various attribute resources instead. Jiang Yun speculated silently. "What? Resources for summoned beasts worth 200,000. Xiang Ying exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Jiang Yun's words. 200,000 federal currency. For her, it would take years of scrimping and saving to accumulate such an amount. Xiang Ying cast a surprised glance at Jiang Yun, seemingly seeking confirmation. Jiang Yun smiled and nodded. "Mother, that is why I insist you take back this card. You need not worry about the resources for summoned beasts. Moreover, after all the hardships you endured to raise me and my sister, now that I have become a beastmaster, it is time for me and my sister to take care of you," Jiang Yun said, placing the federal card back into his mother's hands. As Xiang Ying held the card while glancing at Jiang Yun and Jiang Yun, her eyes began to glisten with tears, her gaze reddening. "Jiang Yun, you've both grown up. If your father knew how exceptional his children have become, he would surely be overjoyed." After dinner, Jiang Yun and his sister helped their mother wash the dishes. After freshening up, they returned to their respective rooms. As Jiang Yun was washing up, he vaguely sensed a surge of powerful energy flowing into his body, signifying a slight enhancement in his physique. It was evident that the Fire Dragon Fish's advancement had provided him with a strength feedback. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Yun immediately sat cross-legged and entered the summoned beast space. He was greeted by the sight of the awakened Fire Dragon Fish, which was frolicking in the lake, seemingly having completely absorbed the energy from over 100 fire spirit stones. Truly, the characteristics of a divine-level space were remarkable, enabling the Fire Dragon Fish to digest such a substantial amount of energy in such a short time. He wondered how many tiers it had advanced now. Jiang Yun observed closely. While the Fire Dragon Fish's appearance had not changed significantly, The flames surrounding its body appeared more vigorous, and its aura felt considerably stronger. Upon activating its innate skills, the information of the fire dragon fish was fully revealed. Species: Pseudo-Dragon Bloodline Fire Dragon Fish, Water and Fire Attributes. Tier: Black Iron 2nd Tier. Qualities: Top Tier Amethyst. Innate Skills: Rare Flame Breath, Rare Bloodline Might, Extraordinary Fire Domain Cage, Water Manipulation Technique. Evolution Path: Capable of evolving 3 times. After 1 evolution Black Iron 2nd Tier, Jiang Yun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at this tier. For an ordinary summoned beast with top-tier amethyst quality, it should have broken through 2 or 3 tiers after consuming over 100 fire spirit stones. If it were a golden quality beast, it might have even broken through 4 or 5 tiers. Yet this creature had only advanced 1 tier. How many more to advance again? Jiang Yun felt a headache coming on from the fire dragon fish's terrifying resource consumption rate. At this rate, even with thousands of fire spirit stones, it would be utterly unsustainable. However, not all beast tamers can consume resources in such a manner. Some beasts can only ingest a handful of spirit stones at a time, and exceeding that amount could lead to indigestion and an unyielding slumber. To his surprise, his fire dragon fish had an insatiable appetite, devouring over 100 stones at once. Just as Jiang Yun was lamenting the rapid consumption of spirit stones by the fire dragon fish, it began to pat its belly, drawing his attention. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yun was taken aback. Noticing Jiang Yun's gaze, the fire dragon fish pointed at its mouth once more, seemingly indicating that it was still hungry. Chapter 14. Just a waste dependent on luck? You want more? Observing the fire dragon fish's demand for fire spirit stones, Jiang Yun's expression was one of disbelief. Little fellow, you just finished digesting over 100 fire spirit stones, and now you want more? Can you truly handle it? More than 100 fire spirit stones. If it were any other fierce beast, they would likely have burst from overindulgence. Even if they managed to digest them, it would take an extensive period to absorb the residual energy. Yet, his fire dragon fish had digested them all in such a short time and still desired more. Jiang Yun was willing to part with the fire spirit stones, as they were meant solely for the fire dragon fish. But he worried that continuous consumption might lead to an inability to digest them, causing the creature to fall into a deep sleep from which it could not awaken. The fire dragon fish, however, seemed unfazed, repeatedly nodding and pointing at its open mouth, clearly conveying that it could still eat. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun acquiesced. His water dragon fish was no ordinary beast, and perhaps an increased appetite was to be expected. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he summoned the fire dragon fish from the beast taming space and advised, since you wish to eat, go ahead, but remember to know your limits. Do not overindulge. With that, dozens of fire spirit stones materialized in his hand. The water dragon fish's eyes sparkled with gold upon seeing the stones, nodding eagerly. Jiang Yun, albeit reluctantly, began to feed the fire dragon fish 1 spirit stone at a time. Clearly, this was insufficient, and without hesitation, he continued to produce the remaining fire spirit stones and fed them to the fish until all were consumed. Yet, the fire dragon fish still opened its mouth wide, as if yearning for more. Enough, you insatiable glutton, there are no more. Jiang Yun exclaimed, exasperated. You have devoured all 300 fire spirit stones. 300 fire spirit stones, worth 300,000 federal coins, had vanished from his grasp before they could even warm his hands. Observing the fire dragon fish, which still seemed unsatisfied, Jiang Yun was left speechless. He had fed it at least 180 spirit stones, yet it had not succumbed to sleep. Clearly, its appetite had grown. He feared that in the future, this creature would require ever-increasing resources. The school's monthly stipend would hardly suffice, and he would need to find ways to procure more resources himself. Jiang Yun felt utterly helpless. While his fire dragon fish possessed remarkable potential, it also seemed to demand an ever greater quantity of spirit stones for its cultivation. Nearby, upon hearing Jiang Yun's declaration of having no more fire spirit stones, the fire dragon fish promptly closed its mouth, revealing a look of disappointment. Jiang Yun, witnessing this, could only shake his head in exasperation, muttering, "You carefree creature," before sending the fire dragon fish back to the beast taming space. Once returned, the fire dragon fish resumed its slumber. As before, the abundant spiritual energy within the beast taming space converged from all directions, aiding the fish in digesting the fire spirit stones it had just consumed. Given the substantial amount it had ingested, it should be able to ascend a rank without issue. Jiang Yun estimated that since the fire dragon fish had previously advanced to the 2nd tier of black iron after consuming over 100 spirit stones, this time, having consumed at least 180, it was bound to level up. The following morning, an excited voice rang out from outside Jiang Yun's door. "Brother, wake up. Jiang Yun burst into Jiang Yun's room, pulling him from his slumber. Both were now core students at their school, and they were set to report together. The prospect of being core members thrilled Jiang Yun immensely. Glancing at the time, Jiang Yun realized it was nearly time to rise. After freshening up and having breakfast, the siblings made their way to school. The teaching area for core students was located at the back of the school. Compared to the regular teaching areas, the core student section had fewer pupils, yet it occupied 2/3 of the school's total area, equipped with all necessary facilities and grounds for beast training, demonstrating the institution's emphasis on its core members. Upon arriving at the core student registration office, the siblings completed their registration and were escorted to the training ground by the office staff. At that moment, about 10 students stood in orderly formation on the training field, while an instructor counted their numbers. Instructor Lin, the office staff called out, leading Jiang Yun and Jiang Yun forward. These are the newly promoted core students who have already registered. The staff handed 2 files to the instructor, referred to as Coach Lin. The instructor glanced at Jiang Yun and his sister before reviewing their files. After confirming their details, he nodded. All is well. Thank you. You may return to your duties. Very well. I will leave these 2 new students in your capable hands. The office staff smiled as they took the files from Coach Lin and departed. Coach Lin's gaze fell upon Jiang Yun. In the realm of beast cultivation, luck is also a facet of strength. Being exceptionally promoted to core student status is no small feat, although you lack innate beast tamer skills, Jiang, as long as you are willing to train diligently. Even an ordinary beast tamer can find their way to success. Evidently, news of Jiang Yun's recent contract with a beast of golden level quality had spread throughout the academy. Jiang Yun was not particularly surprised by Coach Lin's words and nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, sir. Very well, good attitude. You both may take your places. After a brief rest, we will commence today's training. Observing Jiang Yun's composed demeanor, Coach Lin nodded in satisfaction, harboring a newfound appreciation for him. After all, a golden-level beast would cause a stir throughout the entire Sea City, and this young student, scarcely 16 or 17 years of age, managed to maintain such poise. It was hard not to admire him. Upon hearing Coach Lin's instructions, Jiang Yun and his sister joined the ranks, while the other core students regarded them with curiosity. Just a waste relying on luck. Indeed. Who knows what luck this kid stumbled upon to contract such a high-quality beast? Otherwise, how could someone without even a beast-taming talent deserve to be a core student like us? In truth, the quality is not particularly high. Compared to the golden elite possessed by our esteemed Xiao, it pales in comparison. Moreover, our Xiao does not rely on mere luck, but rather on a formidable background. For him, commanding a beast of contract with golden-level qualifications is a trivial matter, not something to be compared with certain worthless individuals. Shortly after entering the ranks, a few unfriendly remarks reached the ears of Jiang Yun and Jiang Yun, strikingly discordant. Chapter 15. Dare to engage in a beast duel with me? Listening to these jarring comments, Jiang Yun remained unfazed. After all, he understood the necessity of maintaining a low profile at this juncture, and he knew his own worth. There was no need for futile arguments with these people, a waste of time. However, Jiang Yun harbored a different sentiment. Upon hearing insults directed at her brother, her anger flared. She turned around and began to argue with these individuals. You shall not speak ill of my brother. He is far from a mere luck-dependent fool. He has declared that he will become the most formidable beast master, and I believe he will achieve it. With her hands on her hips, Jiang Yun defiantly addressed the crowd behind her. Her words drew another wave of mockery. The strongest beast master. That is truly the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. Do you think becoming the strongest beast master is as simple as picking a cabbage? Just because he says he will become one, does that make it so? Exactly. Just take a look at your brother's character. He is a talentless wretch who relies solely on beast qualifications to enter the special training class. How can he aspire to become the strongest beast master? It is nothing but a delusion. And let us not even mention your brother. Yula can only rely on the school's meager subsidies of spirit stones. Even if you were given a beast with golden level qualifications, could you afford to raise it? I doubt you could even manage to become black iron beast masters. In this special training class, it seems only our Xiao possesses the qualifications to become the strongest beast master. Do not speak of my brother in such a manner. Upon hearing these derogatory remarks about her brother, Jiang Yun clenched her fists, her cheeks flushed with indignation. At that moment, Jiang Yun suddenly approached from behind and gently patted her shoulder. Jiang Yun looked at him with a face full of grievance. Brother, they are saying things about you, and I cannot bear it. Jiang Yun smiled, ruffling Jiang Yun's hair, then turned a cold gaze towards the gossips, his displeasure evident. Is a golden elite beast truly that formidable? Is a sea-level talent truly so impressive? He could dismiss their ridicule, but he would never allow them to bully his sister. Indeed, a golden elite beast is incredibly powerful. A sea-level talent is truly remarkable. Just as Jiang Yun finished speaking, a young man emerged from behind the crowd. Dressed in luxurious attire, clearly distinguished from his peers. It was evident that he hailed from a noble lineage. Jiang Yun's icy gaze swept over the young man, who was unmistakably the Shao spoken of by the others. Even so, Jiang Yun did not waver in the slightest. Today, he would stand up for his sister. Calmly, he issued a challenge. In that case, this Shao, dare you engage in a beast duel with me? Utilizing the ability to manifest entries from all things. Jiang Yun had thoroughly absorbed the information about this Shao. Species, Demon Claw Wolf, Electric Attribute. Realm, Black Iron 2nd Stage. Qualification, Golden Elite. Talent skills, Rare Demon Wolf Claw, Rare Movie Flash. With this information, Jiang Yun was not only able to make informed predictions about the impending battle, but also assess the potential outcome based on strength. He had discreetly observed his fire dragon fish that morning. It had completely absorbed the fire spirit stone, elevating its power to the black iron 3rd stage. Even against opponents of equal rank, the fire dragon fish, with its superior qualifications, would be able to crush the demon claw wolf. Especially given that its realm was currently 1 stage higher than that of its adversary. The outcome of this battle was beyond doubt. A pauper dares to issue a challenge? Shao is a genius beastmaster. How could he possibly duel with such trash? It's simply beneath him. Jiang Yun's challenge was met with derisive laughter, akin to a stone cast into a cesspool, stirring nothing but foul mockery. Shao cast a sidelong glance at him, and the sycophants behind him erupted into exaggerated laughter. What are you even? Shao finally spoke, his tone dripping with disdain, as if crushing an ant beneath his heel. My demon claw wolf could easily crush your beast as if it were nothing more than an insect. Is there any need for a duel? Jiang Yun's eyes reddened with anger, ready to retort, but Jiang Yun discreetly shielded her behind him. Jiang Yun's gaze remained calm, fixed on Shao. So, the Golden Elite Beast Master is nothing more than this. You dare not accept the challenge? Then I have nothing further to say to you. At Jiang Yun's words, Shao's pupils constricted in shock. As a direct descendant of the Shao family, he had been held in high esteem throughout his life. Never had he been treated with such contempt. The laughter surrounding them abruptly ceased, and the atmosphere became tense. They never expected Jiang Yun, this so-called waste, to be so audacious as to speak thus to Shao. It was akin to having one's wits knocked out. The gazes of several sycophants turned towards Shao, whose face was contorted with fury. What did you say? He stepped forward, his beast master energy surging, clearly incensed by Jiang Yun's words. I said. Jiang Yun seemingly elongated his words for effect. Some individuals consider themselves geniuses, yet lack the courage to engage in a fair battle. It turns out that a sea-level talent with a golden elite beast is merely this. Silence. Shao suddenly bellowed. Jiang Yun's words had struck him like a deep humiliation. Who is afraid of losing? It is merely a duel. I, Shao Ling, would fear a waste like you, who lacks any beast master talent and only relies on luck to get by. Oh, Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile on his face. Then why do you hesitate to accept? I simply disdain wasting my time on a waste. Shao forced a sneer, but since you are so eager to be humiliated, I shall graciously entertain you. Since we are to engage, let us raise the stakes. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yun boldly proposed a wager. If you lose, you shall give me 500 fire spirit stones. If I lose, you may do as you wish with me. What say you? Jiang Yun thought that he was in need of spirit stones, and it would be a perfect opportunity to extract a hefty sum from this arrogant Shao. With Shao's arrogance on full display, Jiang Yun was unperturbed by the possibility of refusal. Even if Shao declined, he would have nothing to lose. 500 spirit stones? The crowd gasped. Even for the Shao family, 500 attribute spirit stones were no trifling matter. They were enough to nurture a black iron beast for an entire year. For Jiang Yun's fire dragon fish, it might not even last a fortnight. Upon hearing this, Shao's expression shifted dramatically. While he could easily part with 5 million federal coins, his daily expenses often reached 5 to 6 million. 500 spirit stones were a different matter altogether. They were among the most precious commodities in this world, often difficult to obtain. The 500 spirit stones were indeed the quantity he had cultivated for his beast over the course of a month. Yet, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, he found himself in a predicament from which he could not retreat. Finally, with gritted teeth, he declared, "Very well. Since you have lost, you shall crawl beneath me and let everyone witness the disparity between a mere luck-driven pauper and myself." While 500 spirit stones represented a substantial sum, Shao Ling did not entertain the notion of defeat. The surrounding classmates shared this sentiment in their eyes. Jiang Yun's challenge to young Master Shao was nothing short of a path to self-destruction. Deal. Jiang Yun turned to Coach Lin, who had been observing with a cold demeanor. Coach Lin, might I request your presence as a witness? Coach Lin's gaze flitted between the two competitors before he finally nodded, albeit with a cautionary tone. I can. But let me make this clear. Keep it within limits. Do not endanger the life of the beast. He paused, his eyes sweeping over Xiaoling, clearly indicating that he held little faith in Jiang Yun's chances of victory. Xiaoling scoffed, summoning his underlings with a wave of his hand. Clear the arena. Today, you shall witness what a true genius beast master embodies. Suddenly, Jiang Yun's sister, Jiang Yun, tugged at his sleeve, her voice trembling. Brother, I'm sorry. This whole situation arose because of me. Perhaps I should be the one to fight. If I lose, I will accept the punishment. A hint of guilt shadowed her features. Foolish girl, Jiang Yun smiled gently, ruffling her hair. This matter does not fall upon your shoulders. These arrogant individuals, should we let this slide, will only return for more trouble in the future. It is better to subdue them decisively now, so they dare not bully us again. Besides, how can you be so certain that I shall lose? With those words, Jiang Yun strode purposefully toward the center of the now vacated arena. In the center, Xiaoling had already summoned his beast, the Shadow Claw Wolf. This towering black wolf, standing at nearly 2 meters, was muscled and fierce. With electric arcs dancing at the tips of its claws, an ominous beast of the Black Iron second rank with an electric attribute. Jiang Yun's ability to manifest information had accurately captured every detail of the Shadow Claw Wolf. Chapter 16. Can you pay 500 spirit stones? Through his ability, the wolf's data was crystal clear to Jiang Yun. Black Iron second rank, golden top-tier qualification, electric attribute, and innate skills of Shadow Claw and Thunder Strike. Even its weakness against fire attributes was laid bare. His Fire Dragon Fish possessed the very fire attribute required. Moreover, with the Fire Dragon Fish having ascended to the Black Iron third rank, the outcome of this battle was predetermined from the start. Yet, onlookers clearly deemed Jiang Yun devoid of any chance of victory. A waste of space? He dares to challenge young Master Xiao? Perhaps after signing a contract with his beast yesterday, he has lost all sense of reality. One classmate crossed his arms, his eyes filled with disdain. Young Master Xiao's Shadow Claw Wolf possesses a golden top-tier qualification and has achieved Black Iron second-rank strength. Even if his beast were golden rank, it would be crushed beneath it. I suspect he is merely desperate, attempting to swindle some spirit stones through this wager. Another boy with a buzz cut scoffed. What a pity he picked the wrong opponent. Soon, he'll not only lose the spirit stones, but will also have to crawl beneath young Master Xiao. This will be quite the spectacle. What kind of beast does he even have? He just contracted it yesterday. It couldn't possibly have even reached Black Iron first rank. Someone intentionally raised their voice, inciting laughter from those around. All eyes now fixed upon Jiang Yun, as if he were a jester about to make a fool of himself. Jiang Yun's face flushed with indignation, her fists clenched tightly. Jiang Yun, however, remained composed. With a swift motion, he released the Fire Dragon Fish from the beast's space. A radiant golden light illuminated the arena, accompanied by a faint mist and a searing aura, as the Fire Dragon Fish gracefully emerged. It floated effortlessly, supported by a pool of crystal-clear water, surrounded by swirling flames, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that momentarily stunned the audience. Yet, the next moment, the derision grew even louder. Is that a fish? I can't be seeing this right. Huh? A fish dares to compete in a beast battle? Young Master Xiao's Shadow Claw Wolf could swallow it whole. I understand now. He is here to entertain us. Thinking that a strangely shaped fish can triumph over a golden top-tier Shadow Claw Wolf? What a dream. Look at the meager water beneath it and the flames on its back. Could it be a failed mutation? A bizarre creature of water and fire, a true abomination. Xiaoling regarded the Fire Dragon Fish with utter contempt, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Pathetic. Are you afraid that you won't look good in defeat? So you've brought an ornamental fish to amuse us? You might as well save time and crawl beneath me now. I might spare you. Otherwise, my Shadow Claw Wolf will turn it into a roasted fish, and you will have no one to blame. Young Master Xiao is right. Hurry and crawl. Don't waste young Master Xiao's time. His entourage chimed in, their disdain palpable. Xiaoling ceased his chatter, his gaze sharp. To the Shadow Claw Wolf, he commanded. Shadow Wolf, employ Shadow Claw, and end this swiftly. The Shadow Claw Wolf, already poised for action, let out a thunderous roar, its dark form erupting with blinding electric light. It surged forward like a bolt of black lightning toward the Fire Dragon Fish, its claws crackling with electricity, tearing through the air with a sound that resembled a rending fabric. What incredible speed! Is this Shadow Claw? How powerful! The fish surely cannot evade it. This is the end. That fish is doomed. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the spectators. They watched with bated breath, some already bracing themselves for the spectacle of the Fire Dragon Fish being torn apart. Coach Lin furrowed his brow, leaning slightly forward, ready to intervene. Although the records indicated that the fire dragon fish was also a golden tier beast, it faced the might of a black iron second-rank golden tier beast, the Shadow Claw Wolf. In his estimation, against the speed and strength of the Shadow Claw, the fire dragon fish stood little chance. As a coach, he must ensure the safety of both beasts and their masters. Yet, Jiang Yun remained unflappable, as if he had not noticed the approaching Shadow Claw Wolf at all. Just as the wolf's claws were about to make contact with the scales of the fire dragon fish, Jiang Yun spoke slowly, his voice clear and steady. Little fire. Fire domain prison. As he uttered these words, the flames surrounding the fire dragon fish surged explosively, the crimson flames seeming to come alive, rapidly expanding outward to form a fiery cage approximately 3 meters high and 2 meters in diameter, ensnaring the charging Shadow Claw Wolf within. What? Fire? This fish possesses fire attribute skills? No, that can't be right. Fish are typically water attribute. How can it wield fire? The onlookers were left in shock, their mouths agape at the astonishing sight before them. The Shadow Claw Wolf, trapped within the fiery prison, was equally taken aback. It thrashed wildly, attempting to break free from the flames, but each time its claws made contact, it was met with searing heat, accompanied by the hissing sound of its fur being singed. The electric sparks surrounding its claws dimmed dramatically, as fire attributes counteract electric ones with devastating effect. Witnessing this turn of events, Xiao Ling's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Shadow Wolf, break free using Thunderstrike." A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the Thunderclaw Wolf, as electric sparks surged around its body, causing its form to blur as it attempted to break through the fiery prison with sheer speed. However, the flame dragon fish was already prepared. Jiang Yun's voice resonated once more. With a fierce breath of flames, the flame dragon fish opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of crimson golden fire that surged forth like a roaring dragon, imbued with searing heat, striking the Thunderclaw Wolf with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The electric energy enveloping the Thunderclaw Wolf was instantly consumed by the flames. It let out a heart-wrenching scream, its body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground 10 meters away and kicking up a cloud of dust. It struggled to rise, but as it lifted its head, it coughed up a mouthful of blood. Its fur was charred black, especially on its chest, where a deep burn mark remained, having lost a significant portion of its combat capability. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood dumbstruck, gazing at the hovering flame dragon fish and the nearly lifeless Thunderclaw Wolf on the ground, their minds blank. After a lengthy pause, someone finally regained their composure and stammered, "How is this possible? This abominable fish managed to defeat a golden tier Thunderclaw Wolf? What was that skill? A fiery breath? This is simply outrageous. A fish can breathe fire? And it knocked the Thunderclaw Wolf away in one blow. How can it, being a fish, utilize fire-based skills? Is it a dual attribute beast? Dual attribute beasts are exceedingly rare, aren't they? Even a dual attribute beast with silver tier qualities is considered a treasure, yet this fish possesses such attributes? And did you notice? The aura of the flame dragon fish seemed incredibly strong, far surpassing that of young Master Zhao's Thunderclaw Wolf. The crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs, their tones filled with astonishment and confusion. Their gazes toward Jiang Yun shifted from mockery to fear. The classmates who had previously ridiculed Jiang Yun lowered their heads in shame. Coach Lin was also taken aback. He had been prepared to intervene, but he never anticipated the battle would conclude so swiftly, with Jiang Yun's flame dragon fish decisively annihilating Xiao Ling's Thunderclaw Wolf. He approached the Thunderclaw Wolf, inspecting it closely, and discovered that while it was severely injured, it was not in any mortal danger, which relieved him. If a beast perished under his very watch, it would signify a grave dereliction of duty on his part as a coach. Subsequently, Coach Lin's gaze returned to the flame dragon fish, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of brilliance, followed by astonishment. The aura of this flame dragon fish is actually at the Black Iron Tier 3. No wonder it could defeat a Black Iron Tier 2 Thunderclaw Wolf, and it possesses both the Fire Domain Prison and Fiery Breath skills. Even beasts of golden tier qualities seldom exhibit such prodigious talent. This beast's future is undoubtedly limitless. Coach Lin mused internally, suddenly comprehending why the principal had specifically chosen this young man to transition into a core student. Even if he lacked the talent of a beast master, possessing such an extraordinary beast would surely lead to significant achievements in the future. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling stood frozen in place, his face as pale as a sheet. He stared vacantly at the Thunderclaw Wolf on the ground, muttering to himself, "Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. My Thunder Wolf possesses golden tier qualities. How could it lose to a mere fish? He is nothing but a talentless waste. How could his beast be so powerful? There must be some mistake." He refused to accept this reality. In his view, With a C-tier beast master talent, a prestigious lineage, and a meticulously chosen golden-tier beast cultivated with his family's vast resources. Reaching Black Iron Tier 2 in just half a month was a feat that should not have been possible to lose against Jiang Yun, whom he deemed a worthless fool. Yet, the scene before him delivered a stinging slap of reality, forcing him to confront this harsh truth. At that moment, Jiang Yun calmly approached Xiaoling, extending his right hand, and gazed at him with a serene expression, stating, "Young Master Xiao, a bet is a bet. Are you now prepared to fulfill the wager and provide the 500 spirit stones?" Chapter 17, Golden Tier 1. Earth Shin Turtle. Jiang Yun's palm hovered steadily before Xiaoling, his tone unassuming yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. The surrounding air became charged with tension. Every gaze fixated upon Xiaoling as if he were under a spotlight. The words of the wager echoed clearly in the minds of all present core students, marking this as the moment to truly test the dignity of the Xiao family. Xiaoling's face flushed crimson, then shifted to a deep violet as he grappled with the implications of 500 spirit stones. For the affluent Xiao family, this might be a trifling sum. However, for him, it represented an entire month's worth of resources for beast cultivation, enough to elevate the Thunderclaw Wolf from Black Iron Tier 2 to Tier 3, or even Tier 4. Should his family discover that he lost 500 spirit stones to a talentless waste, his resources for beast cultivation would surely be severely curtailed. After all, it was merely a jest. Why take it so seriously? Xiaoling abruptly turned his head, his voice laced with a feigned nonchalance as he subtly took a step back. "Jiang Yun, you've already garnered enough glory from winning the battle. There's no need to push your luck." "Jest?" Jiang Yun arched an eyebrow. As though he had anticipated this turn of events, he deliberately raised his voice so that all present could hear. Who was it that thumped their chest, proclaiming that if they lost, I could crawl beneath them, and if they won, they would grant me 500 spirit stones? Now that you have lost, you wish to pretend as if nothing occurred? His words fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples of commotion. Indeed, it was Xiaoling who agreed to the wager. How can he now renege? Murmured the onlookers, aghast at the lack of decorum displayed by the Xiao family. Even I adhere to the principle of keeping one's word. Xiaoling's actions are beneath contempt. Previously, those who had derided Jiang Yun now found themselves reconsidering, realizing that young Master Xiao was merely a sore loser. Whispers of discontent arose from all corners. The entourage that had once clustered around Xiaoling lowered their heads, fearful of being implicated. Xiaoling's ears buzzed with the murmurs. He shot a glare at Jiang Yun, his eyes brimming with animosity. "Don't push me." "I am not pushing you." Jiang Yun shrugged nonchalantly, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "I simply did not expect that the esteemed young master of the Xiao family would turn out to be a man of no integrity." "Very well. If you cannot provide it, I shall forego it." "What did you say?" Xiaoling trembled with rage, ready to lash out, but found himself at a loss. After all, he was no longer Jiang Yun's adversary, and the current circumstances left him undeniably in the wrong. Should he truly defy the wager and refuse payment, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Xiao family, rendering his future all the more precarious. Xiaoling gritted his teeth, finally retrieving a jade box intricately carved with lightning patterns from his storage ring, and forcefully threw it at Jiang Yun's feet. 500 fire spirit stones, take them. Don't think that winning once makes you impressive. I will make you pay back double. Jiang Yun bent to pick up the jade box, feeling the rich energy of lightning emanating from within as his fingers brushed its surface. He nodded in satisfaction, casually stowing the box in his beast space. Although these spirit stones were not of the fire or water attributes and could not enhance the strength of the flame dragon fish, selling them would still yield a considerable fortune. "I am always ready to oblige," he replied. Jiang Yun responded with a nonchalant tone, his indifference driving Xiaoling to the brink of madness more than any direct mockery could. Xiaoling clenched his fists tightly, turning to retract his panting magic claw wolf into the beastmaster space. He left the arena in a hasty retreat, passing by Jiang Yun, who cast a haughty glance his way. A loss is a loss. Why try to evade it? How embarrassing. Xiaoling paused momentarily but dared not retort. In his heart, however, he had already inscribed Jiang Yun's name onto his blacklist. He would remember this debt. "Brother, you were incredible," Jiang Yun exclaimed, bouncing over to Jiang Yun and excitedly tugging at his arm. "Those who mocked you earlier are now silent. Even Xiaoling has gone pale. It's so satisfying." She turned to glare at the most vocal of the mockers, hands on her hips, huffing. "Who said my brother was useless? Who called his beast a mere ornamental fish? Why are they so quiet now? Care for another wager?" The other students, their faces flushed with embarrassment, could only lower their heads and hastily shuffle to the back of the line. The gazes of the remaining students towards Jiang Yun had undergone a profound transformation, now imbued with awe and curiosity. A few had already begun to contemplate whether they should seek to befriend him. All right, the match has concluded. Let us return to silence. At that moment, Coach Lin clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. The farce ends here. We shall commence the lesson. His eyes swept across the assembly before finally settling on Jiang Yun, a glimmer of appreciation evident therein. Student Jiang Yun's beast is remarkable. Yet training as a core student entails far more than merely winning a battle. Instantly, the crowd composed themselves, aligning in neat rows. Coach Lin regarded the students with a serious demeanor, stating, "My course for core students contains no tedious theories nor basic skill guidance. The sole focus is on practical combat." Practical combat. One student interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. "But most of our beasts are merely black iron level. And some haven't even reached the first tier of black iron yet. Who shall we battle?" Coach Lin's lips curled into a stern smile. "You will fight me." "What?" The response sent a wave of astonishment rippling through the crowd. Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that the core curriculum would involve resource allocation or specialized guidance on beast skills. He had not expected direct combat with the coach. Such a training method was undeniably audacious. However, it was clear that Coach Lin possessed strength far superior to theirs. Did he truly have the capability to engage in real combat? Do not be surprised, Coach Lin elucidated. Only through confrontation with the strong can the reaction speed and combat prowess of your beasts be swiftly enhanced, and only then can you cultivate synergy with your beasts. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved towards the open ground. A surge of earthy yellow light erupted forth, accompanied by the tremors of the ground. A colossal beast gradually materialized before the eyes of all. It was an enormous tortoise, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length. Its shell resembled thick rock, adorned with deep brown patterns akin to a naturally formed defensive array. Each plate was the size of a millstone, its edges emanating a faint yellowish glow. Its 4 sturdy legs resembled iron pillars, leaving distinct impressions in the soil as they touched down. Its head was a slate gray, with eyes like 2 profound obsidian orbs that turned slowly, exuding an air of authority. The folds of its neck cascaded like layers of hardened scales. The entire giant tortoise emanated a weighty, steady aura, and simply standing there made one feel as if it were immovable. At the moment the tortoise appeared, Jiang Yun's innate ability, manifestation of all things, activated, and lines of information vividly materialized before him. Species: Earth Xian Turtle, Earth Attribute. Tier: Gold Level 1. Potential: Top Tier Gold Potential. Innate Skills: Rare Falling Rock, Uncommon Earth Escape, Uncommon Earth Spike, Ordinary Copper Wall Iron Bastion. Evolution Path: Can evolve twice. After the first evolution, it becomes Mountain Crusher Turtle with primary purple crystal potential. After the second evolution, it becomes Celestial Spirit Turtle with primary diamond potential. Hint: Earth Xian Turtle possesses formidable defensive capabilities, excels in prolonged combat and area attacks, but is hindered by slow movement speed. Chapter 18. The Terrifying Pressure of a Gold-Level Beast. Gold Level 1. Jiang Yun silently marveled. This was his first close encounter with a gold-level beast. From the information alone, he could sense its immense power. Now, everyone summon your beasts and prepare for battle. Coach Lin's voice resounded once more. The students promptly sprang into action. Radiant lights bursting forth in succession. Come forth, wind-wing bird. A boy clad in a green training uniform summoned a blue bird with a wingspan of 2 meters. Its wings shimmering with a faint breeze elemental glow, representing a black iron-level wind attribute beast. Ice Crystal Rabbit, it's your turn to shine. A girl summoned a snow-white rabbit, its ears tipped with pale blue ice crystals, leaving tiny icy impressions on the ground with its paws. Also a black iron-level ice attribute beast. Rock-armored beast, emerge. Another burly boy summoned a gray giant beast over 1 meter tall, its body encased in rock-like armor. Exuding formidable defense, a black iron-level earth attribute beast. One by one, various beasts of different species took the stage. Jiang Yun also summoned her beast. Little Black. Xiaoling, meanwhile, summoned his magic claw wolf once more. Remarkably, the burn mark on its chest had faded considerably, though its energy remained somewhat weakened. It at least managed to stand. Yet, upon seeing the fire dragon fish floating beside Jiang Yun, the previously fierce gaze of the magic claw wolf turned to one of terror, instinctively recoiling and hiding behind Xiaoling, its fur bristling, emitting a low whimper indicative of its psychological trauma from the flames. Useless waste. Xiaoling, both furious and anxious, kicked the magic claw wolf, but it merely huddled tighter, refusing to emerge from behind him. The surrounding students could not help but chuckle at the sight, and Xiaoling's face darkened, wishing desperately to sink into the ground. All right, everyone and their beasts, prepare for combat. Coach Lin's voice interrupted the unfolding scene, his gaze sharpening as he addressed the Earth Xian Turtle. Release your aura, Control the intensity. Do not harm them. The earth Xian turtle slowly raised its head, emitting a low rumble from its throat. In the next moment, a wave of terrifying pressure surged forth from it, akin to a tidal wave. This was the unique aura of a gold-level beast, inherently suppressing lower-tier beasts, heavy and imposing. Like an invisible mountain pressing down upon all students and their beasts. Thud! The first student could no longer bear it and collapsed to the ground. Their wind-winged bird plummeting from the sky, trembling and unable to muster the strength to flap its wings. Soon after, more students began to falter. Some knelt on one knee, while others lay flat on the ground, their faces flushed and beaded with cold sweat. Jiang Yun too felt the weight of that oppressive aura, as if an unseen hand bore down upon his shoulder, making every breath a struggle. Though the fire dragon fish beside him did not fall. The flames that enveloped its body grew considerably dimmer, and its fins trembled slightly, clearly burdened by immense pressure. This was the might of a gold-tier beastmaster. Jiang Yun marveled inwardly. He had previously believed that the black iron-tier fire dragon fish was formidable enough, yet under the oppressive aura of the gold-tier beast, it found itself utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. The chasm in realms was far more disheartening than that of innate talent. He could not help but ponder. If the gold tier exuded such terrifying pressure, what kind of formidable existence would the higher tiers, such as the amethyst and diamond levels, embody? Instantly, Jiang Yun's thoughts drifted to the principal, who possessed amethyst tier strength. What sort of terrifying beast would he command? Everyone felt it, didn't they? Coach Lin's voice pierced through the pressure, carrying a note of seriousness. Today's training is quite simple. It's about withstanding pressure. He paused briefly before continuing. The battles of beastmasters are not merely contests of their beast's prowess, but also a test of will. If you and your beasts can endure this pressure and approach within 2 meters of the earth turtle, I shall consider your training complete for the day, and you may rest. Otherwise, you shall endure this pressure all day long. With that, Coach Lin settled himself atop the earth turtle and, seemingly pulling a small table from nowhere, leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. As his words settled, the prone students exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of bitterness in the other's eyes, but more so a tenacity that refused to yield. One student gritted his teeth, pushing against the ground in an attempt to rise. It's merely about withstanding pressure, right? I refuse to believe I can't do it. With his movement, others began to follow suit. Some leaned against nearby railings to slowly rise, while others crawled forward inch by inch. Their beasts, spurred by their master's determination, trembled and stepped forward, though they quickly succumbed to the ground once more. Jiang Yun took a deep breath and softly spoke to the fire dragon fish beside him. Let us give it a try. The fire dragon fish seemed to comprehend his words, and the flames surrounding it brightened slightly. Perhaps it was due to the fire dragon fish. Jiang Yun felt the pressure weighing upon him ease somewhat. Together, they struggled to inch forward. Yet, mere moments later, Jiang Yun's knees began to tremble under the formidable pressure. Every centimeter of progress felt akin to pushing a massive boulder. The earth turtle's oppressive aura clung to his shoulders like a tangible force, rendering even breathing a laborious task. The fire dragon fish beside him was similarly affected. Its flames flickered erratically, and its tail thumped against the ground, each movement appearing exceedingly laborious. This could not simply be about enduring. A thought suddenly flickered through Jiang Yun's mind. Since Coach Lin was the mentor to the core students, he could not possibly expect them to only withstand pressure. This form of training seemed utterly pointless beyond mere suffering. There must be a deeper purpose behind it. At this moment, as a beastmaster, it appeared that the only strength he could rely on was his own beast and the power within him. With this in mind, Jiang Yun endeavored to channel the power of his beast, releasing a faint wisp of energy from within. The instant the energy left his body, the overwhelming pressure weighing down upon him lessened slightly. Though it was a minuscule change, it was sufficient to affirm his suspicions. Jiang Yun felt a surge of joy and immediately intensified the output of his beast power, but just as he reached 30%, a wave of discomfort surged through his chest. At his current level as a beastmaster, it seemed he could not sustain a large expenditure of beast power for long. Oh, the connection between beastmasters and their beasts. As Jiang Yun grappled with this dilemma, he suddenly recalled the foundational theories he had learned in his beastmaster training. It seemed that these theoretical principles could now be applied in practice. Chapter 19. A Shared Heart? Mutual Trust? The foundational course for beastmasters stated that there exists a contractual bond between the beastmaster and their beast. This connection not only facilitates the transmission of commands, but also allows for the sharing of beast power. He immediately focused, channeling the beast power within him through the contractual bond, slowly infusing it into the fire dragon fish. At the moment the connection was established, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. As the beast power mingled with that of the fire dragon fish, the oppressive pressure bearing down on them dissipated by more than half. Jiang Yun felt as if a great weight had been lifted. His once heavy limbs suddenly regained some strength, and he tentatively straightened his knees, managing to rise slowly. The fire dragon fish beside him also seemed invigorated, its flames blazing anew. This guy actually stood up? How did he accomplish that? I can barely lift my hand. The surrounding students immediately took notice, erupting into exclamations of astonishment. The prone Xiaoling abruptly lifted his head, eyes filled with disbelief. He had attempted countless times to manipulate his beast power, managing to alleviate only a fraction of the pressure. How could Jiang Yun, this seemingly talentless waste, stand up so effortlessly? A fierce wave of resentment surged within him, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. As Jiang Yun gradually rose, Coach Lin's eyes glimmered with approval as he nodded slightly at Jiang Yun. Well done. It seems you've grasped the concept. A beast master and their beast are indeed one. Fighting alone will never unleash their greatest potential. Only through mutual understanding and shared strength can one transcend their limits. Jiang Yun understood, realizing that Coach Lin's true training objective was to impart the essence of beast collaboration. Once he steadied himself, he immediately turned to the still struggling Jiang Yun and softly advised, Xiaoyan, try to channel your beast power into the sky-eating rabbit and establish a connection of strength. Jiang Yun paused momentarily before promptly complying. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her beast power and transmitted it to the sky-eating rabbit through their bond. At the instant the beast power began to flow, the trembling of the rabbit's body ceased abruptly. Its emerald green eyes glimmered with a faint glow, and a subtle dark aura enveloped it. With this newfound strength, Jiang Yun gradually pushed against the ground to stand, albeit still a bit shaky. She had at least escaped the embarrassment of being prone. It actually worked. Brother, you're incredible, Jiang Yun exclaimed with excitement. The other students naturally took note of this development. Recalling Jiang Yun's earlier words, they immediately began to emulate him. Quick, channel your beast power to your beasts. I can't connect with my wing bird. Don't panic, focus, and think of merging with your beast. The training ground erupted into a cacophony of shouts. Some students quickly grasped the technique and successfully established a connection with their beasts, rising slowly. Others, however, struggled due to insufficient synergy with their beasts, sweating profusely after several failed attempts. The girl who had summoned the ice crystal rabbit finally succeeded in transmitting her beast power after 5 tries. The crystalline bunny was enveloped in a dazzling radiance, its icy glory shimmering so brilliantly that it formed a delicate layer of ice upon the ground. Empowered by this force, the girl rose to her feet, excitement surging within her as she embraced the crystalline bunny, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. This is wonderful. I did it. Meanwhile, Xiaoling gritted his teeth, desperately attempting to channel his beast mastery power into the clawed wolf. However, the clawed wolf, having been previously defeated by the fire dragon fish, exhibited an extremely low receptiveness to the beast mastery energy. Upon absorbing just a trace of it, it began to tremble violently, even pushing back against Xiaoling's power. Frustrated and enraged, Xiaoling kicked the clawed wolf fiercely. Useless trash. You can't even manage this little task. The clawed wolf whimpered and curled up on the ground, resisting Xiaoling's energy even more fiercely. Ultimately, not only did Xiaoling fail to rise, but he also nearly spewed blood as a result of the backlash, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. This display inevitably drew a wave of sympathetic murmurs from the other students. Soon, several students began to stand up one after another. However, even those who succeeded in standing faced formidable challenges in moving forward. A boy who summoned a rock-armored beast attempted to take a step forward after rising. Yet, as he lifted his foot, the oppressive force of the earth turtle crashed upon him like a tidal wave, causing the rock-armored beast to emit a pained roar and collapse heavily to the ground, dragging the boy down to one knee, beads of cold sweat soaking his collar. Damn it, why is it still so difficult? He lamented, striking the ground in frustration. Coach Lin chuckled at this sight. Merely merging your powers is far from sufficient. Without achieving an absolute synergy of heart and trust, you will never take a single step forward. This remark elicited cries of despair from many students. Clearly, this was a training exercise designed to test the trust and tacit understanding between beast masters and their beasts. Synergy of heart and mutual trust? Jiang Yun glanced at the fire dragon fish beside him, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Had the bond of trust truly formed between him and the fire dragon fish? Jiang Yun attempted to move forward. The connection between his power and that of the fire dragon fish seemed remarkably stable, each step taken with deliberate steadiness. Although he still felt the overwhelming pressure, it was notably more manageable than before. With each advance, he adjusted the output of his beast mastery energy, ensuring that it remained in harmony with that of the fire dragon fish. The fire dragon fish appeared equally cooperative, its fiery aura resonating with Jiang Yun's energy, even proactively shielding him from a portion of the oppressive force, alleviating his burden. Together, they gradually traversed more than 2 meters, drawing closer to the earth turtle. Coach Lin observed Jiang Yun's figure, his gaze filled with growing approval. He had not anticipated that this seemingly talentless youth would not only possess exceptional comprehension, but also exhibit a level of synergy with his beast that far surpassed that of his peers. Such a gift might very well eclipse the so-called C and B level talents. Xiaoling watched Jiang Yun's steady progress with seething jealousy and resentment threatening to overflow. He forcefully summoned his beast mastery energy once more, disregarding the clawed wolf's resistance, and forcibly infused it with power. The clawed wolf let out a shrill, anguished cry as its body convulsed violently. Drawing upon this force, Xiaoling staggered to his feet, but as soon as he took a step, he lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Jiang Yun, I want to let you off. Xiaoling lay on the ground, his gaze dark and menacing as he glared at Jiang Yun's back, his teeth clenching audibly. Jiang Yun seemingly sensed Xiaoling's scrutiny. He glanced back with a calm and unperturbed expression before continuing to coordinate with the fire dragon fish, inching toward the earth turtle. Although the journey remained arduous, he understood that this was not merely a test of their will, but also a prime opportunity to enhance their rapport. As long as they persisted, they would undoubtedly accomplish the training task set for the day. Chapter 20, Bloodline Suppression. 3 skills. As Jiang Yun and the fire dragon fish drew ever closer to the earth turtle, the muscles in Jiang Yun's calves tightened painfully, each lift of his leg becoming an arduous endeavor. The earth turtle's oppressive force felt like tangible waves, intensifying as they approached its core zone. The fire dragon fish remained closely beside him, its fiery aura having lost its earlier intensity, flickering like a candle in the wind. Its tail fins' impact against the ground diminishing, and even the scarlet sheen of its scales dulled. Just half a meter more. Jiang Yun's gaze was fixed on the earth turtle's rock-patterned foot. With just one more step, he could cross the 2-meter threshold. Yet that half-meter felt like an insurmountable chasm. He summoned the last vestige of his beast mastery energy, striving to propel himself forward, but his knee remained stubbornly immobile, a sharp pain shooting through him as he exerted too much force. Still unable to take that step, he wondered, what was happening? Why had the pressure suddenly shifted? Rock-armored beast. Stand up. Wind-winged bird. What are you doing? At that moment, a series of gasps erupted from behind, shattering the training ground silence. Jiang Yun instinctively turned, only to witness the wind-winged bird, previously struggling, suddenly appearing utterly drained of strength, its wings drooping to the ground, its head buried deep in its feathers, its entire body trembling uncontrollably. The crystalline bunny curled into a ball, its ears pressed tightly against its back, its emerald-like eyes filled with terror, too frightened to look ahead. Even the usually resilient rock-armored beast lay whimpering on the ground, its limbs pressed tightly against the earth, as if trying to evade some horrific presence. All the students were bewildered, mistakenly believing that Coach Lin had instructed the earth turtle to amplify its oppressive force. Only Coach Lin's expression shifted from calm to one of shock. He shared a profound connection with the earth turtle and understood better than anyone that the sudden surge of pressure was not emanating from it. Even the earth turtle itself trembled slightly, its previously steady gaze now flickering with wariness. Coach Lin's heart raced as an unfamiliar aura surged through their bond. This energy was not overwhelming, yet it bore a disdainful essence that seemed to originate from the depths of a bloodline. Akin to the low rumble accompanying the awakening of an ancient beast, capable of inducing instinctual submission in lower-tier beasts with just a gentle sweep. This was bloodline suppression. Coach Lin's breath caught in his throat, his gaze sweeping across the arena like a searchlight, ultimately locking onto the fire dragon fish beside Jiang Yun. The source of this aura was emanating from this seemingly ordinary black iron-tier beast. Having taught core students for 15 years, he had encountered countless beasts. Yet he had only sensed such an aura on 2 rare occasions. The first was in the Sea City Beastmaster Association's treasure hall, where he encountered a silver moon wolf possessing royal bloodline. The second was during the Federal Beastmaster competition, where he witnessed a bywater dragon with an ancient bloodline. Only royal beasts, or those possessing ancient royal bloodlines, could exert bloodline power to suppress other beasts, even if their own rank was inferior. Yet the fire dragon fish was merely a black iron-tier mutated beast. How could it possess the bloodline suppression characteristic of a royal beast? Was it a hidden passive skill? If so, did this mean the fire dragon fish possessed 3 skills? A black iron-tier beast with 3 skills. Coach Lin's mind erupted in a thunderous realization. Ordinary golden grade beast tamers possess a maximum of 2 innate skills, while those capable of wielding 3 skills invariably originate from the pinnacle of diamond grade talent. If the fire dragon fish not only possesses the fire domain cage and flame breath, but also conceals the passive ability of bloodline suppression, then its value transcends the mere realm of golden grade qualifications. He couldn't help but recall the information that mentioned this fire dragon fish was selected by Jiang Yun from the unassessed beast eggs at the cultivation center. At that time, he merely attributed it to Jiang Yun's good fortune, but now it seems it was anything but luck. A fire dragon fish endowed with bloodline suppression cannot possibly be an ordinary mutated ferocious beast. Perhaps its bloodline harbors even more astounding secrets? Coach Lin's heartbeat quickened, and his gaze towards the fire dragon fish brimmed with astonishment and curiosity, even tinged with disbelief. He began to understand why the principal placed such immense importance on this seemingly talentless boy, who had likely contracted a truly formidable creature. Simultaneously, Jiang Yun swiftly grasped the situation. He sensed that this peculiar aura emanated not from the earth turtle, but rather from the water dragon fish beside him. That aura was released by the fire dragon fish. He felt the contract connection with the fire dragon fish, allowing him to distinctly perceive a warm energy surging from within it. This sensation coursed through the contract link, alleviating the previously oppressive weight by more than half. Recalling the fire dragon fish's entry information, he quickly deduced that this must be its fourth skill, bloodline suppression. What delighted him further was that this outburst occurred without any command from him. The fire dragon fish seemed to possess autonomous judgment, activating the bloodline suppression ability when it sensed its master was in peril. With a pseudo-dragon bloodline, its intelligence was astonishingly high. Jiang Yun marveled at this, seizing the opportunity to channel the restorative power of his beast tamer abilities, merging it with the bloodline aura of the fire dragon fish. At that moment, the invisible, terrifying pressure revealed a flaw. Taking a deep breath, he slightly bent his legs, leveraging the cushioning bestowed by bloodline suppression, and leaped forward. With a resounding thud, his foot landed firmly within 2 meters of the earth turtle, the crisp sound echoing through the silent training ground. Instantly, the oppressive aura of the golden grade beast receded like a tide, and Jiang Yun felt his entire being lighten, as if he had shed an immense burden. His taut muscles relaxed, causing his body to sway involuntarily. The fire dragon fish also sighed in relief, its surrounding flames brightening once more, affectionately nudging its head against his wrist as if seeking acknowledgement. The surrounding students immediately took notice of this scene, their exclamations of astonishment rising in a crescendo, their faces awash with disbelief. He succeeded? This guy actually did it first. My goodness, I thought he was useless, but it seems I was blind. Those who had previously mocked Jiang Yun as a talentless fool now blushed crimson, wishing they could disappear into a crack in the ground. They had exerted every ounce of effort without nearing the earth turtle's 3-meter perimeter, while this despised beast tamer had completed the challenge first. Jiang Yun, bursting with excitement, waved her small hands. Brother, you're amazing. Only Xiao Ling lay on the ground, fixated on Jiang Yun's silhouette, his eyes filled with resentment and jealousy. He had exerted himself to the limit, even resorting to issuing a forced command to his magic claw wolf. Yet the creature not only failed to alleviate the pressure but, haunted by its previous defeat to the fire dragon fish, experienced a strong aversion to the beast tamer's power, nearly resulting in a backlash. Witnessing Jiang Yun's success ignited a blazing fire in his chest, making him feel utterly wretched. Why? Why can this useless brat accomplish it? Jiang Yun paid no heed to the gazes around him. He understood that the recent outburst of the fire dragon fish had drained a significant amount of its energy. The aura, although fleeting, had nearly exhausted its stored fire attribute power. Under the prolonged oppressive pressure, his own beast tamer energy had also been severely depleted. Both he and his beast required recuperation. He promptly raised his hand, a flash of red light enveloping the fire dragon fish as he returned it to the beast space. Rest well in there, he reassured. Given the extraordinary properties of his beast space, he was confident that the fire dragon fish would soon fully recover. After completing this, he sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to begin his meditation. The high-pressure confrontation had left his beast tamer energy nearly depleted, and a faint, nagging pain throbbed at his brow, a sign of overexertion. Coach Lin approached Jiang Yun, observing his composed meditative posture, admiration nearly overflowing in his gaze. Initially, he had thought Jiang Yun merely possessed a high level of comprehension, but it was now clear that this young man not only grasped the essence of beast-tamer collaboration swiftly, but had also contracted such a unique beast. More remarkably, after achieving success, he exhibited no trace of arrogance, instead prioritizing the well-being of his beast. This exemplified the mindset expected of an exceptional beast tamer. Perhaps this talentless boy could indeed create extraordinary miracles, Lin Coach mused inwardly, his gaze towards Jiang Yun infused with heightened anticipation. As time elapsed, More and more students began to benefit from the residual bloodline suppression of the fire dragon fish. Although the aura had diminished, it still softened the oppressive pressure of the earth turtle. Coupled with Jiang Yun's previously shared methods of beast-tamer collaboration, numerous students successfully established a connection with their beast's powers, gradually beginning to advance. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun, cradling the swallowing rabbit, managed to inch within 2 meters of the earth turtle. Her face flushed crimson, sweat beading on her forehead, while the swallowing rabbit appeared exhausted. Yet, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother, I did it too." Jiang Yun opened his eyes, smiling as he ruffled her hair. "Well done, now sit down and recuperate." Other students followed suit, completing the challenge one after another. Only those whose compatibility with their beasts was lacking remained stranded, including Xiao Ling. His magic claw wolf had completely lost its will to resist, lying motionless on the ground, regardless of Xiao Ling's attempts to chastise or coax it, only emitting low whimpers. Xiao Ling trembled with rage, helplessly watching others succeed, ultimately surrendering to despair as he slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with fury and resentment. His hatred for Jiang Yun intensifying. As the sun set in the west, evening descended. Coach Lin finally recalled the earth turtle, standing in the center of the training ground. Gazing at the students before him, in a solemn tone, he remarked, "Today's training saw commendable performances from most, particularly from Jiang Yun, who not only broke through first, but also grasped the core truth of being a beast tamer. The bond between a beast tamer and their beast is inherently one. Only through mutual trust and shared power can one transcend their limits. Naturally, those who did not succeed should not be disheartened. The rapport and trust between a beast and its tamer do not solely rely on talent, but also on the tamer's attitude towards their beast." Coach Lin cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Ling. Such rapport cannot be forged overnight. It requires continuous growth and alignment through future battles. As he spoke, he paused momentarily, casting a sweeping glance over the audience, his tone imbued with a hint of anticipation. "Your timing as core students is quite fortuitous. Tomorrow, the school will arrange a special course for all core students, taking us to the misty forest outside City C for our inaugural field combat training." "Field combat? Are we truly going to battle real wild beasts?" exclaimed one student, an exuberant grin spreading across his face. "Fantastic. I've longed to experience this." Having heard tales of the ferocity of wild beasts, he was eager to witness their true savagery. A wave of excitement surged through the students, their faces alight with eagerness and anticipation. Until now, their battles had either been friendly sparring with classmates or challenges against the school's tamed beasts. None had faced the true ferocity of wild beasts, which thrived under the pressures of survival. Boasting not only enhanced strength but also cunning skills in ambush and camouflage, an authentic test of their mettle. Jiang Yun, too, opened his eyes wide with expectation. He understood that this field training would not only expedite the growth of his fire dragon fish, but also enable him to procure additional resources. The school's monthly stipend barely sufficed for the fire dragon fish's needs. He had to devise ways to gather resources to elevate its strength. The bodies, scales, and claws of wild beasts were precious materials that could be exchanged for spirit stones, and there was even the possibility of encountering rare and valuable materials. It was a realm where danger coexisted with opportunity. Coach Lin observed the exhilarated students, his tone growing serious. "Remember, the wilderness is not a training ground. The beasts will show no mercy. Before we depart tomorrow, ensure that your beast containment spaces are well stocked, and bring healing potions and signal flares. Should danger arise, signal immediately, and I will arrive without delay." "Understood," the students replied in unison, their voices brimming with anticipation. Jiang Yun began to contemplate his supplies for the following day. Recalling the 500 spirit stones he had received from Xiao Ling, he realized they could be sold for federal currency, which would then allow him to purchase the necessary items for himself and his sister. He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Ling, who sat at a distance, looking utterly disheveled, and felt a twinge of gratitude for the other's generous gift. Chapter 21. Almost $1 million in loss. A kind reminder. "Brother, I'm heading home now." At the school gate after class, Jiang Yun, with her pink Beastmaster backpack and cradling the drowsy Sky-Eater rabbit in her arms, waved at him. "Mom said she's making your favorite spirit mushroom soup tonight. Remember to come back early." "All right, I will. Be careful on your way," Jiang Yun replied, ruffling his sister's hair as he watched her skip away, disappearing around the corner. Once he confirmed that Jiang Yun had gone far, he turned in the opposite direction toward the Beastmaster Mall. As a core student, Jiang Yun received a monthly stipend of spirit stones, which was merely a pittance for the fire dragon fish, which required substantial fire attribute energy. Not to mention, it was insufficient for exchanging goods for federal currency. Fortunately, winning the 500 Thunder attribute spirit stones from Xiao Ling in the morning provided him with a significant sum. Although the Thunder attribute stones could not enhance the Fire Dragon Fish, converting these rare stones into federal currency would yield a considerable income, allowing him to procure the supplies needed for his journey with his sister. The Beastmaster Mall was situated in the bustling heart of City C. From a distance, the entire structure resembled a majestic metal bird in flight, its exterior crafted from shimmering glass bricks that changed color with the light, now radiating a kaleidoscope of hues under the setting sun. At the entrance stood 2 statues of beasts, each towering at human height. To the left was a roaring thunder lion, and to the right, a spirit fish spouting water beads. The eyes of each statue were embedded with genuine high-grade spirit stones, emitting faint waves of energy. Even the security guard stationed at the entrance was a silver-tier Beastmaster. It was no wonder that this was the most renowned beast trading center in City C. Jiang Yun marveled inwardly. It was his first visit to such an upscale venue for Beastmasters. After all, he rarely had money to spare, and visiting such places usually felt beyond his means. However, this time was different. He carried 500 spirit stones, a small fortune in his hands. Upon entering the mall, Jiang Yun felt compelled to hold his breath. In the soaring 20-meter-high atrium, a massive energy sand table hovered, displaying real-time information on the distribution of beasts and bounty details surrounding City C. Surrounding display cases showcased a dazzling array of spirit stones radiating various glows, vials and jars of beast potions, and intricately engraved beast gear, each marked with astronomical prices. The air was imbued with a subtle energy fragrance, mingling with the scents of different attribute beasts, overwhelming Jiang Yun, a newcomer to such an extravagant environment. "Sir, may I assist you?" A woman dressed in a professional skirt suit, adorned with a sales badge, approached him with a smile. A petite glow sparrow perched on her shoulder. Curiously observing Jiang Yun, "I wish to exchange spirit stones for federal currency. Could you direct me to the exchange area?" Jiang Yun stated his purpose directly. "Right this way. The spirit stone exchange is on the 3rd floor. You will need to take the elevator." The saleswoman guided him to a circular elevator radiating soft white light. The 3rd floor is for regular exchanges, while the 4th floor is for rare stones and precious items. Given your appearance, it seems to be your first visit. I recommend familiarizing yourself with the process on the 3rd floor first. Thank you. Jiang Yun stepped into the elevator, watching the floor numbers rapidly ascend from 1 to 3. As the elevator doors opened, a blend of metallic and energetic scents wafted toward him. The 3rd floor was noticeably less crowded than the 1st, yet the presence of each individual seemed more substantial. Jiang Yun approached the exchange window marked 12, where a middle-aged man with a goatee and reading glasses sat, idly polishing a water attribute spirit stone. To exchange money, Jiang Yun placed the box Xiao Ling had given him on the counter. Upon opening the box, 500 faintly purple thunder stones emitted an enticing aura. The goatee man glanced up, an imperceptible glimmer flashing in his eyes behind the lenses. But his expression quickly returned to one of indifference. Ordinary attribute spirit stones are priced at 1,000 federal currency each, for 500. That would be 500,000 federal currency. He picked up an abacus, his fingers deftly moving as though this transaction were the most mundane affair. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, although he was not entirely clear on the specific prices for rare spirit stones. He was aware that thunder attribute stones should be classified as rare. How could they be valued the same as ordinary stones? It was evident the proprietor intended to take advantage of his youth. Just as Jiang Yun was about to argue, a clear voice rang out behind him. "Boss, your calculations seem quite precise." Turning around, he saw a girl of similar age standing behind him. Dressed in a sleek white outfit cinched at the waist with a belt adorned with blue gemstones, her long black hair was secured with a jade hairpin, revealing a smooth forehead and lively almond-shaped eyes. In her hands, she cradled a beast egg the size of a sandpot, its surface embellished with golden patterns. And she wore a bemused smile as she regarded the goatee man behind the counter. The goatee man's expression stiffened, and he cleared his throat. "Miss, one must be careful with words. My exchange rates are in accordance with the mall's standards." "Oh, standards?" The girl stepped forward, picked up a lightning attribute spirit stone, and gently flicked it with her fingertip, causing a faint arc of electricity to dance across its surface. While ordinary spirit stones of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes indeed cost 1,000 federal coins each, how much did you say this lightning attribute stone was, dear proprietor? The bearded boss felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze and replied evasively, "Naturally, lightning attribute stones are a bit more expensive, 3,000 each." "Oh, then how much would this young gentleman's 500 lightning attribute stones be?" The girl raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting to Jiang Yun. "Little brother, you must be vigilant. Don't let anyone take advantage of you without your knowledge." Jiang Yun's heart raced. 3,000 each? That would amount to 1,500,000 federal coins for 500 stones, if calculated at the price of ordinary spirit stones. he would be at a loss of 100,000. He immediately understood why Xiao Ling had looked so grim when handing over those 500 stones. It was indeed no trifling sum. The bearded boss had not anticipated a sudden interruption from a girl who appeared to be a wealthy young lady, leaving him somewhat flustered. I didn't see clearly earlier. I thought they were ordinary stones. Is that so? The girl scoffed, placing the spirit stone back onto the velvet cloth. Quickly compensate him. We wouldn't want anyone to say that your spirit beast market is taking advantage of inexperienced newcomers. The bearded boss shot a resentful glare at the girl. But under the watchful eyes of the other exchange patrons, he had no choice but to reluctantly recalculate. 500 lightning attribute stones, at 3,000 each. Totals 1,500,000 federal coins. He retrieved a golden federal bank card from his drawer, the password being 6 zeros. Check it yourself. Jiang Yun accepted the bank card, bowing gratefully to the girl. Thank you. Otherwise, I would have suffered a significant loss, had she not revealed the true value. He might have continued to be deceived. Just a small act. The girl waved her hand, her eyes scanning Jiang Yun with curiosity. To possess so many rare lightning attribute stones, your identity must be quite remarkable, yet you seem unaware of their value. Jiang Yun smiled awkwardly, refraining from explanation. He certainly couldn't divulge that he had acquired those spirit stones through a wager with a wealthy heir. His gaze fell upon the beast egg in the girl's hands. It appeared lustrous and rounded, with flowing golden patterns, clearly of considerable value. Shifting the topic, he inquired, "Are you here to exchange spirit stones as well?" "No, I'm here to purchase a spirit beast egg." The girl gently caressed the beast egg in her arms, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "I recently awakened my spirit beast master talent, and my family elders helped me select this golden-patterned thunder eagle egg, claiming it possesses exceptional potential." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun instinctively activated his ability to manifest information, directing his gaze at the beast egg. In the next moment, the details of the egg gradually materialized. As he read the information, his pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of astonishment dancing in his eyes. Species: golden-patterned beast king cub, holy light attribute. Quality: diamond level top tier. Status: the internal fierce beast cub has been deceased for 3 days, maintaining surface life signs through the beast king's bloodline. Hint: the spirit beast cub is deceased. The beast king's bloodline can be extracted to evolve other spirit beast bloodlines. A diamond level top tier beast king cub. What a pity it has already passed. Jiang Yun couldn't help but feel a pang of regret upon seeing this information. He pondered that this spirit beast egg must be worth a fortune. Considering the girl had just assisted him, perhaps warning her could prevent her from incurring a loss, thus serving as his way of repaying her kindness. Therefore he cautioned, "Miss, I believe the cub within this egg might already be deceased." The girl looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" "I noticed what appeared to be an unusual dark aura seeping from the crack in the shell. It might just be my imagination, but it would be wise to consult a reliable appraiser." He refrained from detailing the situation too explicitly, knowing that he wasn't an appraiser himself, and being overly specific might raise suspicion. Upon hearing this, the girl's smile faded somewhat, clearly displeased. "Classmate, one must not speak recklessly. This egg was personally selected by my family. How could it possibly have issues?" She hugged the beast egg tighter, her tone laced with a hint of defensiveness. "Are you suggesting that since I helped you, you feel compelled to thank me by fabricating some nonsense?" Jiang Yun recognized that further explanation would be futile. Clearly, she did not trust a stranger's words. He shrugged helplessly. "I'm merely offering a friendly warning. Believe it or not, that's your choice." Having given his warning, he decided it was no longer his concern what she chose to do. With that, Jiang Yun turned to leave. He still needed to purchase items for himself and his sister for the following day. Now armed with 1,500,000 federal coins, he planned to spend some on fire or water attribute stones for his fire dragon fish, assisting it in further enhancing its strength in preparation for tomorrow's practical training. Just as Jiang Yun stepped away, the elevator doors of the market pinged open, and 4 elderly men in black robes with graying hair hurried out. The elder leading the group sighed in relief upon spotting the girl, his tone tinged with reproach. "My lady, why have you come to the 3rd floor? We've been searching for you for ages." The other 3 elders surrounded her, their faces etched with concern. "Indeed, miss, this border town is rife with danger. What if something were to happen?" "I just came to take a look," the girl replied, waving her hand in annoyance. "I helped a little brother. He was almost deceived by a swindler." She pointed toward Jiang Yun's retreating figure, but refrained from mentioning the beast egg. Only then did the leading elder notice Jiang Yun, scrutinizing him with a mixture of disdain and scrutiny. "Miss, it would be prudent to avoid mingling with the common folk of such remote cities. It could lead to unnecessary trouble. Your status is special, and not everyone can approach you freely." I understand, the girl retorted impatiently, waving her hand again. "Let us go." Before departing, she couldn't help but glance back at the direction Jiang Yun had gone, her expression complex. Chapter 22. Eating 500? Such a large appetite. Soon, Jiang Yun had acquired all the necessary items. 200 fire spirit stones, each costing 1,000 federal coins, and 300 water spirit stones, also at 1,000 each, had already cost him 500,000. He spent another 100,000 on 2 low-tier storage rings, capable of holding 10 cubic meters of items. Additionally, he purchased 3 bottles of high-grade healing potions for spirit beasts, which could also be used by spirit beast masters. Naturally, Jiang Yun's spirit beast space possessed healing properties. So these items were for his sister. Jiang Yun, utilizing his ability to manifest information, glanced at the federal card in his hand. Originally holding a substantial sum of 1,500,000 federal coins, he now found himself with just over 680,000. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Truly, no matter the world, money seems to vanish all too swiftly. Moreover, Jiang Yun felt a twinge of regret. He had intended to purchase dark attribute spirit stones for his sister's devouring rabbit to aid in its attribute awakening and power enhancement. However, after scouring all 3 floors of the market's attribute spirit stone sections, he found not even a trace of dark attribute stones. As the store owner heard his inquiry, he chuckled and shook his head, explaining, "Young man, dark attribute spirit stones are quite rare. In the entire Sea City, only the Beastmaster Association's treasure house has a few, and those are reserved for display. You can only hope to find one when the federal transport team arrives next time." Jiang Yun quietly noted this in his mind. Upon returning home, he found the living room already illuminated. His mother was seated on the sofa, a neatly stacked pile of freshly folded clothes beside her. Upon seeing Jiang Yun enter, she immediately set aside her task. "You're back? Did your trip to the mall go smoothly?" "Quite smoothly. I bought some essential items for practical training," Jiang Yun replied with a smile. His mother beamed at his response and turned towards the kitchen. "I've made your favorite spirit mushroom soup for you and your sister. Hurry and call Yun Yun to come eat. It will lose its warmth if you wait too long." Jiang Yun nodded and went to summon his sister from her room. At dinner, Jiang Yun handed the pink storage ring to Yun Yun. Inside, there are healing potions and some self-defense tools. Remember to keep it with you during practical training. If we happen to get separated, your priority is to ensure your own safety. Yun Yun joyfully accepted the ring, spinning it around her finger with sparkling eyes. "Brother, this ring is so beautiful. Did you choose it just for me?" "Yes," Jiang Yun smiled, slipping the black storage ring onto his own hand. Their mother observed the siblings' interaction, a look of contentment gracing her face as she served them more ribs from the soup. "Eat well. You need to have plenty of energy for the practical training in the Misty Forest tomorrow." After dinner, Jiang Yun returned to his bedroom. With a mere thought, he summoned the fire dragon fish from the Beastmaster space. The little creature, upon emerging, affectionately rubbed against his wrist, the flames at the tip of its tail flickering gently, as if it were being playful. The day's training seemed to have significantly strengthened the bond and trust between them, making the fire dragon fish particularly endearing towards him. "I've prepared a feast for you today," Jiang Yun said with a grin as he opened the storage ring, pouring out 200 fire spirit stones and 300 water spirit stones onto the carpet. The red fire stones resembled tiny flames, while the blue water stones resembled droplets, forming a small mound under the warm glow of the lights. The fire dragon fish's eyes instantly lit up. With a swift flick of its tail, it seized a fire spirit stone and swallowed it whole. To Jiang Yun's astonishment, it continued eating without pausing. After devouring 1 fire spirit stone, it quickly picked up another water spirit stone. Its speed of consumption more than doubled compared to the last time. The crimson patterns on its scales glowed brightly as it absorbed the energy from the stones. "Slow down. No one is competing with you. Don't overindulge," Jiang Yun exclaimed, watching the fire dragon fish eat voraciously. He couldn't help but worry about its ability to digest all this. After all, it had only consumed a little over 100 stones last time. Yet, this time, the fire dragon fish seemed to have developed an insatiable appetite, devouring stone after stone until it was nearly out of spirit stones. Half an hour later, the once plentiful 500 spirit stones had been reduced to a fine powder scattered across the carpet. The fire dragon fish let out a small, satisfied burp, surrounded by a faint aura of water and fire spirit energy, gently floating upwards. Without a word, it closed its eyes and fell into slumber, evidently entering a state of energy absorption. Jiang Yun reached out to touch its scales, feeling a warm sensation as the energies of water and fire flowed harmoniously within it. Without any sign of conflict, he shook his head with a wry smile, pondering how this fire dragon fish, still at the Black Iron Tier 3, could eat so much. He wondered if he could truly afford to keep up with its growing appetite. After all, only his beast could indulge in such a manner. The digestion of spirit stones was no trivial matter. It was only due to the extraordinary characteristics of his Beastmaster space that allowed the fire dragon fish to eat so recklessly. Moreover, the fire dragon fish possessed a formidable pseudo-dragon bloodline. If it were any ordinary beast, it would have fallen into a deep slumber after such a feast. It seemed that the unique properties of the Beastmaster space and the pseudo-dragon bloodline complemented each other splendidly. Sighing in relief, he returned the fire dragon fish to the Beastmaster space, observing the little creature curled up in the corner where the spirit energy was densest. Its scale patterns clearer than before, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Last time, after consuming over 100 stones, it had advanced a tier. This time, having devoured over 500 water and fire spirit stones, he wondered how many tiers it could ascend from its current black iron tier 3 foundation. The next morning, Jiang Yun was awakened by faint energy fluctuations emanating from the Beastmaster space. He immediately focused his mind into it. The fire dragon fish was still asleep, but the aura of water and fire spirit energy surrounding it was even more potent than the previous night. A tiny droplet of water had formed at the tip of its tail, and as it fell to the ground, it transformed into a flicker of flame. The two seemingly incompatible elemental forces were able to transform into one another within the fire dragon fish. This revelation astonished Jiang Yun. It appeared that his companion had undergone further evolution. Yet, it had slept through the entire night. Evidently, it had absorbed an immense amount of energy. Jiang Yun withdrew his consciousness, opting not to disturb it. After freshening up, he hurried to school with Yun Yun. Upon arriving at the playground, he noticed many students already gathered. The area was divided into 3 sections. The far left was occupied by the advanced core student class, consisting of only 7 or 8 individuals, each standing tall and exuding an air of confidence, if not arrogance, though their beasts were not summoned. Jiang Yun could faintly sense the powerful presence emanating from them. Clearly, the strength of these advanced core students was formidable. In the center was the intermediate core student class, comprising over 20 individuals. Their aura was somewhat weaker than that of the advanced class, but still stronger than that of ordinary students. They clustered together in groups, discussing the potential beasts they might encounter during the upcoming practical training in the Misty Forest, indicating that this was not their first experience with such trials. To the right was the class of novice core students, which included Jiang Yun and Yun Yun, numbering over 30. Most of them wore expressions of nervousness and anticipation. Inquiring about the supplies they had prepared, Yun Yun tugged at Jiang Yun's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, look at those seniors in the advanced class. They seem so impressive." Following her gaze, Jiang Yun noticed a boy from the advanced class who seemed to have caught his eye. The boy turned to glance at him, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze before he averted it. Jiang Yun paid little mind to it and smiled back at Yun Yun's sister. "As long as we work hard, I believe we'll soon be in the advanced class too." The core students were divided into 3 tiers: the novice class, intermediate class, and advanced class. The novice class comprised those who had just awakened their talents and contracted beasts to become core students. The intermediate class consisted of core students whose beasts had reached Black Iron Tier 5 or higher. The advanced class boasted core students whose strength had achieved Black Iron Tier 8 or above. These core students were the primary candidates for entry into the Beastmaster Academy at Qingchuan No. 1 High School, each a true prodigy of beast mastery. With unwavering confidence, Jiang Yun believed that with his manifested talent and the extraordinary nature of his Beastmaster space, coupled with the unique bloodline of the fire dragon fish, ascending to the intermediate class was merely a matter of time, and the advanced class was not an unattainable dream. Soon, the instructors for each class arrived. The instructor for the advanced class was a middle-aged man clad in black combat attire, adorned with a yellow badge, the insignia of a gold-tier beastmaster. The instructor of the intermediate class is a short-haired woman, also a master beast tamer of the golden rank. Soon enough, under the guidance of 3 instructors, they set off towards the misty forest at the edge of City C, arranged in a formation with the advanced class leading and the newcomer class trailing behind. The students of the newcomer class were filled with anticipation for this practical training exercise. Chapter 23, Bronze Level Herbs. Spirit Collecting Flower. Before the morning mist had fully dissipated, Jiang Yun and his companions arrived at the misty forest. This is the most renowned battlefield training ground on the outskirts of City C, where numerous novice beast tamers first confront the ferocious beasts of the wild. The forest is teeming with dangerous creatures, yet it also harbors countless opportunities and resources. The 3 instructors stood at the forefront of the group. The instructor from the advanced class pointed to 3 diverging paths ahead. The left path leads to the core area of the misty forest. The central path is designated for the intermediate and advanced classes, while the students of the newcomer class must take the right path, restricted to the outer regions. Remember, you must not cross the boundary marked by the red cedar forest. That demarcation separates the inner and outer zones, where the ferocious beasts are at least of the black iron 5th rank, which you are ill-equipped to handle. He paused, scanning the faces of each student, his tone taking on a more serious note. The instructors will not be accompanying you constantly. The essence of this practical training is to confront danger on your own. However, I will be patrolling near the Red Cedar Forest. Should you encounter peril, simply fire a signal flare, and I shall arrive within 5 minutes. Remember, safety comes first. Do not attempt to showcase bravado by hunting ferocious beasts. Understood. The students of the newcomer class responded in unison, their voices tinged with nervousness and barely contained excitement. The instructors nodded in acknowledgement before turning towards the direction of the Red Cedar Forest, which connects to the core region of the Misty Forest. There, they could not only keep an eye on the movements of the formidable beasts within the core area, but also swiftly support the students in both the inner and outer zones. The 3 instructors' dark figures quickly vanished into the mist. With their departure, the students instantly became animated, forming small groups. After all, venturing alone was perilous. Teaming up not only alleviated pressure, but also provided mutual support. Jiang Yun, might we join your team? At that moment, 2 figures hurried to Jiang Yun's side. The speaker was a tall boy with a hearty smile, accompanied by a girl with a ponytail and bright eyes. Jiang Yun recognized them as fellow students from the newcomer class. The girl's name was Li Na, while the boy seemed to be called Zhang Chong. Their beasts were a rock-armored mouse and a windfire sparrow, respectively. We were truly impressed by your prowess with your beast, the fire dragon fish, yesterday. We feel reassured teaming up with you. Rest assured, should we stumble upon anything valuable, we want to compete with you for it. We will only claim what we personally hunt or discover, the girl explained with a smile. The boy added earnestly. We've both awakened our talents for just over a month and lack practical experience. If we encounter danger, we will rely on your assistance. Jiang Yun glanced at his companion Jiang Yun, who showed no objections, nodding lightly. She, too, felt that teaming up was safer than proceeding alone. All right, let us embark on this exploration together. Jiang Yun agreed, though he humbly added, I have only recently formed a contract with my beast, and my combat capabilities are somewhat lacking. If we encounter danger and I falter, I hope you two will not hold it against me. No worries. Zhang Chong waved his hand dismissively, patting his rock-armored mouse. My rock-armored mouse is tough and can withstand damage, while Li Na's windfire sparrow can scout ahead. Our roles are clear, we will surely manage. Li Na nodded in agreement, summoning her windfire sparrow. Let Xiao Feng scout ahead. It is very sensitive to danger. The pale blue bird flapped its wings and swiftly ascended above the mist, occasionally emitting a chirp, as if conveying a signal of safety. Once the 4-member team was established, they ventured along the right path. The mist gradually thinned, revealing ancient trees thick enough for 2 people to embrace, their trunks entwined with dark green vines. Occasionally, unknown small animals darted from the underbrush, quickly disappearing into the mist. After approximately half an hour of walking, the windfire sparrow suddenly emitted an urgent call, its wings flapping restlessly. Li Na's expression changed. A ferocious beast is approaching. Zhang Chong promptly summoned his rock-armored mouse to the forefront. The rock-armored mouse squeaked, curling into a round armored ball with only its vigilant little eyes visible. Jiang Yun tightened her hold on her sky-eating rabbit, its ears pressed firmly against its back, its fur bristling with alarm. Jiang Yun scanned the surroundings. His ability to manifest attributes allowed him to directly detect the approaching ferocious beasts, and their information immediately materialized before him. Species, thorned hair rabbit. Realm, black iron 1st rank. Quality, low-level bronze. Talented skill, backstab attack, ordinary. Evolution path, none. Hint, backstab is poisonous. 2 of them are in the bushes to the left. Jiang Yun warned. It appears to be thorned hair rabbits. They pose little threat. Just avoid their spikes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong reacted swiftly, directing his rock-armored mouse. Xiaoyan, charge in and use bite. The armored ball shot forward, colliding with the bushes with a resounding thud. 2 rabbits, covered in gray-black spikes, sprang out. One was caught by the rock-armored mouse, squealing in pain. The other thorned hair rabbit, sensing the commotion, turned to pounce on the nearest Jiang Yun. Li Na shouted urgently, Xiao Feng, Windblade. The windfire sparrow dove from the air, flapping its wings to unleash 2 pale blue wind blades that struck the back of the thorned hair rabbit, causing its spikes to scatter across the ground. The staggered rabbit was swiftly seized by the charging rock-armored mouse, which quickly silenced it. The battle concluded swiftly, lasting no more than a minute. Zhang Chong excitedly patted the rock-armored mouse's head. Well done. The corpses of these 2 thorned hair rabbits and their beast cores should fetch a good price. Li Na also recalled her windfire sparrow, smiling at Jiang Yun. Thankfully, you spotted them in advance, Jiang Yun. Otherwise, we might have faced more difficulty. Zhang Chong presented one of the thorned hair rabbit-esque corpses to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, your contribution in defeating these two thorned hair rabbits is significant. This 1's corpse is yours. Jiang Yun shook his head. According to the rules, since you two jointly defeated the ferocious beasts, they naturally belong to you. As he spoke, he moved slowly to the side, his gaze fixed on the grass nearby. During the fight, his attribute manifestation had not only indicated the ferocious beasts, but had also detected several inconspicuous herbs. Condensation grass, a black iron first-rank herb, though not particularly valuable, harbors a slight spiritual energy akin to that of spirit stones, albeit without the vast power contained within spirit stones. Furthermore, condensation grass possesses no attributes, making it consumable by any spirit beast. Jiang Yun mused that it would be perfect for his sister's sky-eating rabbit. He crouched down, carefully uprooting the condensation grass and placing it into his storage ring. If he collected more of these herbs, it might amount to a single dark attribute spirit stone. Li Na, witnessing this scene, laughed. Jiang Yun, you have knowledge of herbs? I once read about condensation grass in the school library. Its leaves have serrated edges, making it difficult to distinguish from ordinary weeds. I can't believe you recognized it. Jiang Yun smiled, for he possessed the extraordinary talent of manifesting entries of all things, akin to traversing the world with an entire repository of knowledge. However, he merely explained casually. I overheard the owner of the herbal medicine counter in the mall describe some features earlier. Let's continue on our path, keeping a vigilant eye on our surroundings. We may yet encounter something of greater utility. Li Na and Zhang Chong nodded in agreement. The four of them ventured deeper into the outer region. Along the way, they encountered several ferocious beasts of the first and second tiers of black iron. Among them were the stealthy shadow rats and the swift gale foxes, all dispatched by the combined efforts of Zhang Chong's rock-armored mouse and Li Na's wind-fire sparrow. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun remained alert to potential dangers while foraging for herbs along the roadside. In addition to the qi-condensing grass, he discovered several blood-stanching herbs that could treat minor injuries of summoned beasts, as well as cleansing spirit flowers that could alleviate the fatigue of such creatures. Although these herbs held little value for Jiang Yun, who possessed a space for restoring his beasts, they could be of use to his sister, or alternatively, sold once they exited. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. The precipice was not particularly high, measuring around 10 meters in depth, revealing a dense forest of red cedars below, with mist swirling up from the valley, obscuring the view. It was evident that this cliff marked the boundary of the outer region. Just as Jiang Yun intended to caution everyone to be careful, his attention was suddenly drawn to a cluster of plants at the cliff's edge. There, nestled in the crevices of the rocks, was a flower no larger than a palm, emanating a faint glow amidst the mist. It boasted 6 petals, each a pure, pristine white, with delicate golden veins entwined along the edges, as if woven from moonlight. The center held a pale blue stamen, resembling a tiny bell, gently swaying in the breeze and exuding a refreshing fragrance that invigorated the senses. Strangely, a subtle aura of spiritual energy seemed to swirl around the flower, causing the surrounding mist to appear thinner than elsewhere. What a beautiful flower! What is it? Jiang Yun's sister, Jiang Yunying, exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the blossom. Zhang Chong and Li Na approached, their faces alight with curiosity. I've never seen such a flower before. Its surface is entwined with spiritual energy. It must be something extraordinary. Jiang Yun remained silent, activating his entry manifestation ability. A pale blue screen unfurled before his eyes, revealing clear information about the flower. Species, spirit gathering flower, attribute less. Realm, bronze level. Skills, no offensive skills. Core effect, can actively gather the world's spiritual energy. The petals and stamen contain immense pure spiritual power, allowing any summoned beast that consumes it to rapidly ascend 12 minor realms, most effective for black iron level beasts. Have for bronze level. Additional note, the spirit gathering flower has stringent growth conditions, requiring over 100 years of absorbing the world's spiritual energy to mature, and is often guarded by fierce beasts. Caution is advised when harvesting. Taken aback by the flower's classification, Jiang Yun recalled his earlier inquiry in the mall, where he learned that bronze-level herbs typically fetched nearly 1 million federal coins and were exceedingly rare to procure. This spirit-gathering flower, being attribute-less, could be utilized by both the fire dragon fish and Jiang Yunying's sky-swallowing rabbit, providing a direct enhancement of 1 to 2 minor realms. It was truly a rare treasure. Brother, is this flower remarkably potent? Jiang Yunying queried softly, sensing her brother's excitement. Jiang Yun nodded, his voice tinged with joy. This is the spirit-gathering flower, a bronze-level herb capable of swiftly elevating summoned beasts' realms. It can be used for both the fire dragon fish and your sky-swallowing rabbit. Bronze level. Zhang Chong and Li Na were astounded. Li Na instinctively covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Isn't that more precious than any beast we've encountered thus far? Our luck is extraordinary. How many beast tamers have scoured this outer region? I never imagined we would stumble upon such a rare treasure." Zhang Chong, brimming with enthusiasm, rubbed his hands together, realizing he might have overstepped, and quickly added, "Jiang Yun, this discovery is rightfully yours. Please, harvest it quickly. If others see it, it might not be so easy to claim." Nodding in agreement, Jiang Yun felt the urgency. A bronze-level herb would undoubtedly attract ferocious beasts if discovered by other teams. It could lead to a scramble. He cautiously approached the cliff's edge, crouching down and extending his hand to pluck the spirit-gathering flower. The moment his fingers brushed the petals, a wave of cool spiritual energy surged through his fingertips. A sensation so pleasant that he couldn't help but squint his eyes in delight. However, at that precise moment, a terrifying beast's roar erupted from below the cliff, startling the surrounding birds into flight. Chapter 24. The Black Iron Seven-Tiered Beast. The unfortunate Shaoling. The commotion from below the cliff grew more pronounced. Initially marked by the sound of tumbling stones, followed by heavy rustling, as if some colossal entity was rapidly climbing the rock face. Jiang Yun's expression hardened, recalling the information from the entry manifestation regarding the guardian beast. The current commotion could not possibly be caused by an ordinary beast. Without hesitation, he swiftly tucked the spirit-gathering flower into his storage ring and grasped Jiang Yuning's wrist, urging, "Yuning, retreat quickly." Zhang Chong and Li Na reacted in kind. Their faces drained of color as they scrambled backwards. The four had barely retreated 10 meters to safety when a dark shadow suddenly surged over the cliff's edge. It was a massive serpent, its entire body cloaked in dark blue scales, the edges emanating a faint chill, refracting a piercing light through the mist, as though sculpted from millennia-old ice. Its length was at least 20 meters, thick enough for two adults to embrace, with a head larger than a water barrel, and ice-blue vertical pupils devoid of emotion, radiating a chilling malice. Most alarming was its tongue, which, when extended, released a white mist of frost that instantly coated the grass beneath it. A row of sharp bone spines jutted from its back, coated in shards of ice that cascaded down with each movement. What kind of monster is this?" Zhang Chong's voice quivered, instinctively pushing his rock-armored mouse forward. But the normally resilient creature, capable of withstanding black iron second-tier beasts, now cowered in fear, its armored patterns trembling uncontrollably. It lacked even the courage to squeak. Li Na's wind fire sparrow had retreated entirely behind her shoulder, its wings pressed tightly against her neck, too frightened to raise its head. Jiang Yuning clutched Jiang Yun's clothing, her face pale, her voice trembling. "Brother, what is that thing? It's so terrifying." Jiang Yun's heart raced. He immediately activated the entry manifestation again, and the information about the massive serpent materialized clearly before him, each word weighing heavily on his heart. Species: Icefield Serpent, Ice Attribute. Realm: Black Iron 7-tiered. Talent: Top tier Gold. Special skills: Icefield Breath. Rare: can spray a wide area of low-temperature mist that instantly freezes targets, exerting absolute suppression over black iron level beasts. Normal Constriction: can coil around targets, using the chilling aura of its scales and immense strength to crush prey. Evolution Path: can evolve once, transforming into a Frostfield Serpent with purple crystal quality, upgrading to low-level purple crystal status, unlocking the Ice Spike piercing skill. Additional note: the Icefield Serpent is a solitary and ferocious beast, possessing an exceptionally strong territorial instinct. The area where the spirit-gathering flower grows lies precisely on the edge of its territory. Thus, it has long regarded the spirit-gathering flower as an energy reserve, forbidding any other creatures from approaching. The creature is of the black iron rank, 7th tier, with golden top-tier potential. Jiang Yun inhaled sharply, finally understanding why this silver-tier spirit-gathering flower could survive in the wild for such an extended period. It was not that it had gone unnoticed. Rather, no reckless beast dared to seize it. The strength of the Icefield Serpent was such that, even if their group of newcomers were to face it, they would surely fall. And even intermediate-class students would likely meet the same fate. Most critically, his fire dragon fish was still within the Beastmaster space, absorbing spirit stones. After just breaking through to Black Iron rank 4, it had fallen into slumber, leaving him unable to summon it. Yuan's sky-eating rabbit was merely at Black Iron rank 1, trembling in his embrace. Zhang Chong's rock-armored rat and Li Na's wind feather sparrow, combined, would not suffice to even challenge the Icefield Serpent. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Jiang Yun made a swift decision, shouting at the three, "We must split up and flee. Having taken the spirit herb, it will undoubtedly target me. You must send up distress flares as quickly as possible." "What about you?" Li Na asked hurriedly, fearful yet unwilling to abandon Jiang Yun. I have a way to delay it. Don't worry about me, just go. Jiang Yun pushed Yuan slightly. Yuan, go with Zhangchang and Sister Lina. I will come find you soon. Tears brimmed in Jiang Yuan's eyes, but she understood it was not the time to be willful, so she gritted her teeth and nodded, being pulled away by Zhangchang in the opposite direction. Lina glanced back at Jiang Yun before hastily following, her wind feather sparrow circling overhead, occasionally emitting alert cries. If they stayed with Jiang Yun, they would likely all be caught. This was the only way to have a glimmer of hope. Almost the instant they turned, the icefield serpent's ice-blue slit pupils locked onto Jiang Yun. It could sense the fragrance of the spirit-gathering flower on him. There was no hesitation in its massive form as it violently swung its body, charging towards Jiang Yun with a howling blast of frigid wind, its scales carving deep grooves into the ground that instantly froze. Jiang Yun dared not look back, exerting every ounce of strength to flee towards the forest on the other side of the cliff. There, the dense trees might provide some cover against the icefield serpent, slowing its pursuit. His speed was considerable, but compared to the serpent, it was woefully insufficient. The coldness behind him grew ever nearer, to the point where he could feel his hair nearly freezing. Just as he dashed into the woods, prepared to evade behind the trunks, a loud and arrogant voice rang out ahead. Jiang Yun, at long last, I found you. You cannot escape. Today, I shall make you kneel before me and sing my praises. Jiang Yun's heart sank as he looked up to see Xiao Ling blocking the clearing ahead, flanked by two lackeys. A malicious grin adorned Xiao Ling's face as his companions had already summoned their beasts, a black iron rank 2 fang-toothed wolf and a black iron rank 1 venomous lizard, both glaring hungrily at him. It was evident that Xiao Ling knew Jiang Yun had entered the cliff area and had deliberately laid in wait to ambush him, seeking to retaliate when he was isolated. However, Jiang Yun had no time to waste on them now. After all, a deathly specter was pursuing him. The icefield serpent had already breached the tree line, crashing through the trees with a cacophony of cracking sounds, as icy mist wafted through the gaps, chilling the air to the bone. He could even hear the serpent's hissing as it flicked its tongue, drawing ever closer. Get out of my way, Jiang Yun shouted at Xiao Ling, not pausing his stride as he charged through the gap between the two. He was solely focused on evading the icefield serpent, indifferent to entangling with Xiao Ling, taken aback by Jiang Yun's audacity to ignore him, turned pale with rage, barking at his lackeys. Block him. Go after him. Fang-toothed wolf, attack. Venomous lizard, spit poison. The fang-toothed wolf lunged at Jiang Yun's legs, while the venomous lizard opened its mouth, releasing a spray of green venom. Jiang Yun quickly sidestepped, the wolf missing its mark, as the venom splattered onto the ground, instantly wilting the grass. Yet this delay allowed the icefield serpent to burst through the tree line, its massive head emerging ominously behind Xiao Ling and his lackeys. Xiao Ling, behind you. One of the lackeys, trembling, was the first to notice the impending danger, pointing fearfully. Xiao Ling, irritated by Jiang Yun's evasion, impatiently turned around, scoffing. What are you yelling about? It's just a human running away. What's the big deal? Before he could finish his sentence, he met the gaze of the icefield serpent's ice-blue slit pupils. The enormous serpent's head loomed less than 3 meters behind him, and the icy mist it exhaled hit his face, causing him to shudder, his mind blanking in an instant. The screams of his two lackeys echoed simultaneously. Having never encountered such a terrifying beast, they were paralyzed with fear and fled without a second thought, abandoning their own beasts. The fang-toothed wolf and venomous lizard, now bereft of command, panicked and scattered, but after only a few paces, they were swept away by the icefield serpent's tail. With a thunderous crash, the two low-tier beasts were obliterated into a bloody pulp, their remains splattering the ground. Only then did Xiao Ling grasp the gravity of the situation, his legs turning to jelly as he attempted to flee but found himself frozen in place, helplessly watching the serpent's tail whip towards him. He could even see the ice shards glistening on the serpent's scales, feeling the soul-freezing chill. No! Xiao Ling let out a desperate scream as the serpent's tail struck him forcefully, sending him flying like a rag doll, arcing through the air before crashing heavily into a tree. Crack! The sound of his ribs breaking was unmistakable. He coughed blood, slowly sliding to the ground, his consciousness beginning to fade. Yet, within him brewed a profound sense of injustice. Why was he so unfortunate? Jiang Yun had sprinted several dozen meters away when he heard the anguished cries behind him and could not help but glance back, just in time to witness Xiao Ling being flung away. No joy filled his heart, only a complex sentiment of silent mourning. This was not my fault. He brought this upon himself, Jiang Yun murmured under his breath, turning to continue his flight. If he were to be caught by the icefield serpent, his fate would be even more dire. As he had anticipated, the icefield serpent had no intention of letting him go. After dealing with Xiao Ling, it resumed its relentless pursuit. He did not know how far he had run, but the ice-field serpent remained unwavering. It seemed determined to eliminate Jiang Yun, the thief. However, as he maneuvered through the trees, Jiang Yun realized that while the ice-field serpent was swift and powerful, its massive size hindered its ability to turn in the dense forest. Thus, he deliberately veered towards the thickest part of the woods, using the trunks to obstruct the serpent's chase. The ice-field serpent, increasingly agitated by Jiang Yun's nimbleness, crashed violently into the surrounding trees, toppling them with thunderous crashes, opening the space around him and putting Jiang Yun in an increasingly perilous situation. His stamina was rapidly depleting, breaths coming in quick gasps, as the coldness behind him threatened to freeze him solid. Just moments ago, he had sensed the fire dragon fish stirring to awaken. Why had it not yet roused? If it did not awaken soon to aid him, he feared his chances of survival were slim. Chapter 25, just escaped the wolf's den, only to enter the tiger's lair. In this dire situation, Jiang Yun suddenly detected something unusual within the Beastmaster space. A spark of realization ignited within him, and he plunged his consciousness into the Beastmaster space in an instant. The lake within the Beastmaster space was tumultuously disturbed by the fire dragon fish. Its once modest half-meter form now nearly doubled in size. Its entire body was adorned with crimson scales that shimmered with a subtle golden glow. Most striking were the two dark golden horns, approximately 3 centimeters long, that had sprouted from the top of its head, flickering with fine tendrils of flame. It was evident that the fire dragon fish had transcended its previous cultivation level, undergoing subtle yet notable transformations in its appearance. Even more exhilarating was the overwhelming aura it exuded, which had magnified several-fold, signifying its ascendance to the 6th tier of black iron. Goodness! It had consumed a staggering 500 spirit stones, merely to elevate itself from the 3rd to the 6th tier. The consumption of this pseudo-dragon bloodline creature was certainly escalating as it progressed. Jiang Yun couldn't help but lament internally, yet a smile played upon his lips. This was not the moment to dwell on the pace of advancement. The fire dragon fish's breakthrough to the 6th tier undoubtedly endowed it with the capability to contend against the ice-field serpent. Come forth, little fire, Jiang Yun commanded assertively, extending his right hand. A blazing crimson light surged forth from his palm, and in an instant, the fire dragon fish materialized before him. Upon landing, it immediately sensed the ice-field serpent's presence. Its horns quivered slightly, and the flames enveloping its body surged dramatically, pushing back the surrounding chill. It turned to glance at Jiang Yun, its eyes reflecting a hint of resentment, as if to convey its displeasure at being summoned to battle immediately after its breakthrough. The ice-field serpent, upon spotting the fire dragon fish, displayed a flicker of wariness in its pupils. It could sense that this seemingly unassuming fish harbored an aura that instinctively instilled dread within it. However, as a formidable beast of the 7th tier of black iron, its pride forbade any notion of retreat. The massive serpent lifted its head slightly, preparing to unleash its icy breath as the frigid air thickened around them. No opportunity must be afforded. Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened, and he promptly began to strategize. Fire dragon fish, initiate bloodline suppression. The fire dragon fish comprehended Jiang Yun's directive, raising its head with fervor, a potent and unique aura erupting from within. This presence, unlike that of ordinary ferocious beasts, emanated a formidable pressure derived from the depths of its bloodline, reminiscent of an ancient true dragon proclaiming its arrival. It exerted a suppressive effect on any creature not of the royal tier. The ice-field serpent's body visibly stiffened, its preparation for the icy breath momentarily faltering. A flicker of terror crossing its eyes. It could feel a deep-seated fear emanating from the fire dragon fish, sapping its strength and even causing its consciousness to waver. Now is the time. Fire domain prison. Ensnare it. Observing the effectiveness of the bloodline suppression, Jiang Yun seized the moment to issue his second command. The fire dragon fish whipped its tail, and flames erupted around its form, coalescing into a circular fire domain with a diameter of approximately 10 meters. The flames at the perimeter crystallized into towering firewalls, trapping the ice-field serpent within. As it regained its composure, the ice-field serpent attempted to break through the flames, but was met with searing agony as its scales began to smoke. The fire's scorching potency was amplified due to its inherent advantage over the ice element. Seizing the opportunity while the serpent was ensnared, Jiang Yun commanded, "Unleash the flame breath." Without granting the ice-field serpent a moment's respite, he executed a series of commands combining control and offensive strikes. The fire dragon fish inhaled deeply, its belly swelling before it unleashed a robust jet of crimson flame, akin to a miniature fire dragon, directly targeting the ice-field serpent trapped at the center of the fire domain. The fiery breath radiated an intense heat, distorting the air in its wake. Boom! The fiery breath struck precisely at the serpent's vulnerable underbelly, a critical point for serpentine creatures. The ice-field serpent emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its massive form thrashing violently within the fire domain as its scales melted away, exposing the tender, crimson flesh beneath, which rapidly charred. It attempted to sweep its enormous tail at the fire dragon fish, but the firewalls thwarted its efforts, each strike accompanied by searing pain. In mere moments, the serpent's struggles diminished, eventually collapsing within the fire domain as its body was gradually consumed by the flames, leaving only a charred skeleton behind. As the fire domain and the flame breath dissipated, the fire dragon fish appeared noticeably weakened, its once golden sheen now dulled. The expenditure of energy from deploying 3 significant techniques had taken its toll on the newly ascended creature. Jiang Yun approached and gently caressed the scales of the fire dragon fish, murmuring softly, "You've done well. Return to the beast master space to recuperate." The fire dragon fish nuzzled against his hand before transforming into a streak of red light, vanishing into the beast master space. With its extraordinary recovery capabilities, it wouldn't be long before the fire dragon fish regained its peak condition. Surveying the battlefield, Jiang Yun noted the ice-field serpent had been completely vanquished, allowing him to exhale in relief. He felt fortunate for the fire dragon fish's formidable potential. Otherwise, such a perilous confrontation would have been far from effortless. Exhausted from the harrowing escape, Jiang Yun leaned against a nearby boulder to rest. However, mere moments after settling, he suddenly furrowed his brow. What was amiss? Why did he feel as though he were being scrutinized by numerous unseen eyes? A chill ran down his spine, akin to being hunted, rendering him utterly uneasy. In truth, this sensation had lingered since he first stepped into the forest, but the urgency of fleeing from the ice-field serpent had left no room for contemplation. Now that the immediate danger had passed and his mind had settled, the feeling of being observed intensified, as if he were ensnared in an invisible net, surrounded by watchful gazes from all directions. Something was amiss. Rising to his feet, he scanned the surroundings with vigilance. This is a perilous, misty forest teeming with ferocious beasts. It seems rather too quiet here. His expression grew grave. An instinctual warning surged within him, indicating that this locale was far from safe. The entities lurking in the shadows were likely more dangerous than the ice-field serpent he had just faced. He could not linger. He must retrace his steps immediately, Jiang Yun declared, promptly rising to hasten back along the path he had traversed. Yet, after scarcely covering 100 meters, he abruptly halted, his body tensing in alarm. Am I merely escaping a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair? Ahead, from the murky depths of the forest, pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly ignited into view. These eyes, concealed in darkness, glimmered with a chilling light, fixating upon him like predatory beasts in the night. Soon after, similar crimson eyes illuminated the trees on both sides. And even behind him, he heard rustling sounds and the shivering of branches. Countless eyes emerged, forming a tightening circle that ensnared him from all sides. Chapter 26. The 7th Tier, Dark Attribute Beast. The Nether Spider. As the encroaching figures drew near from the shadows, Jiang Yun discovered that the creatures surrounding him were none other than a swarm of spiders, each roughly a meter in size. At that moment, another spider descended from an ancient locust tree. He was entirely enveloped in a black exoskeleton, the edges of which shimmered with a dark purple halo. His 8 legs were adorned with a fine layer of silver fur, and with each step, the fur would gather a few fallen leaves. Most unsettling were its compound eyes. A blood-red sphere composed of hundreds of tiny orbs, from which a clear, viscous liquid dripped as its mandibles opened and closed. This liquid, upon touching the ground, corroded the dry twigs, leaving small holes in their wake. Jiang Yun's heart sank as his gaze swept the surroundings. Other spiders emerged from behind tree trunks, from the grass, and even from the shadows of entwined vines. Some perched on branches, dangling webs, while others scuttled rapidly along the ground, their numerous black forms swiftly coalescing into a mass. Upon rough estimation, there were nearly 20 of them. Jiang Yun immediately activated the entry manifestation, eager to discern the true nature of these ferocious beasts. A pale blue light curtain unfurled before him, revealing the information of each spectral spider clearly. Species, spectral spider, dark attribute. Rank, black iron level 5, 17 individuals, black iron level 6, 2 individuals. Skills, web binding, ordinary, dark attribute silk, capable of ensnaring beasts below black iron level 7. Those ensnared will be eroded by dark energy. Weakness, fire attribute attacks. Dark energy is terrified of high temperatures. The exoskeleton will carbonize rapidly in flames. At the center of this congregation of spectral spiders, a singular creature, twice the size of its kin, slowly raised its head. Its exoskeleton bore bizarre black patterns, and its abdomen was marked with a skull-like design. The silk it emitted was not transparent, but rather a dark purple, shrouded in ominous mist. The details revealed by the entry manifestation made Jiang Yun's pupils constrict. Species, Spectral Spider King, Dark Attribute. Rank, Black Iron Level 7. Core Skills, 1. Rare Web Binding. Enhanced version, Silk can release dark poisonous mist. 2. Rare Venom Attack, spits dark attribute venom from its mandibles. Contact results in immediate death. Hint, the Spectral Spider Swarm operates under the command of the Spider King, exhibiting a high level of teamwork. Even beasts of Black Iron Level 9 may find themselves in peril when ensnared and eroded by the dark mist. The presence of the Black Iron Level 7 Spider King, surrounded by so many subordinates, left Jiang Yun gasping in disbelief. He thought to himself, wasn't he on the outskirts of the misty forest? How could such a formidable beast appear here? Suddenly, he recalled the words of several instructors. The Redwood Forest Belt serves as a boundary between the inner and outer regions, even extending to the core area. Jiang Yun glanced at the surrounding trees. The trunks here were entwined with vines that glimmered faintly, starkly contrasting with the ordinary trees of the outer region. This realization struck him. He had unwittingly stumbled into the inner region, perhaps even the edge of the core area. It was the only explanation for why he encountered these ferocious beasts, each possessing a strength of at least level 5. The spectral spiders were now fixated on him, regarding him as their prey. Reflecting on the information displayed earlier, Jiang Yun perceived a glimmer of hope. These spectral spiders could be countered by fire attribute beasts. His fire dragon fish happened to possess fire attribute skills. Furthermore, having recently broken through to Black Iron Level 6, its formidable combat prowess would easily annihilate these level 5 spectral spiders, though the Spider King would likely require more effort to subdue. With a plan crystallizing in his mind, Jiang Yun called out, "Little fire, come forth." A flash of crimson light erupted as the fire dragon fish materialized before him. Upon emerging from the beast's space, it sensed the dense dark energy surrounding them. The dark golden horns atop its head radiated warmth, and its flames surged to half a meter in height, dispersing some of the encroaching mist. It glanced back at Jiang Yun and then at the advancing swarm of spectral spiders, flicking its tail in impatience. Clearly, it was displeased at being thrust back into battle so soon after its revival, as if it were merely a combat machine. Yet, it assumed a battle stance. After all, if its master were to perish, it would lose its free meals. Do not let them approach. Jiang Yun analyzed the situation swiftly. Their webs could ensnare beasts, once entangled. Even a fire attribute beast would succumb to dark energy erosion. First, encircle us with a fire domain prison, then eliminate them one by one. The fire dragon fish comprehended Jiang Yun's commands. With a powerful swing of its tail, it struck the ground, and crimson flames surged forth, swiftly expanding into a circular fire domain with a diameter of 10 meters. The flames at the perimeter coalesced into a half-meter-high fire wall, crackling with intensity. The rising heat made the air stifling. The spectral spiders, which had been steadily advancing, halted in their tracks, some even retreating a few steps, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear, unwilling to advance further. Now, unleash your fire breath. Jiang Yun pointed at 3 spectral spiders perched on a nearby branch. Eliminate those above. Their webs can attack from the air. The fire dragon fish nodded, inhaling deeply before directing a powerful stream of flame toward the branch. The 3 spectral spiders, too weak in strength, were engulfed by the searing red flames that lashed out like whips, instantaneously severing the branch. With piercing shrieks, the spiders plummeted to the ground, and before they could land, they were enveloped in flames. They struggled to emit silk to escape. But as soon as their webs touched the fire, they were reduced to ashes, their black exoskeletons carbonizing rapidly until all that remained were 3 charred corpses. Seeing the fire dragon fish's ability to dispatch these spectral spiders with ease, Jiang Yun's spirits lifted. He then gestured toward 4 spectral spiders on the ground to the right. Those ones, be cautious of their webs. The 4 spectral spiders, witnessing the demise of their kin, overcame their fear of the flames, simultaneously launching dark purple webs toward the fire dragon fish. The webs arced through the air, carrying a pungent odor, seemingly poised to ensnare the fire dragon fish's body. Dodge! Sweep the webs away with your flames. Jiang Yun shouted urgently. The fire dragon fish swiftly sidestepped. Its tail ignited with flames, sweeping across the ground with a whoosh. The flames unfurled like a fan, incinerating the webs entirely. The severed strands fell to the ground, still emitting wisps of black smoke and corroding small pits in their wake. Seizing the moment of confusion among the spectral spiders, the fire dragon fish unleashed another fire breath, engulfing all 4 spectral spiders. This time, it deliberately controlled the flame's temperature to burn through their exoskeletons while leaving their bodies relatively intact. As these spectral spiders were of the dark attribute, their cores must retain dark attribute spiritual energy. It would be a waste not to collect them. While keeping a vigilant eye on the battlefield, Jiang Yun stowed the bodies into his storage ring. The Dark Attribute cores would serve as Dark Attribute Spirit Stones for Yun-Yun's Devouring Rabbit. The battle raged on for approximately 10 minutes, and the Fire Domain prison was strewn with the carcasses of numerous spectral spiders. The remaining 2 Black Iron Level 6 spectral spiders and the Spider King, sensing the dire situation, began to retreat. They realized they could not breach Jiang Yun's beast defenses and were utterly helpless against him. Suddenly, the Spider King emitted a sharp screech, seemingly issuing a retreat command. The 2 spectral spiders immediately turned and scurried up the tree trunk, hastening deeper into the woods, while the Spider King expelled a cloud of dark purple poisonous mist, attempting to obstruct Jiang Yun's pursuit. Trying to flee? It wouldn't be that simple. Jiang Yun would never let them escape. Particularly noteworthy is the Black Iron 7th tier Spider King, whose beast core harbors dark attribute spiritual energy that likely rivals the potency of dozens of dark attribute spirit stones. If it could be obtained, the Devouring Rabbit of Yun might directly awaken its dark attribute devouring skill. Xiaohua, retract the Fire Domain prison and pursue. Be wary of the poison mist, Jiang Yun commanded. The Fire Dragon Fish promptly extinguished its flames and followed closely behind Jiang Yun. Although the toxic mist expelled by the Spider King was formidable, the flames enveloping the Fire Dragon Fish formed an invisible barrier, keeping the noxious vapors at bay. The trio, 2 beings and 1 beast, pursued the fleeing spectral spider, swiftly exiting the forest and arriving at the entrance of a concealed cave. The cave mouth was obscured by vines. Had the Spider King not broken a few branches in its flight, one might never have discerned the cave's presence. The 2 Black Iron 6th tier spectral spiders had already scurried into the cave, while the Spider King paused at the entrance, turned, and spat a stream of venom at Jiang Yun before hastily retreating inside. The venom sizzled upon contact with the ground, instantly corroding a large pit. Exercise caution. There may be an ambush within the cave, Jiang Yun observed, noting the Spider King's reaction, which clearly indicated a degree of intelligence. He warily addressed the Fire Dragon Fish. First, unleash a breath of fire inside to assess the situation. The Fire Dragon Fish nodded and exhaled a fiery breath into the cave. The crimson flames illuminated the interior, revealing a grim sight. Piles of various ferocious beast bones littered the cave floor. There were skulls of giant bears, spines of wolf kind, and scales from unknown beasts, all adorned with dark purple spider silk, clearly the remnants of prey hunted by the spectral spider. The fiery breath echoed throughout the cave without encountering any resistance, and no additional spectral spiders emerged. It seemed that only the 3 spiders remained inside. Let us proceed, Jiang Yun declared, following the Fire Dragon Fish into the cave. A pungent stench of decay and damp mold pervaded the air, and the bones underfoot crunched ominously, sending chills down their spines. The Fire Dragon Fish's flames illuminated their path as they ventured roughly 50 meters inward, only to find themselves in a suddenly expansive chamber. Upon entering the cavern, Jiang Yun's astonishment was palpable, his pupils dilated in shock. Before him lay heaps of colorful spirit stones. Over 10,000 spirit stones. What a fortune! Jiang Yun squatted before the mound of stones, delicately picking up a dark purple ice attribute spirit stone. The frigid sensation coursed through his fingers, and he sensed a faint energy flowing within. Contemplating the mountain of beast bones within the cave, the origin of these spirit stones quickly dawned on him. Among the bones he had seen earlier at the cave's entrance were those of a fire wolf adorned with flame-like patterns, a water python with glimmering scales, and an eagle-like creature marked with lightning stripes, all evidently from beasts of varying attributes. These creatures had been hunted by the spectral Spider King, and the residual attribute spiritual energy within them had long mingled with the natural spiritual essence of the forest, ultimately coalescing into these diverse spirit stones within the cave. The spectral Spider King has gathered quite a bounty. How fortunate for me. Jiang Yun chuckled at the sight of the vast collection of spirit stones. He casually stored the ice attribute spirit stone in his spatial ring and turned to the Fire Dragon Fish, who was blissfully immersed in the pile of fire spirit stones, its tail high and eagerly crunching through several stones. This fellow truly is a glutton. Unable to resist when food is present, Jiang Yun sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of 3 pairs of blood-red eyes slowly illuminating from the shadows deep within the cave. They were the 3 spectral spiders that had fled inside. Larger than ordinary spectral spiders, their outlines became discernible as they lurked behind the piles of bones, seemingly waiting for Jiang Yun to let his guard down for a surprise attack. It certainly won't be that simple, Jiang Yun thought, already on high alert. Sensing the unusual intelligence of the Spider King after their earlier confrontation, he had anticipated a potential ambush. He called out sharply, "Xiaohua, watch your back." The fire dragon fish snapped its head up, still clutching half a fire spirit stone, its tail suddenly taut, flames surging an additional half-meter in height. In that moment, the three spectral spiders sprang forth from behind the bone piles, lunging directly at Jiang Yun, evidently intent on eliminating him first. The leftmost spectral spider unleashed a dark purple silk toward Jiang Yun, the noxious-smelling thread arcing through the air, poised to ensnare his wrist. Realizing the imminent danger, Jiang Yun quickly retrieved a bottle of beginner beast healing potion from his spatial ring and hurled it at the silk. Upon shattering, the pale green liquid splattered onto the silk, producing a hissing sound as it corroded the thread, rendering it non-adhesive and causing it to fall to the ground in several broken segments. Jiang Yun breathed a sigh of relief, realizing how narrowly he had escaped being ensnared, which could have resulted in swift corrosion. Meanwhile, the other two spectral spiders had closed in on him, one spewing silk while the other exhaled toxic mist, aiming to kill him outright. The fire dragon fish roared fiercely, its dark golden horns flashing with crimson light, releasing an overwhelming aura of its bloodline. Although this ability had limited effect against the Black Iron 7th tier Spider King, it was more than sufficient to handle the two Black Iron 5th tier spectral spiders. The two spectral spiders froze in place, fear flashing in their eyes, and even their silk spinning ceased. Seizing the opportunity, the fire dragon fish whipped its tail, sending a wave of flames that incinerated the silk and toxic mist, then turned to unleash a breath of fire upon the two spectral spiders. The crimson flames surged forth like a tidal wave, consuming the spiders before they could even utter a scream, their black shells quickly carbonizing, ultimately reducing them to two piles of charred ash. Observing this, the spectral spider king launched another assault. Unfortunately, the fire dragon fish's fire attribute skills were devastatingly powerful, especially given the elemental advantage. A single breath of fire engulfed and annihilated the Black Iron 7th tier spectral spider king. With the spider king dispatched, Jiang Yun exhaled in relief. He cautiously scanned the surroundings to ensure there were no hidden spectral spiders before beginning to clear the battlefield. He retrieved a dagger from his spatial ring, its blade sharp and capable of severing attribute spiritual energy, precisely what he had acquired for extracting beast cores. He approached the Spider King's corpse, crouched down, and carefully sliced open its abdomen. Although the Spider King's shell was robust, it had become weakened from the flames, allowing the dagger to easily slice through. Reaching inside, he grasped a cool, round object and gently pulled it out. A dark purple beast core the size of a pigeon egg. The core emanated a faint glow, rich in dark attribute energy, far purer than an ordinary dark attribute spirit stone. This beast core could easily equate to 50 or 60 dark attribute spirit stones, perfect for his sister's devouring rabbit to absorb. Satisfied, Jiang Yun stored the beast core in his spatial ring and proceeded to methodically process the remains of the other spectral spiders. The cores of 15 ordinary spectral spiders, though diminutive in size, are abundant in number, collectively harboring a significant amount of dark attribute energy. Additionally, the previously slain ice plane serpent yielded a pale blue ice attribute beast core, extracted from the serpent's head at the 7-inch mark, enveloped in swirling icy mist, indicative of its high quality. After securing all the beast cores, Jiang Yun commenced the inventory of the spiritual stones within the cave. He utilized the clean skeletal remains as a makeshift table, organizing the spiritual stones by their attributes. There were approximately 200 dark attribute spiritual stones, each plump and emanating a uniform dark purple luster, representing an urgently needed resource. The fire attribute spiritual stones numbered around 5,000, forming a miniature mountain, perfectly suited for the fire dragon fish, ensuring it would have ample sustenance for some time. The water attribute stones were also around 4,800, varying in shades from light to deep blue. Their quality appeared slightly inferior to the fire stones, yet sufficient for the fire dragon fish's absorption. Furthermore, there were some special spiritual stones, approximately 800 thunder attribute stones, fewer in quantity, their surfaces etched with delicate lightning patterns, delivering a faint electric sensation upon contact. Around 600 wind attribute stones, entirely transparent and reminiscent of crystal, exuding a subtle breeze when held, and about 3,000 earth attribute stones along with 500 wood attribute stones, the latter being the most common types, abundant in number, but lacking the value of their more unique counterparts. In total, there were nearly 20,000 spiritual stones. Jiang Yun roughly assessed the quantity and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Even the ordinary earth and wood attribute stones could fetch 1,000 federal coins each, with 3,000 stones amounting to 3 million, not to mention the dark, thunder, and wind attributes, which could command over 3,000 coins each. This does not even account for the value of the beast cores and the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Jiang Yun's grin widened, realizing he had struck it rich overnight. He picked up a dark attribute spiritual stone, his thoughts drifting to his sister, Jiang Yun. With 200 dark attribute spiritual stones, coupled with the spectral spider's beast cores, it would be more than sufficient to elevate the devouring rabbit from Black Iron Tier 1 directly to Bronze Tier. Previously, he had fretted over the lack of resources for Yun's devouring rabbit. Now, with these at hand, such worries would be alleviated for the foreseeable future. Moreover, once the devouring rabbit awakened its attribute skill, it could devour other attributes and acquire them, thus expanding the avenues for enhancing its strength. As for the fire dragon fish, with nearly 10,000 fire and water stones combined, such a bounty would surely satiate its appetite for quite some time. Once the fire dragon fish reached Black Iron Tier 8, it could consume that silver-grade spirit gathering flower, enabling it to leap 2 levels to Bronze Tier, maximizing the flower's effects while conserving many spiritual stones. Pondering this, Jiang Yun nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that he had indeed turned misfortune into fortune, reaping numerous benefits. Gulch. The fire dragon fish, noticing Jiang Yun engrossed in calculations and neglecting to provide it with spiritual stones, nudged its head against his arm. Its eyes fixated hungrily on the pile of fire stones, its tail flicking with eagerness. Jiang Yun chuckled and patted its head, saying, "Don't be greedy. You can't have too much right now. You just broke through and consumed over a dozen stones. If you eat more, you might fall into a deep slumber to recover. We are in the core zone's periphery, and without you by my side, I cannot deal with those high-tier ferocious beasts." The fire dragon fish seemed to comprehend, letting out a low, plaintive sound, its head drooping, the luster of its crimson scales dulling slightly. "Rest assured, once we return, I shall ensure you feast to your heart's content." Jiang Yun swiftly reassured it, and upon hearing this promise, the fire dragon fish's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, its tail wagging joyfully once more. By this time, the darkness outside the cave had completely enveloped the surroundings. Through the gaps in the vines at the cave entrance, only an inky blackness was visible, punctuated occasionally by the distant roars of ferocious beasts, laden with an unsettling aura of terror. Jiang Yun understood that the dangers of the misty forest at night were tenfold greater than during the day. Many ferocious beasts were nocturnal, with both vision and attack capabilities greatly enhanced in the dark. Moreover, high-tier ferocious beasts were abundant at the core zone's periphery. Encountering Black Iron Tier 8 or even 9 beasts could spell disaster, even with the fire dragon fish present. It seemed he would have to spend the night in this cave. Jiang Yun sighed. Although he possessed signal flares, he dared not deploy one. Should the signal fail to attract Coach Lin and instead draw a horde of high-tier ferocious beasts, the consequences would be dire. He mused that Yun and Zhang Chong had surely informed Coach Lin of his disappearance. Now, the priority was to conserve his strength and await rescue. Jiang Yun instructed the fire dragon fish to return to the beast space to recuperate. The beast space's rapid recovery feature would ensure the fire dragon fish remained in peak condition, just in case. He then settled himself in a position close to the cave entrance, leaning against the cold stone wall, intending to replenish the expenditure of his beast mastery power. The resonance between a beast master and their beasts necessitated a robust beast mastery power to effectively command them in battle. He had to maintain his prime condition. As night deepened, the cave was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by Jiang Yun's breathing. Just as he was on the brink of entering a meditative state, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside the cave, reminiscent of a colossal creature snapping branches as thick as a bowl. The tremors reverberating through the ground and causing dust to rain down from the stone walls. Jiang Yun was instantly alert, his gaze fixed on the cave entrance. Shortly thereafter, a deep, guttural roar of a beast resonated from outside, its sound rich and violent, causing the vines at the entrance to tremble. Amidst the beast's roar was another shrill screech, suggesting a clash between 2 ferocious beasts. Holding his breath, Jiang Yun cautiously parted the vines to peer outside. The darkness concealed everything, save for 2 massive silhouettes entangled within the thicket. One shadow appeared to be a bear-like beast, capable of shattering trees with each strike, while the other resembled a gigantic serpent, coiling around the bear-like creature, emitting a hissing sound. The tumult of battle escalated, with the sounds of splintering trees, the anguished cries of ferocious beasts, and the dripping of blood intertwining, creating a terrifying symphony in the stillness of the night. Jiang Yun could even smell the pungent scent of blood wafting through the air, thick enough to induce nausea. Before long, the roars of the bear-like beast diminished, eventually fading into silence. The serpent's shadow seemed satisfied, twisting as it dragged the bear's carcass deeper into the forest, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. But that was not the end. Shortly after the serpent departed, the sound of flapping wings echoed outside, accompanied by a sharp cry of an eagle-like beast. It had evidently detected the blood trail on the ground, circling a few times before pursuing the direction the serpent had taken. The following hours were anything but tranquil outside the cave. Occasionally, roars of ferocious beasts erupted, followed by the resounding crack of breaking trees, and sometimes unfamiliar creatures emitted strange whimpering sounds. At one point, a massive shadow swept past the cave entrance, casting an almost total darkness over the entrance, leaving Jiang Yun too terrified to even breathe. Utilizing his ability to manifest entry points, Jiang Yun glimpsed several ferocious beasts. The information he gleaned sent chills down his spine. Among the beasts he had just witnessed, none were below tier 8 or 9, and there were even silver-grade beasts, leaning against the stone wall. His palms began to sweat. He finally comprehended why Coach Lin had warned that entering the core zone was tantamount to seeking death. The ferocious beasts here are not only of high rank, but also engage in relentless combat, transforming the night into a veritable hell. He fixed his gaze upon the cave entrance, daring not to relax for even a moment. Fortunately, he found refuge in this cave. Jiang Yun felt a surge of gratitude within. The king of the nether spiders had occupied this place for many years, leaving behind its lingering scent. Thus, ordinary ferocious beasts dared not approach easily. Otherwise, he would have surely faced a siege by the beasts long before nightfall. Thus, Jiang Yun endured the night in vigilance. It was only when the first light of dawn began to illuminate the horizon that the commotion outside gradually subsided. He rubbed his somewhat sore shoulders and stretched languidly. At this moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. He must leave this perilous place immediately. Chapter 28. The Stone-Level Beasts. The Mysterious Woman. The remnants of the ferocious battles from the previous night were still vividly apparent. The ground was littered with shattered tree limbs, dried bloodstains, and even a half-eaten beast bone bearing tooth marks. A faint metallic scent of blood mingled with the morning dew, tightening his chest. How could it have come to this? Jiang Yun furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings. When he had chased the nether spider in, he could still recognize the traces along the way. But after a night of brutal conflict among the beasts, the familiar trees were either snapped in half or charred to cinders, leaving the once clear path utterly unrecognizable. He attempted to recall the direction he had come from, yet all he could see were unfamiliar sights. The treetops in the distance merged into a vast black ocean, rendering it impossible to discern east from west. If he mistakenly ventured deeper into the core area, he would surely meet his end here. A sense of panic began to rise within Jiang Yun, and his hand instinctively reached for the storage ring, contemplating whether to fire a distress signal to alert the instructors. However, recalling the roars of the 8th, 9th, and even silver-grade beasts from the previous night, he quickly withdrew his hand. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. Perhaps Lin, the instructor, was already searching for him. Just as Jiang Yun finished his thoughts, 3 orange-red lights suddenly illuminated the horizon. They were signal flares. Jiang Yun abruptly looked up, witnessing 3 signal flares detonating in succession in the sky several miles away, their crimson glow becoming the finest beacon. They truly had been searching for him. Jiang Yun's heart surged with excitement. This provided him with a clear direction. It seemed that after returning, Yun and Zhang Chong had informed Instructor Lin of his disappearance. The instructors had not given up on him, but were actively looking for him. Yet, upon further reflection, he was taken aback. The location of the signal flares was astonishingly distant. He had unknowingly fled such a great distance yesterday. Jiang Yun let out a wry smile. He finally understood why the ferocious beasts he encountered were growing increasingly formidable. He had inadvertently crossed the boundary of the core area and stumbled deep into the true core zone. With newfound direction, Jiang Yun dared not delay any longer and promptly made his way toward the direction of the signal flares. He summoned the fire dragon fish, instructing it to remain vigilant by his side. Along the way, they indeed encountered numerous ferocious beasts. There were 5th and 6th tier black iron beasts that fell victim to the fire dragon fish in mere moments, essentially offering themselves as sacrifices. Even 8th and 9th tier beasts attacked. But Jiang Yun skillfully directed the fire dragon fish to ensnare them within its fiery domain, allowing them to evade at opportune moments. After all, their priority at this juncture was survival, rendering it unnecessary to engage in a protracted struggle with those difficult adversaries. After running approximately 5 or 6 kilometers, Jiang Yun's breath became increasingly labored, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Just as he prepared to pause and catch his breath, the fire dragon fish suddenly halted. Its body tense, the flames on its scales beginning to quiver, and even its dark golden horns drooping slightly. This was a sign of fear. It seemed they had encountered something immensely terrifying. "What's wrong, little fire?" Jiang Yun's heart sank as he followed the fire dragon fish's gaze. In the next moment, He felt a dreadful aura emanating from ahead. It was not the bloodthirsty pressure of a black iron-level beast, but rather a suppression that originated from the depths of the soul, akin to an invisible mountain pressing down on his chest, rendering even his breath laborious. The beast-taming power within him began to boil and tremble. The ground started to quake gently, not from the stampede of beasts but from a slow, heavy tremor that caused cracks to form in the earth beneath his feet. Leaves rustling down around him, as if even the air had solidified. What manner of aura is this? Jiang Yun's heart raced, his fingers turning icy. He sensed that this presence was several tiers stronger than the Icefield Serpent and the king of the Nether Spiders he had previously encountered. It even surpassed the terrifying auras of the 9th-tier beasts from the night before. The fire dragon fish quivered more violently, its tail pressed firmly against the ground, lacking even the courage to raise its head. As a creature possessing the bloodline of a pseudo-dragon, it was utterly subdued by this aura, indicating that the entity before them was of a far superior realm. Retreat. Jiang Yun made a swift decision, drawing the fire dragon fish back into the beast-taming space. He understood that in the face of such a formidable being, the fire dragon fish would not only be of no assistance, but could potentially reveal their location due to the bloodline suppression. He quickly crouched and slipped into a nearby thicket, covering his mouth tightly with his hands, daring not to breathe audibly. The tremors grew nearer and more intense. Through the gaps in the thicket, Jiang Yun glimpsed the trees ahead beginning to sway. A colossal ancient tree, requiring 4 or 5 people to encircle, suddenly cracked with a resounding snap, not from the wind, but as if something had barreled through it. Moments later, an enormous creature came into view. It resembled a Qilin, yet was undeniably distinct. Standing at a towering height of nearly 20 meters, it loomed higher than a 3-story building. Its body was cloaked in silver-blue scales, intricately adorned with delicate lightning patterns, each scale glistening with a metallic sheen under the sun. A spiraled horn adorned its head, coiled with purple lightning that crackled audibly, sporadically striking the ground and leaving half-meter-deep craters. Its forced-out legs resembled stone pillars, the dark golden claws easily pulverizing rock beneath its weight. Most remarkably, its tail did not end in fur, but rather culminated in a sphere of condensed lightning, sending arcs of electricity toward nearby trees with each swish. What kind of beast is this? Such a terrifying aura. What level of ferocity does it possess? Jiang Yun's pupils constricted, and he dared not exhale. Even more astonishingly, atop the head of this lightning Qilin stood a young girl. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, clad in a flowing white gown. Her long, pale purple hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, with occasional flickers of lightning dancing among the strands. Barefoot, she stood by the horn of the lightning Qilin, her toes pale and steady upon the cold scales, exuding an air of unyielding composure. Though she stood atop a 20-meter-high, fearsome beast, she emanated a sense of detachment, as if the surrounding bloodshed and danger held no relevance to her, merely a passerby observing the chaos. Who is she? Why does she stand atop such a formidable beast? Could she be a beast tamer? This fearsome creature radiating such an overwhelming presence is hers. Jiang Yun's heart brimmed with confusion, driven by an insatiable curiosity. Jiang Yun activated the manifestation of the entry, his gaze fixated on the Thunder Qilin beast. A soft azure light enveloped the creature, and the information displayed within left him gasping in awe. Race: Thunder Qilin beast, Thunder attribute, Qilin bloodline. Realm: Diamond level 6. Qualification: Meteoric. Innate skills: Thunder Judgment. Extraordinary, unleashes a colossal bolt of lightning from its horn, capable of instantly annihilating beasts below Diamond level 3, with double damage against metallic targets. Qilin Tread: Extraordinary level, stomping the ground induces a thunderous earthquake, paralyzing all targets within range for 10 seconds. Lightning Pattern Shield: Rare level, the lightning patterns on its scales form a shield that can withstand all physical and elemental attacks below Diamond level 5. Lightning Teleportation: Rare level, utilizes lightning for short-range teleportation, with a maximum distance of 100 meters and a cooldown of 5 seconds. Thunderstorm Domain: Rare level, creates a thunderstorm domain with a diameter of 50 meters around itself, dealing thunder damage to enemies every second for 30 seconds. Bloodline Inheritance: Rare level, gradually activates the Qilin bloodline within by devouring Thunder attribute spirit stones or ferocious beasts, enhancing qualification level. Evolution Route: Currently at Meteoric qualification. It can evolve into Eclipse level qualification by absorbing Qilin blood, unlocking the Qilin True Form skill post-evolution. Diamond level 6, Meteoric qualification, and possessing 6 additional skills, 2 of which are even classified as extraordinary. Jiang Yun was utterly astonished. Each piece of information sent tumultuous waves through his heart. This was the first time he had witnessed such terrifying beast information through entry manifestation. Between black iron and diamond levels, there lay four significant realms: bronze, silver, gold, and purple crystal. It could be said that even a single skill from this Thundercheelan beast could obliterate him and the fire dragon fish countless times over. Who was she to command such a fearsome beast? Jiang Yun's gaze shifted back to the girl atop the Thundercheelan. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to use entry manifestation to glean her information, eager to uncover her origins. However, when the light screen unfolded, he was completely frozen. The display revealed not the information of a human, but rather that of a beast, one even more formidable than the Thundercheelan. Chapter 29, Assault on the Advanced Class. The young lady of the Su family goes missing. The entry light screen hovered before Jiang Yun, each piece of information striking his heart like a hammer, causing him to forget how to breathe. He confirmed the details thrice, yet the information remained unchanged. The girl standing atop the Thundercheelan, appearing ethereal and aloof, was not human at all. The entry information read: race, spirit demon nine-tailed fox of royal bloodline, 5 elements attribute. Realm, purple crystal level 9. Qualification, legendary. Innate skills. Alluring gaze, legendary, can manipulate the target's mind through gaze and aura, achieving a 100 success rate on targets below purple crystal level. Even purple crystal powerhouses may experience momentary distraction. Illusion mastery, legendary, can perfectly transform into any creature previously encountered, including humans, mimicking not only appearance but also aura and the fluctuations of beast mastery, undetectable unless the opponent possesses true eye abilities. 5 elements Foxfire, extraordinary level, can unleash Foxfire of 5 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, each with unique effects. Gold fire shatters armor, wood fire scorches, water fire freezes, fire incinerates, earth fire crushes. Nine-tailed guardian, rare level, deploys 9 foxtails to form a shield that can withstand all attacks below diamond level. Upon shattering, it reflects 30 damage back to the attacker. Spatial jump, extraordinary level, utilizes the power of the 5 elements for medium-distance spatial leaps, with a maximum distance of 500 meters and no cooldown, though each use consumes 10 spirit power. Life drain, extraordinary level, by making contact with the target through Foxfire, it siphons the target's spirit and life force, converting it into its own energy. Fox Clan pressure, rare level, releases the pressure of royal bloodline, suppressing all non-royal beasts and spirit demons, reducing their combat effectiveness by 50. Memory reading, rare level, by touching the target's forehead, can access the shallow memories of the past 24 hours, requires the target to be distracted or unconscious. Bloodline resurgence, rare level, in critical moments, can briefly awaken ancient royal bloodline, temporarily elevating realm by 1 significant level, lasting 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 7 days. Evolution route, can evolve through inheriting the 9-tailed fox royal lineage, enhancing qualification to Holy King level and unlocking the Fox Emperor True Form skill. Hint: the spirit demon 9-tailed fox possesses exceptionally high intelligence, comparable to that of an adult human, and even surpasses in calculation and strategizing. Its royal bloodline holds esteemed status in the spirit demon realm, being one of the few capable of commanding myriad beasts. Purple crystal level 9, legendary qualification, and a royal spirit demon with 9 skills, most of which are rare, extraordinary, or even legendary level. Jiang Yun's astonishment reached its zenith. While the 9-tailed fox's realm may not surpass that of the Thundercheelan, its qualification was simply unparalleled. Such qualifications among the beast races could only be deemed as prodigious. He had previously thought that the Underworld Spider King and Icefield Serpent were terrifying enough, but in comparison to this 9-tailed fox, those beasts seemed like mere weaned cubs. Even more alarming was the fact that this beast's intelligence surpassed that of humans. Yet, this left Jiang Yun deeply perplexed. Why would a beast of such caliber appear in this locale? Why did she boldly ride upon the Thundercheelan here? Did she not fear being discovered by human diamond level or even higher beast masters? No, Jiang Yun suddenly realized. The Thundercheelan was diamond level 6, while the 9-tailed fox was purple crystal level 9. Even the strongest in City C, such as the principal, would at most reach purple crystal level and likely stand no chance against them. They had no need to conceal themselves. One could say that the core area of the Misty Forest was akin to their private garden. They could even rampage through City C, and likely no one would be able to stop them. As Jiang Yun's thoughts surged, the 9-tailed fox atop the Thundercheelan suddenly turned her head slightly, her lavender hair swaying gently with the motion. Her gaze, seemingly unintentional, precisely landed in the direction of Jiang Yun's hiding place among the bushes. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Jiang Yun felt as though the very blood in his veins had frozen. Her eyes were beautiful, yet deep within their pupils lay a coldness that seemed capable of perceiving everything, as if all of Jiang Yun's thoughts were laid bare before her. He could even sense a faint mental force emanating from her gaze, as if attempting to penetrate his mind. It was over. Jiang Yun's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He hastily withdrew his gaze, turning aside to evade her scrutiny. Yet the next moment, the nine-tailed fox gently retracted her gaze, as if nothing had transpired, as if she had never even noticed Jiang Yun. She raised her hand to pat the thunder cheelan's horn, which emitted a low growl before turning and advancing deeper into the misty forest. The silvery blue scales glimmered in the sunlight as they receded into the distance, and the suffocating pressure gradually dissipated. Jiang Yun remained stationary until the silhouette of the Thunder Lin beast completely vanished into the woods, at which point he abruptly collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His back was drenched in cold sweat. That fleeting moment of eye contact had rendered him more anxious than battling the king of the Nether Spider. Had she already detected his presence? Yet, why did she not eliminate him? Jiang Yun furrowed his brow in confusion. With the strength of a nine-tailed fox, killing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant, yet she chose to disregard him. Was it because he was too feeble to warrant her attention? Or did she have an ulterior motive? Unable to decipher the answers, Jiang Yun could only suppress his doubts for the time being and continue towards the direction of the signal flare. This time, he dared not be careless. He left the fire dragon fish in the Beastmaster space on standby while he treaded lightly, vigilantly observing his surroundings. After approximately half an hour, a familiar aura suddenly wafted towards him. It was Coach Lin's beast, the earth-profound turtle. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up as he hurried forward. He saw Coach Lin riding atop an enormous, earthy yellow turtle, its shell adorned with deep brown patterns, exuding a formidable presence. It was indeed his beast, the earth-profound turtle. Upon spotting Jiang Yun, Coach Lin initially froze. Then his face transformed into an expression of disbelief, nearly causing him to tumble from the turtle's back. Jiang Yun, you're alive? His voice was laced with astonishment as he dismounted the earth-profound turtle and approached Jiang Yun, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You're unscathed? How could you survive in such a perilous core area? Jiang Yun frowned slightly at Coach Lin's exaggerated reaction, sensing the immense surprise in his demeanor. Gleaning a semblance of understanding, he feigned ignorance. Coach Lin, I was pursued by the Icefield Serpent yesterday and inadvertently stumbled into the core area. Later, my fire dragon fish broke through to the Black Iron 6th rank, and by a stroke of luck, I managed to slay the Icefield Serpent and found a cave to hide in for the night. I just spotted your signal flare and headed this way. By the way, weren't you supposed to be looking for me? Coach Lin suddenly seemed to realize he had misspoken, his expression turning somewhat awkward as he cleared his throat and evaded eye contact. Yes, I was looking for you. However, our primary objective was to locate another student, and we were also searching for you in the process. He paused momentarily. In truth, when they heard the news of Jiang Yun entering the core area, they had already resigned to the grim fate that awaited him. After all, in Coach Lin's view, Jiang Yun's beast was merely at the Black Iron 3rd rank, and even the weakest beasts in the core area were at least at the Black Iron 7th or even 8th or 9th ranks. There was also the possibility of encountering some golden rank beasts that could easily overpower even them. So he and the other two coaches believed Jiang Yun was doomed. However, upon hearing Jiang Yun's recent words, Coach Lin seemed to have a revelation, his brows furrowing in astonishment. Wait, what did you just say? Your fire dragon fish advanced to the Black Iron 6th rank? Wasn't he just at the Black Iron 3rd rank yesterday? You ascended 3 ranks in a single day? The incredulity in Coach Lin's tone was palpable. The elevation of a beast's rank necessitates an abundance of resources. Each rank advancement at the Black Iron level typically requires nearly 100 corresponding attribute spirit stones. Ascending 3 ranks in a day, what an astronomical amount of resources that would entail. Furthermore, it also depended on the beast's appetite. It's not as if possessing spirit stones guarantees consumption. To rise 3 ranks in a day, it would need to consume at least 200 to 300 stones, right? Could a beast possibly eat that much in a single day? Coach Lin was exceedingly curious about how Jiang Yun had accomplished this feat. Realizing he needed to provide an explanation, Jiang Yun acknowledged the absurdity of the fire dragon fish's rapid advancement. It seemed that only the spirit-gathering flower could have such an effect. Thus, Jiang Yun explained, I obtained a spirit-gathering flower from the Icefield Serpent. In a dire situation, I fed it to the fire dragon fish. Perhaps due to its exceptional talent, it broke through remarkably fast and ascended 3 ranks in succession. The spirit-gathering flower. You truly are fortunate, Coach Lin exclaimed with a smile. To stumble upon such a treasure that is immensely beneficial for Black Iron and Bronze-level beasts is indeed your fortune. Although he found it somewhat unbelievable, he refrained from probing further. After all, he understood the effects of the spirit-gathering flower. The rate of advancement varies with the beast's aptitude. And perhaps Jiang Yun's fire dragon fish truly was a prodigious creature, advancing 3 ranks at once. He nodded approvingly. reflecting that the principal had indeed seen potential in Jiang Yun. Even if he lacked the talent of a beast master, his beast's aptitude was commendable, and it would undoubtedly elevate him to the ranks of a golden-level beast master in the future. Jiang Yun smiled, noticing that Coach Lin had no lingering doubts. Seizing the opportunity, he shifted the topic. Coach Lin, you mentioned you were searching for another student? What has happened? Upon mentioning this matter, Coach Lin's expression instantly grew serious. He sighed and lowered his voice. It concerns Su Qingxue from the advanced class. She is the daughter of the prominent Su family in City C. Last night, while we were searching the outskirts of the core area, the advanced and intermediate classes were suddenly attacked by a terrifying beast. An attack by a beast? Jiang Yun's heart tightened. Indeed, the beast's strength was extraordinarily formidable, surely exceeding the golden rank, and it might even be at the purple crystal rank. Coach Lin's voice held a hint of lingering fear. It suddenly burst forth from the core area, shattering the defenses of the advanced class with a single swipe. Even our 3 golden-level beasts were overwhelmed. Fortunately, this assault didn't result in significant casualties, just a few students sustaining minor injuries. However, amidst the chaos, the young lady from the Su family, Su Qingxue, went missing. The principal has already contacted the Su family, and they have dispatched a purple crystal-level expert to join the principal in searching the core area for Su Qingxue. But until now, there has been no news. As Coach Lin spoke, he suddenly turned to Jiang Yun, his eyes glimmering with hope. Jiang Yun, since you emerged from the core area, did you encounter any exceptionally powerful beasts? Or did you happen to see Su Qingxue? Jiang Yun's heart leaped. A purple crystal-level beast? Su Qingxue? He immediately recalled the terrifying Thunderlin beast he had just encountered and the woman atop it. Could it be that Coach Lin was referring to that nine-tailed fox and her Thunderlin beast? But Su Qingxue is human, while the nine-tailed fox is a beast. Surely there could be no connection between the two? Chapter 30. The Purple Crystal-Level Beast Master. Su family head, Su Qingtian. Jiang Yun pondered for a moment. Although he was uncertain whether the nine-tailed fox and the Thunderlin beast were indeed the beast and Su Qingxue Coach Lin spoke of, he nonetheless described the Thunderlin beast's appearance, its lightning patterns on its scales, and the overwhelming pressure it exuded. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's description, Coach Lin's expression shifted from doubt to certainty, and he suddenly slapped his thigh. Exactly. That's it. When that beast shattered the defensive barrier yesterday, it emanated that very silver-blue lightning aura. Since you have seen it, you must know the direction it headed. I must quickly inform the principal and the Su family head. As Coach Lin spoke, he retrieved a signal flare and launched it into the sky. The orange-red beam pierced through the mist, and moments later, a piercing eagle cry echoed from the distant horizon. A blue-green streak of light tore through the clouds. Jiang Yun instinctively squinted his eyes. Before them soared a colossal eagle. Its wingspan approaching 20 meters, feathers intricately carved like ice crystals, with each plume's edge entwined in delicate golden lightning patterns. Its formidable talons grasped a thundercloud nearly half a meter in diameter, and with each powerful beat of its wings, a tempest arose beneath, stirring the forest into a frenzy. More astonishing still was the middle-aged man standing upon the eagle's back, clad in a moonlit white satin robe, cinched at the waist with a jade belt embedded with azure gemstones. His handsome visage bore an icy indifference. As his gaze swept across the ground, it was as if he looked down upon mere ants. Race, Wine Spirit Divine Eagle, Wind Attribute. Realm, Purple Crystal Tier 3. Talent, Top Tier Purple Crystal. Talent Skills, Wind Blade Storm. Extraordinary unleashes thousands of wind blades with each flap, capable of slicing through defenses of Purple Crystal Tier and below. Thundercloud Summoning. Rare calls forth thunderclouds from above to strike with lightning, accompanied by paralysis effects. Wind Shackles. Rare forms chains from compressed wind blades to bind targets of Purple Crystal Tier 2 and below. Rapid Dive. Rare temporarily boosts movement speed by 300. With impact force capable of shattering mountains. Feather Blade Retaliation. Common detached feathers automatically attack any enemies they encounter. Evolution Path. Absorbing Wind Godstone Essence can evolve into Wind God Spirit Eagle, enhancing its aptitude to Diamond Top Tier and unlocking the domain, Eye of the Storm. As Jiang Yun's attributes manifested, the middle-aged man had already descended with the Divine Eagle, the ground beneath him cracking like spider silk under the pressure of the wind. He did not spare a glance at Coach Lin or Jiang Yun, yet his voice, like a chilling wind sweeping across ice, resonated. Have you seen my daughter? No. Jiang Yun replied, braving the unseen pressure as he gestured towards the direction where the Thunderlin beast had vanished. I only saw that beast venture deeper into the core area, accompanied by a girl in white. He deliberately concealed the presence of the nine-tailed fox, mentioning only the Thunderlin beast. The man frowned as the Wind Spirit Divine Eagle suddenly emitted an agitated cry, its keen eyes fixated on the core area. Without further inquiry, he lightly tapped his toes and ascended back onto the eagle's back. The tempest stirred by the eagle's wings nearly knocked Jiang Yun off his feet, and in the blink of an eye, the azure streak vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Such is the might of a purple crystal-level expert, Coach Lin murmured, gazing skyward. With a bitter smile, he shook his head at Jiang Yun. This is how the strong are. They look down upon everything, believing themselves invincible. I shall escort you back to the rendezvous point. It is unsafe outside. Jiang Yun nodded in silence. Witnessing the lofty demeanor of the purple crystal beastmaster ignited a spark of anticipation within him. Purple crystal level, huh? Sooner or later, I too shall reach that pinnacle. Under Coach Lin's protection, Jiang Yun swiftly returned to the periphery. After escorting Jiang Yun back, Coach Lin departed. At that moment, individuals from 3 classes had gathered at the outskirts. The assembly point for the newcomer class was set in a clearing trampled by ferocious beasts. As Jiang Yun appeared alongside Coach Lin, every eye in the newcomer class widened in disbelief, all staring incredulously at Jiang Yun. Isn't this the guy who was said to have perished in the core area? Goodness. He is alive. Unbelievable. I saw him enter the core zone with my own eyes. Yet here he is, returned unscathed. That place is swarming with beasts of levels 8 and 9. The newcomers buzzed in astonishment. When Jiang Yun caught sight of Jiang Yun, her water bottle clattered to the ground, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string as she hurled herself into his embrace, nearly knocking him back a step. Brother, I thought you were dead. Foolish girl, I am tougher than that, Jiang Yun chuckled, ruffling her wind-tousled hair and noticing the grass clippings on her sleeve, a clear sign of her falls during the search. He understood well that after a day without news, his sister must have been deeply worried. The dark circles under her eyes indicated she had likely spent the night awake. Beside them, Li Na, her eyes reddened, passed a water bottle to him, while Zhang Chong patted Jiang Yun's shoulder with a goofy grin. I knew it. I knew you'd be fine, Jiang Yun. Thank you for taking care of Yun Yun, Jiang Yun replied with a smile, observing the two of them had clearly been looking after his sister since yesterday. In gratitude, Jiang Yun retrieved 2 small bags of spirit stones from his storage ring, handing one to Zhang Chong containing 50 yellow earth attribute spirit stones, and the other to Li Na filled with 50 sky blue wind attribute spirit stones. These are some earth and wind attribute spirit stones. They will be useful for your rock armored mouse and wind feather sparrow. This is too precious. Both stepped back in unison, and Li Na waved her hands repeatedly. We only did what we should. Take them, Jiang Yun insisted, lowering his voice. Consider this a token of thanks from me as your brother to you both. If you refuse, then don't expect me to team up with you in the future. He knew that 50 spirit stones were a fortune for newcomers. But for him at present, it was merely a trifling matter, especially since he had no use for those 2 types of spirit stones at this moment. However, he couldn't offer too many, lest it arouse suspicion, given that nearly 20,000 spirit stones lay within his storage ring. Li Na and Zhang Chong could only smile awkwardly in response to his insistence, ultimately accepting the spirit stones, their admiration for Jiang Yun growing significantly. They eagerly declared that Jiang Yun was a friend worth forging a deep bond with. At that moment, as pleasantries exchanged between the 3, a dark voice pierced through from behind Jiang Yun, laced with anger and disbelief. Jiang Yun, you're still alive. Jiang Yun slowly turned, his gaze landing upon the source of the voice. There stood Xiao Ling, leaning on a broken wooden staff, limping slightly, his left leg wrapped in bandages. Evidently wounded from being struck by the ice-field serpent's tail the previous day, his face was as pale as parchment, yet his eyes were bloodshot, fixed upon Jiang Yun with an intensity that suggested he wished to devour him whole. I never expected to see you standing before me alive. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his tone as he recalled Xiao Ling's panicked expression when he was flung away by the serpent. Don't get too smug. Xiao Ling's cane struck the ground with a resounding thud, trembling with anger. If you hadn't lured the ice-field serpent over, I would never have been ambushed. My misfortune is entirely your doing. Jiang Yun stepped forward, his gaze landing on Xiao Ling's injured leg. I recall it was you who intercepted me halfway yesterday. The ice-field serpent's target was always me. If you hadn't tried to block me and meddle, how would you have drawn the serpent's ire? He paused, his tone suddenly turning cold. Your narrow-mindedness and inability to accept defeat led you to seek revenge on me, resulting in your misfortune. This is your own doing. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Ling's face flushed with indignation as he opened his mouth, struggling to articulate a response. Jiang Yun's words were undeniably true. Yet how could he bear such humiliation? After all, he was the second young master of the Xiao family, unaccustomed to such disgrace. Just then, a scornful voice cut through the air behind Xiao Ling. So, you are Jiang Yun? What a silver-tongued individual you are. It is no wonder you dare to oppose the Xiao family. The crowd parted, allowing a young man clad in black to step forward. followed closely by a formidable beast resembling a lizard, towering at 2 to 3 meters. The youth was half a head taller than Xiaoling, with broad shoulders and silver gauntlets adorning his arms, etched with the emblem of the intermediate class. Upon sighting the newcomer, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow. He did not recognize this individual. However, the surrounding students gasped in recognition. Xiaohong. It's him. He is Xiaoling's cousin and a core student of the intermediate class. It is said that his earth-splitting lizard recently advanced to the 6th tier of Black Iron. Whispers filled the air, laced with trepidation. Jiang Yun was finished. Xiaohong was far more formidable than Xiaoling. Just recently, another student had accidentally bumped into him and had his arm broken by the earth-splitting lizard. Who would have imagined that Jiang Yun's offense against Xiaoling would lead him to this confrontation? It seemed Jiang Yun was in grave peril. The murmurs pricked Jiang Yun's ears like needles. Instantly, concern washed over her, and she clutched Jiang Yun's sleeve tightly, whispering, "Brother, perhaps we should leave quickly." Jiang Yun gently patted her hand, signaling her not to fear, and shifted his gaze back to Xiaohong. He understood that Xiaoling had suffered a setback and had summoned a more formidable ally. "Indeed, I am Jiang Yun. What business do you have with me?" His tone was neither submissive nor arrogant, exuding a calm defiance in the face of Xiaohong. "Business?" Xiaohong scoffed, stepping closer. His gaze condescending as he looked down at Jiang Yun. "I've heard you took 500 spirit stones from my cousin and injured his leg yesterday. Would you say that is no business?" Xiaoling was lying. At that moment, Li Na stepped forward, aware that Xiaohong was seeking a confrontation and feeling compelled to defend Jiang Yun. Despite the crimson flush on her cheeks, she mustered the courage to speak up, knowing that supporting Jiang Yun would mean offending Xiaohong. That day at school, it was Xiaoling who challenged Jiang Yun to a bet. After losing 500 spirit stones, he was still unsatisfied. Yesterday, he intentionally ambushed Jiang Yun, and the Icefield Serpent's attack had nothing to do with him. The students from our new class can all attest to this. Zhang Chang chimed in, nodding vigorously yes. We all witnessed it. It was Xiaoling who instigated the trouble. In this moment of crisis, the two stood up for Jiang Yun. Observing this scene, Jiang Yun let out a long sigh. He had not misjudged their character. However, as soon as they finished speaking, the surrounding students averted their gazes, not daring to support them. Everyone was acutely aware of the Xiao family's influence in City C. They were a powerful clan. Offending Xiaohong and Xiaoling would spell trouble for anyone in the academy. Xiaohong cast a disdainful glance at Li Na and Zhang Chang, his contempt deepening. "Who are you two to speak with me?" He turned back to Jiang Yun, his tone steeped in unyielding authority. "I care not for your bet or who instigated the trouble. All I know is that my family member has been injured, and you must provide an explanation." "What explanation do you seek?" Jiang Yun responded with a smile, unperturbed. It was clear that Xiaohong was merely avenging Xiaoling. Even without justification, he would still complicate Jiang Yun's situation. Jiang Yun was acutely aware of this. "Very simple. I shall not make it difficult for you." Xiaohong gestured towards Xiaoling's injured leg, and then pointed at Jiang Yun's leg. "My cousin has injured one leg. Thus, you shall forfeit one leg in return. This matter will be settled." The statement silenced the crowd instantaneously. No one anticipated that Xiaohong would be so ruthless as to demand Jiang Yun's leg. Jiang Yun turned pale with fear, clutching Jiang Yun's arm tightly. "Brother, we cannot heed his words. We must leave." Li Na and Zhang Chang grew anxious as well, wanting to reason with him, but were met with a fierce glare from Xiaohong's beast, which paralyzed them in place under the oppressive aura of the 6th tier of Black Iron. Seeing Jiang Yun remain still, Xiaohong smirked with satisfaction. "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" He took a step forward, his beast closing in behind him, its dark claws carving deep grooves into the ground. "If you do not dare, then kneel and bow 3 times to my cousin, and surrender your beast to me. I may let you go this once." He had long heard that Jiang Yun was a talentless waste with no aptitude for beast taming, yet possessed a fire dragon fish of decent quality, which had allowed him to enter the core student class. Thus, he harbored designs on seizing Jiang Yun's beast. In his eyes, Jiang Yun was merely an unconnected newcomer. Even if he rendered him crippled and stole his beast, no one would dare speak against him. For he was a member of the Xiao family and a core student of the intermediate class with sea-level talent. How could he be compared to a talentless, luck-dependent wastrel? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yun's gaze turned icy. He had initially wished to avoid escalating matters with such a powerful family, but it was evident that these individuals were pushing their luck, believing him to be an easy target. Jiang Yun slowly released Jiang Yun's hand and took a step forward, meeting Xiaohong's gaze head-on. "And what if I refuse?" "Oh, you wish to resist?" Xiaohong laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke. "You easily defeated my cousin's fiendish wolf. Surely your beast must possess 2nd or even 3rd tier strength. Yet, you believe that your 3rd tier fire dragon fish can stand against me? My earth-splitting lizard is at the 6th tier of Black Iron. Let me be blunt. Whether you lose a leg today is not for you to decide. With that, Xiao Hong issued a command to his earth-splitting lizard. Earth-splitting lizard, go. Take his leg. Chapter 32, the 6th tier of Black Iron. Shocking everyone. The roar of the earth-splitting lizard erupted in the clearing as its powerful limbs slammed into the ground, creating shallow craters. Earth-splitting lizard. Use Earth Spike Assault. Cripple him. Xiao Hong's voice was imbued with an undeniable authority, pointing directly at the ground before Jiang Yun. Xiao Ling leaned on his cane, a smug smile etched across his face, his eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Jiang Yun, let us see how you escape this time. He envisioned Jiang Yun being thrown into the air by the earth-splitting lizard, severely wounded, and then begging for mercy, releasing the pent-up resentment within him. The surrounding students held their breath, with some instinctively retreating a couple of steps. They had witnessed the Earth Spike Assault during practical lessons in the intermediate class. It could instantaneously unleash dozens of stone spikes from the ground, capable of severely injuring even a 4th-tier Black Iron beast. A mere human like Jiang Yun would likely end up crippled, if not dead. Brother, be careful. Jiang Yun anxiously grasped Jiang Yun's arm, attempting to pull him away. Li Na and Zhang Chong also edged closer, with Li Na summoning her wind feather sparrow to perch on her shoulder, ready to unleash a wind blade for interference. Zhang Chong clenched his fists, determined to charge in front of Jiang Yun and shield him, even at the risk of injuring his beast. As the front claws of the cracked earth lizard prepared to strike the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly, Jiang Yun remained steadfast, devoid of any hint of panic. With a tranquil demeanor, he uttered, "Little fire, come forth." As his words resonated, a flash of crimson light appeared, and the figure of the fire dragon fish materialized before Jiang Yun. It had grown since 3 days prior, its dark golden horns shimmering with a faint glow, and the scarlet patterns on its scales danced like flowing flames under the sunlight. With a gentle flick of its tail, it conjured a wave of scorching wind. The cracked earth lizard regarded the fire dragon fish with a flicker of disdain, its massive form lunging forward with ferocity. The ground spike assault was unleashed. The earth cracked as a dozen sharp stone spikes shot towards the fire dragon fish with blinding speed, leaving only an afterimage in their wake. The cracked earth lizard followed closely behind, charging recklessly. Witnessing Jiang Yun summon his beast, Xiao Ling's smile widened with arrogance. A futile struggle, but in the next heartbeat, all expressions of amusement froze in disbelief. The fire dragon fish did not evade. Instead, it raised its tail dramatically, crimson flames coiling around the tip. And with a powerful swing, it struck fiercely at the oncoming cracked earth lizard and the spikes. Crack! The sharp sound echoed, reminiscent of a whip cracking against leather. Astonishingly, the colossal cracked earth lizard was sent soaring like a ragged sack, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the grass 10 meters away, reducing the newly emerged stone spikes to mere dust. The cracked earth lizard struggled to rise, but as it braced itself on its front claws, it tumbled once more, spitting out a mouthful of blood-streaked saliva, its eyes reflecting sheer terror as they fixated on the fire dragon fish. An eerie silence enveloped the clearing, with even the rustle of leaves in the wind becoming distinctly audible. After a few moments, someone gasped sharply, disbelief flooding their voice. What the hell? Isn't Xiao Hong's cracked earth lizard a Black Iron level 6? How could it be sent flying by Jiang Yun's fire dragon fish, which he contracted less than 3 days ago? I must be seeing things. That fish didn't even seem to exert itself. Indeed, it didn't even use any skills before it was sent flying. How is this possible? Wasn't Jiang Yun's beast only Black Iron level 3? How could it possibly contend with a Black Iron level 6 cracked earth lizard? The spectators were utterly astounded by the unfolding scene. Jiang Yun's sister, Jiang Yun, widened her eyes, her grip on Jiang Yun's arm loosening slightly as she murmured, "Brother, how has your beast become so formidable?" She had contracted her beast on the same day as her brother, but hers was still a mere Black Iron level 1 due to a lack of suitable spiritual stones. She never imagined her brother's beast could be strong enough to effortlessly send a Black Iron level 6 ferocious beast flying. Li Na and Zhang Chong were equally flabbergasted. Zhang Chong instinctively touched his rock-armored mouse, swallowing hard. This combat power is utterly absurd. If my rock-armored mouse faced the cracked earth lizard, it would likely fall in a single blow. Li Na's wind feather sparrow flapped its wings uneasily, clearly intimidated by the prowess of the fire dragon fish. Xiao Ling's smug expression vanished entirely, replaced by a look of utter bewilderment. Rubbing his eyes, he thought he must have misperceived the scene. No, this cannot be. My cousin's cracked earth lizard is a Black Iron level 6. How could it be defeated by a mere fish in a single blow? It must have been luck. Yes, the cracked earth lizard must have been caught off guard. It was a sneak attack. This is undoubtedly a sneak attack. Xiao Hong's expression darkened. his brows knitting tightly together as he fixed his gaze on the fire dragon fish before glancing at the cracked earth lizard, which lay in a defeated heap. His voice bore uncertainty. Yes, that must have been it. The cracked earth lizard was careless. Let's try again. He commanded the cracked earth lizard. Cracked earth lizard. Use rock shield to protect yourself, then charge. Hearing the command, the cracked earth lizard struggled to rise, its body enveloped in a thick layer of rocky armor. Resembling a moving hill, it let out a low growl and charged once more at the fire dragon fish, this time at a slower pace. But the force of its impact was undeniably greater, causing the ground to rumble beneath its weight. A smirk tugged at the corners of Jiang Yun's lips. Through the manifestation of attributes, he had discerned all the information about the cracked earth lizard, including its vulnerabilities. The scales on its abdomen were thin. Unprotected by the rock shield, this so-called charge was merely brute force. Little fire, evade its front and strike its abdomen. Jiang Yun's directive resounded clearly in the fire dragon fish's ears. The fire dragon fish adeptly maneuvered to the side, easily dodging the cracked earth lizard's charge. The cracked earth lizard, propelled by its own momentum, surged forward several meters before coming to a halt, momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, the fire dragon fish swiftly turned, inhaling deeply before unleashing a precise stream of crimson flames that engulfed the cracked earth lizard's abdomen. The sound of flames scorching rock was piercing. As the rock shield on the cracked earth lizard's belly melted away, exposing tender skin beneath, the fire seared directly onto the flesh, eliciting a heart-wrenching cry from the cracked earth lizard. Its massive form crashed heavily to the ground. Unable to rise again, the rock shield shattered, and its scales lost their luster, clearly indicating its defeat. The aftermath of this encounter ignited a fervent uproar among the onlookers, more intense than before. No, this is not mere luck. It cannot be. That fire breath was too precise, striking the cracked earth lizard's weak point perfectly. What level is this fish at? It annihilated a black iron level 6 cracked earth lizard? And Jiang Yun, how incredibly impressive. In such a brief skirmish, he was able to identify the cracked earth lizard's weakness. I recall Jiang Yun only contracted his beast 3 days ago. How could his fire dragon fish be so powerful in just 3 days? Could it be? Has he elevated the fire dragon fish to black iron level 6, or even higher in such a short span? Such a feat seemed implausible. Did they think enhancing a beast's power was as simple as taking a sip of water? If it weren't for the strength of a black iron level 6, how could the fire dragon fish have so effortlessly defeated a black iron level 6 cracked earth lizard? The crowd was rife with confusion. At that moment, Xiaohong, too, was engulfed in disbelief. His eyes widened in shock as he rushed to the cracked earth lizard's side, assessing its condition. Finding it had completely lost its combat capability and could only breathe weakly, his face paled with concern. He abruptly looked up at Jiang Yun, his voice tinged with a hint of a roar. Impossible. This cannot be. Your fire dragon fish, contracted for less than 3 days, cannot possibly defeat my cracked earth lizard. It is a black iron level 6. Jiang Yun merely smiled, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. I apologize, but my fire dragon fish is also at black iron level 6. Moreover, it possesses superior aptitude and combat experience compared to your cracked earth lizard. Is it truly surprising that it could defeat it? He paused, casting a glance at Xiaohong and Xiaoling. He continued, earlier you mentioned that I would need to lose a leg to settle the score. Now that your beast has lost, should you wish to pursue that leg removal? Little Fire and I are ever ready. Xiaohong, gazing at his ailing cracked earth lizard, then at the imposing fire dragon fish, felt a surge of frustration. The cracked earth lizard, which he had painstakingly nurtured to black iron level 6, was now in such dire condition that it would require at least half a month of recovery. If the conflict continued, the cracked earth lizard might be rendered utterly incapacitated. He gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with resentment, and could only force out a few words through clenched jaws. Jiang Yun, you wait for me. This isn't over. With that, he cautiously stowed the earth-splitting lizard back into his beast-controlling space and turned to leave. Xiaoling's expression was even more unbearable, as if he had just consumed something foul. Seeing his cousin depart, he dared not utter another word, limping awkwardly behind Xiaohong with the aid of a cane, not daring to glance back, fearful that Jiang Yun might seek retribution. Observing the Xiao brothers' disheveled retreat, the surrounding students immediately flocked to Jiang Yun, showering him with praise as if they were intimately acquainted. Jiang Yun, you are simply remarkable. A black iron 6th tier beast. You'll undoubtedly become the leader of our newcomer class. Jiang Yun, could you share how your beast has progressed so rapidly? Any secrets? Jiang Yun, can you take me along in the next practical exercise? I promise I won't hold you back. Just moments ago, when Xiaohong had threatened Jiang Yun, these very students had kept their heads down in silence. Now, witnessing Jiang Yun's victory and the formidable strength of his beast, They speculated that he would surely ascend to great heights within the school. Thus, they hastened to ingratiate themselves, their expressions shifting faster than turning a page in a book. Jiang Yun's sister, Jiang Yun, could no longer tolerate it. Stepping forward, she positioned herself protectively in front of Jiang Yun and furrowed her brow, saying, "Why didn't any of you speak when my brother was threatened by Xiaohong? Now that he has triumphed, you rush over. Does that not strike you as insincere?" At her words, the encircling students abruptly halted, a wave of awkwardness washing over them. Some scratched their heads, others looked down, and no one dared to speak further, slowly dispersing. The open area was left with only Jiang Yun, Li Na, and Zhang Chong. Li Na stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Jiang Yun, you are far too modest. Your fire dragon fish is already at 6th tier. Why didn't you mention it earlier? You had us all frightened just now." Zhang Chong nodded in agreement, his tone filled with admiration. "Indeed. We must have entered the newcomer class on the same day, and in just 3 days, you elevated your fire dragon fish from 1st tier to 6th tier. If this gets out, it will surely create a sensation throughout the entire school, possibly even the whole of City C. You truly are a prodigy among prodigies. How did you manage it?" Jiang Yun smiled faintly, opting for brevity. "Just luck. I encountered some fortunate opportunities in the core area of the Misty Forest and obtained resources that allowed my beast to advance rapidly." He wished to keep the existence of nearly 20,000 spirit stones in his storage ring a secret, as that was no trivial amount. It was likely that aside from the Su family, the foremost family in City C, no other clan could amass such a variety of spirit stones, let alone a significant number of rare spirit stones with unique attributes. If word got out, it would inevitably attract perilous attention. Li Na and Zhang Chong understood that everyone harbors their own secrets and did not press further, simply smiling as they said, "Regardless, you have certainly brought honor to our newcomer class. The Xiao brothers will undoubtedly think twice before troubling you again." Jiang Yun nodded in agreement, hoping that would indeed be the case. The four of them sat together, engaging in light conversation for a while. Before long, the voices of the instructors could be heard approaching. Coach Lin and the instructors from the other 2 classes returned. The students from the 3 classes quickly gathered, and after Coach Lin confirmed that no one from the newcomer class was missing, he led everyone towards the city center. As for the matter of Su Qingxue, no one dared to mention it. After all, the gossip surrounding the Su family was not something to be taken lightly. Upon returning to the city and dispersing at the school gate, Jiang Yun turned to Jiang Yun and said, Yun, you should head home first. I will make a trip to the Beast Master Market to sell some items from this practical exercise that I won't need, and exchange them for some federal coins and resources. Wait for me. I have a big surprise for you." Jiang Yun nodded eagerly, cautioning him, "Brother, please be careful and return soon." Watching her figure disappear, Jiang Yun turned and headed toward the Beast Master Market. In his storage ring lay the remains of the Nether Spider and the Icefield Serpent, alongside an abundance of unnecessary attribute spirit stones. Selling all of these would surely net him a considerable sum of federal coins, perhaps even making him an overnight millionaire. With this thought, a smile crept across Jiang Yun's face, and his steps quickened. Chapter 33, 10 million federal coins. Upon arriving at the Beastmaster Market, Jiang Yun pushed open the glass doors and entered the hall. He immediately spotted the office of the Resource Exchange Supervisor. Given the substantial amount he needed to exchange, Jiang Yun headed directly for the person in charge to ensure a more secure and expedited process. Entering the office, he found a woman clad in a blue suit. Her hair meticulously styled, engrossed in verifying data on her light brain, occasionally jotting down notes. This was Lu Mei, the supervisor responsible for resource exchanges. Having worked in the market for a decade, she had encountered all sorts of clients, yet she paid little heed to the boy in the student uniform before her. "Young man, for exchanging federal coins, just head to the small window on the 3rd floor. I only handle transactions of several million or more," she said without raising her head, her tone laced with indifference. Lu Mei was accustomed to newcomers like Jiang Yun, most of whom came to exchange a few ordinary attribute spirit stones to supplement their household expenses, at most fetching a few thousand federal coins, hardly warranting her personal attention. Jiang Yun remained unfazed, walking up to the counter. He retrieved a canvas bag from his storage ring and placed it on the countertop. After unzipping it, he revealed a collection of spirit stones, categorized by attributes. "Supervisor Lu, I wish to exchange these spirit stones. Would you consider this a significant amount?" The canvas bag contained a considerable number of spirit stones, including earth and wood attribute stones, alongside several that shimmered with intricate lightning patterns, and others that were as transparent as crystal. Only then did Lu Mei lift her head, casting an assessing glance at the bag, though her interest still seemed minimal. "Oh? How many are there? If it exceeds 500 stones, I might be able to expedite the process for you." Jiang Yun smiled nonchalantly. "This is merely a portion. I have many more in my storage ring. I've roughly counted. Over 3,000 earth attribute stones, more than 2,500 wood attribute stones, over 800 lightning attribute stones, and 600 wind attribute stones. His voice was calm, yet it landed like a stone tossed into still water. Lu Mei's pen clattered to the floor, ink splattering across the paper as she shot upright, her eyes wide with disbelief, fixating on the canvas bag in Jiang Yun's hand. Why, you said how many? 3,000 earth, 800 lightning? It must be noted that lightning attribute stones are considered rare among special spirit stones, each fetching 3,000 federal coins. 800 stones would amount to 240,000. Although earth and wood attribute stones are cheaper, at 1,000 each. 5,500 stones would still total 550,000. Adding the 600 wind attribute stones, which are also special, would bring the total to a staggering 970,000, just shy of breaking the 10 million mark. Lu Mei's mind raced as she calculated the figures in a whirlwind of astonishment. Her demeanor underwent a complete transformation, her face adorned with a warm and inviting smile as she hurriedly emerged from behind the counter. Her tone softened considerably. Oh dear, I underestimated the young gentleman. Please, come with me to the VIP lounge. This place is bustling with people, and we can discuss matters in a more private setting. As she spoke, she led Jiang Yun down the corridor toward the depths of the grand hall, though her mind was in turmoil. She pondered. This young lad appears to be merely 16 or 17. How could he possibly possess such a vast amount of spiritual stones? And such rare attributes at that? Could he be the scion of a prominent family, out here training and casually carrying resources? Lu Mei was filled with both confusion and excitement. After all, this was a significant transaction. The VIP lounge was a small room exquisitely decorated, furnished with genuine leather sofas and a rosewood coffee table, while the walls were adorned with framed decorations of fierce beast pelts. Upon entering, Lu Mei respectfully remarked, "Young gentleman, please present all the spiritual stones you wish to sell." Jiang Yun nodded without hesitation. With a flourish of his right hand, nearly 10,000 spiritual stones appeared in the room, instantly saturating the air with a rich array of spiritual energy. Even Lu Mei, who had seen her fair share of wealth, was taken aback by the sight of the small mountains of spiritual stones before her. "Young gentleman, please wait. I shall calculate this properly for you." Lu Mei beamed as she approached to begin counting, jotting down the figures on paper. Soon, she calculated the totals. 3,000 earth attribute stones amounted to 360,000. 2,500 wood attribute stones equaled 275,000. 800 lightning attribute stones were valued at 280,000, and 600 wind attribute stones totaled 192,000, culminating in a grand total of 907,000 federal coins. As Lu Mei announced the figures, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. If this deal went through, her commission for the month would surely triple. However, Jiang Yun merely nodded, his expression unchanged. "Supervisor Lu, there's no rush. I also have some beast corpses and cores to sell. Could you assist me in appraising their value?" "More?" Lu Mei's eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded. "Of course. What level of beast are you selling? Is it Black Iron Tier 3 or 4? I assure you, I will provide you with the fairest price." In her estimation, even if Jiang Yun had beast corpses, they would likely only be a few mid-tier black iron ones, worth at most a few 100,000. However, the next words from Jiang Yun left her utterly frozen in place. A dozen Black Iron Tier 5 Shadow Spiders, 2 Black Iron Tier 6 Shadow Spiders, 1 Black Iron Tier 7 Shadow Spider King, and 1 Black Iron Tier 7 Icefield Serpent, along with its core. Jiang Yun's tone remained calm. Lu Mei, however, felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She sprang to her feet, the sofa sliding back half a meter under her sudden movement. What did you say? Black Iron Tier 7? More than one." Her voice trembled with disbelief as she pointed at Jiang Yun, struggling to articulate complete thoughts. "Young gentleman, you cannot be jesting. Black Iron Tier 7 beasts in the wild are formidable foes, even for a beastmaster of the same tier, and you are so young." As her words trailed off, her gaze scrutinized Jiang Yun with newfound seriousness. Though he wore a student uniform, his eyes were remarkably steady, exuding a faint scent of blood, a telltale sign of having battled fierce beasts. A sudden realization struck Lu Mei. Could this youth truly be a scion of a distinguished family? To be able to hunt Black Iron Tier 7 beasts at such a young age would undoubtedly mark him as a prodigy among beastmasters. "Supervisor Lu, I am not jesting. If you doubt my words, I can bring out the corpses for you to see right now." As Jiang Yun spoke, he intended to reveal the beast corpses immediately. "And no, please." Lu Mei hastily waved her hands, her enthusiasm now tinged with a hint of reverence. "I believe you. I certainly believe you. However, there isn't sufficient space in the VIP lounge for all those beast corpses. Allow me to take you to the warehouse. It is spacious and more suitable for counting." At that moment, Lu Mei no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Yun. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought. She must serve this fortunate young man well. For future collaboration opportunities may arise. Lu Mei guided Jiang Yun through 2 corridors, arriving at the warehouse located on the underground level of the marketplace. The space was expansive, equivalent to 2 basketball courts, with anti-slip tiles underfoot and corners piled with beast pelts awaiting processing. In the center of the warehouse, Jiang Yun raised his hand, and with a swift motion, several beast corpses, including the shadow spiders and various others, manifested on the ground. The largest of the shadow spiders measured nearly 2 meters in length, its black exoskeleton still bearing the scorched marks of flames. The ice-field serpent beside it was even more astounding, its 7 to 8 meter long body shimmering with a cold light, with a clear wound visible at the 7-inch mark. Lu Mei stood rooted to the spot, her eyes wide with astonishment, her hands covering her mouth as she forgot to breathe. The beast corpses sprawled on the ground like a small mountain, each exuding the aura of high-tier black iron, particularly the ice-field serpent and the shadow spider king, which alone could fetch a handsome price. She rushed forward, crouching to examine them closely, her fingers gliding over the ice-field serpent's scales and brushing against the shadow spider king's shell, muttering incessantly, "Such fine specimens. All of them." The scales of this ice-field serpent can be crafted into defensive armor, and the silk of the shadow spider can be woven into binding ropes. Jiang Yun stepped forward and produced the beast cores. "These are the cores I wish to sell. Please include them in your calculations." Lu Mei nodded, taking the cores from him. She was particularly astonished by the ice-field serpent's core. The purity of the ice attribute spiritual energy in this core is astonishing. It could be worth as much as 100 ice attribute spiritual stones. This one is impressive too. This one likely holds a value of 1 million. Lu Mei busied herself for over half an hour, finally concluding the prices. Approaching Jiang Yun with the settlement sheet in hand, her voice was laced with excitement. "Young gentleman, the price for the beast corpses is as follows. 15 black iron tier 5 shadow spiders at 80,000 each, total 120,000. 2 black iron tier 6 shadow spiders at 150,000 each, total 300,000. 1 black iron tier 7 shadow spider king at 500,000. And 1 icefield serpent at 600,000, summing to a total of 260,000. As for the beast cores, 15 tier 5 cores at 50,000 each, total 750,000. 2 tier 6 cores at 200,000 each, total 400,000. 2 tier 7 cores at 600,000 each, total 120,000. And this icefield serpent core, due to its uniqueness, I can offer a price of 1 million. The total for the cores amounts to 335,000. Lu Mei took a deep breath as she reported the final figure, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Adding the previous total of 907,000 spiritual stones, the grand total reached 1,502,000 federal coins. Upon hearing the sum calculated by Lu Mei, Jiang Yun was also momentarily taken aback. 1,502,000. All of it would be his profit. He would no longer need to worry about resources in the future. Taking a deep breath, he could hardly suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Lu Mei approached him, holding out a black card embossed with gold. "Young gentleman, this is our marketplace's supreme VIP card. With this card, you will no longer need to queue when selling resources, and the purchase price will increase by an additional 5%. Furthermore, we will notify you first when rare goods arrive." She paused momentarily before producing a business card with her contact information printed on it. He added, "This is my personal contact information. Whether you wish to sell items or acquire rare materials, feel free to reach out to me at any time, and I assure you of the most hassle-free service." Jiang Yun accepted the VIP card and business card, nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Supervisor Liu. I will contact you whenever I need assistance in the future. Your 5,200,000 federal coins. Please wait a moment while I deposit them into a spending card for you and bring it over." Jiang Yun nodded in agreement. However, he reminded Lu Mei to convert 5,200,000 into cash. After all, his daily expenses could not always be paid by card. Lu Mei acknowledged his request. Approximately 10 minutes later, she returned with a card and a box of federal coins. Jiang Yun accepted the card and cash, placing them into his storage ring. He then exited the resource exchange center, but did not rush away. With newfound wealth, he decided to peruse the Beastmaster Mall. The first floor featured regular spirit stones and beast cores, with shelves filled with vibrantly colored stones. The labels indicated top-grade fire attribute spirit stone, 1,200 federal coins each, and black iron tier 4 earth beast core, 8,000 federal coins each. Yet, these held no allure for him. The fire and water spirit stones in his storage ring totaled nearly 10,000, surpassing the stock available in the mall. The second floor hosted the spirit flowers and herbs section, where several salespeople were gathered around a lavishly dressed middle-aged man, extolling, "Sir, this congealing energy grass is of silver grade, and can enhance the success rate of beast breakthroughs by 30. It's only 880,000 federal coins. Jiang Yun leaned closer to take a look, activating his item visualization ability. The details were laid bare before him. Item: Congealing Energy Grass, Black Iron Tier 3, Purity 65. Actual effect: increases beast breakthrough success rate by 5. Long-term use may cause spiritual energy turbulence, thus revealing the label's silver gray to be nothing but hyperbole. He continued to explore the third floor's equipment area and the fourth floor's beast egg section, only to find either subpar ordinary goods or prices inflated with an intelligence tax. Clearly, there was little of value to be found in the mall. Jiang Yun shook his head and turned to leave. Just as he reached the entrance, he overheard two middle-aged men discussing something outside. Did you hear? The beast vendor market in the West City has some good goods these days. Someone found a gold-tier beast core there yesterday. Is that true? The last time I went, I was duped into buying a worthless rock and lost half a month's salary. The beast vendor market? Jiang Yun's heart stirred with interest. He had previously heard it referred to as the most chaotic yet intriguing place in City C. Vendors scavenged various treasures from the depths of the misty forest, some genuine, others counterfeit. If luck favored him, he might stumble upon a significant find. If misfortune struck, he could end up losing everything. However, with his item visualization ability acting as a discerning eye, he need not fear deception. Perhaps he could indeed uncover something he required. Even if he found nothing of necessity, merely acquiring a valuable artifact at a low price and selling it at a premium could yield substantial profit. It could be said that Jiang Yun's item visualization ability was an extraordinary boon. Following the directions of passers-by, Jiang Yun swiftly arrived at the beast vendor market. This place starkly contrasted the cleanliness of the Beast Master Mall. A narrow street was lined with temporary stalls, where makeshift tents of plastic tarps displayed beast bones, spirit stones, unknown herbs, and even some bloody beast pelts. Vendors shouted hoarsely, while passers-by haggled. The air was thick with the bitter scent of herbs and the metallic tang of beast materials, bustling like a vibrant marketplace. Hey, young brother, take a look at this. Black Iron Tier 7 Thunder Beast Claws, perfect for crafting defensive accessories, only 50,000 federal coins. A bearded vendor spotted Jiang Yun and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Holding up a cracked beast claw, Jiang Yun activated his item visualization, and a light screen appeared instantly. Item: Black Iron Tier 3 Wind Wolf Claw, decayed, no usable value. He shook his head, remaining silent, and continued walking forward. For over half an hour, Jiang Yun visited dozens of stalls, with item visualization helping him filter out countless worthless items. Some vendors dyed ordinary stones black to masquerade as dark attribute spirit stones, while others packaged wilted wild grass as millennia-old spiritual herbs. A few genuine items emerged, such as a stall displaying Qingming grass, which was identified as a gold-tier evolution material. But it was meant for wood attribute beasts, which he had no use for, so he refrained from purchasing it. Just as he prepared to leave, a stall tucked away in a corner captured his attention. The vendor was a thin, middle-aged man, dressed in a faded shirt, dozing on the table. Only a weathered wooden box sat on the table, containing a jumble of spirit stones that appeared to have been carelessly collected from a beast's lair. Jiang Yun intended to walk past, but suddenly, his item visualization activated, revealing a golden light screen that made him halt in his tracks. Item: Devouring Spirit Crystal. Contains the law of spatial devouring, compatible beast. Devouring Rabbit. Requires Moon Soul Essence for evolution to Devouring Divine Rabbit. Upon seeing this information, Jiang Yun's heart raced with excitement. The Devouring Spirit Crystal. Was this not one of the core materials required for the Devouring Rabbit's evolution into the Devouring Divine Rabbit? He had seen it in the Beast Master Compendium at school. This spirit crystal was born near spatial rifts and was exceedingly rare. Even a gold-tier Beast Master might not encounter one. Yet he found it at such an inconspicuous stall. Suppressing his exhilaration, he approached the stall, deliberately picking up an ordinary earth attribute spirit stone and casually inquiring, "Boss, how much for this spirit stone?" The middle-aged man awoke, rubbed his eyes, and upon seeing Jiang Yun in an academy uniform, a calculating glint flashed in his eyes. He straightened up and replied, "Young brother, these spirit stones were all collected from the core area of the misty forest. Their quality is exceptional. Ordinary attributes are 2,000 federal coins each, and special attributes are 5,000 each. The market price for a normal spirit stone was around 1,000 federal coins. This vendor clearly aimed to overcharge." Moreover, from the vendor's words, Jiang Yun realized that he seemed unaware of the devouring spirit crystal's true value. A cold smirk formed in his heart as he feigned hesitation. 2,000 each? That seems a bit steep. I only want to buy a few for my beasts to try out. As he spoke, he casually nudged the stones in the wooden box, allowing his fingertip to brush against the devouring spirit crystal. It lay among the dark gray, ordinary spirit stones, coated in a layer of dust. Appearing no different from the others, no wonder the vendor failed to recognize it. Quality comes at a price. The vendor thumped the table, exclaiming, "Many of these spirit stones were obtained by risking my life in high-tier beast dens. Just look at this one, how deep the color is. It must be above premium quality." He pointed to an ordinary water attribute spirit stone, embellishing his words extravagantly. Jiang Yun had already gauged the situation. The vendor did not recognize the devouring spirit crystal and mistook it for an ordinary dark attribute spirit stone. He pretended to frown, acting as if he were swayed by the vendor's pitch. "Then, I suppose I'll buy 10 of them. Just the ordinary attributes will do." As he spoke, he began selecting from the wooden box, seemingly casually mixing in the devouring spirit crystal among the chosen ones, before picking up a few ordinary earth and wood attribute spirit stones to make a total of 10. Upon perceiving his eagerness, the proprietor revealed a smug smile. Hastily calculating the costs, 10 pieces at 2,000 each, totaling 20,000 federal coins. The young man, undeterred, responded with alacrity, "I'll even gift you an ordinary beast core." He retrieved a black iron first-tier beast core from his drawer and handed it over, all the while thinking, "This student is quite gullible." 20,000 federal coins for a handful of common spirit stones is a lucrative deal. Jiang Yun did not accept the beast core and instead produced 20,000 federal coins in cash to settle the payment. He placed the 10 spirit stones, including the devouring spirit crystal, into his bag, feigning exuberance as he expressed, "Thank you, boss. I'll be sure to seek you out for more fine goods in the future." "Absolutely, absolutely." The owner's eyes narrowed in delight, watching Jiang Yun's departing figure and inwardly marveling at his good fortune in encountering such a naive customer. Little did he know that the so-called naive customer held a treasure of immeasurable worth in his grasp. After leaving the stall, Jiang Yun sought refuge in a secluded alley. He extracted the devouring spirit crystal from his bag. Once he brushed away the dust, it revealed a dark purple, translucent form, with intricate black patterns swirling within, emanating a slight chill indicative of spatial fluctuations. The textual manifestation of attributes reappeared, confirming it was indeed the devouring spirit crystal, prompting Jiang Yun to clench his fist in exhilaration. This is one of the materials required for the first evolution of the celestial devouring rabbit. He carefully placed the devouring spirit crystal into his storage ring, preparing to exit the market. Yet, as he approached the alley's mouth, his peripheral vision caught sight of a more obscure corner. There stood a stall fashioned from tattered cloth, presided over by an elderly woman who was engrossed in knitting. The stall displayed only a palm-sized bronze box, adorned with indistinct engravings, reminiscent of an antique. Initially, Jiang Yun paid it no mind, but suddenly, the textual manifestation gleamed before him, revealing the information, associated beast, fire dragon fish, compelling him to halt in his tracks. Fire dragon fish. Jiang Yun's heart raced. What could it be? Could it be linked to the fire dragon fish? He hastily approached the stall, crouching down to scrutinize the bronze box. Addressing the elderly woman, he inquired, "Madam, what is contained within this box? May I open it to have a look?" Chapter 35, Evolution Material. Diamond Tier Golden Scale Skeleton. Crouched before the carpet, Jiang Yun's gaze remained fixated on the bronze box. The verdigris on its surface bore the roughness of time, while the cloud patterns at its corners had become somewhat blurred, yet still exuded a subtle, ancient luster. "Young man, if you're interested, I can certainly let you have a look," the elderly woman replied. She asked no further questions, merely following Jiang Yun's gaze as she gently unlatched the hidden clasp of the box's lid. With a soft click, the lid was slowly lifted, releasing a faint yet exceptionally pure aura that wafted through the gap. It bore a subtle scent of sulfur, warmly brushing against Jiang Yun's nostrils, causing him to instinctively tighten his grip. The bottom of the box was lined with dark red velvet, and at its center lay a half-foot-long skeleton. This was no ordinary beast bone. It shimmered with a golden, glass-like sheen, its surface embellished with dense golden scale patterns. Each scale's edge sparkled with fragmented light, as if meticulously crafted from molten gold, maintaining its brilliance despite the passage of countless ages. His instincts immediately signaled to him this was undoubtedly a treasure. Moreover, a treasure associated with the fire dragon fish. Jiang Yun's heart raced, suppressing his excitement in his throat as he activated his innate ability, manifestation of all attributes. A pale blue light enveloped him, and every line of text felt like a hammer striking against his heart. Item: Golden Scale Skeleton of the Python Dragon, Diamond Tier. Status: Energy preserved in pristine condition. Value: one of the 3 core materials for the first evolution of the Fire Dragon Fish, evolution form, Golden Scale Fire Dragon Fish. Priceless and rare. What? This is actually the evolution material for the Fire Dragon Fish's first evolution. Furthermore, it is a primary evolution material. The diamond-tier golden scale skeleton. Jiang Yun could hardly contain his elation. It was astonishing. Evolution materials for beasts are notoriously difficult to procure, with some requiring the hunting of exceptionally powerful ferocious beasts. This golden scale skeleton could only be obtained by hunting a diamond-tier golden scale beast. He never anticipated stumbling upon it so fortuitously at this market. Yet Jiang Yun dared not reveal a hint of his exhilaration. He maintained a calm facade as he inquired, "Madam, how much for this?" His gaze lingered on the skeleton, then swiftly darted away, wary of giving anything away. The elderly woman lifted her gaze, her murky eyes revealing little emotion, as if she were merely holding an ordinary old relic rather than a treasure of immense value. She glanced at the skeleton within the box, then back at Jiang Yun. Her voice raspy as if worn by sandpaper. "It's an old item, passed down from my ancestors. I'm selling it now due to some financial difficulties, though no one has shown interest. If you truly desire it, just give me 10,000 federal coins." 10,000 federal coins? Jiang Yun could scarcely believe his ears. Previously, when he inquired at the beast merchant store, even the lowest-tier golden purification material fragments were priced at over 1,000,000. Yet this complete golden scale skeleton was only 10,000? He suppressed his astonishment, refraining from asking further questions. He feared that any inquiry might betray his eagerness, and more so that the elderly woman might suddenly change her mind. Very well. Jiang Yun nodded immediately, extracting a stack of crisp federal coins from his storage ring. Presently, he was not in dire need of federal coins, and he was prepared to part with them without hesitation. He handed over the money, and as he took the bronze box, he deliberately shielded its opening with his sleeve, preventing the special aura from escaping and drawing unwanted attention. The elderly woman accepted the money, stuffing it into her apron pocket without counting or uttering another word, merely returning to her knitting as if the transaction had been nothing more than the casual exchange of an ordinary old box. Jiang Yun cradled the bronze box, rising on tiptoe with careful steps, not lingering as he turned toward the market's exit. He feared that remaining any longer might lead to an inadvertent slip. Upon exiting the market, the afternoon sun bathed him in warmth, and Jiang Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated acquiring such a high-tier evolution material so effortlessly. This visit to the beast market had proven to be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Securing the diamond-tier golden scale skeleton with such ease was truly beyond his expectations. The sensation of possessing a diamond-tier evolution material was indeed unparalleled. Its energy preserved so impeccably would lay the foundation for the Fire Dragon Fish's evolution. However, Jiang Yun did not linger in joy for long. He quickly regained his composure and began to strategize his next steps. With only the golden scale skeleton in hand, he still lacked the dragon blood body and the heart of molten fire, the three core materials needed to complete the Fire Dragon Fish's first evolution. Yet, acquiring these three materials would be exceedingly challenging. Jiang Yun sighed inwardly as he recalled the records. The dragon blood body grows beneath the dragon blood tree near volcanoes, while the heart of molten fire is concealed within the lava of deep-sea volcanoes, both residing in perilous regions teeming with ferocious beasts, presenting challenges not dissimilar to obtaining the golden scale skeleton. No matter how daunting the task, I must find them. Jiang Yun clenched his fists, his gaze resolutely firm, for the evolution of the Fire Dragon Fish and to grow stronger swiftly, enabling him to protect his sister and those dear to him in this perilous world. As thoughts of his younger sister filled his mind, a smile involuntarily graced Jiang Yun's lips. It was time to return home. He had dark attribute spirit stones and beast cores collected from the misty forest to hand over to Yun Yun. After traversing two familiar streets, Jiang Yun finally arrived at the entrance of his residential community. He ascended the stairs with haste, and the moment he unlocked the door, a figure suddenly lunged toward him. It was Jiang Yun, clad in a pink loungewear set, her hair styled into two playful braids, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Brother, you're back," she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his. Her voice brimmed with anticipation. "What about the surprise you mentioned? Did you bring me something wonderful?" Her gaze flitted eagerly across Jiang Yun. Even the gluttonous rabbit leapt from the sofa, its snowy white body brushing against Jiang Yun's pant leg, emitting soft whimpers of excitement. Jiang Yun couldn't help but chuckle at his sister's eagerness. He set down his backpack and retrieved a massive black cloth bag from within his storage ring. "Here it is. The surprise," he said, presenting the bag to Jiang Yun. Without hesitation, she seized the bag and eagerly unzipped it. In the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming a na shape, her voice trembling with excitement. "Brother, how did you acquire so many resources?" The bag brimmed with dark attribute spirit stones and the cores of ghostly spiders, piled like a small mountain. "Is all of this for me? How much is this worth in Federation coins?" "All of it is for you," Jiang Yun replied, gently ruffling his sister's hair with a tender smile. These resources were obtained from hunting ferocious beasts in the misty forest and collecting dark attribute spirit stones. They are perfectly suited for your gluttonous rabbit, which is currently at a crucial stage of growth. With these resources, it should significantly enhance its strength, and you needn't worry about resources for the next 6 months. Jiang Yun mused. With these dark attribute spirit stones and beast cores, the gluttonous rabbit would undoubtedly awaken its special devouring abilities. Jiang Yun felt a flicker of anticipation and curiosity regarding this capability. Upon hearing her brother's words, Jiang Yun's eyes glistened with tears of joy, clutching the bag tightly. She nodded earnestly, "Brother, you're amazing. Thank you." She was acutely aware of the dangers lurking within the misty forest. The fact that her brother had returned safely with so many resources surely meant he had endured considerable hardships. She turned to the gluttonous rabbit, offering it a dark attribute spirit stone. "Look, little Blackie, we have so many delicious treats now. We will grow stronger together." The gluttonous rabbit eagerly leaned in, nibbling on the spirit stone with satisfaction, occasionally rubbing its head against Jiang Yun's palm. Observing his sister's joyous interaction with the rabbit warmed Jiang Yun's heart. This was the very essence of his efforts, ensuring that those he cherished could live in peace and happiness. Yet the surprises were not over. Jiang Yun retrieved a dark purple crystal from his storage ring, its surface entwined with faint black mist, exuding an air of mystery and rarity. "And there's this," he said, handing the crystal vial to Jiang Yun. "This is the Devouring Spirit Crystal, one of the core materials for your gluttonous rabbit's evolution into the Devouring Divine Rabbit." Devouring Spirit Crystal? Jiang Yun's eyes widened even further. The gluttonous rabbit was a familiar beast cataloged in the school's database, and its evolutionary path had already been studied. She had seen descriptions of this material in the school's familiar evolution compendium. It was an exceedingly rare evolutionary resource, virtually unattainable in the market. "Is this the super rare spirit crystal mentioned in the book? Brother, you found this too?" She cradled the devouring spirit crystal with utmost care, as though holding a priceless treasure, fearful of dropping it. In that moment, she felt as though Jiang Yun were a divine being in her eyes. However, Jiang Yun's expression turned serious as he retracted his smile. "But do not rush the gluttonous rabbit's evolution," he cautioned, pointing to the devouring spirit crystal. "To evolve into the devouring divine rabbit, 2 core materials are required. We currently have only the devouring spirit crystal. We are still missing the moonlit essence. Moreover, the gluttonous rabbit is still at too low a level. Its foundation is not solid enough. Forcing the evolution could easily lead to failure or even damage its roots." He paused, observing his sister's earnest gaze, and continued. "Focus on using the resources I've given you to strengthen the gluttonous rabbit, raising its level to the peak of the 2nd tier and solidifying its foundation. I will continue to keep an eye out for the moonlit essence. Once we have all the materials and a solid foundation, we can proceed with the evolution, ensuring success." Jiang Yun nodded vigorously, clutching the crystal vial tightly to her chest. "I understand, brother. I'll listen to you and not rush. I'll work hard with little Blackie to build a solid foundation, and when you find the moonlit essence, we can evolve." Her eyes sparkled with trust in her brother and hope for the future. She could almost envision her gluttonous rabbit transforming into the majestic devouring divine rabbit. With that, Jiang Yun eagerly tugged the gluttonous rabbit along and dashed to the living room carpet, starting to feed it with the new resources. Watching his sister's focused and delighted profile, Jiang Yun wore a contented smile. He decided not to disturb her and instead retreated to his own room. His sister's journey of evolution with the gluttonous rabbit was now set to proceed smoothly. Similarly, the path for Xiaohua's evolution had also taken its most crucial first step. With the golden-scaled skeleton in hand, along with the dragon blood Bodhi and the molten heart, he was confident that future expeditions would yield further treasures. However, for now, his priority was to enhance Xiaohua's strength. With such an abundance of spirit stones, he wondered how many Xiaohua could consume this time and to what tier it could advance. Jiang Yun mused softly to himself. He then released the fire dragon fish from the familiar space. Chapter 36. Underestimating once again. The principal requests your presence. A flash of red light heralded the arrival of the nearly 2-meter-long fire dragon fish, which landed in the center of the room. Its scales gleaming with a vibrant crimson sheen, and it emitted low, eager sounds from its throat, clearly anticipating the feeding time. Jiang Yun turned to retrieve items from his storage ring, the clattering noise resonating continuously. In no time, 2 small mountains of resources had formed in front of the fire dragon fish. On the left, fiery red fire spirit stones, each one plump and radiating intense energy. On the right, pale blue water spirit stones, their crystalline clarity revealing the flowing water energy within. Together, these 2 piles were nearly half his height. "Little Hua, eat up. There's plenty this time," Jiang Yun said, his tone as calm as if he were merely announcing mealtime. After all, Jiang Yun was not lacking in spirit stones. Today, He aimed to test the limits of the fire dragon fish's appetite. The fire dragon fish seemed to comprehend his words, raising its head vigorously, its golden vertical pupils gleaming with anticipation. In the next instant, it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a powerful suction. The left pile of fire spirit stones was the first to react. The outermost few stones were instantly lifted into the air, transforming into a red torrent that shot into its mouth. Subsequently, the right pile of water spirit stones followed suit, the pale blue crystals forming a continuous stream that flowed steadily into its throat. The entire process transpired with astonishing speed. In less than half a minute, both mountains of spirit stones had visibly diminished. Jiang Yun watched in shock. Although he knew the fire dragon fish had a hearty appetite, he had initially estimated that it could consume at most 500 or 600 stones. He had underestimated its capacity to eat. It was astonishing just how much it could devour. The quantity that has been diminished is at least 700 or 800, yet it continues to consume, seemingly intent on devouring every spirit stone scattered across the ground. One must realize that these two piles together amount to nearly 1,500 stones. At this rate of consumption, his resources may soon be depleted after only a few more feasts. He had heard that the more exceptional the aptitude and the greater the strength of the beast tamer, the more astonishing the resources required. However, the fire dragon fish, currently at the 6th stage of black iron, is already consuming resources comparable to those of a silver-tier beast. This is nothing short of appalling. Approximately 10 minutes later, once the last water spirit stone was swallowed by the fire dragon fish, it satisfiedly snorted, releasing a small plume of flame. The red glow surrounding it gradually receded. Yet the luster of its scales had multiplied several times over, and its aura had become notably more stable. The energy fluctuations around it visibly surged. Initially, a faint red light enveloped it, but soon the glow thickened, resembling a fiery armor encasing its body. The brilliance of its scales intensified, even beginning to shimmer with tiny golden sparks, raising the temperature within the room by several degrees. With the elevation of its small realm, its absorption speed appeared to accelerate. If it were to return to the beast taming space, this speed would undoubtedly double. Jiang Yun reached out to stroke the scales of the fire dragon fish, feeling the warmth beneath his fingertips and sensing the power contained within. He calculated in his mind, if all 1,500 spirit stones were absorbed without a trace of waste, then surely this time it should be able to break through to the 8th stage of black iron. As he contemplated this, his gaze ignited with fervor, and the previous pangs of regret vanished in an instant. Resources are well spent when applied to the right cause. Worth it. He retracted his thoughts and began to devise his next steps. Once he reaches the 8th stage of black iron, he could use that gathering spirit flower as a catalyst. The pure spiritual energy of the gathering spirit flower is sufficiently potent, perfectly capable of assisting the fire dragon fish in breaking through the bottleneck from black iron to bronze. Once it steps into the bronze tier, not only will its strength undergo a qualitative leap, but it will also unlock new skills, enabling it to face opponents of Shaoling's caliber with assured confidence. The more Jiang Yun pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He patted the fire dragon fish's head, encouraging it to digest well, for they were one step closer to becoming stronger. The fire dragon fish nuzzled his palm, emitting a gentle whimper from its throat before transforming into a streak of red light and returning to the beast taming space, succumbing to slumber. After consuming so much, it would likely remain asleep for a day or two. The following morning, when Jiang Yun and his sister arrived at the newcomer class, he immediately sensed something amiss. The occasional disdainful glances that had previously been cast his way had vanished, replaced by a myriad of complex expressions, curiosity, reverence, and a hint of cautiousness he could not quite articulate. He paid little mind and strode directly into the classroom. However, upon entering, the chatter among the students abruptly ceased, and dozens of gazes converged upon him, causing the air to feel as though it had solidified for a few moments. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. As he passed by a classmate, the previously crouched student abruptly lifted his head, a sycophantic smile instantly materializing on his face. "Brother Yun, good morning. You look exceptionally handsome today." The demeanor was a stark contrast to the earlier mockery, where he had derided Jiang Yun as a mere lucky fool. Jiang Yun cast him a sidelong glance, offering no response. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Shaoling's lackeys sitting diagonally behind him. These were the very individuals who had been most vocal in their provocations when Shaoling sought to trouble him. Yet now, they either averted their gazes as though feigning busyness or shifted their heads nervously, avoiding eye contact. One young man even lowered his head instinctively when Jiang Yun glanced in his direction, his shoulders slightly hunched as if to appease. It was evident that the news of Jiang Yun's victory over the intermediate class student, Xiao Hong, had left a significant impact on these classmates. They were not fools. Having witnessed Jiang Yun defeat Xiao Hong, a black iron 6th stage lizard beast. They could only surmise that his own strength had surely reached the 6th stage of black iron, or even higher. With their own beast taming abilities lingering at only 1 or 2 stages, they could hardly afford to offend Jiang Yun. He remained the strongest presence in the newcomer class. Jiang Yun surveyed his surroundings, noting with some surprise the absence of Xiaoling. Clearly, the injuries Xiaoling sustained from the Ice Plain Serpent had been severe, preventing his attendance today. In the class, Jiang Yun and his sister were only somewhat familiar with Zhang Chong and Li Na. The four of them engaged in lively banter, eliciting envy from their fellow classmates who lamented their own missed opportunity to forge such a connection. A few minutes passed until Coach Lin arrived at the square. His gaze immediately fell upon Jiang Yun. Unlike his usual practice of scanning the class without focusing on any individual, this time he lingered on Jiang Yun for several seconds, nodding slightly in apparent approval. Once again, all eyes converged on Jiang Yun. His excellence had evidently garnered recognition from the coach. This left the core students of the newcomer class feeling quite embarrassed, as they, awakened beast tamers, found themselves outshone by someone without any innate beast tamer talent. The morning's lesson was a theoretical class on beast taming. During the lecture, Coach Lin presented an example of a high-tier skill combination when discussing the integration of beast skills. Afterward, he deviated from his usual practice of randomly questioning students and instead looked directly at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, what are your thoughts on this skill integration? Relate it to your fire dragon fish and share your insights. The classroom fell silent once more, all eyes fixated on Jiang Yun. Coach Lin was renowned for his strictness and rarely invited students to share their opinions, let alone called upon them by name. Jiang Yun stood up, displaying no signs of nervousness. Having experienced the Misty Forest, he had gained first-hand insights into skill integration and combination usage. He articulated clearly, Coach, I believe this combination not only possesses great power, but also can yield various effects consecutively. My fire dragon fish can first trap the opponent within a fire domain cage, and then seize the opportunity to unleash its fiery breath, catching the opponent off guard. Coach Lin's eyes lit up, nodding appreciatively. Excellent. Understanding how to adjust tactics based on the attributes of your own beast is far more valuable than rote memorization of theory. You may sit down now. Feel free to discuss your ideas with me in the future. Coach Lin was evidently pleased with Jiang Yun's response, fostering a sense of anticipation within him. Naturally, this elicited envy and astonishment from the other students. Once the class bell rang, a number of female classmates flocked to him. Some seeking advice on beast training, others wishing to cultivate a relationship, and a few even hoping for something more romantic. The scene was as bustling as a marketplace. Jiang Yun exchanged pleasantries, preparing to leave when Coach Lin suddenly called out to him, Jiang Yun, hold on a moment. Jiang Yun halted, turning to see Coach Lin approaching him, as if there were matters to discuss. Sensing something was amiss, Jiang Yun inquired with curiosity, Coach, is there something you need? Coach Lin glanced around before smiling and saying, I just received word that the principal wishes to see you. You are to go to his office immediately. The principal is looking for me? Upon hearing this news, Jiang Yun was taken aback. Previously, it was due to the remarkable performance of his fire dragon fish that he was recommended to the principal, and for this reason, he was exceptionally admitted as a core student of the school. Now, why has the principal summoned him? Could it be that the news of his victory over Xiaohong yesterday has already reached the principal? Chapter 37, the quota for the Beastmaster Academy. The door to the principal's office was ajar, and Jiang Yun stood outside, taking a deep breath as a chill ran through his fingertips. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Was it due to his conspicuous victory over Xiaohong that aroused suspicion? Or had the growth rate of his fire dragon fish surpassed normal expectations, prompting the principal's inquiry? He gently knocked on the door. Come in. The principal, He Tiangong's steady voice came from within. Jiang Yun pushed the door open and entered. The office was suffused with a faint aroma of books and the scent of aged wooden furniture. He Tiangong sat behind a large mahogany desk. His brow furrowed as he focused on the computer screen, seemingly engrossed in some important information. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting dappled shadows on his graying hair. Principal, you called for me. Jiang Yun approached the desk, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. He Tiangong lifted his gaze, his eyes shifting from the screen to Jiang Yun. Radiating a warm light akin to a gentle spotlight, and a hint of a smile graced his face. Ah, Jiang Yun, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. Jiang Yun complied, sitting upright in the chair across from him. Regarding yesterday's incident, I received a report from Coach Lin, He Tiangong stated directly, his hands clasped on the desk. Your performance against the black iron 6th tier fisher lizard was truly exceptional. Jiang Yun's heart tightened slightly. It was indeed about this matter. He carefully considered his words before responding. Thank you, Principal. It was mainly due to luck. My opponent underestimated me. Underestimated you? He Tiangong chuckled, his gaze revealing a hint of understanding. To defeat an opponent who underestimates you at the Black Iron 6th tier, one must possess considerable strength. Tell me, what level is your fire dragon fish at now? The question had indeed landed here. Jiang Yun paused for a moment, swiftly weighing his options. Concealment was futile, his rising strength would inevitably come to light, and deliberate evasion would only betray insecurity. Principal, it has just broken through to Black Iron 6th tier. Jiang Yun chose to respond truthfully, yet his tone remained steady, devoid of any hint of boastfulness. A moment of silence enveloped the office. He Tiangong's gaze lingered on Jiang Yun's face for several seconds, his experienced eyes flickering with barely perceptible astonishment. Black Iron 6th tier. This pace is exceedingly rare, even among those with C-level or even B-level talents. Moreover, he understood that the limited resources previously allocated by the school could hardly support such a terrifying rate of advancement. Jiang Yun held his breath, bracing himself for the anticipated inquiries about resources, about his secrets, about how he achieved this. However, the expected interrogation did not occur. He Tiangong leaned back slightly, his surprise transforming into profound admiration. He nodded slowly, his tone filled with sentiment. Black Iron 6th tier is excellent, very good. It exceeds my expectations by quite a margin. He paused, his gaze deepening as if he could see something beyond Jiang Yun. It seems your fire dragon fish's innate quality far surpasses our initial assessments. Its foundation is profound, and its potential is astonishing. A faster improvement is only to be expected. Do not worry, everyone has their own opportunities. What the school values is the outcome, the honor you can bring to the institution. Upon hearing the principal's words, the weight that had been hanging over Jiang Yun's heart quietly lifted, replaced by a warm current of gratitude. The principal's open-mindedness and understanding brought him relief, and he felt a deep sense of appreciation. Thank you for your understanding, principal. This time, his gratitude was far more sincere. He Tiangong waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned, and instead inquired with genuine concern, I presume the spirit stones the school rewarded you with last time have been nearly depleted? As one progresses in beast mastery, the consumption of resources only intensifies. As he spoke, he directly retrieved a hefty bag from his drawer and pushed it toward Jiang Yun. The bag's opening was slightly ajar, revealing glimmering spirit stones brimming with abundant energy. A cursory glance revealed there to be at least 300. These spirit stones still count as my personal investment in you, He Tiangong stated, his eyes filled with anticipation. I have great faith in your future. Jiang Yun gazed at the bag of spirit stones, his emotions complex. The spirit stones in his storage ring were piled high. 300 was indeed not a significant sum. Yet at this moment, they represented not just resources, but the principal's heavy trust and support. This sentiment was far more precious than the stones themselves. Without hesitation, he accepted the bag with both hands, solemnly declaring, Thank you for your nurturing, principal. I will remember this kindness. I will strive to improve and will not disappoint your trust and expectations. Good. That's the spirit I want to see. A satisfied smile spread across He Tiangong's face. He then tapped the computer screen with his finger, his expression turning more serious as he returned to the matter at hand. Today, I called you in not only to check on your training progress, but also to inform you about the quota for the Beastmaster Academy. The quota for the Beastmaster Academy. Jiang Yun's spirit instantly lifted, focusing intently. The Beastmaster Academy was a provincial-level institution. He had heard others speak of it. If he could become a student there, not only would he have no worries regarding beast mastery resources, but if his talent proved exceptional and he received the Academy's focused training, the path to becoming a Beastmaster would become much smoother. Next month, the quotas allocated to our C city from various major Beastmaster Academies will be officially determined. He Tiangong's voice was steady and powerful. Based on past experiences and this year's rumors, the competition will be unprecedentedly fierce. This year, C City is likely to have only 10 quotas. 10. Jiang Yun's heart jolted at the revelation. The intensity of the competition far exceeded his expectations. Indeed, a preliminary estimate suggests around 10, He Tiangong affirmed gravely. Talented elites from other schools in C City will be vying fiercely for these 10 quotas. To qualify for the competition, you must elevate your fire dragon fish to at least Black Iron 8th tier within a month. Black Iron 8th tier. Jiang Yun felt a surge of relief. This goal was not distant for him. If all went well, his beast would soon reach Black Iron 8th tier. He Tiangong continued, after reaching 8th tier, you will need to pass the school's internal assessment to successfully advance to the advanced class. Only by becoming a core student in the advanced class will you truly possess the qualifications to represent the school in the pursuit of that coveted quota. A clear yet arduous path unfolded before Jiang Yun. Within a month, he must elevate his fire dragon fish's strength to Black Iron 8th tier, pass the assessment, and enter the advanced class to become a core student, thereby obtaining the opportunity to compete for a quota. The fire dragon fish's strength was steadily improving. which seemed manageable for him. Subsequently, the principal's tone became imbued with allure as he painted a vision of the future. Jiang Yun, you must understand what it means to successfully enter a top-tier Beastmaster Academy. In that place lies an abundance of cultivation resources, ranging from high-grade spirit stones to rare evolutionary materials, far beyond one's imagination. It is overseen by a celestial beast master of unfathomable prowess, who offers guidance that can save you from countless detours. There exists a library housing a plethora of formidable beast mastery techniques and secret arts, a treasure trove of knowledge inaccessible from the outside world. More importantly, it provides a broader stage, stronger adversaries, and pathways to ascendance. After graduation, whether one joins the elite military, enters a top-tier consortium, or becomes an explorer of uncharted realms, the future is boundless. For us at Qingchuan No. 1 Secondary School, each student we send to a prestigious Beastmaster Academy is a mark of supreme honor, bringing more resources and developmental opportunities to our institution. This is a win-win endeavor. The principal's words ignited a fervent desire and anticipation within Jiang Yun. It seemed as though a grander world was beckoning him. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Principal, I understand. Once the Fire Dragon Fish reaches Black Iron Level 8, I will immediately apply for the Advanced Class Assessment. I will give it my all. Excellent. I look forward to witnessing your performance, He Tiangang replied with a satisfied smile. Now, go and cultivate diligently. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun rose to take his leave, clutching the heavy bag of spirit stones, and departed the principal's office with unwavering steps. Later that evening, upon returning home from school, Jiang Yun rushed into his room, sensing that the Fire Dragon Fish was on the verge of awakening. With a thought, his consciousness plunged into the beast mastery space. Inside, the energy fluctuations surrounding the Fire Dragon Fish had gradually calmed, no longer exhibiting the previous wild agitation. Its massive form floated at the center, breathing deeply and powerfully, each breath exuding pure fire and water energy. Its crimson scales shimmered with brilliance, and the faint golden glow appeared to have solidified somewhat. Clearly, the process of absorption was nearing its conclusion, and it was about to awaken from its slumber. A blend of anticipation and anxiety surged within Jiang Yun. Having absorbed over 1,500 water and fire spirit stones, to what level could the little fire ascend this time? Chapter 38, Black Iron Level 8 Pinnacle. Feeding the spirit gathering flower. Directly into the bronze level, Jiang Yun's consciousness immersed in the beast mastery space. Instantly captivated by the scene before him, in the center of the space, the grand crimson form was no longer still. The hard scales covering its body opened and closed with increasingly powerful breaths, as if a slumbering giant beast was awakening. The dual-colored energy aura of red and blue, embodying the water and fire attributes, slowly receded like a tide, all converging within its body, signaling that the absorption phase was concluding. Boom! A surge of energy, far more formidable than before, erupted from within the Fire Dragon Fish, akin to a dormant volcano suddenly erupting. Intense energy waves coursed across its surface, and its aura surged upward, effortlessly breaking through a certain threshold, stabilizing at Black Iron Level 8. Yet, this was far from the end. The torrent of energy seemed just to be beginning its journey, its presence still escalating at a breathtaking pace. Mid-level 8. Late level 8. Ultimately, after a slight tremor coursed through its massive body, the ascending momentum gradually halted, firmly stabilizing at the pinnacle of Black Iron Level 8. Simultaneously, the Fire Dragon Fish underwent significant changes in appearance. Its length extended from just over 2 meters to nearly 2.5, appearing more elongated and powerful. The hue of its crimson scales deepened, with metallic luster glimmering at the edges, as if each scale had undergone rigorous refinement. The originally obscure arcane patterns on its scales became much clearer, with hints of crimson light flowing within, emitting an even hotter aura. The two crystalline horns atop its head, previously just 3 centimeters long, appeared to have grown slightly, their transparency enhanced, as if magma flowed within, signifying a more refined fire energy. The edges of its broad fins sharpened, and the flames stirred during its movements became more vibrant. When its massive tail swayed, it stirred the airflow with greater intensity, subtly resonating with the sound of thunder. Most importantly, the aura it emitted was dense, substantial, and scorching, far surpassing that of an ordinary Black Iron Level 8 beast, exuding a chilling pressure. This was a manifestation of profound depth and an exceptionally solid foundation. Roar! The Fire Dragon Fish fully awakened, letting out a melodious cry imbued with immense power and joy. Its gigantic tail swished exuberantly, creating considerable waves on the lake's surface of the beast mastery space. It swiftly circled Jiang Yun's ethereal form twice, then affectionately nudged its massive head closer. Its golden vertical pupils sparkled with excitement from its evolution and dependence on Jiang Yun, as if to say, "Master, I have grown stronger." Feeling the exuberance radiating from it, and the solid aura of the pinnacle of level 8, Jiang Yun finally relaxed his previously tense heart. A smile of delight broke upon his face. Wonderful. Pinnacle of level 8. Though the consumption of 1,500 spirit stones is staggering, it has achieved the expected outcome. It was worth it. Had such an immense resource investment failed to reach level 8, the future training costs for the Fire Dragon Fish would have been an unfathomable abyss. Enough to instill despair in anyone. Now it seems that while its potential is enormous, it has not reached an outrageous level and remains within acceptable bounds. With a thought, he activated his innate talent, manifestation of all things. Race, Pseudo-Dragon Bloodline Fire Dragon Fish, Water and Fire Attributes. Realm, Black Iron Level 8, Pinnacle. Talent, Top-tier Amethyst. The information confirmed without error. Little Fire, splendid job. Jiang Yun praised generously. First, stabilize your aura and feel the newly acquired power. Next, we shall directly challenge the bronze level. The Fire Dragon Fish quieted down in excitement upon hearing this, clearly anticipating the increase in strength. It hovered at the center of the space, diligently experiencing the tumultuous energy within its body that was several times more potent than before, adapting to its newly reinforced form. Once its aura completely stabilized and its state was optimized, Jiang Yun knew the moment had arrived. Without hesitation, the instant his consciousness withdrew from the beast mastery space, he flipped his right hand, revealing the spirit-gathering flower that shimmered with radiant light, emanating a refreshing pure spiritual aura. Without a moment's delay, he again plunged his consciousness into the beast mastery space, holding the spirit-gathering flower, and spoke earnestly to the Fire Dragon Fish. Little Fire, now is the time. Consume it and break the shackles of black iron, stepping into the realm of bronze. The Fire Dragon Fish's golden pupils instantly locked onto the spirit-gathering flower, instinctively yearning for this heavenly treasure brimming with pure energy. It opened its massive mouth, and a surge of suction drew the flower in, transforming it into a streak of light that vanished into its mouth. Boom! As the spirit-gathering flower melted upon entry, it seemed to ignite a volcano of pure spiritual energy within the Fire Dragon Fish. A torrent of boundless yet gentle pure energy erupted, flooding its limbs and bones. With every cell greedily inhaling this unprecedented energy, the body of the Fire Dragon Fish suddenly stiffened, then began to tremble violently, as dazzling rays of light burst forth from the gaps between its scales. Having already reached the peak of the 8th tier, it began to surge uncontrollably under the impetus of this terrifying energy. There seemed to be no bottleneck, as its aura boldly shattered the threshold of the 9th tier in the Black Iron realm, gaining momentum without any sign of abating. Early stage of the 9th tier, mid-stage of the 9th tier, late stage of the 9th tier, peak of the 9th tier, in the span of just a few breaths. Its power soared to the true pinnacle of the Black Iron level, the 9th tier. However, just as it attempted to harness this immense energy to breach the intangible barrier leading to the bronze level, circumstances abruptly shifted. Between Black Iron and bronze lies a vast chasm of life levels, one that cannot be easily crossed by mere accumulation of energy. Roar! The Fire Dragon Fish emitted a roar infused with both pain and indomitable spirit, as it collided against the bronze barrier. The overwhelming spiritual energy faced an unprecedented and stubborn resistance. The barrier stood as firm as a rock, refusing to budge, and instead rebounded much of the energy, causing tumultuous clashes within its body, as if it were on the verge of exploding. Its massive form writhed in agony, the crimson scales flickering with countless erratic beams of energy, rendering its entire body a flickering apparition. With its aura oscillating between precarious peaks and being forcefully pushed back to the pinnacle of the 9th tier, the entire beast mastery space trembled violently under the influence of its rampant energy. The once tranquil expanse of the central lake became tumultuous, the waters boiling and rising in colossal waves, crashing violently against the shores. In the sky, chaotic energy formed visible ripples, ribbons of red and blue swirling erratically, giving the entire space a cataclysmic appearance. Jiang Yun's heart leaped into his throat, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He could distinctly sense the immense pain the Fire Dragon Fish was enduring and the arduous struggle it faced against the bronze barrier. Hold on, little fire. Concentrate your energy and break through that barrier, Jiang Yun urged with his mind, cheering it on, but he could not intervene. This was a trial that the beast must undertake and comprehend on its own. Supported by the vast pure spiritual energy, the Fire Dragon Fish charged again and again, its roars filled with wildness and defiance. The indomitable bronze barriers seemed to begin to yield slightly under increasingly fierce assaults of spiritual power, revealing the faintest trace of cracks. The fire dragon fish gathered its strength for one final push. Roar! Another roar erupted, yet this one was deeper, more ancient, imbued with an unassailable authority. It was as if summoned by a primordial bloodline. It summoned all its might, merging it with the energy of the spirit-gathering flower, transforming into a terrifying torrent of red and blue interwoven with a hint of pale gold, launching a final, resolute assault against the impenetrable bronze gate. Crack! A delicate yet unmistakably clear sound echoed throughout the beast mastery space, akin to the shattering from the depths of the soul. This door that had barred countless beasts was finally overwhelmed by this unparalleled force, crashing down. It had broken through. In the real world, within Jiang Yun's room. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Jiang Yun's body jolted. A wave of searing, majestic, and terrifying aura, far surpassing the black iron level, erupted uncontrollably from within him, sweeping through the entire room like an uncontrolled tsunami. Papers on the desk were sent flying, and the water in the cup swayed violently. The glass of the window vibrated with a humming sound. Cough, cough. In the living room, Jiang Yun, watching television, suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation, as though a terrifying presence were fixating upon her, causing her breath to catch in her throat. The swallowing rabbit in her arms reacted even more intensely, its fur standing on end in terror, and with a whoosh, it leapt from her embrace, darting under the sofa, leaving only a trembling rear and short tail visible, emitting pitiful whines of fear. Little Black, what is wrong with you? Jiang Yun exclaimed in surprise, and just then, she too sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from her brother's room, sending chills down her spine. This is... She turned abruptly to look at the door to Jiang Yun's room, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as an incredible thought invaded her mind. Brother? Are you all right? Inside the room, Jiang Yun abruptly opened his eyes. Deep within the depths of his pupils, a flicker of crimson gold flame danced and vanished, while the aura he emitted underwent a profound transformation. The breakthrough of the beast was enriching his own beast mastery power. It seemed as though subtle changes were occurring within him as well. His aura had attained a qualitative transformation. A bronze-level beastmaster. He had finally stepped into a brand new realm within the world of beast mastery. From this moment on, in this new generation of the Clear Spring realm, Jiang Yun would likely have no rivals. Chapter 39. The Transformation of the Fire Dragon Fish. The choice of the second beast. At this moment, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes, as if a crimson gold flame flickered within. He exhaled deeply, the heat radiating from his breath signifying the increasingly intimate bond he shared with his beast. With a subtle shift of thought, the air around him began to twist and ripple, as if stirred by an invisible force, accompanied by a deeper, more authoritative roar than ever before. The evolved fire dragon fish suddenly materialized within the room. Its mere presence released a fierce and scorching aura that naturally surged like a tide, causing the temperature in the room to rise dramatically. The edges of the papers on the desk curled slightly, and the dust particles in the air began to tremble. Jiang Yun held his breath, gazing intently at this partner intertwined with his very life. The magnitude of the fire dragon fish's transformation far exceeded his expectations. Its size had expanded from over 2 meters to nearly 4 meters, its elongated and powerful form occupying the center of the room, taking up nearly half the space. Its sleek muscular lines contained explosive power, each inch seeming to have undergone 1,000 refinements. The crimson scales glimmered with a deeper hue, reflecting a metallic sheen under the light, with edges as sharp as blades. The surface was adorned with an extremely faint yet distinctly present pattern of dark gold, weaving into mysterious designs, resembling a natural and enigmatic battle armor, adding an air of nobility and mystique. The most pronounced change lay in its head. What were once merely slight protrusions had now fully emerged, transforming into a pair of crystalline horns approximately 15 centimeters long, spiraling upward. These horns, akin to the finest rubies, were translucent and exquisite, with a faint crimson gold glow swirling within, as if concentrated magma flowed through them, imparting an overwhelming aura. Its snout appeared more elongated and powerful, with each breath exhaled from its mouth releasing sparks that seemed almost tangible, while its golden vertical pupils radiated brilliance, exuding an innate dominance characteristic of a predator. It bore an unmistakable resemblance to a true dragon, although it remains a considerable distance from the legendary true dragon form. It is evident to all that it is undergoing a remarkable transformation towards that fabled ideal. Its physique now subtly embodies the essence of a dragon, exuding an air of authority that instinctively inspires reverence. Xiaohua, your transformation during this breakthrough is significant. I recall that each progression unlocks a new skill. I wonder what your skill at the bronze level is. Jiang Yun could not suppress his anticipation, his eyes alight with excitement. He eagerly focused his mind and activated the manifestation of all things, talent. Instantaneously, a pale blue light curtain unfurled before him, revealing the complete data panel of the fire dragon fish. Species: pseudo-dragon, bloodline fire dragon fish, water and fire attributes. Realm: bronze level 1. Talent: top tier purple crystal. Talents and skills: rare flame breath, emits high temperature flames, scorching enemies. Rare bloodline might, activates the dragon blood within, slightly enhancing all attributes while exerting bloodline pressure. Extraordinary fire domain prison, creates a fiery domain, trapping enemies within. Rare water manipulation, controls water flow, integrating offense and defense. Extraordinary dragon flame explosion, compresses dragon flames to their utmost, resulting in a devastating explosive force that carries a hint of dragon might, instilling fear in formidable beasts. Evolution path, can evolve 3 times. After 1 evolution, it transforms into a diamond tier golden scaled fire dragon fish. After 2 evolutions, it evolves into a top tier fire flood dragon. After 3 evolutions, it becomes a legendary tier celestial fire flood dragon. Extraordinary dragon flame explosion. Jiang Yun's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. He had not anticipated that the skills acquired at the bronze level would be extraordinary. Extraordinary skills imply a qualitative leap in power and effectiveness. The ability to unleash a devastating explosion while compressing dragon flames, coupled with a dragon's intimidating aura, seemed tailor-made for battles beyond one's level. He yearned to witness the practical effects of this skill firsthand, to experience the sheer might of the fire dragon fish at the bronze level. A thought naturally flickered through his mind. Perhaps he should visit the training grounds at school tomorrow, or directly apply for the advanced class assessment. However, as soon as this notion arose, he decisively quelled it. No, it was too soon. Just yesterday in the principal's office, he had candidly admitted that the fire dragon fish was at the black iron level 6, and now, within a mere night, it had suddenly ascended to the bronze level. This was beyond the realm of mere genius. After all, even a top-tier purple crystal beast would not reach the bronze level in just 5 days. Unless aided by the extraordinary absorption capabilities of his beastmaster space. It was likely that, given the fire dragon fish's innate talent, it would take at least 6 months. 3 days to reach level 6 was already absurd, and now he was at bronze level in merely 5 days. How could he explain this? Such a leap would inevitably arouse deeper scrutiny and suspicion from the principal, potentially drawing unnecessary attention and trouble. He was all too aware of the adage that possessing something precious could lead to danger. He needed to find an absolutely secure location. Jiang Yun's gaze shifted towards the window, focusing on the vast, enigmatic green expanse of the misty forest beyond the city. Only there could he find ample space and countless adversaries to fully unleash and test the fire dragon fish's current strength while familiarizing himself with its new skills. More importantly, deep within the forest, no matter how much commotion he caused, it would be difficult for others to take notice. Moreover, Jiang Yun's thoughts drifted even further. The fire dragon fish had indeed gained immense power, yet the drawback of requiring deep slumber to absorb the energy from spirit stones still persisted. He must prepare for the future, not placing all his hopes on a single companion. After all, in this perilous world, unexpected events could occur at any moment. It was time to contemplate contracting a second beast. He murmured to himself, his gaze becoming profound and bright. An ideal companion would be one that could compensate for the fire dragon fish's shortcomings, possessing high mobility, aerial reconnaissance abilities, and perhaps some control or ranged attack capabilities, preferably a flying type. At this thought, a fresh wave of anticipation, filled with a desire for conquest, surged from within him. Among the stronger and rarer beasts deep within the misty forest, there was undoubtedly a target that met his criteria. Imagining the scene of 2 beast companions fighting side by side, Jiang Yun felt his blood stir with excitement. Xiaohua, tomorrow is a holiday. We shall venture into the misty forest. Jiang Yun patted the increasingly resilient and cold-scaled body of the fire dragon fish, a confident and expectant smile gracing his lips. Let us journey into the forest and witness your current battle prowess. And perhaps, we may find you a future partner. The fire dragon fish seemed to fully comprehend Jiang Yun's words, lifting its head to emit a deep, battle-ready roar, its crimson golden patterns glowing, radiating an aura of formidable majesty. At that moment, it had already begun to assume the posture of a king. As dawn broke, the fire dragon fish transformed into a streak of red light. Returning to the beastmaster space, Jiang Yun pushed open the door and left his home. His destination? The misty forest. Chapter 40. The terrifying combat power of bronze level. The young ones have arrived with the elders? Leaving the city, Jiang Yun made his way directly towards the vast misty forest. The surge of power ignited an insatiable eagerness within him, compelling him to validate the true combat strength of the fire dragon fish. This time, his aim was clear, the edge of the core area. Only there could the beast possess the strength to challenge Xiaohua. standing before a visibly ancient and profound woodland. The air thick with a palpable aura of danger, silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by distant, ominous growls that hinted at the perils within. Jiang Yun couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast to just 2 days ago when he had to tread carefully, evading formidable presences and exerting every ounce of strength to defeat the black iron level 7 phantom spider. He glanced down at his clenched fists, feeling the surging power of his beasts within, along with the unbreakable bond with the fire dragon fish in his beastmaster space. A wave of confidence surged through him. Now, just 2 days later, he had returned with a bronze-level companion. As long as he didn't encounter any terrifying beings above the gold level, he was confident he could stride through this area with ease. Come forth, Xiaohua. With a flash of crimson light, the fire dragon fish, nearly 4 meters long, its scales gleaming and adorned with crystalline horns, proudly emerged. Its aura, a blend of bronze-level beast pressure and a hint of draconic might, instantly shattered the forest silence. The sudden influx of enticing bloodlust and provocation attracted the attention of lurking predators. Rustling sounds echoed from the surroundings as pairs of eyes, gleaming with greed and bloodlust, flickered in the shadows. A few keen-sensed black iron level 7 to 8 beasts, including hyenas and venomous pythons, could no longer suppress their predatory instincts, howling as they lunged forward, saliva dripping, viewing Jiang Yun and the fire dragon fish as a feast laid before them. Utterly oblivious to their fate, Jiang Yun didn't even issue a command. He merely focused his thoughts. The fire dragon fish, its golden vertical pupils flashing with disdain, could hardly be bothered to use its skills. With a casual sweep of its massive tail, covered in dark golden patterns, it struck like a steel whip. Boom! The air erupted with a thunderous boom. The 2 black iron 7th-tier hyenas charging at the forefront barely had time to emit a mournful wail before they were smashed head-on like insects colliding with a speeding truck. Their bones shattered and their flesh obliterated as they were flung backward, crashing heavily against distant tree trunks, silenced forever. Following this, the fire dragon fish slightly parted its enormous jaws, unleashing a breath of ordinary flame, even more concentrated and terrifyingly high in temperature than before, sweeping through the air like a laser. Sizzle! The azure-scaled poison python that attempted a sneak attack from the side was instantly bisected, its severed ends charred black, with even its toxic blood evaporated in an instant. Another clawed eagle that descended from above was consumed by the flames, transforming into a fireball that plummeted to the ground, quickly becoming nothing but charred remains. Instant kills. All were instant kills. In mere moments, 5 or 6 formidable beasts of black iron 7th and 8th tiers were completely annihilated. Their demise gruesome. This spectacle thoroughly intimidated the other lurking beasts in the darkness. Those once greedy and bloodthirsty gazes were instantly replaced by boundless terror. As they recoiled in fright, retreating into the shadows, trembling, what was once a banquet lay before them. It was evidently a primal beast intruding upon a sheepfold. An unequivocal harbinger of doom. With an impassive expression, Jiang Yun collected the carcasses of these beasts into his storage ring, though they were of somewhat lower rank. Selling them would still yield some profit, albeit meager. However, he could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. They were so weak that they lacked even the qualification to warm up little fire. He murmured to himself. Casting his gaze deeper into the forest, it was impossible to gauge the true strength of little fire at the bronze level, let alone experience the might of the new skill, Dragon Flame Eruption Kill. Let us go, little fire, deeper we shall tread. I refuse to believe that this core area is populated solely by such weaklings. He vividly recalled the experiences from that fateful night. There were indeed bronze-level beasts on the periphery of this misty forest. As Jiang Yun ventured further into the heart of the misty forest with the fire dragon fish, the trees around him grew increasingly tall and robust, their canopies obscuring the sun, casting the surroundings into a dim and oppressive atmosphere. The beasts encountered along the way did indeed show a steady increase in strength, transitioning from black iron 7th and 8th tiers to black iron 9th tiers, with occasional hints of bronze-level auras. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged, regardless of the beast. Any that dared to show itself in provocation was either shattered by a powerful tail swipe or incinerated by a fiery breath. Each of its assaults carried tremendous force, far surpassing previous displays. The ordinary flame breath had doubled in potency, its range expanded, and its temperature elevated. The massive tail strikes possessed a terrifying power capable of obliterating all in their path. After advancing to the bronze level, every fundamental attribute of the fire dragon fish, its physical strength, skill, potency, had received a comprehensive and significant enhancement. Dealing with these black iron-level beasts required no invocation of genuinely powerful skills. Just as Jiang Yun was about to grow numb to this one-sided slaughter, the bushes ahead shook violently, and a markedly formidable aura erupted forth. A giant ape, nearly 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles, protruding fangs, and skin resembling granite, leapt out, blocking the path. It pounded its chest, producing a thunderous drum-like sound, its scarlet eyes fixed intently on the fire dragon fish as it emitted a provocative roar. Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened, no longer daring to underestimate the situation, and immediately activated his talent, manifestation of all attributes. A pale blue light curtain unfurled instantly, revealing the detailed information of the giant ape. Species, giant strength demon ape, earth attribute. Qualification, intermediate silver. Realm, bronze 2nd tier. Talent skills, rare frenzied strike, rare rock skin. A bronze 2nd tier giant strength demon ape. Jiang Yun's eyes lit up, finally peaked with interest. Little fire, test its strength. Use your flame breath. He deliberately refrained from employing the new skill, wishing to observe the upper limits of the ordinary skill's power. Should this giant strength demon ape withstand the attack, he could then unleash the new skill. The fire dragon fish, receiving the command, emitted an even more resounding dragon roar. Its massive jaws opened wide, unleashing a flame breath that was nearly twice as robust as before, its color approaching a scorching white, roaring forth like an enraged dragon surging from the sea toward the giant strength demon ape. The ape, evidently brimming with confidence in its defenses, roared as it crossed its arms, activating its rock skin skill, a yellowish glow enveloping its body, attempting to withstand the assault. However, boom. The blazing white fire pillar collided violently with the demon ape. Its self-assured yellow glow shattered like mere paper. Instantly, the rock-hard skin emitted a sizzle of burning flesh under the horrifying heat, rapidly carbonizing and cracking. How? The giant strength demon ape let out a heart-wrenching scream. Its entire body engulfed in flames, the immense force propelling it backward, crashing through several large trees before finally coming to a halt. When the flames subsided, only a charred, shattered mass remained, no longer resembling an ape, still emitting wisps of smoke. Another instant kill. Jiang Yun was left astonished. He had known the fire dragon fish was powerful, but he had not anticipated it to be this formidable. This was a bronze 2nd tier defensive beast, a whole tier above little fire. Yet it couldn't even withstand a single flame breath. It was vanquished in an instant. The sheer power was utterly terrifying. What kind of cataclysmic scene would unfold if dragon flame eruption kill were unleashed? Just as Jiang Yun marveled at the fire dragon fish's unexpectedly terrifying battle prowess. Feeling as though he was wielding a sledgehammer to crack a nut, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the forest, more ferocious and enraged. Imbued with boundless sorrow and murderous intent, shaking the entire mountain forest as if it were trembling. A far more formidable, savage, and brutal aura, erupting like a volcanic explosion, surged skyward, locking onto Jiang Yun and the fire dragon fish. This aura was stronger than all prior opponents, even causing the recently triumphant fire dragon fish to instinctively tense up, emitting a wary growl. Jiang Yun's pupils constricted suddenly, and his manifestation of all attributes, talent instinctively activated. Directing his gaze toward the source of the aura, there, he beheld a gigantic demon ape, nearly twice the size of the one before. Its fur glistening with a metallic sheen, fangs resembling 2 curved blades, and eyes as crimson as blood. Wildly pounding its chest and shattering countless trees as it charged forth in a posture of utter devastation. The pale blue light curtain refreshed instantly, revealing new entries. Species, giant strength demon ape, earth attribute. Qualification, low-level gold. Realm, bronze 4th tier. Talent skills, rare enhanced frenzied strike, rare adamant body, rare earthquake shock. Status, enraged, bloodline boiling, hate locked. Jiang Yun felt a tingling sensation run down his spine, yet his lips involuntarily curled into a smile that mingled tension with exhilarating excitement. A bronze 4th tier beast. It was a full 3 tiers above little fire, and it was in a hate-locked state of fury. Could it be that the one he had just slain was a relative of this giant? Had he inadvertently stirred the wrath of the elder after slaying the younger? Things had escalated dramatically. Chapter 41. The terrifying power of dragon flame eruption kill. Roar. The deafening roar threatened to rupture eardrums. As the bronze 4th tier, mutated giant strength demon ape fell completely into a state of rage. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Jiang Yun. Its massive form akin to a moving hill, surging forward with the momentum to obliterate all in its path. The ground trembled violently beneath his feet, as trees along the path were effortlessly shattered and crushed like fragile straw. With a fierce inferno emanating from its maw, the fire dragon fish exhaled flames, and Jiang Yun, his mind taut with tension, immediately commanded its assault. The creature's colossal jaws opened wide, unleashing a searing pillar of white fire that struck the charging might magic ape with tremendous force. However, the attack, potent enough to easily melt a 2nd tier bronze beast, merely caused the giant ape's momentum to falter slightly. The ape's metallic tinged fur shimmered with a golden hue, effectively absorbing most of the flame's damage, leaving only a few charred marks upon its surface. Fire Domain Cage. Jiang Yun swiftly altered his strategy. Countless fiery chains erupted from the void, ensnaring the Might Magic Ape and temporarily restraining it in place. After advancing to the bronze level, the Fire Domain Cage skill had undergone a qualitative transformation. Even altering its form, the control it exerted was now undeniably more formidable. With an arrogant roar, the ape flexed its bulging muscles. Jiang Yun was utterly taken aback when the fiery chains, capable of ensnaring a second-tier bronze beast, were forcefully torn apart inch by inch. The entire process transpired in mere moments. In its frenzied state, the Might Magic Ape displayed a terrifying power and formidable defense that far surpassed the usual fourth-tier bronze beasts, undoubtedly rivaling the fifth tier and even brushing the threshold of the sixth. Jiang Yun's pupils constricted. The mutated, enraged state of the ape was more formidable than he had anticipated. Conventional methods would be utterly ineffective against it. It appeared he had no choice but to employ a new skill. A glimmer of determination and anticipation flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes. Little fire. Combine the Fire Domain Cage with the new skill, Dragon Flame Burst Kill. The Fire Dragon Fish sensed its master's battle intent, its golden vertical pupils igniting with fierce flames. It activated the Fire Domain Cage once more, and even more solidified chains of fire surged forth, relentlessly binding the ape's limbs and torso, temporarily immobilizing it. Simultaneously, it gaped wide, as the dark golden dragon patterns on its body glowed intensely. Vast fire energy, accompanied by a trace of dragon might, began to converge and compress within its throat at an unprecedented speed. No longer merely expelling flames, it was now condensing. A fist-sized orb of energy, imbued with a crimson golden hue yet appearing dangerously unstable, formed within the fire dragon fish's maw in a matter of breaths. The moment the energy sphere materialized, the surrounding air seemed to be drained, light warped, and a terrifying wave of energy radiated that sent shivers through the very souls of all present. The Might Magic Ape, struggling fiercely, sensed the lethal aura emanating from the small energy sphere, its primal instincts overpowering its furious rage. It let out a terrified howl, thrashing more wildly than ever. But it was too late. Release. Jiang Yun commanded sharply. Whoosh. The dark red energy sphere shot forth as if teleported, slicing through the air silently. And in the next instant, it struck the ape's chest, which had widened in fear. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. The next instant, boom, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. A deafening roar that could scarcely be described in words. It was as if a miniature sun had ignited in the heart of the forest. A blinding light and searing heat exploded forth, consuming everything in its path. Following this, a devastating shockwave expanded in a circular fashion, obliterating all trees and rocks within dozens of meters, grinding them to dust. At the epicenter of the explosion, the Might Magic Ape, whose strength was comparable to a fifth-tier bronze beast and had remarkable defenses, was rendered as fragile as paper before the annihilating energy that contained a hint of dragon might. It could not even emit a final wail. Its massive body vaporized in an instant, while the remaining charred limbs and severed appendages were flung in all directions by the shockwave. A small mushroom cloud slowly ascended, as the smoke and light gradually dissipated. Only a vast, charred crater remained, accompanied by a heavy scent of sulfur and the acrid odor of burnt flesh in the air. Silence. An eerie silence. Only the flickering remnants of crimson golden energy at the crater's edge leapt like arcs of electricity, bearing witness to the terrifying aftermath of that strike. Jiang Yun stood in place, his garments rustling violently from the shockwave, gazing at the scene before him. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he could not help but draw a sharp breath, his heart racing. Was this truly the might of Little Fire's extraordinary skill at the bronze level? It had transcended 5 tiers to annihilate a beast renowned for its defense. The power of this strike made him feel that even when faced with a genuine 6th-tier bronze beast, it could deal grievous injury or even slay it. A profound sense of weakness emanated from the fire dragon fish, clearly indicating that such an attack had taken a tremendous toll. Yet more than that, a sense of exhilaration and pride surged within it. After a while, Jiang Yun finally managed to calm his racing heart. He approached, collecting the most valuable remnants of the Might Magic Ape, such as its metallic lost fangs, partially intact fur, and the beast core of a 4th-tier bronze beast into his storage ring. He had struck gold. The materials from this 4th-tier Might Magic Ape were likely worth more than all his previous gains combined. A smile crept across Jiang Yun's face, a sense of fulfillment washing over him. He recalled the habits of beasts of this caliber. Their lairs would undoubtedly harbor valuable treasures. After all, To thrive in such a harsh environment and reach such a pinnacle, there must be resources that provided cultivation sustenance over a long period. He decided to investigate whether its den held any treasures. Jiang Yun withdrew the somewhat fatigued fire dragon fish into the beast control space to recuperate and, following the path carved by the magic ape, ventured deeper into the forest. Not far ahead, he indeed discovered a massive cave nestled beneath a concealed cliff, emanating a pungent stench and faint energy fluctuations. However, just as he was about to approach the cave, a series of sorrowful and anxious cries resonated nearby. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, adopting a wary gaze. He beheld two azure-feathered, disheveled avian beasts of the black iron tier, stained with blood, surrounding a fallen juvenile eagle, incessantly nudging it with their beaks while emitting mournful cries. The juvenile eagle's feathers were dull, its aura exceedingly weak, with faint movements of its chest indicating that its life hung by a thread. Judging by the traces, it was likely affected by the terrifying shockwave from the earlier battle. Jiang Yun had no intention of intervening. The law of the jungle, wherein the weak are preyed upon by the strong, was the very essence of the beast world and the survival principle in this realm. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he instinctively activated his manifestation of all things talent on the dying juvenile eagle. This glance, however, sent a jolt through him. His pupils dilated. A pale blue light curtain manifested, revealing species, wind thunderlark, wind and thunder attribute. Realm, black iron tier 5. Talent, top tier amethyst. Talent skills, gale speed, harnessing airflow to achieve unparalleled speed. Thunder claw, infusing thunderous energy into its claws, inflicting penetrating damage with a paralysis effect. Wind thunder armor, passive skill that envelopes the body in wind and thunder energy, slightly enhancing speed while inflicting minor wind thunder counterattacks on close-range attackers. Status, severely injured and on the brink of death, vitality waning, inherent essence damaged. Evolution path, capable of evolving 3 times. First evolution, transmutation into the Storm Thunder Sparrow, possessing a diamond-level aptitude, unlocking the formidable area skill, Summon Thunderstorm. Second evolution, transmutation into the Wind Thunder Celestial Sparrow, endowed with a sun-level aptitude, awakening the domain skill, Wind Thunder Cataclysm. Third evolution, transmutation into the Emperor of Wind and Thunder in the 9 Heavens, boasting a legendary level aptitude, mastering the laws of wind and thunder, embodying the sovereign of the skies. Hint: this beast harbors a trace of the exceedingly rare bloodline of the ancient Wind and Thunder Divine Phoenix, should it achieve legendary aptitude. And with the acquisition of innate wind source and chaotic thunder seed to conduct a divine-level baptism, it could assist its bloodline in returning to its ancestral roots, breaking through its limits, and evolving into a mythic-level beast, the chaotic Wind and Thunder Divine Phoenix, capable of tearing apart the starry river with a mere flap of its wings, summoning the cosmic winds and thunderous tribulations. The bloodline of the ancient Wind and Thunder Divine Phoenix. Jiang Yun's pupils contracted sharply, his face instantly replaced by immense astonishment, nearly gasping in disbelief. Chapter 42. The bloodline of the ancient Wind and Thunder Divine Phoenix. Contract successful. On the pale blue luminescent screen, the words seemed to possess a magical allure, firmly captivating Jiang Yun's gaze, causing his heart to race and his breath to hitch. Ancient ferocious beast bloodline. Amethyst-level aptitude. Dual attributes of wind and thunder. Jiang Yun's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He nearly cried out. This aptitude, this potential, is truly on par with the fire dragon fish. Yet, when it comes to bloodline talent, there remains a slight disparity with the fire dragon fish. At this moment, Jiang Yun was overwhelmed with immense joy. In such a place, he had encountered a ferocious beast cub of such astonishing aptitude. His luck seemed almost preposterous, having just experienced a fierce battle and worried about his second beast companion's fate. A cub with a mythic-level bloodline and extraordinary aptitude appeared before him in a manner akin to a heavenly gift. Observing the detailed information panel, it seemed designed exclusively as his perfect companion. However, as he gazed at the increasingly faint aura of the cub, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment, Jiang Yun's heart instantly tightened. No, it cannot perish like this. I must save it. A fierce determination surged within him. Since fate had brought them together, it was his opportunity. He would not allow such a beast of unparalleled aptitude to slip away before him. Jiang Yun's beast space possessed a miraculous recovery trait. Once the contract was successfully formed, placing this cub within the space for nurturing would ensure that, within moments, not to mention half an hour, it would stabilize its injuries and fully recover in just 10 minutes. The fire dragon fish comprehended this deeply. Jiang Yun immediately stepped forward. However, as he approached, The two black iron 9th-tier winged thunder sparrows guarding the cub instantly sensed his presence. They abruptly raised their heads, their neck feathers flaring, emitting sharp, hostile cries filled with anguish. Their immense wings unfurled, adopting a posture of desperate defense, positioning themselves between Jiang Yun and the cub. Still engulfed in the sorrow of losing their offspring, any approaching being would undoubtedly be perceived as an enemy. With a thought, Jiang Yun signaled the fire dragon fish, which let out a low growl, its massive form exuding a bronze-level pressure, its crimson pupils locking onto the two large birds, radiating a fierce killing intent. If the fire dragon fish wished, with a casual exhale, the two black iron 9th-tier winged thunder sparrows would be obliterated in an instant. Yet, Jiang Yun immediately halted the fire dragon fish. "Stop, little fire. We cannot harm them." His gaze swept over the two desperate guardians and then to the nearly lifeless winged thunder sparrow cub on the ground. They were the parents of this cub. If he were to slay them and force a contract, not only might the cub develop a resistance that could lead to a failed or even rebounding contract, but should it succeed, the truth would surely sow seeds of resentment. Between a beast and its master, there must exist a bond of mutual trust and understanding. As his thoughts raced, Jiang Yun reached a resolution. He gestured for the fire dragon fish to remain calm, then slowly released a gentle aura of beast mastery, not as an attack, but as an attempt to communicate. He looked sincerely at the two wary and sorrowful birds, articulating each word clearly. "I mean no harm. Your child is gravely injured, on the brink of death. I can save it, but only if it becomes my partner. Through a contract, I will treat it as family, providing the finest nurturing, allowing it to soar among the heavens. Please trust me." As he spoke, he signaled the fire dragon fish. Understanding his intent, the fire dragon fish's scales ignited with a fiery brilliance, and the fire domain cage was activated once more. However, this time, the fiery chains were not intended to harm or confine, but transformed into a warm, sturdy ring of flame, gently separating the two swift eagles from Jiang Yun. Thus, Jiang Yun expressed strength while also preventing any impulsive attacks from them. To Jiang Yun's surprise, the two swift eagles seemed to comprehend his words. They sensed the overwhelming power of the fire dragon fish, yet felt no malice emanating from it. Perhaps it was Jiang Yun's urgency and sincerity, along with the hope of saving their child, that struck at their most vulnerable core. Their fierce struggles gradually ceased, their ruffled feathers slowly settling. The fierce hostility in their eyes replaced by profound sorrow and a flicker of disbelief-filled hope. They glanced at Jiang Yun, then back at their fading cub, ultimately emitting mournful, muted calls, gradually lowering their bodies, their massive wings spread weakly, like a plea, or perhaps a reluctant choice to trust this singular hope that could save their child. "You can truly understand me? How wonderful!" Jiang Yun exclaimed in surprise and joy, the last remnants of his hesitation vanishing. It appeared that the extraordinary bloodline of the cub also granted its parents an intelligence far beyond that of ordinary ferocious beasts. Without delay, Jiang Yun withdrew the fiery barrier and hurriedly approached the cub, crouching beside it. He extended his hand, gently channeling his pure and nurturing beast mastery into the cub, attempting to establish the most fundamental spiritual connection. Initially, the cub's weak consciousness was filled with pain and instinctive resistance. Jiang Yun patiently conveyed his thoughts. "Hold on. Your parents are right beside you. They wish for you to survive. You possess an extraordinary bloodline and aptitude. The world awaits your conquest. Would you truly resign yourself to perish silently here? Become my partner, and I shall show you a broader world, allowing your innate talents to shine forth." Whether it was the desperate gaze of its parents or the future Jiang Yun painted with his words that touched the cub, or perhaps merely the instinct to survive, the cub's feeble consciousness finally ceased its rejection, cautiously accepting the contract power Jiang Yun offered. A mysterious rune glowed beneath the cub, swiftly merging into both it and Jiang Yun. Their consciousness instantly entered the beast space. Contract. It was successful. Feeling the faint yet resilient connection newly formed within his consciousness, Jiang Yun was overjoyed. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his thoughts and promptly placed the life-threatening winged thunder sparrow cub into the beast space. The instant it entered the beast space, the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged towards the winged thunder sparrow cub, commencing its healing process. Jiang Yun, witnessing this, reassuredly withdrew his consciousness from the beast space. Upon witnessing the distress, the two parents of the Gale Eagles emitted urgent cries, struggling to rush forward. Unable to see their offspring, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of panic, Jiang Yun quickly reassured them, "Do not fret. Do not fear. Your child is receiving treatment within my Beastmaster space and will soon recover. I assure you." He resolved to wait a while. Allowing the young creature to regain some strength in the Beastmaster space, at least enough to emerge and bid farewell to its parents before departing. This was not only to ease the parents' hearts, but also to forge a more harmonious bond with his new companion. In the Beastmaster space, the once feeble and faintly breathing thundercloud lark chick was now enveloped in a dense, almost tangible milky white spiritual energy, resembling a great cocoon of light. The pure energy within the space seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, continuously flowing into its diminutive body, gently yet swiftly mending its damaged bones and internal organs, replenishing its lost life essence. The ghastly wounds upon its body healed at a visible pace, scabbing over and shedding to reveal newly formed, healthily shimmering azure-hued down. Its once frail breaths soon became steady and robust, with rhythmic rises and falls in its chest, and one could even hear the subtle sound of blood coursing powerfully within. In a mere moment, it had completely escaped the clutches of death, its life force vibrant and brimming with vitality. The miraculous recovery characteristic of the Beastmaster space was vividly showcased at this moment. Outside the space, the two Gale Eagle parents anxiously paced back and forth, emitting mournful whimpers from their throats. Unable to perceive the happenings within, they could only sense the sudden disappearance of their child's presence. This uncertainty tormented them, their massive wings flapping restlessly. Had it not been for the sliver of trust previously established and the quiet vigil of the fire dragon fish by their side, they might have succumbed to madness. Jiang Yun empathized with their emotions, but held firm in his belief in the power of his Beastmaster space. He waited patiently. Approximately 10 minutes later, a smile graced his lips. Through their soul connection, he sensed that the chick's condition was now thoroughly stabilized, even healthier and livelier than before its injury. With a thought, a flash of azure light manifested as he summoned the thundercloud lark chick from the Beastmaster space. Chirp! A crisp and melodious call rang out, resonating with vigor. The chick now appeared utterly transformed, standing sprightly upon the ground. Its azure-hued down gleamed with a lustrous sheen, and its small, dark eyes sparkled with curiosity as it surveyed its surroundings, faint arcs of electricity and gentle breezes swirling around it. Chirp, 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 chirp. The Gale Eagle parents, initially taken aback, erupted into jubilant calls. They rushed forward, carefully enveloping the chick with their enormous wings, gently preening its feathers with their beaks in an expression of profound excitement. The prior sadness and despair melted away, replaced by immense joy at their reunion. The fire dragon fish let out a low growl, dissipating the fiery barrier, and gracefully swam to Jiang Yun's side. The family nestled closely together, chirping softly in a heartwarming exchange, the scene imbued with tenderness. The chick occasionally nuzzled its head against its parents, seemingly offering comfort or recounting its wondrous experiences within the magical space. Witnessing this heartwarming reunion, Jiang Yun felt a surge of warmth and fulfillment. He refrained from interrupting their precious moment, shifting his gaze towards the direction of the giant strength demon ape's den. Seizing this opportunity, he planned to explore the lair of the giant strength demon ape, hoping to uncover hidden treasures. The lair of the giant strength demon ape was nestled deep within a concealed crevice of a mountain wall, its entrance littered with an abundance of white bones, exuding a pungent stench and a fierce aura. The interior was quite spacious yet stark, furnished only with a bed of straw and animal hides. Jiang Yun cautiously entered, searching the surroundings. Before long, he discerned an unusual wave of dense energy emanating from a pile of disordered bones at the farthest recess of the cave. He cleared away the surface remains to reveal a relatively intact skull of a colossal beast, glistening with a dark golden hue, reminiscent of glazed jade. Despite the passage of time, this skull radiated an overwhelming oppressive aura and pure earth-type energy. As he absorbed the essence of this pure power, Jiang Yun realized that this skeletal remains must have belonged to an extraordinary creature in life. Manifestation of all things, activated instantaneously. Item, Skull of the Earthquake Bull, fragmented. Quality, amethyst-grade material. Characteristics, contains pure and substantial earth attributes spiritual energy. Effect, can serve as one of the core materials for the first evolution of earth attribute beasts, or can be ground into medicine to significantly enhance the skeletal strength of defensive-type beasts. Amethyst-grade material. Upon reading this information, a spark of excitement ignited in Jiang Yun's eyes. No wonder the giant strength demon ape, despite being at the 4th tier, possessed combat prowess nearing the 5th tier. It must have absorbed the residual energy emanating from this skull over time. This item held no use for him, yet its value was undeniable. If sold in the marketplace, it would fetch an astronomical price. On the market, it would incite a frenzied competition among numerous earth attribute beast masters. He felt elated as he unceremoniously stored the precious skull within his storage ring, reveling in the bountiful rewards of this adventure that far exceeded his expectations. After conducting a thorough search to ensure nothing was overlooked, He turned with satisfaction and departed. Upon returning to his previous location, Jiang Yun found the family of 3 had concluded their nostalgic exchange and were quietly awaiting him. The thundercloud lark chick bounded over to Jiang Yun's feet, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Clearly, the rescue and Jiang Yun's demeanor towards its parents had fostered a sense of trust in the little lark. The 2 Gale Eagle parents exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent consensus. They approached Jiang Yun, lowered their heads, and emitted gentle calls, then gently nudged the chick toward him with their massive wings, their eyes reflecting reluctance, yet more so a sense of entrustment and trust. Understanding their sentiment, Jiang Yun solemnly nodded. Rest assured, I shall treat it as my most treasured companion, never neglecting its needs. I will also frequently return to visit you. Upon hearing this, gratitude shone in the eyes of the 2 Gale Eagles. Just then, the male Gale Eagle emitted a series of strange calls, its throat shifting as if attempting to regurgitate something. Moments later, it opened its beak wide, and a feather floated down delicately. This feather was unlike any other, about the length of a palm, radiating a dreamlike iridescent hue, with the base appearing to have subtle wind spirals and electric threads ebbing and flowing naturally. It felt weightless in his hand, yet he could sense the pure and potent energy of wind and thunder within. Jiang Yun was somewhat puzzled as he picked up the feather, instinctively activating manifestation of all things. Item: Rainbow Celestial Feather. Quality: Amethyst grade. Characteristics: contains a trace of celestial aura and pure wind thunder essence. Effect: one of the core materials for the first evolution of the thundercloud lark into the storm thunder lark. What is this? Jiang Yun gazed at the information displayed on the luminous screen, his pupils abruptly constricting, his face a canvas of incredulity and astonishment. The celestial rainbow feather, one of the essential core materials required for the initial evolution of the thunderstorm skylark, and a precious treasure of the amethyst grade. He suddenly lifted his gaze towards the 2 thunderstorm skylarks, which were gazing gently at him, emitting soft chirps as if to convey, "This is prepared for our offspring. It is now entrusted to you." In that instant, immense joy surged through Jiang Yun like a current. He never anticipated that not only had he successfully contracted a beast of boundless potential, but he had also acquired materials from the mighty ape and an amethyst-grade skeleton. And now, astonishingly, the materials for its evolution were delivered to him by its parents. Such luck, such bounty. This was akin to receiving a grand gift, replete with bonuses. Chapter 44. The City Defense Team Under Attack? A mysterious, beastly mutation. Holding the resplendent celestial rainbow feather in his hand, Jiang Yun was overwhelmed with emotion. Although he was unaware of how the Skylark's parents had procured such an exquisite amethyst treasure, considering the remarkable ancient bloodline of the little skylark and the extraordinary intelligence of its parents, far surpassing that of ordinary beasts, it was likely they had encountered their own fortuitous circumstances. Perhaps they had sensed their child's exceptional nature and quietly prepared the first cornerstone for its evolutionary journey. Thank you for your trust. Jiang Yun solemnly expressed his gratitude once more to the skylark's parents. He looked down at the naive yet already attuned little skylark at his feet and made a promise. Rest assured, I will seek out the other material to assist the skylark in completing its first evolution. I will not betray your trust. The initial evolution of the thunderstorm skylark requires 2 materials. The first is the celestial rainbow feather, which he had now obtained. The second is the thunder soul crystal, a peculiar crystal birthed from the heart of an extreme thunderstorm, infused with the essence of thunder, containing pure thunderous soul power. Both materials are indispensable. The former governs the transformation of wind and form, while the latter is crucial for awakening the latent potential within the thunderstorm skylark's lineage. The path ahead is long, yet Jiang Yun brimmed with confidence. With careful observation, he was certain he would find clues. The skylark's parents seemed to comprehend Jiang Yun's promise, emitting a few long and gratified chirps before casting a lingering glance at their child and finally taking flight, disappearing into the canopy. They chose to depart voluntarily, perhaps unwilling to confront the sorrow of separation. The little skylark gazed in the direction of its parents' disappearance, emitting a low, longing chirp. Jiang Yun stepped forward, gently stroking its smooth fur, softly reassuring, "Do not be sad. I will often bring you back to see them. You have yet to be named. From this moment on, you shall be called Little Skylark." Chirp. The little skylark seemed to delight in this name, affectionately nuzzling Jiang Yun's finger, its sorrow of parting considerably alleviated. With a thought, Jiang Yun summoned both the little skylark and the fire dragon fish back into the beast space. "You two must get along well," he specifically cautioned with his mind, especially addressing the proud fire dragon fish. "Little fire, you are the senior. Do not bully the newcomer, little skylark." Within the beast space, the fire dragon fish lazily flicked its tail, snorted, and cast a glance at the timid yet curious little creature examining it. revealing a hint of disdain as if to say, "Why would I stoop to such a level?" It then submerged itself in the lake to continue its training. Seeing the two beasts momentarily at peace, Jiang Yun smiled, retracting his consciousness from the space. It was time to head back. The objectives of this journey had been exceeded. The combat assessment of the fire dragon fish had been completed, and he had even contracted a new partner of immense potential, resulting in an abundant harvest. It was time to return to the city, manage his spoils, and procure resources for the little skylark's cultivation in the wind and thunder attributes. Had he known that his second contracted beast would be of the lightning attribute, he wouldn't have sold all those thunder essence stones last time. Jiang Yun sighed with a wry smile, calculating his next steps as he made his way towards the city. Nevertheless, it was of no concern. He now possessed over 10 million federal coins, making it easy to purchase resources for the little skylark. However, he would need to buy in ample quantities. As he was yet to ascertain how voracious this little creature's appetite would be, it could very well turn out to be a glutton. Filled with anticipation, Jiang Yun traversed the edges of the forest when suddenly, a cacophony of energy explosions and ferocious roars erupted ahead. A battle? The fluctuations of the combat seemed to involve bronze-grade beasts. Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, concealing his presence as he stealthily approached. If two bronze-grade beasts were engaged in combat, he might just reap the rewards. With this thought, he felt a surge of impatience, wondering if there might be some treasure awaiting him. However, as he parted the underbrush to discern the scene, Jiang Yun was taken aback. It was not a clash between beasts. Rather, for humans were besieging a massive rhinoceros-like beast. The four individuals appeared to be clad in the uniforms of the Sea City Defense Team. What is this? Members of the City Defense Team? Were they not patrolling the outskirts of the city? How did they end up at the fringes of the misty forest's core? Jiang Yun pondered, perplexed. The Sea City Defense Team is responsible for monitoring the periphery of the city, preventing beasts from entering and safeguarding the safety of the populace. At present, the situation was evidently dire. Among the four, a short-haired woman, presumably the team leader, commanded a bronze-tier wind shadow leopard to launch the primary assault, while the other three team members, with bronze-tier beasts of their own, provided support. However, their attacks against the dark purple rhinoceros yielded minimal effect. The beast appeared frenzied, its eyes a bloodshot red, absorbing the attacks without flinching, akin to a soulless automaton, oblivious to pain, relying solely on brute strength and its bizarrely armored hide. It charged recklessly, embodying a desperate gamble for survival. One team member's shield tortoise was already wounded, with cracks appearing in its shell. Jiang Yun sensed an unsettling anomaly. This beast, devoid of evasion or defense, resembled a zombie. Did it not feel pain? An instinctual awareness of the abnormality stirred within him. This beast seemed different from others. It did not lack intelligence, but had seemingly lost its autonomous consciousness. Jiang Yun immediately activated his talent, manifestation of all things. As his ability engaged with the beast, its attribute information rapidly materialized. Species, purple wood rhinoceros, would attribute. Level, bronze tier 5, mutated state. Status, deceased. Traits, insensitivity to pain, fearlessness, extreme destructive tendency, significantly enhanced defense. Prompt, high concentrations of rage-inducing drug residues and faint traces of mental control runes detected, classified as a man-made mutant. Deceased, man-made mutation. Upon reading this information, Jiang Yun was profoundly shaken. No wonder this beast appeared as though it were a mere shell of its former self. It was already dead? Yet why could it still mount an attack? Jiang Yun was perplexed, his gaze fixated on the prompt within the attribute information. A man-made mutant? Was someone pulling the strings from the shadows? Jiang Yun was engulfed in confusion. At that moment, the tide of battle abruptly shifted. The deceased mutated rhinoceros withstood a devastating claw strike from the wind shadow leopard, and its twisted horn suddenly erupted with a blinding purplish-black radiance. It charged fiercely towards the woman. "Captain, be careful!" The team members exclaimed in alarm. The wind shadow leopard was violently knocked aside, and the woman, unable to evade in time, was grazed by the edges of that purplish-black energy, letting out a muffled groan as she was sent flying, her complexion paling instantly. In the presence of a mindless, pain-immune creature at the 5th tier of bronze, her 3rd-tier beast was evidently insufficient. The mutated rhinoceros emitted a silent roar, raising its foreleg, poised to trample the fallen woman. The consequences of such an act would be unimaginable. The other 3 team members watched in horror, powerless to assist. Just as tragedy seemed imminent, Jiang Yun's gaze hardened, and he ceased to conceal his presence. A low shout reverberated through the air like thunder. "Xiaohua, come forth." Chapter 45, 5th tier of bronze. A one-hit kill. Jiang Yun's command rang out. A massive crimson figure descended like a mountain, perfectly interposing itself between the rampaging purple rhinoceros and the fallen female leader. The The fire dragon fish, with its dark, golden patterned tail, lashed out with tremendous force, colliding ferociously with the rhinoceros's horn, which brimmed with destructive energy. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed throughout the arena. A wave of energy surged forth, and dust billowed into the air. The ferocious charge of the purple rhinoceros, capable of splitting mountains, was abruptly halted by this sudden strike. The fire dragon fish remained steadfast, its crimson scales shimmering with a cold metallic luster under the sun, its golden slit pupils coldly fixed on the adversary before it. And with a gaping maw, it unleashed an intensely scorching breath of fire that surged forth like an enraged dragon, instantly engulfing the massive purple rhinoceros, forcing it to stagger back several meters, its heavy limbs carving deep furrows into the ground. However, when the flames dissipated, the sight that met their eyes was disheartening. Aside from its tough, horned exterior being charred black and emitting wisps of green smoke, the purple rhinoceros appeared virtually unscathed. It shook its grotesque head, its crimson eyes devoid of pain or fear, only brimming with a maddened thirst for violence and destruction. As if the prior attack that could have severely wounded a third-tier beast was merely a tickle. Coughing, the female leader, supported by her team members, struggled to rise, a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth. Her wind shadow leopard stood protectively in front of her, emitting a low, warning growl. She quickly turned her gaze towards the unexpected reinforcements, discovering a remarkably elegant dragon fish with dual horns, and a flicker of hope ignited within her. However, upon sensing the first-tier bronze aura emanating from it, she could not help but falter slightly. First-tier bronze? The very creature that had just sent this fifth-tier purple rhinoceros flying was this first-tier beast before her? Although it was first-tier, its aura was solid and substantial, seemingly far superior to an ordinary first-tier. Her gaze swiftly traversed the fire dragon fish and landed on the young man behind it, whose youthful countenance was marked by an extraordinary calmness. She found herself momentarily stunned. A bronze-tier beastmaster of such youth? Could he be a prodigious talent from some esteemed academy? Roar! Just as the woman marveled, the purple rhinoceros seemed utterly incensed, emitting a deafening roar, clawing at the ground as the purplish-black energy surrounding it began to writhe violently, indicating a new, more frenzied charge was imminent. The woman's expression shifted, and she, gritting her teeth against her injuries, urgently called out to Jiang Yun, "Classmate, thank you for your assistance. But this beast is highly unusual. Its strength is at the 5th tier of bronze, and its combat prowess is near the 6th tier. Even with your help, the 5 of us may not be its match, and it cannot be killed. You must leave. Go seek aid in the city. We will hold it off here." As she spoke, the woman and her beast readied themselves for battle once more. She could not allow such a promising young talent to perish here. They intended to sacrifice themselves to buy Jiang Yun time to escape. Her teammates gritted their teeth, commanding their injured beasts, preparing to fight desperately to secure Jiang Yun's retreat. However, in response to her urgent plea, the young man appeared oblivious. His gaze remained calm, fixed upon the frenzied purple rhinoceros, his eyes sharp enough to pierce through all illusions. The next moment, he parted his lips, his cool voice clearly resonating within the fire dragon fish's consciousness. "Xiaohua. Fire domain cage. Imprison it. Then, dragon flame explosive kill. Finish it." The order was simple, direct, and devoid of hesitation. Upon receiving her master's command, the fire dragon fish's golden pupils ignited with a fierce combat spirit. Buzz. In the void, countless robust chains formed from blazing white flames surged forth as if they possessed life, instantly weaving into a colossal flaming cage that descended from above, ensnaring the charging purple rhinoceros and firmly locking it in place. Compared to raw power, the strength of this purple rhinoceros was not as formidable as that of the demon ape, and its defenses were significantly weaker. As the fire domain cage descended, the purple rhinoceros struggled frantically, its terrifying strength causing the fiery chains to flicker and emit a grating sound, yet it could not break free. Seeing it ensnared, the fire dragon fish's massive mouth began to compress and condense an immense amount of fire energy and a trace of faint dragon might at an unprecedented speed. The surrounding air seemed to be drained, the light warped, and a fist-sized energy sphere, imbued with a deep crimson hue and unstable in appearance, yet containing a hint of golden warmth, formed in an instant. The horrifying fluctuations emanating from that energy sphere sent shivers throughout the souls of everyone present, including their beasts. The woman's words of persuasion caught in her throat, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the small sphere radiating suffocating energy. What skill is that? The power contained within is terrifying. The other team members looked on in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Whoosh! The energy sphere departed from the fire dragon fish's massive mouth, silent and swift, surpassing the limits of visual perception, and in the next instant, It accurately struck the center of the purple rhinoceros's chest, precisely where its energy was most chaotic and core. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Then, rumbling thunderously, an indescribable explosion erupted. It was as if the thunder of the heavens had detonated right beside them. Blinding light and heat surged forth, engulfing the figure of the purple rhinoceros. A small mushroom cloud of flames ascended, followed closely by a devastating circular shockwave that expanded like a tsunami in all directions, nearly toppling everyone off their feet, their clothes whipping in the wind as the rubble and foliage on the ground were entirely swept away. At the core of the explosion, a brief, piercing shriek, too harrowing to be emitted by any living being, echoed momentarily before abruptly ceasing. As the blinding light and swirling smoke gradually dissipated, the spot where the purple rhinoceros once stood was left with a gaping, charred pit that was nothing short of shocking. At the edge of the pit, remnants resembling charred body fragments lay scattered, still emitting wisps of blue smoke and a foul, burnt odor. The formidable, mutated beast, a creature of bronze rank at level 5, had driven the entire city defense team to the brink of despair. It had vanished, or rather, it had been utterly obliterated by that cataclysmic strike, leaving only scattered remnants as evidence of its past existence. And then there was silence, a deathly silence. Only the whisper of the wind across the scorched earth accompanied the heavy, incredulous breaths of the onlookers. A woman stood frozen, her cherry-red lips parted in unconscious disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with unparalleled shock and confusion. The expression on her face had solidified, as if she had witnessed the most astonishing spectacle in the world. What had she just witnessed? A bronze-rank beast tamer at level 1 had effortlessly dispatched a level 5 beast, an entity of overwhelming strength, using a mere control skill followed by an attack skill. Just like that. A swift execution of a combo? So simple? So decisive? How could this be possible? This completely upended her understanding of the beast-tamer power hierarchy. She had seen challenges across ranks before, but to so effortlessly annihilate a beast 4 ranks higher in such an absolute manner was not merely a challenge. It was a subversion. It was annihilation. Behind her, 3 team members stood as if carved from stone, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Their vacant stares fixed upon the scorched pit, then shifting to the dragon fish beast that swam back to the youth, appearing calm as though it had merely accomplished a trivial task. Their minds were blank. Is the rhino gone? One team member stammered, his voice dry and strained, as if grappling with the reality before him. Another rubbed his eyes vigorously, muttering, "Am I seeing things?" A level 1 bronze tamer just killed a level 5 beast. The woman offered no reply, her gaze locked onto Jiang Yun, the youth who had remained astonishingly composed throughout the ordeal. At this moment, he appeared to her as a figure of immense mystery and stature. How could she have let him go ahead of her? She had even wanted to protect him. A torrent of complex emotions surged within her, relief at having survived, fear from the sheer power displayed, but more than anything, an almost frenzied curiosity and astonishment. Who was this boy? What manner of creature was this beast? Was he perhaps a prodigy from one of the great families? When had Sea City acquired such a formidable level 1 beast tamer? And, crucially, how could he be so young? The shock of the annihilation washed over everyone present like a tsunami, leaving their hearts in turmoil, unable to settle. Chapter 46, Beast Tamer, Cult, Necromancy Sect. The air still hung heavy with the acrid scent of smoke and charred remnants. The woman and several city defense team members gazed at the massive, blackened carcass of the purple wood rhinoceros on the ground. They then turned to Jiang Yun, who appeared utterly unfazed, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. After a moment, they emerged from their stupor of disbelief. "Thank you immensely." The woman took a deep breath and stepped forward, her tone laced with both fear and profound gratitude. "If it hadn't been for your intervention, our team likely would have been entirely wiped out today. I am Lin Wei, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Sea City Beast Defense Team. I'm Wang Gang, Li Wei, Zhang He." The team members followed suit, stepping forward to express their thanks, still shaken. They introduced themselves, their eyes darting between Jiang Yun and the striking dragon fish beside him, filled with awe and incredulity. It was a mere trifling matter, no need for formality. Jiang Yun replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor calm and devoid of arrogance. "Are you a student? Are you from Sea City?" Lin Wei inquired, her curiosity piqued. Given Jiang Yun's age and talent, she hadn't heard of any new prodigy emerging from Sea City. Jiang Yun nodded and introduced himself. "I am also from Sea City, a student from the newcomer class at Qingchuan No. 1 High School." Jiang Yun. Qingchuan No. 1? Newcomer class. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lin Wei and her team shifted to astonishment. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the same incredulity. When had Qingchuan No. 1 High School produced such a monstrous talent? Moreover, he was in the newcomer class, given the terrifying power he had just displayed. Despite being only a level 1 bronze tamer, His ability to annihilate the purple-wood rhinoceros suggested a combat prowess rivaling that of a level 5 beast. How could a high school newcomer possess not only the realm of a level 1 bronze tamer, but also the combat strength of a level 5? This was truly unprecedented. Such power, not only in the newcomer class, but even in the advanced class, would make him the absolute top contender across the entire C-City secondary school landscape. Lin Wei suddenly recalled the upcoming citywide academy qualification competition. With the power demonstrated by this student, he was bound to create monumental waves in the arena. You are indeed a student of Qingchuan No. 1. Lin Wei's tone became somewhat complex, tinged with disbelief and joy. It turns out I am your senior. I also graduated from Qingchuan No. 1, though I was unable to become a core student back then. However, with your strength, why are you still in the newcomer class? With such prowess, you would undoubtedly be the top student even in the advanced class. I just haven't had the chance to take the assessment yet. Jiang Yun casually explained, offering no further elaboration. Lin Wei nodded in understanding, refraining from pressing further. Everyone has their secrets, especially those with extraordinary talent. Just then, one of the team members, after examining the remnants of the purple-wood rhinoceros, frowned and said, "Captain Lin, the state of this beast's corpse is quite unusual. Its flesh is desiccated, as if its life force has been drained by some force, and we cannot find the beast core." Upon hearing this, Lin Wei's expression darkened instantly. After a moment of careful inspection, she spoke gravely. "This symptom is likely related to those damned cults. Collect some tissue samples to report for investigation. If it truly is the work of a cult, we need to be on high alert in the coming days." The mention of cult caused the team member to stiffen, his expression turning angry, and he muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn cult." From his words, it was clear he harbored a deep-seated hatred for these cults. A cult? Jiang Yun caught onto this keyword, furrowing his brow. He immediately recalled the information he had seen regarding manifestation of terms. The beast core had been controlled by an abnormal mental invasion. Could the ones controlling this beast be the same cult they referred to? Curiosity piqued. He asked, "Captain Lin, what exactly is this cult you speak of?" Lin Wei took a deep breath, a clear expression of disgust and trepidation crossing her face as she explained. "You have yet to step out of school and have a limited understanding of the world beyond C-City. Outside of C-City, there are not only numerous powerful beast tamer academies governed by the Beast Tamer Alliance, but also several beast tamer sections. I have recently encountered a malevolent cult. An extremist organization that venerates the manipulation of all things, even the bones of the deceased as weapons, known as the Bone Manipulation Sect. The members of this nefarious group are referred to as beast controllers, yet their methods are starkly divergent from those of our legitimate beast tamers." At this juncture, Lin Wei paused, her tone turning frigid and urgent. "We, the beast tamers, forge bonds with our beasts, nurturing mutual growth. In stark contrast, they employ exceedingly cruel mental sorcery to forcibly invade and corrupt the primal consciousness of ferocious beasts, even penetrating their cores, obliterating their intellect, and transforming them into mindless puppets that know only slaughter, devoid of pain and fear of death. They do not even spare the corpses, manipulating bones to continue the fight. Their ideology has long since deviated from humanity, resorting to any means necessary for power. They even covertly hunt beast tamers with exceptional beasts, seizing their creatures to turn them into cold-hearted puppets. The condition of this purple-wood rhinoceros perfectly aligns with the characteristics of those who have fallen under their dominion, frenzied, devoid of intelligence, unafraid of death, until it is annihilated by overwhelming force, its core unable to withstand the burden and self-destructing. Consequently, this organization is opposed by the Beast Tamer Alliance, which deems it a cult. Jiang Yun's gaze turned icy upon hearing this. The forcible control, the obliteration of consciousness, the exploitation of corpses, and the hunting of one's kin to usurp their beasts. Each act of the bone manipulation sect tramples upon the very essence of humanity. It is sheer malevolence. He silently etched this name into his memory, vowing to remain ever vigilant should he encounter it again. Our current mission arose from reports by other beast tamers undergoing trials here, who indicated that an unusually aggressive purple-wood rhinoceros was frequently attacking humans, prompting our intervention. Lin Wei continued, her countenance troubled. It now appears that the situation is graver than anticipated. It is highly likely that members of the bone manipulation sect have infiltrated the misty forest. She paused, her vigilant gaze sweeping the surrounding dense woods, and whispered, "We must immediately report this to the higher-ups and request the dispatch of formidable reinforcements for a thorough investigation. It is possible that our every move has been observed from the shadows." This conjecture sent a chill down the spines of all present. Remaining here was unwise. Lin Wei turned to Jiang Yun, extending an invitation. "Jiang Yun, it would be unsafe for you to return alone. Shall we head back to the city together?" Jiang Yun nodded in agreement. He stowed the fire dragon fish and swiftly departed the misty forest alongside Lin Wei and her team. Upon returning to the familiar Sea City district, now enveloped in the twilight of evening, Jiang Yun bid farewell to Lin Wei and, instead of heading directly home, veered towards the beast tamer market in the city center. Although the expedition in the misty forest had been fraught with unexpected challenges, it had also yielded substantial rewards. Within his storage ring lay the carcasses of the ferocious beasts he had hunted, their cores, and an unexpectedly acquired, purple crystal-grade earth attribute bone. Once sold, these would translate into a significant influx of federal currency. With such funds, he could procure high-quality thunder attribute spirit stones for the little lark, alleviating concerns regarding the resource needs of his two beasts for the foreseeable future. Contemplating the future, Jiang Yun felt a slight buoyancy in his step. Chapter 47, Lu Mei's Renewed Shock. In the Sea City Beast Tamer Market, within the office of the third-floor manager, Lu Mei was engrossed in tallying the performance reports of recent days, her brow furrowed. Although the business in her jurisdiction was not poor, it had not reached the levels of transactions exceeding 10 million as it had just days prior, leaving her with a slight sense of disappointment. Just then, a soft knock echoed at the office door. "Come in," Lu Mei replied curtly, her expression cool as she did not lift her gaze. The door opened, and a figure entered. Lu Mei instinctively glanced up, but upon recognizing the visitor, her professional demeanor melted away, replaced by an exuberant smile tinged with surprise. "Ah, it's my little brother. Please, take a seat." Lu Mei nearly leapt from her chair, personally escorting Jiang Yun to a nearby sofa. With nimble hands, she prepared a cup of exquisite clear heart tea, its fragrance wafting through the air. This young man was indeed her great benefactor. The previous transaction exceeding 10 million had significantly boosted her commission and performance for the month. How could she not extend her warmest hospitality? "My little brother, have you come to purchase something, or are you here to sell?" Lu Mei inquired with a cheerful demeanor, her heart brimming with anticipation. Jiang Yun accepted the tea. Nodding slightly in acknowledgement, his tone measured. "I wish to sell some items first, specifically, the carcasses and cores of ferocious beasts, and then acquire some special spirit stones." "No problem. Leave it all to me. I'll take care of everything." Lu Mei beamed, her enthusiasm intensifying at Jiang Yun's words. She promptly rose to lead him, saying, "Follow me. We should head to the warehouse for an inventory check. It's more convenient there." Once in the spacious warehouse, Lu Mei speculated on how many high-tier black iron goods Jiang Yun might bring this time. Perhaps a few formidable black iron beasts of levels 8 or 9. That would be quite satisfactory. However, the unfolding scene soon shattered her expectations. As Jiang Yun entered the warehouse, the storage ring on his finger flickered, and an array of massive, diverse beast corpses, still emanating a lingering aura of ferocity, fell heavily onto the warehouse floor. The air was instantly filled with a rich scent of blood and energy fluctuations. So many. Lu Mei's expression was filled with excitement, yet the next moment, her smile froze. "What is this?" Her eyes widened involuntarily. Among the carcasses, a significant number were indeed powerful creatures of black iron level 8 and 9. Yet what took her breath away was the unmistakable presence of several corpses radiating a distinctly different energy. Those could only belong to bronze-level ferocious beasts. Moreover, one or two of the remains exuded a particularly formidable aura, clearly reaching levels 2 or even 3 of the bronze tier. Lu Mei gasped. The last time Jiang Yun had brought beasts of levels 6 and 7. How could he now present such an array of 8 and 9, and even bronze-level creatures? She abruptly turned to Jiang Yun, her voice trembling slightly. "Little brother, did you hunt all of these?" "Yes," Jiang Yun replied matter-of-factly. Yet Lu Mei's heart raced anew. She could scarcely believe it. Just 3 days prior, this young man had primarily brought in beasts of levels 6 and 7. How could such a short span lead to him independently hunting bronze-level beasts, even those of the 3rd tier? The ability to slay such creatures indicated that his strength had likely reached a commensurate level, if not greater, in just about 3 days. The terrifying speed of his power escalation was astonishing. How could he have achieved this? Countless questions flooded Lu Mei's mind, but her high degree of professionalism compelled her to suppress these inquiries. The secrets of her clients were not hers to pry into. She merely needed to comprehend that the individual before her was a client of boundless potential, one that she must endeavor to cultivate a favorable rapport with. Forcing herself to regain composure, her countenance reverted to a professional demeanor, though her tone grew increasingly reverent. "I apologize for my earlier lapse. Please allow me a moment. I shall promptly assess and appraise your items." Summoning several expert assessors, the group began to diligently inspect, evaluate, and calculate. Before long, the results were in. Holding the list, Lu Mei's voice still reverberated with the aftershocks of her astonishment. "Young sir, the inventory has been completed. Among the goods, there are 5 corpses of bronze-tier ferocious beasts, 3 of the 1st rank, each valued at 600,000 Federation coins. One of the second rank, valued at 700,000. And one of the third rank, valued at 800,000. The total for the bronze tier corpses amounts to 9 million Federation coins. The remaining black iron tier corpses are collectively valued at 5 million. Additionally, after accounting for all beast cores, the total valuation stands at 7 million Federation coins. Thus, the total proceeds from this sale amount to 11.4 million Federation coins. The announcement of this figure sent a wave of exhilaration through Lu Mei's heart. Another transaction exceeding 10 million in sales, yet another monumental achievement. However, scarcely had her words faded when Jiang Yun, seemingly unfazed as if he had accomplished a trivial task, nodded and proceeded to retrieve an item from his storage ring. As it emerged, a pure and formidable earth energy radiated outward, subtly overshadowing the aura of the ferocious beast corpses strewn about. By the way, Manager Lu, could you also appraise this item for me? Let's include it in the sale. Jiang Yun stated casually. The moment Lu Mei's gaze fell upon the crystalline stone, she felt as though she had been ensnared in a spell, her pupils abruptly constricting. Is this a purple crystal tier earth attribute evolution material? Her voice escalated in pitch, brimming with incredulity. Such a treasure of this caliber was a scarce resource, virtually priceless within the entirety of City C. Each appearance incited fierce competition among the prominent families and powerful beast masters possessing earth attribute creatures. She could scarcely fathom that Jiang Yun not only possessed terrifying strength, but also such an extraordinary foundation, capable of presenting such an item. Young sir, are you truly certain you wish to sell this treasure? Lu Mei's voice quivered with excitement. Materials of this grade are typically in high demand on the market. Yes, I currently have no use for it. Converting it into spirit stones seems more pragmatic, Jiang Yun replied with conviction, as if merely discarding a piece of scrap. Lu Mei inhaled deeply, suppressing her inner tumult, her mind racing as she showcased her expertise as a seasoned manager. Young sir, in that case, I strongly recommend that you consign this treasure to our marketplace's auction. Her tone turned exceedingly earnest. While standard buybacks are fair in price, they will undoubtedly fail to reflect the true value of such a rare material. At an auction, the highest bidder prevails, with no ceiling on bids. Given the quality of this material, the final selling price could likely far exceed the current valuation. Our Baibao Pavilion's auction credibility is assured. An auction? Jiang Yun's interest was piqued. What is typically auctioned? Items that make it to auction are generally rare treasures starting from 1 million in value, high-grade spirit stones, top-tier evolution materials, and occasionally, powerful beast offspring or ancient relics of extraordinary rarity. Lu Mei elaborated. Jiang Yun's thoughts stirred. This seemed like an excellent venue for treasure hunting. He immediately recalled the core materials required for the evolution of the fire dragon fish, the little skylark, and his sister's devouring rabbit. Perhaps he might encounter these materials at the auction. Very well, let us proceed with the auction, Jiang Yun resolved, then shifted his tone. Manager Lu, since there is this auction channel, I would like to request your assistance in keeping an eye out for several materials. Please inform me at the earliest opportunity, regardless of price, should they become available. Please, go ahead. Lu Mei promptly retrieved her notebook, her expression focused. I require Thunder Soul Crystals, Heart of Molten Fire, Dragon Blood Bodhi, and Moon Soul Essence, Jiang Yun articulated clearly. With each name Jiang Yun uttered, Lu Mei's heartbeat skipped a beat. Each of these materials was a legendary top-tier evolution resource, known more by name than by sight. Their values were incalculable, even rarer and more precious than the purple crystal tier material before them. This revelation plunged Lu Mei into profound contemplation. Who on earth was he? What potential did his beast possess to necessitate such formidable materials for evolution? Her gaze towards Jiang Yun transformed from that of a mere fortune seeker to one of awe for a seemingly unfathomable genius. Suppressing the tumult within, she solemnly noted each name. Rest assured, young sir, your request will be our marketplace's highest priority. I shall utilize all available channels to closely monitor the movements of these four materials. Thank you. Jiang Yun nodded, satisfied with Lu Mei's demeanor. He continued, now, please procure 2,000 Thunder Attribute Spirit Stones for me. The previous 9 million, along with this card, shall be settled. He handed over the card containing the Federation coins. Certainly, please wait a moment while I personally attend to this. Lu Mei accepted the card with both hands and hurried away. Shortly thereafter, she returned, holding a compact storage ring and the bank card. Young sir, the 2,000 Thunder Attribute Spirit Stones have been prepared. They are all within the storage ring. After deducting this expenditure, your card balance has been updated. This storage ring is a small gift from our marketplace for VIP clients. Please accept it. Lu Mei respectfully presented the items. Additionally, The purple crystal tier material has been duly registered and will soon enter the upcoming auction. Here is your receipt. Following the auction, the proceeds will be directly transferred to your account. Thank you. Jiang Yun accepted the storage ring and card, reiterating his request to monitor the materials before departing the marketplace under Lu Mei's enthusiastic farewell. As he walked home, he absent-mindedly caressed the storage ring on his finger, which contained 2,000 Thunder Attribute Spirit Stones. The resources for the little Skylark had been resolved. He mused quietly to himself, feeling a sense of anticipation. I wonder how much this little one will eat. I hope it doesn't have an insatiable appetite like the little fire. Otherwise, with my current assets, I might find myself bankrupt in no time. The thought of the fire dragon fish's terrifying consumption of spirit stones made Jiang Yun grimace, feeling a pang in his wallet. Fortunately, these were merely ordinary spirit stones. If the little Skylark were to consume Thunder Attribute Spirit Stones at that rate, it would be a different story altogether. Chapter 48. Has Little Black awakened? Upon arriving home, the sky had already darkened. As he pushed open the door, his sister, Jiang Yun, was curled up on the sofa, intently watching a replay of the Beastmaster competition on television. Her eyes sparkled, and she quietly mimicked the names of the skills. Hearing the door open, the little girl quickly turned her head, and upon seeing her brother Jiang Yun, her face instantly lit up with a radiant smile as she joyfully bounded over. Brother, you're back. She threw her arms around Jiang Yun's arm, tilting her little face up as she chattered incessantly. You've been gone all day. Did you go off to play without me? Did you encounter anything fun? Observing his sister's lively and adorable demeanor, much of Jiang Yun's fatigue from the day dissipated. He affectionately ruffled her hair, his voice gentle. I didn't go to play. I was training. I must grow stronger to protect you. Brother, you are so impressive. Working so hard. Jiang Yun's eyes instantly filled with admiration. She clenched her little fists and declared earnestly, I want to work as hard as you, brother. Next time you train, can you take me along? My sky-eating rabbit can help too. All right, once you become a bit stronger, I'll take you with me. Jiang Yun smiled in agreement, then casually inquired, by the way, how is your sky-eating rabbit doing? Mentioning her beast made Jiang Yun even more excited. Little Heisey is so well-behaved. The day before yesterday, it devoured 100 spirit stones and absorbed all the energy from a black iron-level beast core. It's currently in the beast space, soundly sleeping and digesting. I feel like it's about to become even stronger. 100 spirit stones plus a beast core? Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed that the sky-eating rabbit had a larger appetite than ordinary beasts of the same rank, yet it was far from the exaggerated consumption of the fire dragon fish. Clearly, its devouring talent had not yet been fully activated. Very good, Jiang Yun nodded. Yun, you must also put in the effort. Brother is a bit tired today. I will return to my room to rest. If mother comes back, please tell her I've gone to sleep. Got it. Brother, go rest quickly. Jiang Yun nodded obediently. Jiang Yun returned to his tidy room, closing the door to isolate the sounds of the television from the living room. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with focus. Rest? Now was not the time. Next came the feeding of Little Lark and Little Fire. With a flick of his mind, arcs of electricity danced around him, summoning the exceptionally graceful Little Lark. It affectionately nudged his fingers with its beak. Little one, you must be famished. Today, I shall treat you. Jiang Yun smiled, pouring out 500 luminous spirit stones from his storage ring, instantly creating a small patch of dazzling blue radiance on the floor. The rich energy of thunder elements permeating the air, making it feel more vibrant. Chirp. Little Lark appeared utterly astonished by the sudden feast, its small, bean-like eyes widening as it glanced between the spirit stones and Jiang Yun, seemingly unable to believe its eyes, yet filled with immense longing. It had only known meager days with its parents, never having encountered such a spectacle. Go ahead, eat to your heart's content. Consume until you feel you can eat no more. Jiang Yun encouraged. With the master's permission, Little Lark cautiously pecked at the first spirit stone. With a crisp crack, pure thunder energy surged into its body, causing it to shake its feathers in delight. Then, without hesitation, it began to voraciously peck at the spirit stones, one after another, increasingly quick, as if it were tireless. Jiang Yun observed intently. Little Lark was enjoying itself, but its speed clearly had a limit, unlike a certain individual who could be described as gluttonous. Ultimately, when Little Lark contentedly let out a small burp and ceased its actions, approximately 300 spirit stones remained on the ground. 300. Jiang Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him, even a hint of satisfaction. It should be noted that when the fire dragon fish was at the black iron level, it could consume at least 500 or 600 spirit stones in one sitting. In contrast, Little Lark's modest consumption of merely 300 stones could be deemed quite frugal. Very well. It seems I can still afford to feed you and Little Fire for the time being. Jiang Yun smiled as he stroked Little Lark's increasingly lustrous feathers. After sending the now slightly drowsy little lark back to the beast space to accelerate its absorption and digestion, Jiang Yun's expression turned serious. Next would be the true test of his wallet's resilience. He waved his hand again. Buzz! A scorching and powerful aura instantly filled the room as the fire dragon fish, now even more massive, with its scales glimmering ominously, was summoned. Upon its arrival, the temperature in the room seemed to rise several degrees, making what was once a spacious area feel somewhat cramped. Looking at this voracious creature, Jiang Yun smiled wryly and once again poured spirit stones from his storage ring. This time, a mountain of over 5,000 mixed water and fire attribute spirit stones cascaded forth. Their brilliance illuminated the room, and the energy surged, nearly occupying half the space. Go ahead, little fire, I know you must be starving too, Jiang Yun said, patting the robust body of the fire dragon fish. Roar! The fire dragon fish emitted a low, joyful roar, opening its enormous mouth without the need for chewing. A powerful suction force emerged, akin to a whale drinking water, instantly swallowing over 300 spirit stones. Jiang Yun's eyes twitched at the sight of such efficiency. What followed was a one-sided massacre. The fire dragon fish devoured one spirit stone after another, the mountain of stones on the floor rapidly diminishing at a visible rate. Finally, when the fire dragon fish paused contentedly, its crimson glow swirling, its aura thickening once more, over 3,000 of the 5,000 spirit stones had disappeared. Jiang Yun gazed at the nearly half-empty floor, falling into silence. After its promotion to the bronze level, Little Fire's appetite had indeed surged, doubling in size. He checked his storage ring. The remaining water and fire spirit stones were barely over 3,000. That would only suffice to satisfy it once more. Jiang Yun felt a pang of pain and a strong sense of impending financial crisis. However, it was precisely due to the extraordinary characteristic of his beast space, enabling rapid absorption, that he could afford to let his beasts consume energy without restraint. Had it been any other beast master, such reckless feeding would have led to energy accumulation, resulting in their beasts either falling into eternal slumber or even exploding from overconsumption. This luxurious dilemma was, in itself, a symbol of strength. After returning the content fire dragon fish to the beast space for accelerated absorption, Jiang Yun settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to plan his next steps. With the second beast now contracted, it was time to expedite the assessment for the advanced class. However, he could not use Little Fire for the assessment, as its bronze-level power would be too conspicuous. He understood the principle that a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind, until he had sufficient self-protection capabilities. It was necessary to conceal his trump cards appropriately. Unless absolutely unavoidable, he decided not to let Little Fire appear in public. Once Little Lark absorbed these 300 spirit stones, its strength should rise to about the 8th tier of black iron. At that point, it would be perfect to use it for the assessment, which would also serve to test its combat capabilities. With this resolution, Jiang Yun's mind settled. The next day, it was still the weekend, time for rest. Jiang Yun indulged in a rare lazy sleep. Both beasts were fully engaged in digesting the massive energy from the previous day, allowing him a moment of leisure to relax his spirit. In the afternoon, the excited cheers of his sister Jiang Yun echoed from the living room. Brother, come quickly. Little Heisey has woken up. It has become so strong. Jiang Yun stepped out of his room to find his sister cradling the fluffy, entirely black sky-eating rabbit, brimming with excitement. Brother, look. Little Heisey has advanced to the 3rd tier of black iron. So fast. Jiang Yun proudly showcased the sky-eating rabbit before Jiang Yun. Its crimson eyes appeared even more vibrant, and its aura had indeed strengthened significantly. Indeed, both Yun and Xiaozi are exceptional. Jiang Yun sincerely rejoices for his sister. Simultaneously, an insatiable curiosity stirs within him. Having consumed 100 spirit stones along with a beast core, Xiaozi has successfully attained the 3rd level of black iron. Has the devouring talent of the devouring rabbit also awakened? With this thought, Jiang Yun focused his mind, and the ability of manifestation of all attributes quietly activated, allowing him to gaze upon the seemingly innocuous black rabbit. Chapter 49. What did you say? You intend to take the advanced class assessment. Species, devouring rabbit. Attribute, dark. Realm, 3rd level of black iron. Talent, low-level gold. Talent skill, ordinary rabbit legs, rapid leap, rare. Special talent skill, devour, awakened. Can absorb the essence of other attribute powers to swiftly enhance its own strength and potentially acquire characteristics of that attribute, awakening new attribute skills. Evolution path. Can evolve twice. Once to become the devouring divine rabbit, with top-tier diamond qualification, and a second evolution to become the devouring moon rabbit of eclipse, with top-tier qualifications. Upon witnessing the manifested information, Jiang Yun's gaze was immediately drawn to the special talent skill, the awakening of a new skill tied to the Devour attribute. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yun affirmed that, as described in the manifestation, by absorbing sufficient dark attribute energy, the special skill of the Devouring Rabbit had indeed awakened. With the presence of this devouring skill, the speed at which the Devouring Rabbit could advance in realm would likely increase. Jiang Yun pondered whether this skill's activation would alter its qualifications in the future. He found himself somewhat hopeful about the Devouring Rabbit's future. This latent talent places it among the elite of most beast tamers. However, in comparison to innate talents like the Fire Dragon Fish and the Little Skylark, there remains a discernible gap. Nevertheless, it is highly likely that Xiaozi will evolve into a powerful beast with multiple attributes and an abundance of skills. Simultaneously, a colossal question and intense curiosity surged within Jiang Yun. After devouring spirit stones of differing attributes, in what manner would these attributes manifest? What wondrous new skills might arise? Contemplating this, Jiang Yun promptly retrieved over 100 aquamarine spirit stones, exuding gentle waves of water attribute energy, from his storage ring and presented them to his sister. Jiang Yun. Yun, your devouring rabbit should have acquired a unique ability, allowing it to consume spirit stones of other attributes. Feed these to Xiaozi and observe whether it enjoys them. Special ability? It can now consume spirit stones of other attributes? Wow, is that true, brother? Thank you. Although Jiang Yun did not fully grasp her brother's words, she happily accepted them and began feeding the stones to Xiaozi, one by one. After all, in her heart, she believed her brother would never cause her harm. It seemed that with the awakening of the devouring skill, the devouring rabbit became particularly intrigued by the energy of the water attribute spirit stones. Its little nose twitched, and it swiftly devoured over 100 spirit stones. After finishing, it turned to Jiang Yun, clearly still hungry. Understanding this, Jiang Yun affectionately patted the rabbit's head and took out several dark attribute spirit stones to feed it. Only after consuming another 50 or 60 dark attribute spirit stones did the rabbit nuzzle Jiang Yun's palm contentedly, a soft black halo emanating from its body as it yawned. Appearing somewhat drowsy, "Brother, Xiaozi seems to want to sleep again," Jiang Yun remarked, stroking the rabbit's head. "Let it return to the beast space to absorb properly." Jiang Yun replied, filled with anticipation. What transformations would the devouring rabbit undergo after consuming the water attribute spirit stones? Days passed in a routine yet fulfilling manner. Jiang Yun attended basic and beast training courses at school. Due to Jiang Yun's ascension to the 6th level of Black Iron, he had become well known in the newcomer class. Coach Lin urged him to swiftly participate in the intermediate class assessment and training. Jiang Yun, however, deflected with the excuse that his beast was still in the process of awakening. Little did Coach Lin know that Jiang Yun had no intention of taking the intermediate class assessment. He was waiting for the Little Skylark to awaken and break through to the 8th level of Black Iron before directly pursuing the advanced class assessment. In the evenings, Jiang Yun closely monitored the situations of his two beasts. The following morning, a melodious chirp resonated within the room. The Little Skylark had awakened. Its surrounding arcs of electricity now more solid and sharp, its aura significantly enhanced. Upon inspection, it had advanced from the 5th level of Black Iron to the 7th level. Jiang Yun nodded in satisfaction. At this pace, the next time the Little Skylark awoke, it would surely exceed the 8th level of Black Iron. With a smile, he began to feed it. This time, the Little Skylark consumed over 350 Thunder Attribute Spirit Stones, its appetite having slightly increased compared to last time, yet still within acceptable limits. At this rate, the Thunder Attribute Spirit Stones in his possession might very well enable the Little Skylark to reach the qualifications necessary for breaking into the bronze level. After feeding the Little Skylark, he glanced at the Fire Dragon Fish, which was still in the process of absorbing and refining. With a sense of reassurance, Jiang Yun set off for school. Later that afternoon, upon returning home, Jiang Yun was immediately enveloped by an intense and powerful heat radiating from the room. The Fire Dragon Fish had also awakened. Its massive form coiled in one corner, its crimson scales resembling burning flames, shimmering with a lava-like glow, exuding a more substantial and solidified dragon majesty than before. Unable to contain his excitement, Jiang Yun quickly checked its status. Other information remained unchanged, yet its realm had ascended from the 1st to the peak of the 2nd level of bronze. Only an elevation of 1 level? Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Although he had prepared himself for this, seeing the outcome was still shocking. Having expended over 3,000 spirit stones of water and fire, it had merely progressed from the 1st to the 2nd level, still a step away from the 3rd. The rate of consumption was astonishing. He glanced at his storage ring, where the remaining spirit stones had dwindled to fewer than 3,000. At this rate, it would hardly suffice for the fire dragon fish's next meal. It appeared he would need to purchase more spirit stones. Jiang Yun made a prompt decision and immediately set out for the beast tamer market. Upon finding Lu Mei, Jiang Yun directly stated, "Manager Lu, I would like 100,000 spirit stones of both water and fire attributes." Upon hearing such a figure, Lu Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. Her smile became exceedingly enthusiastic. "Of course, Mr. Jiang. Please hold on for a moment. I will prepare it for you right away." Internally, she was astonished. This young patron's rate of consumption was simply staggering. Could it be that he was raising a multitude of beasts? His financial backing must be unfathomable. Before long, the 100,000 spirit stones were ready. The total price amounted to 10 million federal coins. Jiang Yun, with a stoic expression, swiped his card to pay, wincing at the sound of the transaction confirmation. Fortunately, the previous auction of the Earth attribute evolution material had yielded a windfall of 12 million coins, covering this hefty expenditure. However, this left his total assets drastically diminished, reduced to around 16 million federal coins. Jiang Yun felt a pang of regret. The speed of earning money could never keep pace with the rapid expenditure of the little fire dragon. He sighed inwardly, feeling the pressure mount. He realized that with the unparalleled talent of the fire dragon fish and its insatiable appetite, the substantial sum of money in his possession was utterly insufficient to sustain its consumption for long. He urgently needed to discover a more efficient means of acquiring resources. Upon returning home, Jiang Yun immediately began to feed it. Indeed, after its power enhancement, the fire dragon fish's appetite surged once more, devouring nearly 4,000 spirit stones before finally contenting itself and once again sinking into slumber, continuing to digest the immense energy. Jiang Yun observed the vast emptiness of his storage ring with a resigned shake of his head. 2 days later, a clearer and more resonant cry, imbued with hints of wind and thunder, echoed forth. Within the confines of the storage space, the little lark was enveloped in flickering arcs of lightning, its aura steadily rising until it stabilized at a new pinnacle, black iron rank 8. Excellent. A delighted smile finally graced Jiang Yun's face. The growth rate of the little lark was remarkably stable, possessing the top-tier purple crystal aptitude and an ancient bloodline. Its combat prowess would undoubtedly rival that of the fire dragon fish, far exceeding that of its peers. It was poised to become a formidable force in his arsenal. As the time for the municipal selection competition drew ever closer, he had now qualified to undertake the advanced class assessment. It was time to apply. Early the next morning, Jiang Yun made his way directly to Coach Lin's office. "Coach Lin, I wish to apply for the advanced class assessment," he stated plainly, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable confidence. Coach Lin, sipping tea, abruptly lifted his head at this declaration, nearly spilling his drink and staring wide-eyed in disbelief. "Jiang Yun, what did you just say? You wish to undertake the advanced class assessment." Chapter 50, Two Beastmasters. Bronze rank 2. The principal is shocked. Coach Lin, still holding the teacup, trembled slightly, hot tea splattering onto the back of his hand, yet he remained oblivious. His gaze fixated on Jiang Yun as if he had just heard an outrageous tale. "What did you just say? Assessment? Advanced class assessment?" Coach Lin began to suspect he was experiencing auditory hallucinations from exhaustion, leaning forward with a furrowed brow. "Jiang Yun, if I recall correctly, your beast was at black iron rank 6. Did you perhaps misspeak? You meant the intermediate class assessment, right?" Jiang Yun's expression remained composed, his voice resolute. "Coach Lin, I did not misspeak. I am applying for the advanced class assessment." "Absurd," Coach Lin exclaimed almost reflexively, rising from his seat, hands planted firmly on the desk. "Jiang Yun, I acknowledge your exceptional talent and rapid progress. However, the standard for the advanced class assessment requires a beast to reach black iron rank 8. I distinctly remember. Just 4 or 5 days ago, your fire dragon fish was merely at black iron rank 6. Are you telling me that in just a few days, it has jumped 2 ranks to achieve rank 8? As he spoke, he noticed the unwavering confidence and tranquility in Jiang Yun's dark eyes, and his voice began to falter. A thought, absurd even to himself, crept into his mind. Could it be that this young man had somehow elevated the fire dragon fish's rank to black iron rank 8 in such a short time? Impossible. Such a feat was beyond reason. How could that be? Even with ample resources, the absorption and digestion required time. Transitioning from black iron rank 6 to rank 8 typically took months of diligent effort, an exceedingly rapid pace. Even for a prodigy, it would require close to a month. Surely, 4 or 5 days. Unheard of. Taking a deep breath, Coach Lin endeavored to regain his composure. "Jiang Yun, I understand your eagerness to enhance your strength. But the path of a beastmaster necessitates a methodical approach. One cannot aim too high too quickly. The advanced class assessment is no trivial matter. The evaluators will unleash genuine black iron rank 8 ferocious beasts as opponents. If your strength falls short, It could result in grave danger. His words trailed off once more. Yet Jiang Yun refrained from further verbal explanation, opting instead to respond through action. With a flicker of light at his fingertips, a melodious bird call resonated through the office. In the next moment, a magnificent wind and thunder lark materialized in midair, crackling with arcs of electricity as it flapped its wings, stirring a gentle breeze. While its size may not rival that of some formidable birds of prey, its robust wings and piercing gaze were striking. More importantly, the energy emanating from it was unmistakably that of Black Iron Rank 8. What? This is... As the little lark appeared, Coach Lin's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, large enough to accommodate an egg. He sensed the unmistakably clear aura of Black Iron Rank 8, and it rendered him momentarily paralyzed, his mind blank. He even leaned in to scrutinize the little lark's rank, only to be further astounded. It was indeed Black Iron Rank 8. In just a few days, it had surged from rank 6 to rank 8. What a terrifying rate of advancement. After his initial shock, he quickly recognized an even more unsettling inconsistency. A significant question surged to the forefront of Coach Lin's mind. He abruptly lifted his gaze. Locking eyes with Jiang Yun, his voice tinged with incredulity. Wait, Jiang Yun, your beast was that fire dragon fish, wasn't it? How has it transformed into a wind and thunder lark? And where did this wind and thunder lark even come from? He distinctly recalled that Jiang Yun had contracted a fire dragon fish. How had the beast inexplicably changed? Moreover, this unfamiliar beast had also reached Black Iron Rank 8. Jiang Yun regarded the increasingly bewildered Coach Lin, pausing thoughtfully. He had long since prepared an explanation regarding the origins of his second beast. As for its astonishing growth rate, with Principal He Tiangang as an investor in the mix, there was little need to conceal too much from Coach Lin. With that in mind, Jiang Yun maintained his tranquil demeanor and spoke calmly. Coach Lin, the fire dragon fish is indeed still with me. He hesitated for a moment, seemingly weighing his words. Recently, I had a fortuitous encounter that allowed me to contract this second beast. As for its rapid advancement, perhaps it is due to some resources generously provided by the principal. Before Coach Lin could fully process the impact of this revelation about the second beast, Jiang Yun raised his hand once more. This time, the atmosphere in the office seemed to momentarily freeze. Buzz, a wave of searing, formidable energy, tinged with an implicit draconic presence, erupted, filling the entire room. The air grew hot, and the light appeared to shimmer. Amidst the radiant crimson glow, a massive fire dragon fish, adorned with formidable scales and a prominent head crest, materialized. It remained in a deep slumber, digesting the vast energy it had absorbed. Its colossal form nearly filled the office, making the space feel constricted and oppressive. Yet the raw energy radiating from it was unmistakably far beyond the black iron level. It was bronze level, and not merely at the initial stage. The dense and solid aura indicated it had reached bronze rank 2, perhaps only a step away from rank 3. With a thud, Coach Lin collapsed back into his chair, which creaked under the sudden weight. His eyes widened like brass bells, fixating intently on the formidable fire dragon fish, which emanated a pressure reminiscent of bronze rank. Before abruptly turning to gaze at the black iron 8th rank thunder lark, crackling with arcs of electricity in the sky. 2 summoned beasts. 1. A mutated fire dragon fish with boundless potential, had already attained bronze 2nd rank. The other, a rare lightning-type flying creature, boasted astonishing speed and had reached black iron 8th rank. In that moment, Coach Lin felt as though his worldview had been irrevocably shattered and overturned, his mind spiraling into a chaotic storm. 2 summoned beasts. Jiang Yun actually possessed 2 summoned beasts, and he had contracted the second one in such a brief span of time after the fire dragon fish. How was this even possible? Contracting a second summoned beast necessitated an extraordinary mastery over the summoned beast space and a robust mental fortitude, typically requiring years of diligent training. How long had he been a beast master? A mere 2 weeks at best. And this level of power? Bronze 2nd rank. Black iron 8th rank. Coach Lin's consciousness involuntarily swept across his own summoned beast space, where the silhouette of his old companion, the golden rank earth turtle, emerged, casting a quizzical glance. Gazing at his earth turtle, waves of tumultuous emotions surged within Coach Lin, an indescribable blend of bitterness and absurdity flooding his heart. Once, his earth turtle had taken an entire week to ascend from black iron to 2nd rank, which he had considered a remarkably swift achievement, allowing him to bask in self-satisfaction for quite some time. The transition from black iron to bronze had consumed nearly 2 years of relentless toil and unwavering effort. And how much blood, sweat, and time had he sacrificed to elevate it to the current golden rank? A full 20 years. Yet this young lad, 2 weeks. Merely 2 weeks. 2 summoned beasts, with one soaring directly to bronze 2nd rank, and effortlessly nurturing the second beast to Black Iron 8th rank. What devilish speed is this? Not even a rocket could match such velocity. Wasn't it said that Jiang Yun lacked talent as a beastmaster? What does that even mean? Rapidly nurturing summoned beasts. Couldn't that be considered talent? What then of those who had labored for decades? Are they to be deemed worthless? Resources? Yes, resources. Even if Principal He Tiangang had indeed provided clandestine support, doesn't the absorption and transformation of energy by summoned beasts require time? The rate of digestion and absorption is simply unfathomable. This defies all logic. Coach Lin's mind was overwhelmed with a flurry of question marks and exclamation points. He opened his mouth, only to discover his throat parched, unable to emit a single sound, fixating on Jiang Yun with a gaze akin to that of a monster. His face a canvas of disbelief, shock, confusion, and an unmistakable tinge of envy and defeat. Jiang Yun regarded the utterly flustered Coach Lin with unwavering calm. Softly inquiring once more, Coach Lin, may I now proceed with the advanced class assessment? Indeed. Absolutely. Coach Lin nearly leapt to his feet in a reflexive surge. His voice tinged with excitement and a hoarse edge. Wait right here. No. You should return to rest first. I will go at once. I shall report directly to the principal. Have him personally arrange the highest standard of assessment for you. His tone was urgent, imbued with an ineffable excitement and sense of urgency, as if he had stumbled upon a world-shattering treasure that must be communicated to the upper echelons without delay. Jiang Yun nodded, refraining from further words, retracting his two summoned beasts, and turning to exit the office. The moment the office door swung shut, Coach Lin erupted like a rocket ignited, dashing out with such fervor that he even forgot to close the door behind him. He sprinted down the corridor at a pace that could only be described as the fastest of his life, racing towards the office building where Principal He Tiangang resided. Students and teachers he encountered along the way felt a gust of wind pass by, witnessing Coach Lin's unprecedented, nearly frenzied dash, leaving them bewildered and halted in their tracks. Bang! The door to the principal's office was flung open with a resounding crash against the wall, startling Principal He Tiangang, who had been leisurely enjoying tea and perusing documents at his expansive desk, causing his teacup to tremble in his hand. He lifted his gaze to see Coach Lin, breathless and flushed, his hair somewhat disheveled, and could not help but furrow his brow. Old Lin, what on earth has happened? Are you being pursued by a golden rank beast? At your age, why are you still so reckless? He Tiangang set down his teacup, his tone laced with mild reproach and a greater sense of curiosity. Principal, Jiang Yun. It's Jiang Yun. He wants to undergo the assessment. Coach Lin, still panting from his frantic run, leaned against the doorframe, gasping for breath. Upon hearing this, He Tiangang's brow relaxed slightly, a hint of understanding dawning upon him. Oh, that lad Jiang Yun. I understand. He is set to take the intermediate class assessment, correct? Black Iron 6th rank. Indeed, he should be advancing to the intermediate class now. This boy is progressing rather quickly, but there is no need for such agitation, is there? Remain calm. And no, it's not that. Coach Lin suddenly inhaled deeply, waving his hands emphatically. It's not the intermediate class assessment. Not the intermediate class assessment? He Tiangang paused, a bemused smile creeping onto his face. Surely he doesn't intend to challenge the advanced class assessment directly? Youthful ambition is commendable, but to leap from Black Iron 6th rank to the advanced class? Old Lin, have you not clarified the rules of the assessment to him? This is no trivial matter. Such rashness indicates he may need to temper his temperament. He spoke earnestly, believing he had discerned the truth, preparing to impart wisdom about the need for young people to remain grounded. No, it's not even Black Iron 6th rank anymore. Coach Lin finally managed to catch his breath, his voice soaring, speaking at a rapid pace. His summoned beast has already reached Black Iron 8th rank. What? At Coach Lin's words, the smile on He Tiangang's face instantly froze, the teacup in his hand pausing midair, genuine astonishment flashing in his eyes. 8th rank? Just a few days? From 6th to 8th rank? This lad, the speed at which he cultivates his summoned beasts is astonishing. I truly did not misjudge him. He Tiangang quickly regained his composure, regarding Jiang Yun with newfound admiration, feeling gratified by his own investment. However, before he could fully process this shocking revelation, Coach Lin's next words struck him like a thunderclap, precisely landing upon his consciousness. Not Black Iron 8th rank. Coach Lin's voice, charged with overwhelming excitement, nearly erupted in a shout. It's Bronze 2nd rank, Principal. It's Bronze 2nd rank. Uffed. The hot tea that had been poised at He Tiangang's lips was instantly expelled, transforming into a mist of vapor. The composure and authority he typically exuded shattered in an instant, leaving only sheer astonishment and bewilderment. What did you just say? Bronze 2nd rank. Didn't you say Black Iron 8th rank? He Tiangang's voice was hoarse, doubting whether his ears had betrayed him, questioning if he had misheard. His mind, like rusted gears, struggled to process the significance of those words. Coach Lin nodded vigorously, excitement causing him to gesticulate wildly as he continued to drop an even heavier bombshell. Yes. Bronze 2nd rank. And that is not all. Principal. He has more than one summoned beast. He possesses 2 summoned beasts. The other is a black iron 8th rank Thunderlark. 2. In just 2 weeks, the fish has ascended to the 2nd tier of bronze. A Wind Thunderlark has reached the 8th tier of black iron. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The might of the dragon. The crackling of thunder. It is utterly undeniable. A profound silence enveloped the office. He Tiangang was utterly frozen in his seat, his expression of shock seemingly set in stone. The teacup in his hand clattered to the opulent carpet, tea spilling across the fabric, yet he remained oblivious to it. His mind was a blank slate. Save for Coach Lin's dreamlike words echoing continuously. 2 beast tamers, one at the 2nd tier of bronze, the other at the 8th tier of black iron. Within a mere fortnight, each word struck like a heavy hammer, forcefully shattering the limits of his understanding. How could this be possible? It was utterly inconceivable. Even if he were to amass all his resources, it would be impossible to cultivate a bronze tier beast alongside a black iron tier beast in just 2 weeks. This transcended the realm of mere resources. It defied the fundamental principles of beast taming. Could the advancement of beasts truly be as simple as drinking water or eating food? Surely, even the most basic of processes requires time for digestion. He Tiangong's heart roared and denied the reality before him. Yet upon observing Coach Lin's near-manic excitement, coupled with the gravity of his demeanor, he understood that this loyal subordinate would never jest about such matters. An indescribable wave of unprecedented horror washed over him. Could it be that Jiang Yun had truly achieved such a miraculous feat? After a fleeting moment of sheer astonishment, He Tiangang abruptly regained his composure, his eyes igniting with a fierce brilliance. The calm and collected demeanor he once possessed vanished without a trace, replaced by a fervent urgency and incredulous excitement. If this were indeed true, then their Qingchuan No. 1 high school had birthed an unparalleled prodigy in beast cultivation. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the beast-taming world. Would Qingchuan No. 1 high school not ascend to legendary status? He sprang to his feet, his voice trembling with the intensity of his emotions as he nearly shouted at Coach Lin. Quick! Immediately! Go fetch Jiang Yun for me. I must see him now. Even if Coach Lin were not deceiving him, he needed to witness this with his own eyes. Chapter 51. Another at the purple crystal level? The principal's astonishment and investment. Soon, upon receiving the message, Jiang Yun arrived at the principal's office. Within the office, the air felt as though it had solidified. He Tiangang scrutinized the young man before him, attempting to discern a hint of fallacy beneath his calm exterior. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed the tumult within him, maintaining an outward composure. Jiang Yun, I have heard from Coach Lin that you have contracted a new beast, and that the fire dragon fish has achieved the 2nd tier of bronze? He Tiangang inquired, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Jiang Yun, upon hearing this, remained serene, merely nodding in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Then, with a subtle shift of thought, a melodious bird call reverberated through the office as a small lark, enveloped in delicate arcs of electricity, appeared out of thin air, gracefully perching on Jiang Yun's shoulder, its curious, bean-like eyes surveying the elder across from it. In that instant, an intense and overwhelming aura permeated the room as the massive, armored fire dragon fish manifested in the empty space, still in a state of slumber, yet exuding an undeniable pressure of the 2nd tier of bronze. Despite having received reports from Coach Lin, witnessing these two beasts in person and experiencing their formidable presence up close was an unparalleled shock. Having taught for decades and witnessed countless prodigies, he had never encountered anything so outrageous. 2 weeks, one at the 2nd tier of bronze and the other at the 8th tier of black iron. This utterly overturned his comprehension of the principles governing beast tamers. A miracle. This was nothing short of a miracle, He Tiangang murmured to himself, circling around the two beasts. The astonishment in his eyes gradually transformed into an insatiable curiosity and inquiry. Abruptly halting in his tracks, he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Jiang Yun. With such terrifying growth speed, Jiang Yun, you must tell me honestly, how did you achieve this? And what of the new beast qualifications? In response to He Tiangang's inquiry, Jiang Yun remained calm, having already prepared his words. A hint of appropriate bewilderment and caution graced his features as he subtly shook his head. Principal, it may simply be their exceptional qualifications. I merely provided them with the usual feeding of spirit stones. As for the lark's qualifications, I am uncertain. I contracted it by mere chance within the misty forest. I merely sense that it seems to consume spirit stones more voraciously and absorbs their energy more swiftly than ordinary beasts. By chance. Consuming more? He Tiangang found himself both amused and exasperated by this understated reply, yet the brilliance in his eyes only intensified. The misty forest, while shrouded in mystery, could not yield such a high-caliber beast through mere fortune alone. He understood that Jiang Yun was concealing something. However, he had no intention of pressing further. For from this moment forth, Jiang Yun would serve as the face of the younger generation at Qingchuan No. 1 High School. Yet he too was curious about the qualifications of the lark. Very well. Since you are unsure, allow me to assist you in determining that today. He Tiangang laughed heartily, appearing quite exhilarated. Turning to retrieve a beautifully crafted, metallic-hued pen-like device from his desk drawer, its tip adorned with a pristine crystal, he explained. This is the latest model of the Beast Tamer Alliance S, Beast Qualification Identification Pen. While not as precise as larger devices, it suffices for a general assessment. He approached the seemingly slumbering fire dragon fish. Let us begin with this fellow. I recall it being quite special when first contracted. We could not ascertain its information back then. Let us see if this new device fares better, He Tiangang remarked, activating the identification pen. A gentle white light emanated from the crystal at its tip, enveloping the fire dragon fish. However, after a moment's flow of white light over the fish's surface, the pen emitted a series of alarming beeps, the screen flashing an array of garbled characters, ultimately displaying a string of messages. Error, energy interference, unable to identify. He Tiangang was taken aback, his brow furrowing. Not again. We could not detect information last time, and now it is still undetectable. This fire dragon fish possesses truly peculiar qualities. Could it be that it harbors some strange mutation? Jiang Yun, who had initially felt some trepidation, now exhaled in relief upon witnessing this outcome. He understood that this was undoubtedly due to the fire dragon fish's pseudo-dragon bloodline influence. Nonetheless, he feigned a look of confusion. Principal, what does this mean? Not to worry, He Tiangang waved his hand dismissively, concealing his astonishment as he regarded the fire dragon fish contemplatively. This fire dragon fish undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary constitution, seemingly harboring some force that obstructs probing. However, merely based on its rapid ascent to the second tier of bronze within such a short time frame, its qualifications must be at the purple crystal level, perhaps even higher. His judgment was delivered with unwavering certainty. Having spoken, he turned his gaze towards the little lark perched upon Jiang Yun's shoulder. Come, take a look at this little creature. The identification pen's white light flickered back to life, enveloping the tiny lark once more. This time, the pen functioned as intended. On the miniature screen above the pen, data began to scroll rapidly. Race, Wind and Thunder Lark. Attributes, Wind and Thunder. Realm, Black Iron Level 8. Skills, Wind Rush, Thunderclaws. Qualitative assessment, Amethyst level. The data was clearly displayed on the screen, plunging the office into silence. 2 skills, dual attributes, and amethyst level. You lucky rascal. Coach Lin stared intently at the information on the identification pen, unable to conceal his astonishment. Amethyst-level beasts were exceedingly rare in City C. Yet Jiang Yun seemed to contract them as if they were mere trifles. Principal He Tiangang's hand, which held the identification pen, trembled ever so slightly. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the clear presentation of the amethyst-level result overwhelmed him with a wave of dizziness and elation. Amethyst level. This is the pinnacle of qualification that countless beastmasters yearn for yet cannot attain. In the entirety of City C, few beasts of this caliber can be found. And Jiang Yun, this seemingly talentless youth, had remarkably acquired 2 amethyst-level beasts in such a short span of time. Amethyst. He Tiangang's voice was hoarse as he slowly raised his head, his gaze towards Jiang Yun filled with a complex mixture of shock, ecstasy, reflection, and even a hint of jealousy that he himself did not fully recognize. You, young man, are extraordinarily fortunate. Heaven hasn't merely provided you with sustenance. It seems to be fervently serving you exquisite delicacies. Jiang Yun, however, was focused on the results displayed by the identification pen. A flicker of realization crossed his mind. He discovered that the pen appeared to have limited functionality, being capable only of revealing the most basic information regarding race, attributes, level, and conventional skills. It failed to uncover the passive skill, wind and thunder affinity, or the boundless potential of the evolution path, nor could it detect its hidden ancient bloodline. In contrast, his own ability, manifestation of all attributes, could directly penetrate to the essence, revealing hidden skills, evolution paths, and even abnormal states, far surpassing the pen's capabilities. This deepened his understanding of the value of his extraordinary talent and further solidified his resolve to conceal such a fortuitous gift. The student was indeed fortunate. Jiang Yun continued to maintain his humble demeanor. Luck? This could scarcely be attributed to mere fortune. Jiang Yun, possessing 2 amethyst-level beasts, your future is undoubtedly radiant. He Tiangang exclaimed with excitement. He then declared, "Heaven bless our Qingchuan #1 high school. We have produced such a prodigy in you, Jiang Yun. With your beasts advancing at such an astonishing rate, the consumption must be significant. The school must not hinder your progress." As he spoke, He Tiangang picked up the internal communicator from the table and directly contacted the school's resource management department. "This is He Tiangang. Immediately allocate from the school's reserve and transfer 5,000 fire and water spirit stones and 300 thunder attribute spirit stones from my personal resource pool to my office." After hanging up, He Tiangang looked at Jiang Yun, his eyes brimming with boundless anticipation. "These resources are a personal investment from both myself and the school. Do not feel any psychological burden. Utilize them freely. I have but one request. Our Qingchuan #1 high school has frequently lagged behind in the competition for slots in the academy. You must swiftly enhance your strength. In the upcoming Beastmaster elimination competition, secure the first place for me and teach the other school's prodigies a lesson, thereby elevating the reputation of Qingchuan #1 high school." Jiang Yun, observing the principal's decisive arrangements and such generous investment, felt a wave of warmth and excitement swell within him, and he solemnly nodded. "Thank you, Principal. I will certainly do my utmost." Although these spirit stones might not suffice for the fire dragon fish and the little lark, they were certainly preferable to spending exorbitant amounts to procure strength. Soon, the staff delivered several heavy storage boxes. Jiang Yun stowed them away in his storage ring and expressed his gratitude to the principal once more. Observing Jiang Yun before him, He Tiangang nodded appreciatively. "Ah, by the way, it seems I was too astonished to remember something important," he said, finally addressing the matter at hand. "The assessment for the advanced class entails independently defeating a black iron level 8 beast on a designated arena. It is scheduled for tomorrow morning, so prepare accordingly. While I am aware that you possess the strength to pass, it is necessary to demonstrate your capability and qualifications to avoid any whispers behind your back. Furthermore, if there are no additional matters, you may return to rest and prepare for tomorrow's assessment." "Understood, Principal." Jiang Yun nodded again. At present, he truly had no other matters to attend to. He then turned and exited the principal's office. Inside the office, only He Tiangang and Coach Lin remained. He Tiangang slowly returned to his chair, his excitement gradually subsiding, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness. "Old Lin," he spoke in a low tone. "The true qualifications of Jiang Yun's 2 beasts, as well as his performance today, must not be disclosed to anyone, especially concerning that fire dragon fish, which eluded detection. Its astonishing growth rate likely indicates its qualifications far exceed amethyst level." Coach Lin's heart sank, clearly understanding the principal's esteem for Jiang Yun. He immediately responded with a solemn nod. "Understood, Principal. As it pertains to the future of Qingchuan #1 high school, I shall remain tight-lipped." He Tiangang nodded in acknowledgement. "If there is nothing further, you may take your leave." Coach Lin inclined his head respectfully and departed. He Tiangang gazed out the window, his eyes filled with anticipation, as if he could already envision the future. Bronze-level beasts, 2 amethyst-level beasts. This young man undoubtedly harbors some significant secret that may provoke an unimaginable storm in the future. Chapter 52. The spotlight awaits. The undercurrents before the assessment. Have you heard? That newcomer Jiang Yun from the freshman class is set to undergo the advanced class assessment tomorrow. No way. Hasn't he only been contracted to his beasts for a week? He.S. a genius. Have you not heard of his 3 days to reach level 6? This news, which seemed to have originated from an unknown source, spread like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that swelled throughout Qingchuan #1 high school in just an hour before dismissal. Initially, the news merely hinted at Jiang Yun's challenge of the advanced class assessment, but through countless retellings and embellishments, various exaggerated versions emerged. Some claimed he received personal guidance from the principal, making remarkable progress. Others asserted he experienced a fortuitous encounter in the misty forest that propelled him to great heights. Still, others adamantly declared they had witnessed his beasts grow tremendously in size, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The authenticity of these claims was beyond verification. However, Jiang Yun had already gained notoriety for defeating Xiao Hong among the core students of Qingchuan #1 high school. Achieving level 6 in just 3 days was no small feat and had drawn considerable attention. Now, with the news of his upcoming advanced class assessment just a week later, he had undoubtedly become the focal point of the entire school once more. At the edge of the training ground for newcomers, Xiao Ling's countenance was ominously dark. A few of his subordinates clustered around him. The advanced class assessment? Him? Xiao Ling virtually spat out these words between clenched teeth, his face a canvas of jealousy and resentment. Ever since he had realized the chasm between himself and Jiang Yun, he had refrained from speaking much in Jiang Yun's presence. Yet within him, the animosity towards Jiang Yun festered, evidently deeply rooted. Could that wretched fish of his truly ascend to the Black Iron 8th stage in such a short span? I refuse to believe it. Surely, he must have stumbled upon some stroke of luck or resorted to some forbidden substance that drains potential. Why does such fortune always befall him? Meanwhile, at the intermediate class training ground, Xiaohong's gaze was as malevolent as ever. In contrast to Xiao Ling's volatility, he harbored a greater sense of uncertainty. Following the battle with Jiang Yun, he understood better than Xiao Ling the peculiarities and formidable strength of Jiang Yun's fire dragon fish. Nonetheless, he continued to mock coldly. Humph. What an overestimation of his own capabilities to directly challenge the advanced class assessment. It is sheer folly. The advanced class assessment confronts true, ferocious beasts. Not mere sparring within the academy. Practical experience and real-time reactions are indispensable. He, a novice who has barely been a core student for half a month, might end up so terrified he soils himself or, with a single misstep, be torn to shreds by a beast. He cursed venomously, as if only this could alleviate his feelings of defeat. Simultaneously, when Jiang Yun's figure appeared in the newcomer training ground, the previously boisterous classroom fell silent for a brief moment, all eyes converging upon him. The gazes were filled with shock, curiosity, envy, and even a hint of incredulous awe. In the next instant, whispers spread like a tidal wave. It was truly him. He was going to participate in the advanced class assessment. Good heavens! How long has it been? How on earth has his fire dragon fish cultivated so rapidly? It's utterly terrifying. Jiang Yun paid no heed to these discussions. At that moment, Zhang Chong, Li Na, and his sister Jiang Yunyu approached, their faces alight with excitement. Jiang Yunyu, akin to an exuberant little rabbit, was the first to bounce in front of her brother. Brother, you are absolutely amazing. Her small face flushed with excitement, her voice clear and bright, as if she feared the entire class wouldn't hear. You're about to become a core member of the advanced class, but your progress is astonishingly swift. You didn't even wait for me. Zhang Chong gave Jiang Yun's shoulder an enthusiastic slap, roaring in excitement. Brother Yun, you've kept us in the dark for far too long. You've made such a significant stir without uttering a word. You've truly brought honor to our newcomer class. His smile nearly reached his ears, as if it were he who was about to undertake the assessment. Li Na stood to the side, her eyes sparkling with genuine happiness for Jiang Yun, yet her perceptive nature compelled her to caution, Jiang Yun, congratulations. However, I've heard that the advanced class assessment is exceedingly rigorous, requiring combat against formidable beasts. You must be cautious. Jiang Yun gazed at his friends and sister, who were sincerely delighted for him, and a gentle smile graced his calm face. He nodded, his tone remaining placid. Understood. Don't worry, I know my limits. His composure and ease starkly contrasted with the surrounding atmosphere of excitement, further amplifying the air of mystery and strength that enveloped him. His classmates regarded him with intensified envy. They comprehended that this individual, once deemed a talentless misfit, had soared to heights beyond their understanding, soon to ascend to a platform they could only look up to. Jiang Yunyu, observing her brother's tranquil demeanor, proudly puffed out her small chest, her bright eyes seemingly proclaiming to the entire class, "Look, this is my brother. He is the best." Her heart swelled with pride. The scene shifted to the ordinary student area, where the atmosphere was predominantly one of eager anticipation. We must go to the core area to watch tomorrow. The advanced class assessment is a monumental event. Who among us is not a genius from Qingchuan No. 1? Moreover, it's said that Jiang Yun reached the 6th stage in just 3 days. Achieving the 8th stage within a week seems entirely reasonable. My beast, despite 6 months of training, has only attained the 5th stage. What a disparity. How has Jiang Yun accomplished this? Do you think he will succeed? I recall the pass rate for the advanced class assessment ISNT particularly high. Who knows? As long as there is excitement to behold. In the core area where advanced students congregate, the atmosphere was starkly different from elsewhere. Upon hearing the news, the faces of the dozen or so advanced students resting or training were marked by surprise. Each of them had entered the advanced class with their beasts already reaching the Black Iron 8th or 9th stage, their talents and strengths undoubtedly formidable. As the elite, each possessed a sense of pride. A tall and robust boy, polishing his gloves, raised an eyebrow. Oh? That newcomer who reached the 6th stage in 3 days and defeated Xiaohong from the intermediate class? His speed is indeed astonishing. Has it not even been a week since then, and he is already at the Black Iron 8th stage? The boy's tone held a hint of scrutiny. Beside him, a bespectacled girl, seemingly more reserved, adjusted her glasses and calmly analyzed. Such rapid advancement in such a short time must either stem from an unimaginable accumulation of resources or indicate extraordinary beast qualities. Regardless of which, he merits our attention. Should he successfully transition into our advanced class, he will undoubtedly pose a significant challenge for coveted spots. A challenge? Huh, merely a ploy for attention. As the girl finished her sentence, a slender young man with striking features and an air of innate arrogance in the corner let out a faint scoff, as if he had heard a particularly dull joke. A lackey beside him immediately caught on, loudly agreeing, "Brother Foam. It seems now even the most insignificant individuals believe they can join our core class, relying on mere luck and dubious methods to hastily elevate their levels. Their foundations are unstable. In actual combat, they'll be nothing but paper tigers. The ferocious beasts released in tomorrow's assessment 1TB so easily trifled with. It's likely they'll reveal their true selves on the spot." He slowly rose, his gaze indifferently sweeping towards the arena outside the window. His voice flat, yet imbued with a chilling coldness. The advanced class is not a stage prepared for attention seekers. Without the requisite strength and foundation, even if they accidentally gain entry, they will swiftly be eliminated. The young man's pride stemmed from his absolute strength and long-standing position at the top of the advanced class. Anyone who might challenge or share his brilliance would instinctively be repelled by him. Jiang Yun's sudden rise and the attention he garnered left him deeply unsettled. 3 days to reach the 6th stage? An advanced class assessment in just 1 week? To him, it was merely a spectacle for the masses. With a dismissive smile, the young man thought, "Tomorrow, I will see what means this so-called rapidly ascending genius possesses." Chapter 53. The Thunder Sparrow Shocks the Sky. A stunning one-hit kill. The following day, the specialized arena, typically reserved for advanced class students, was already surrounded by a throng of eager spectators. Not only core students and intermediate class members, but also many ordinary class students had arrived early to secure advantageous positions, eagerly anticipating the event. The cacophony of voices coalesced into a buzzing sea, with all discussions revolving around a singular name, Jiang Yun. Has he arrived? Has he come? Not yet. The assessment commences at 9 o'clock, and there's still a little time left. It is rumored that Coach Wang has specifically chosen the iron-armored rhinoceros, renowned for its defensive capabilities and ferocity. This beast is indeed a formidable creature of the Black Iron Level 8, with tough skin and robust flesh, charging forth like a battle chariot. The iron-armored rhinoceros? Good heavens! That is no easy opponent. Many inexperienced beast tamers, facing such a ferocious creature for the first time, may easily be intimidated by its imposing presence, rendering them incapable of executing their skills. This is bound to be a spectacle. Will Jiang Yun create a miracle or find himself in a humiliating predicament? Amidst the crowd, Xiao Ling and several of his cronies huddled together, their faces adorned with expressions of schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating the onset of the assessment to witness Jiang Yun's discomfiture. Xiao Hong stood at a distance in the intermediate class area, his gaze icy, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips, awaiting Jiang Yun's folly. Zhang Chang and Li Na had arrived early, with Jiang Yun seemingly the first to reach the school, seated beside them. The group pressed to the front, their fists clenched tightly, palms slick with perspiration. Jiang Yun's small face was tense as she murmured softly, "Brother, go for it. You are the best. You must pass the assessment." Students from the advanced class appeared in small groups in their designated area. Their expressions were relatively calm, yet their eyes bore traces of scrutiny and curiosity. A young man, evidently displeased with Jiang Yun, leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, his demeanor nonchalant, as if merely observing a trivial spectacle, yet the slight narrowing of his eyes betrayed a hint of malice. Directly opposite the arena, in the elevated observation room, Principal He Tiangang, Coach Lin Yong, Coach Lu Wan, and Coach Wang Lei were already seated. The vast one-way glass allowed them a clear view of the entire arena while remaining unseen from the outside. "Old Wang, you certainly know how to choose. The iron-armored rhinoceros possesses an awe-inspiring ferocity when it charges," Coach Lu Wan remarked, eyeing the heavy gate on one side of the arena with a furrowed brow. Coach Wang Lei's expression turned grave. The advanced class assessment is no trifling matter. Strength, mindset, and on-the-spot reactions are all essential. The iron-armored rhinoceros is perfectly suited to test these attributes. If he cannot even overcome this hurdle, it indicates he is far from ready. His gaze was sharp, akin to that of a hawk. He Tiangang remained silent, leisurely savoring his tea, while Lin Yong exhibited restlessness, his eyes filled with anticipation, tinged with anxiety, fearing any unforeseen incidents. As the clock struck 9, the tumultuous noise reached a crescendo. "He is here. Jiang Yun has arrived." The crowd parted to form a pathway as Jiang Yun, clad in a simple core student training uniform, strode forward with a tranquil demeanor. He appeared oblivious to the cacophony surrounding him and the multitude of focused gazes, steadily advancing to the center of the arena. After the host succinctly announced the assessment rules, the heavy gate creaked open slowly. A deep, powerful roar erupted from the darkness behind the gate, exuding a raw, primal energy. In the next moment, A colossal creature burst forth. It resembled a rhinoceros, its entire body encased in a thick, rock-like, gray-brown hide, with a robust horn glinting with a metallic sheen. Its sturdy limbs thudded against the arena floor, sending tremors through the spectators' hearts. Its crimson eyes scanned the arena, finally locking onto Jiang Yun, nostrils flaring as it pawed restlessly at the ground, seemingly poised to charge. Simultaneously, Jiang Yun's innate talent manifested instantaneously, revealing the full information of the iron-armored rhinoceros. Species: Iron-armored rhinoceros, Earth attribute. Realm: Black Iron level 8. Qualification: Low-level gold. Skills: Barbaric charge, rare concentrates all its strength into its horn, launching a high-speed linear attack with tremendous power, capable of substantial knockback and armor-piercing effects. Thick hide, passive rare. The skin and shell are exceptionally tough, effectively reducing physical damage. Seismic wave, ordinary stomps the ground, releasing shockwaves to disrupt opponents' movements in a small radius. Upon perceiving the information about the iron-armored rhinoceros, Jiang Yun smiled calmly, seemingly unfazed by the pressure. A black iron level 8 ferocious beast, the iron-armored rhinoceros, with its formidable defensive capabilities and savage charge. The surrounding classmates began to buzz with excitement. Indeed, it is the iron-armored rhinoceros. What an overwhelming presence. Oh no. I recall Jiang Yun's fire dragon fish is a ranged attacker. Can it breach this creature's defenses? Let us see how he copes. If it charges him, it won't be a light blow. The stands erupted with gasps, many holding their breath in concern for Jiang Yun. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling and his companions barely suppressed their laughter. The stronger the beast, the more Jiang Yun would suffer. The referee glanced at Jiang Yun, signaling the beginning of the assessment. Jiang Yun maintained his calm composure. As he raised his hand, the brilliance of the beast taming space illuminated. However, in the next moment, the entire audience was taken aback. The creature materializing before him was not the ferocious fire dragon fish as anticipated, but rather a magnificent bird, adorned with delicate arcs of electricity. A bird? How can it be a bird? What happened to his fire dragon fish? Did he kill it? Has he formed a new contract with a different beast? What a jest! To use a newly contracted beast to undergo the advanced class assessment? Is he courting disaster? Ha! I knew it. He has indeed shown his true colors. He doesn't even have his primary beast anymore. A waste is a waste. All that talk of rapid evolution must have led him astray, leaving his beast dead. Now he has no choice but to contract a sparrow and attempt the advanced class assessment. What sheer folly! Observing the scene unfold, Xiao Ling and his companions erupted into raucous laughter. Zhang Chong, Li Na, and Jiang Yun were frozen in shock, their faces etched with disbelief and concern. In the advanced class area, many students frowned. Qin Feng's expression bore an even more pronounced sneer, articulating the words, seeking attention. Within the observation room, Coach Lu Wen gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Coach Wang Lei's brow furrowed deeply. He Tiangang and Lin Yong exchanged a meaningful glance. Just as the arena was engulfed in uproar, filled with skepticism and mockery, the little lark seemed to be invigorated by the surrounding clamor and the menacing aura of the iron-armored rhinoceros, instinctively releasing its own energy. Boom. Black iron level 8. The unmistakable wave of energy instantly radiated outward. As this aura erupted, the arena fell silent. Level 8. This bird is also level 8. How can that be? Where did he procure a second level 8 beast? My goodness, could it be that he now possesses dual beasts? Or has he merely switched to a new beast? In less than a week, he has raised another to level 8. Who is it that called Jiang Yun a waste? He had only contracted his first beast a mere week ago. The second beast tamer's contract has reached the astonishing level of 8. When did this happen? Could it be that she forged a contract with her beast before even becoming a beast tamer? Wasn't she supposed to lack talent? This is simply outrageous. The entire arena was instantly engulfed in a wave of intensified shock. The previous mockery and skepticism abruptly ceased, replaced by countless incredulous gasps and astonished gazes. The smiles of Xiao Hong, Xiao Ling, and others froze on their faces, their complexions turning as pale as parchment. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong and his companions shifted from worry to elation, nearly leaping with excitement. Dual beasts. I should have seen this coming. That guy Yun is truly adept at concealing his abilities. The advanced class students could no longer maintain their composure, straightening up and revealing expressions of unprecedented seriousness. Qin Feng's indifferent demeanor shattered in an instant, his pupils constricting slightly as his gaze sharpened. Internally, he cursed, "Damn it, that kid with dual beasts." In the observation room, Coach Wang Lei murmured to himself, his expression shifting from stern to astonished. The notion of deliberately allowing a beast to perish was no easy feat. If a beast sensed imminent danger, it would inevitably abandon the contract and flee from its master. Clearly, On stage, Jiang Yun possessed dual beasts. On the arena, the ironclad rhinoceros seemed incensed by the aura of the little lark. It unleashed a furious roar, its powerful hind legs pounding the ground like an uncontrollable heavy war machine. Lowering its head and charging forward with its formidable horn, it launched a savage assault on the little lark and Jiang Yun. The momentum was staggering. A fierce battle was imminent. Everyone settled down, their attention riveted on this exhilarating clash. Faced with the terrifying impact capable of shattering rock, Jiang Yun's expression remained utterly unperturbed. He merely issued a calm command. End it swiftly. As his words fell, the little lark sprang into action. It chose not to evade but transformed into a streak of blue-white lightning that tore through the air. Its speed was so extraordinary that the majority present barely caught a glimpse. The lightning did not move in a straight line. Just as the ironclad rhinoceros was about to collide, the little lark's surrounding airflow swirled violently, amplifying its speed yet again. In a breathtaking display, it sidestepped with an incredible, minuscule arc, gracefully avoiding the rhinoceros's most lethal horn and, like a specter, maneuvered behind the creature's relatively vulnerable neck. In the next instant, its petite claws erupted with blinding blue-white electrical energy, crackling with concentrated thunderous power that exuded a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Thunderclaw. Without a moment's hesitation, the lark, transformed into lightning, struck down with a fierce determination to obliterate everything. A muffled tearing sound accompanied by a nerve-wracking sizzling of electricity resonated. The flash of lightning vanished, and the little lark elegantly hovered in midair, as if nothing had transpired. It gently preened its feathers, appearing as though the previous moment had never occurred. The once ferocious ironclad rhinoceros, with its imposing bulk, suddenly froze in place, as if the pause button had been pressed. The immense inertia caused it to slide forward slightly before crashing to the ground. Deep, bone-visible claw marks marred its neck, the edges charred and still emitting wisps of smoke and faint arcs of electricity. The crimson in its eyes swiftly faded, becoming vacant and listless, while its massive body occasionally twitched, remnants of the thunderous power still wreaking havoc. One strike, instant kill. The scene rendered the entire arena into a profound silence. One could almost hear the crackling thunder surrounding the little lark. Everyone widened their eyes and gaped, as if collectively throttled, unable to produce any sound. They had anticipated a protracted and exhilarating battle, but they could never have imagined that the renowned defensive ironclad rhinoceros, a beast of the same rank, would be vanquished in a single blow. How could this be? After a brief silence, the atmosphere erupted like a volcano. Instant kill. What did I just witness? What kind of speed was that? What kind of attack power? I barely saw anything. It's too formidable. Too outrageous. Is this truly a battle of the black iron at the 8th level? A monster. Jiang Yun is a monster. No, his beast is simply a monster. This new beast is astonishingly powerful. The exclamations, screams, and incredulous shouts nearly threatened to overturn the entire arena. Xiao Ling and others turned ashen. Their bodies chilled as if plunging into an ice cavern. Xiao Hong's face turned as pale as death, his fists clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding into his palms. Zhang Chong, Li Na, and Jiang Yun excitedly embraced one another. Yun, you're incredible. Brother, you're amazing. They jumped and shouted in exhilaration. In the advanced class area, all the students fell silent, their faces devoid of any trace of disdain, replaced instead by profound shock and an indescribable sense of pressure. Even with their current black iron 9th level strength, they could not claim to defeat the ironclad rhinoceros in a single strike. The only explanation was that Jiang Yun's beast's aptitude likely surpassed theirs, rendering its power terrifying. Alternatively, some mutation or means had enhanced its strength. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that one could obliterate the ironclad rhinoceros in a single blow. A young man in the advanced class straightened, his gaze dark and foreboding, fixating on the calm figure atop the arena. He finally realized that this newcomer was no mere attention seeker, but a genuine threat to his status. In the observation room, Coach Lu Wen was so astounded, she could hardly close her mouth. Coach Wang Lei took a deep breath and slowly uttered 2 words, very strong. Principal He Tiangang clapped and laughed heartily, his face brimming with pride and satisfaction, as if everything had unfolded according to his expectations. Coach Lin Yong was so excited that his face turned crimson, sharing in the glory. The referee, momentarily dumbstruck, quickly regained his composure and rushed to assess the condition of the ironclad rhinoceros, confirming its loss of combatability. He promptly announced in a loud voice, "The advanced class assessment is concluded. Newcomer Jiang Yun has passed." His words reverberated through the loudspeaker, reigniting the crowd's fervor. Especially the mention of newcomer class sent the entire arena into a frenzy. Jiang Yun maintained a serene expression, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He raised his hand to recall the little lark, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement to the referee in the observation room before turning to depart. Amidst a sea of complex gazes, mingling awe, admiration, and jealousy, he slowly descended from the arena, as if everything had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Such a reaction caused an uproar among the surrounding crowd. At this moment, they finally comprehended that it seemed Jiang Yun had not taken this assessment too seriously at all. Chapter 54. The Principal's Personal Attention. A first encounter with a genius? The sound of the referee announcing the results crashed down like cold water thrown into a pot of boiling oil, instantly shattering the silence of the arena. He passed. He truly passed. A single strike knockout. My heavens, I still can't believe it. This armored rhinoceros, which appeared so formidable, actually couldn't withstand a single move from his beast. Dual beasts. Black Iron 8th rank. How on earth did he achieve that? A genius. A prodigy. From this day forth, Jiang Yun shall be my idol. Jiang Yun is my yet-to-be boyfriend. Jiang Yun, how handsome you are. I love you. The cries of astonishment, expressions of admiration, and incredulous screams surged like a tsunami throughout the core area. Countless gazes converged upon the young man descending from the stage with measured steps. Their eyes filled with unprecedented reverence, adoration, and profound shock. All prior doubts and jeers were utterly crushed under the weight of his undeniable strength. Brother, you are incredible. Jiang Yun was the first to break through the crowd, leaping towards Jiang Yun like a jubilant fawn, her small face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with immense pride. Witnessing this scene left the other girls around utterly envious. Zhang Chong and Li Na hurriedly joined them, their faces beaming with exhilaration. Yungu, amazing, absolutely amazing. That was an armored rhinoceros. A single strike knockout. How did you do it? Zhang Chong exclaimed, flustered with excitement as he vigorously patted Jiang Yun's shoulder. Li Na, her smile radiant, genuinely congratulated him. Jiang Yun, congratulations. You've successfully advanced to the advanced class. Seeing the three of them, Jiang Yun offered a gentle smile. Thank you. In stark contrast to their jubilation was the profound silence on the other side. Xiao Ling and his few underlings stood there, ashen-faced, seemingly still in shock from the earlier stunning scene. The scenario they had imagined of Jiang Yun's embarrassment and defeat had not materialized. Instead, it was a decisive victory. Crushingly overwhelming. This outcome was like a resounding slap across their faces, leaving them stinging with humiliation. Xiao Hong stood in the intermediate class area, his face ashen and terrifying. Fists clenched, nails digging painfully into his palms without him realizing. He stared intensely at Jiang Yun, surrounded by admirers, his eyes filled with unwillingness, resentment, and a hint of fear he scarcely dared to acknowledge. The strength Jiang Yun displayed had utterly surpassed his comprehension. In the advanced class area, the atmosphere was so tense it seemed it could drip with water. All the advanced class students were silent. The previous ease and scrutiny had vanished, replaced by a palpable sense of crisis and seriousness. With a swift and decisive knockout, Jiang Yun had proclaimed his arrival to them all, along with his formidable strength capable of threatening any of them. The young man stood tall, having shed the lazy posture he previously held. The indifference and mockery that had adorned his face were replaced by an extreme solemnity, his gaze sharp as a blade, firmly locking onto Jiang Yun. That astonishing talent and power pierced through his proud heart like a thorn. Jiang Yun. He almost spat the name through gritted teeth, his voice cold and piercing. Just then, the door to the observation room swung open. Led by Principal He Tiangang, instructors Lin Yong, Wang Lei, and Lu Wen followed closely behind, making their way towards the stage. Their appearance instantly drew the attention of the entire audience, and the fervent clamor gradually subsided. Everyone knew the main event had arrived. Principal He Tiangang wore a smile of satisfaction and appreciation, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before finally settling on Jiang Yun. He picked up a gleaming silver badge, intricately engraved with runes and the emblem of Qingchuan No. 1 High School, from a tray held by a staff member beside him. Student Jiang Yun. He Tiangong's voice resonated clearly and powerfully through the loudspeaker. Your performance in the advanced class assessment was exceptional, and your strength outstanding. You have successfully defeated the assessment beast. The evaluation committee unanimously agrees that you possess the strength and qualifications of an advanced class student. He personally affixed the badge, symbolizing the highest student rank at Qingchuan No. 1 High School, onto Jiang Yun's training uniform over his left chest. Congratulations, you are now officially a member of the advanced class, a core student of Qingchuan No. 1 High School. He Tiangang patted Jiang Yun on the shoulder, his tone filled with encouragement. I hope you remain humble and continue to strive forward, bringing greater honor to the school in the future. Thank you, Principal. I will. Jiang Yun responded with a slight bow, his tone calm, yet resolute. The silver badge shimmered under the sunlight, piercing the eyes of countless envious spectators below. He Tiangang nodded with a smile before turning his gaze toward the serious-faced advanced class instructor, Wang Lei. Instructor Wang, Jiang Yun will now be in your care. Instructor Wang stepped forward, casting a complex glance at the freshly donned badge on Jiang Yun's chest. Then looked at Jiang Yun himself and said in a deep voice, Jiang Yun, I have seen your strength and potential. Report to the advanced class training ground at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will handle all the necessary procedures for you. Though his tone remained serious, it now carried a recognition and importance reserved for true core students. Yes, coach, Jiang Yun replied. The principal and advanced class instructor personally overseeing the award ceremony and issuing instructions was a rare honor, seldom seen in past assessments of the advanced class. The audience clearly recognized this as a definitive signal of the school's high regard for Jiang Yun. Gasps and murmurs of admiration erupted once more from the crowd. The award ceremony concluded, and the crowd began to disperse gradually. But discussions about Jiang Yun and that knockout match were destined to remain the most talked-about topic at Qingchuan No. 1 High School for a long time to come. After school, on the way home, Jiang Yun remained in a state of extreme excitement, chattering incessantly about how impressive her brother had been, drawing sidelong glances from passers-by. However, just as they were about to exit the school grounds, a figure abruptly blocked their path. The individual, tall and slender, had a handsome yet perpetually arrogant demeanor. It was the young man from the advanced class who held a grudge against Jiang Yun, with his hands shoved into his pockets. His cold gaze scrutinized Jiang Yun with unabashed disdain and hostility. Jiang Yun, he spoke, his tone laced with a mocking chill. Humph, just a lucky fool who managed to contract 2 moderately qualified beasts, and you truly think you've risen to greatness? His eyes swept over the brand-new badge on Jiang Yun's chest, his smirk growing increasingly scornful. The core class is not a place for a lucky fool like you. You'd best understand your position. He subtly released a hint of beastly aura, the oppressive presence of a peak black iron 9th rank washing over them, causing Jiang Yun to blanch instantly. Do not presume that possessing a modicum of strength renders you exceptional. The depths of the advanced class are profoundly intricate. The youth stepped forward menacingly, his voice laced with threat. When you arrive in the advanced class tomorrow, I shall make it abundantly clear to you what constitutes a true genius. You, of your ilk, are not even worthy to hold my shoes. With that, he let out a derisive snort, denying Jiang Yun any opportunity to retort. He turned on his heel and strode away with an air of utmost arrogance. How can you be so insufferable? Jiang Yun's face flushed with indignation. She yearned to confront him, but was held back by Jiang Yun. Brother, he has gone too far, she exclaimed, her discontent palpable. Jiang Yun, observing the youth's retreating figure as he vanished around the corner, remained composed, though a barely perceptible glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. A barking dog seldom bites, he remarked softly, attempting to soothe his sister. There is no need to be angered by such individuals. Let us return home. While he was uncertain of the youth's identity, he could deduce from the earlier exchange that he was undeniably a student of the advanced class, emanating an aura of peak black iron 9th grade. His status seemed considerable. Jiang Yun's dazzling performance that day had undoubtedly struck a nerve with certain vested interests, inviting hostility as a consequence. However, such a level of provocation was insufficient to incite his wrath. True strength is not won through mere words. Nevertheless, the youth's hostile gaze and words made Jiang Yun acutely aware that the seemingly glamorous advanced class was likely rife with discord and competition far more intense than he had anticipated. The following day, Jiang Yun awoke from his cultivation. The first task at hand was to sense the beast mastery space. Indeed, the fire dragon fish had completed its absorption. Its aura had grown increasingly robust and solid, successfully advancing to the bronze 3rd grade. A wave of joy washed over Jiang Yun. The fire dragon fish, being his most formidable asset, instilled him with greater confidence with each tier it ascended. With the beast master elimination tournament imminent, he was determined to bolster the fire dragon fish's strength as much as possible before the competition. Without hesitation, he extracted the remaining 9,000 or so water and fire spirit stones, piling them into a small mountain within his chamber. The colossal form of the fire dragon fish coiled nearby, its jaws agape as it began a new round of devouring, akin to a whale siphoning water. Ultimately, it consumed over 5,000 spirit stones before feeling satiated, once again succumbing to slumber for digestion. Gazing at the significantly depleted storage ring, Jiang Yun rubbed his temples, feeling a mixture of happiness and vexation. Its appetite is only growing, he murmured with a wry smile. The 5,000 spirit stones he received from the principal yesterday, alongside his own reserves, had been nearly exhausted in this single feeding. Now, he was left with fewer than 4,000 spirit stones, likely only sufficient for the fire dragon fish to eat to a moderate fullness during its next meal. roughly estimating. With nearly half a month remaining before the Municipal Beastmaster League, and given the Fire Dragon Fish's average digestion rate of 3 days, he could manage at least 4 more feedings. Clearly, his resources were insufficient, which meant he must procure more swiftly. It appeared that the over 10 million federal coins he possessed would not last long. Jiang Yun shook his head in resignation, deciding he would visit the Beastmaster Marketplace after school to convert all his funds into spirit stones. Coupled with his current stock, it should barely suffice until the tournament begins. As for resources post-competition, he could only take it one step at a time. Perhaps securing a spot in the Beastmaster Academy during the tournament would yield substantial resource rewards. After settling the Fire Dragon Fish, Jiang Yun turned his attention to the little Skylark. He refrained from hastily feeding it the Thunder Spirit Stones, opting instead to keep it in an optimal state of alertness. He had a premonition that the advanced class registration today would not unfold without turbulence. After breakfast, Jiang Yun and his sister departed for school. Although they now attended the same institution, they were worlds apart. Jiang Yun continued her diligent efforts in the newcomer class, while Jiang Yun was about to step into the core area representing the school's elite combatants. Take care of yourself in the newcomer class. If anyone bullies you, make sure to inform me immediately, he instructed at the school gate, his concern for his only sister evident. Got it, brother. You need not worry, Jiang Yun replied, her face brightening with confidence. My little Blackie is now at Black Iron 3rd grade. In the newcomer class, I'm the one who bullies others. No one dares to provoke me. Speaking of the devouring rabbit, Jiang Yun recalled the information he had checked that morning. Due to the awakening of the Devour talent, little Blackie's growth rate had accelerated significantly, and the water attribute awakening progress indicated a 10 completion. It seemed that to fully awaken the new attribute and acquire skills, a continued investment of substantial water attribute spirit stones was necessary. However, Jiang Yun was not anxious about this. He had provided his sister with plenty of water attribute spirit stones, allowing her to cultivate steadily. After parting ways with his sister, Jiang Yun took a deep breath and strode toward the training ground designated for advanced class students. The facilities here were unparalleled compared to other classes, more spacious and infused with a higher concentration of spiritual energy, equipped with a plethora of advanced training applications. Upon entering the designated training area, he found that 6 other advanced class students, including himself, had already gathered. Coach Wang Lei stood at the front, his expression as stern as ever. Upon seeing Jiang Yun enter, Wang Lei merely nodded in acknowledgement before addressing the group succinctly. Jiang Yun, the new arrival. The rules of the advanced class are simple. There are no fixed courses. There are only 2 paths to becoming stronger. First, engage in practical combat with various ferocious beasts in the simulation training grounds. Second, battle amongst yourselves to grow together. His gaze swept over the 6 present, his tone neutral, yet laden with pressure. Resources and guidance must be earned through practical performance. Here, strength is paramount. With that, Coach Wang Lei turned on his heel and departed without a hint of hesitation, leaving behind a figure that seemed almost nonchalant. This approach startled Jiang Yun slightly, pondering that the teaching style of the advanced class was rather unrestrained. As he contemplated this, a figure approached him. It was a tall, robust boy with dark skin and a hearty, enthusiastic smile. Hey, you're the new guy, Jiang Yun, right? I'm Zhao Taizhu. He boomed, extending his hand. I watched your assessment yesterday. That was incredible. You annihilated the iron-armored rhinoceros. It truly opened my eyes. Jiang Yun frowned slightly, sensing that the boy's enthusiasm was a tad overwhelming. Nevertheless, he found Zhao Taizhu's straightforwardness somewhat endearing. He did not appear to be a scheming individual. Jiang Yun shook his hand in return. Thank you. It was merely luck. My brother, you are far too humble. That was no mere stroke of luck. Zhao Taizhu's eyes widened as he lowered his voice, curiosity and excitement evident in his tone. Hey, they say you have 2 beast companions? Is that true? What about that fire dragon fish? What level is it now? Jiang Yun smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying, merely stating vaguely. Did Coach Wang not mention that here? One's strength must be judged by actual combat performance? Upon hearing this, Zhao Taizhu, far from feeling dismissed, suddenly appeared enlightened as he slapped his forehead. Right. I understand now. Hee, but you must be hiding quite a bit. 3 days to reach the 6th tier, 1 week to the 8th tier. Such speed. I, old Zhao, am truly impressed. His loud voice and unabashed praise drew the attention of others in the training field. At that moment, a cold and sarcastic voice abruptly interrupted the somewhat harmonious atmosphere. Impressed? Impressed by a waist who barely scraped by thanks to overstretching potential and sheer luck? Jiang Yun looked up to see a young man sauntering over with his hands in his pockets, disdain unmistakably etched on his face. Accompanying him was a tall, thin student, who echoed his derision with a snicker. Jiang Yun was taken aback. This was the very youth who had blocked him and his sister in the alley the previous day. Jiang Yun remained unfazed by the young man's words, while Zhao Tieju's expression darkened suddenly. Qin Feng, watch your mouth. Do you dare challenge someone at the 8th tier with your peak 9th tier? Want to fight? I'm more than willing. As Zhao Tieju's words resonated, his own 9th tier aura erupted, directly opposing Qin Feng's. The atmosphere in the training field grew tense, charged with an electric anticipation. The other students halted their activities, their gazes darting between the three, clearly eager for the impending showdown. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Jiang Yun's expression remained unchanged. He did not even glance at Qin Feng's taunting gaze. Instead, he slightly turned his head and calmly addressed the furious Zhao Taiju. Zhao, there's no need to get angry. His voice, though soft, echoed clearly in the suddenly quiet training ground. My qualifications are recognized collectively by the principal and the instructors, earned through rigorous evaluation based on strength. They cannot be invalidated by a single individual's word, nor do I need to prove myself through a meaningless private duel. As he spoke, he gradually shifted his gaze to Qin Feng, devoid of anger or fear, revealing only an almost indifferent tranquility, as if he were addressing a petulant child. A battle with you? Jiang Yun slightly shook his head, his tone laced with an imperceptible detachment. Why should I engage in combat with you? Winning would yield me no benefits. It would merely waste my precious training time, hindering my preparation for the upcoming major competition. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the onlooking students before finally settling back on Qin Feng's increasingly unsightly face. My time and energy are invaluable. They should be devoted to self-improvement rather than squandered on satisfying the frivolous vanity and competitive spirit of certain individuals. If you believe I am unworthy of being here. He gestured invitingly towards the direction of Coach Wang's office. You may approach Coach Wang, or Principal He, to express your concerns. Should either of them declare that I do not belong here, I shall leave immediately. As Jiang Yun's words fell, a profound silence engulfed the room. No one had anticipated that he would not only reject Qin Feng's challenge, but do so with such compelling rationale. His arguments were logically sound and clearly articulated, delivered with a calmness that exuded undeniable confidence. He had elevated a personal grudge to the level of rules and qualifications, deftly redirecting the issue back to Qin Feng, even implicating the coaches and principal. Indeed, Jiang Yun had entered through formal assessment. What right did Qin Feng have to question his presence? You. Qin Feng found himself momentarily speechless, his complexion shifting from green to pale as his chest heaved with frustration, unable to muster a rebuttal. How could he genuinely confront the principal? That would be akin to self-inflicted humiliation. He had intended to intimidate Jiang Yun into submission, to defeat him with overwhelming force, thereby ensuring that his name would soon echo throughout the school, garnering him the spotlight. Yet, he had not anticipated that Jiang Yun would be impervious to such tactics, instead employing the most eloquent reasoning to deliver a soft rebuke. What gnawed at him the most was Jiang Yun's complete lack of emotional fluctuation. The sensation of being utterly ignored and belittled was 100-fold more painful than any direct insult. Jiang Yun, however, paid him no further heed, treating him as if he were mere air. He turned back to the still-stunned Zhao Taiju, his tone regaining a modicum of warmth. Zhao, I've just arrived and am unfamiliar with this place. Could you guide me through the advanced training field? I wish to commence today's training as soon as possible. Oh, sure, no problem. Zhao Taiju was equally taken aback by Jiang Yun's words. Upon hearing his voice, he snapped back to reality and eagerly nodded. Observing Qin Feng's discomfiture brought him immense satisfaction, and he smiled broadly as he said, Come, I'll show you around. This area is for strength testing. And over there is the reaction speed training chamber. There are so many wonderful resources in the advanced class. With that, he enthusiastically led Jiang Yun past the stunned and pale-faced Qin Feng, the two of them engaging in lively conversation, completely disregarding Qin Feng as though the prior confrontation had never happened. This utter disregard was far more insulting than any verbal retort, leaving Qin Feng feeling thoroughly humiliated. Crack, crack. Qin Feng's fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking ominously as he glared at the retreating figures of Jiang Yun and Zhao Taiju, venom and fury practically radiating from him. The other students collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes towards Jiang Yun transformed entirely. This newcomer was not only extraordinarily powerful, but also possessed a mindset and response that belied his youth. His unfathomable composure and calmness evoked a sense of trepidation. Witnessing Jiang Yun humiliate Qin Feng in such a manner brought a secret sense of satisfaction to the onlookers. After all, Qin Feng had been a fixture in the advanced class for a year or two, relying on his pinnacle strength at the 9th tier. He regarded no one with any semblance of respect. This time, he had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Chapter 56. The Spirit Demon Nine-Tailed Fox. Suqingxiwa. The recent confrontation between Jiang Yun and Qin Feng unfolded entirely before Coach Wang Lei, who observed through the one-way glass from a distance. He noted that Jiang Yun not only stood his ground against Qin Feng's overwhelming aura, but also delivered a series of logically coherent and assertive remarks that left his opponent humiliated, ultimately dismissing him outright. A hint of admiration crept onto Wang Lei's stern countenance. Calm and composed, with a meticulous mind, not one to seek reckless bravado. An adept at utilizing the rules, this lad is indeed intriguing. He murmured to himself. He Tiangang's judgment remains as astute as ever. On the training ground, Zhao Taizhu, brimming with excitement, clapped Jiang Yun on the back with such force that it nearly staggered him. Bro, incredible. Haha. Zhao Taizhu laughed heartily. You should have seen that bastard Qin Feng's expression. He was nearly turning purple. It was utterly satisfying. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, his face betraying a hint of schadenfreude. Qin Feng, relying on his innate talent and his father being a golden-tier beast master, has always looked down on us, treating us like his underlings. He constantly belittles us, claiming we are nothing but worthless scions propped up by family resources. This guy places immense value on his reputation and thrives on flattery. Today, you truly crushed his facade. However, Zhao Tieju's tone turned slightly more serious, but be wary. He is one who harbors grudges. You should exercise caution. After all, his father is a golden-tier figure with some influence in City C. Unless there's a deep-seated grudge, there's no need to completely sever ties. Jiang Yun nodded, appreciating the goodwill. Thank you for the warning. I understand. No need for pleasantries. From now on, we are classmates. Zhao Taizhu waved his hand generously and enthusiastically began to introduce Jiang Yun to the other 4 members of the advanced class, briefly mentioning their names and family backgrounds. Indeed, apart from Jiang Yun, the anomaly, all others hailed from distinguished lineages, with parents who were at least silver-tier elites. Several even had ancestors who were golden-tier beast masters. When Zhao Taizhu reached the last member, one of the 2 female students in the class, he unconsciously infused his tone with a tinge of admiration and regret. Look over there. That's Su Qingxue, the eldest daughter of the Su family in City C. Her household is a top-tier aristocracy with a violet crystal-level powerhouse in residence. Zhao Taizhu gestured towards a quiet corner of the training ground. Su Qingxue. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Yun's heart skipped a beat as he recalled what Coach Lin had mentioned to him not long ago at the edge of the misty forest. The advanced class had been ambushed, and the Su family's young lady had gone missing. He quickly inquired, Zhao, I heard there was an incident when the advanced class was training in the misty forest, and Su Qingxue went missing. How was she found later? Oh, you're referring to that matter. Zhao Taizhu scratched his head. I heard it was quite harrowing. Principal He and the head of the Su family personally ventured into the core area to locate her. When they found her, she was in a coma, but thankfully, her life was not in danger. However, his tone shifted, revealing a hint of confusion. Since she returned, it seems like Su Qingxue has become a different person. Although she was always somewhat aloof, she used to engage in conversation occasionally. Now, she hardly speaks, preferring to sit alone in a corner, lost in thought, and ignores anyone who tries to talk to her. It's such a pity. A beautiful girl from a good family. It seems she might have been traumatized in the core area, leaving her with a psychological scar. As he spoke, Zhao Taizhu pointed towards that corner again. Look. Yes, right over there. Jiang Yun followed his gesture and beheld a slender figure clad in an exquisite training outfit, sitting alone on a distant bench. Her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. Even from behind, her elegance was palpable. Yet, as Jiang Yun scrutinized her silhouette, an inexplicable chill surged up his spine. That figure seemed strikingly familiar. Had he seen it somewhere before? A sudden pang of anxiety and fear gripped him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. And cold sweat began to beat on his back. Just as his thoughts were in turmoil, that figure moved. Su Qingxue appeared to sense the lingering gaze behind her and slowly turned around. The sunlight illuminated her flawless visage, her skin so fair it seemed almost translucent. With features so perfect they resembled a masterfully crafted piece of art. Anyone who gazed upon her would undoubtedly recognize her as an unparalleled beauty. However, the instant Jiang Yun laid eyes on her face, the blood within him seemed to freeze. His mind went blank, overwhelmed by sheer terror that felt like a frigid hand gripping his heart, nearly suffocating him. It's her. In that moment, Jiang Yun comprehended why he felt an inexplicable chill upon seeing that figure. This face was unmistakably the same as the one he had encountered in the core area of the Misty Forest, standing atop the Diamond-tier Thunder Unicorn. That spirit demon nine-tailed fox possessing violet crystal-level strength and legendary tier potential. How could she be here? Isn't she a ferocious beast? How did she transform into Su Qingxue? Jiang Yun's mind screamed in chaos, the overwhelming shock and absurdity nearly drowning him. driven by profound fear. He instinctively activated his ability, Manifestation of All Attributes. A luminous screen materialized in his vision, and the familiar yet despairing information reappeared. Race: Spirit Demon Nine-Tailed Fox. Royal Bloodline: Elemental Attributes. Realm: Violet Crystal Level, 9th Tier. Talent: Legendary Tier. Talented Skills: Thousand-Faced Enchantment. Legendary Tier can manipulate the target's mind through gaze and aura. 100 Success Rate against targets below Violet Crystal Level. Even Violet Crystal Level powerhouses may experience momentary daze. Illusionary Art: Legendary Tier can perfectly transform into any known creature, including humans, mimicking not only appearance, but also aura and Beastmaster fluctuations. Undetectable unless the opponent possesses a true I-type talent. Elemental Foxfire: Extraordinary Tier can unleash Elemental Foxfire of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each with unique effects. Metal Fire shatters armor, wood fire burns, water fire freezes, fire ignites, earth fire crashes. Nine-Tailed Guardian: Rare Tier unfolds 9 fox tails to form a shield, capable of withstanding all attacks below Diamond Tier when the shield shatters. It rebounds 30 damage to the attacker. Spatial Leap: Extraordinary Tier utilizes elemental forces for mid-range spatial jumps, maximum distance of 500 meters, no cooldown. But each use consumes 10 of spiritual power. Life Drain: Extraordinary Tier by contacting a target with Foxfire, it siphons their spiritual and life force, converting it into personal energy. Fox Clan Pressure: Rare Tier releases Royal Bloodline Pressure, suppressing all non-royal beasts and spirit demons, reducing their combat strength by 50. Memory Retrieval: Rare Tier by touching the target's forehead, it can access their shallow memories from the past 24 hours, requires the target to be dazed or unconscious. Bloodline Revival: Rare Level. In moments of dire peril, one can temporarily awaken the ancient royal bloodline, resulting in a significant elevation of rank for a duration of 10 minutes. With a cooldown period of 7 days. Evolution Path: One can undergo a single evolution through the inheritance of the nine-tailed fox royal lineage, which enhances one's aptitude to the level of Saint King and unlocks the skill of true form of the Fox Emperor. Hint: the spiritual beast, the nine-tailed fox, possesses exceptional intelligence, comparable to that of an adult human, and even surpasses in calculation and strategy. Its royal bloodline holds a prestigious status in the realm of spiritual beasts, being one of the few capable of commanding myriad demons. Boom. Despite being psychologically prepared, when this horrifying information was once again presented before Jiang Yun with undeniable clarity, he felt as though struck by 5 thunders, his very soul trembling. She is not Su Qingxue. The true eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qingxue, has likely already met with misfortune in the Misty Forest. The girl before him is a terrifying beast capable of effortlessly annihilating the entire city sea. She wears the skin of Su Qingxue, infiltrating human society, slipping into Qingchuan No. 1 high school. What are her intentions? Is there some grand conspiracy afoot? Or does she plan to obliterate City C from the shadows? Countless dreadful thoughts surged into Jiang Yun's mind like a tidal wave, leaving his scalp prickling and his limbs icy. He stood frozen, unable to move even a single finger. Their gazes suddenly collided, and upon meeting her eyes, a faint, elusive, and eerie smile seemed to surface on her face. Then, astonishingly, she slowly rose to her feet and began to stride toward him and Zhao Taizhu with an unhurried grace. Though her pace was leisurely, each step felt as if it were crushing Jiang Yun's heart. The shadow of death had never loomed so closely as it did at this moment. A wave of panic and fear surged within him. She is approaching. I have seen her in the Misty Forest. Is she here to kill me? Chapter 57. The Threat of the Spiritual Beast, the Nine-Tailed Fox. Su Qingxue approached. No, to be precise, it was the beast clad in human skin, the spiritual beast, the Nine-Tailed Fox, advancing gracefully and perilously toward Jiang Yun. An unprecedented terror gripped him. 9th Tier Amethyst. Legendary Aptitude, 9 formidable skills. These descriptors echoed in his mind, each a reminder that this seemingly delicate girl possessed the terrifying power to obliterate the entire City C in an instant. In stark contrast to Jiang Yun's terror, Zhao Taizhu beside him wore a face of astonishment and excitement, elbowing Jiang Yun with fervor, his voice a hushed whisper brimming with enthusiasm. Wow, Jiang Yun, the stunning Su is actually coming our way. You really are something. Just your first day, and you've already caught the attention of the goddess Su. Jiang Yun's throat went dry, unable to utter a single syllable. His muscles tensed as if turned to stone. He fully understood that any hint of abnormality, any utterance of an inappropriate word at this moment, could trigger this walking nuclear bomb. He was certain that if he were to expose her identity right now, all present, including himself, would be instantaneously annihilated. Perhaps she refrained from striking directly because she did not wish to reveal herself under the public eye. Or perhaps she had ulterior motives. As Jiang Yun's thoughts raced, reaching a fever pitch of panic, the spiritual beast, the nine-tailed fox, had already reached him. She halted, tilting her head slightly to gaze up at Jiang Yun. This motion, performed by Su Qingxue, carried an air of fragile allure. Yet, Jiang Yun could distinctly sense the chilling indifference and icy resolve concealed beneath that calm gaze. Other students from the advanced class also took note of the unfolding situation, turning to observe what Su Qingxue intended to do. However, the subsequent scene left everyone envious. Su Qingxue took the initiative to speak. Her voice was cool yet deliberately softened. "Hello, you must be the new student, Jiang Yun. My name is Su Qingxue." She tilted her head slightly, revealing a sweet smile that left the other boys utterly entranced. Yet, in Jiang Yun's eyes, that smile was imbued with an ineffable strangeness and danger. "Your performance during the assessment yesterday was remarkable," Su Qingxue continued. Her tone so natural it seemed as if she genuinely believed it. "May I have the honor of becoming your friend?" Boom. Her words struck like thunder, reverberating throughout the training ground. Zhao Taizhu was completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside, his face a tapestry of disbelief and intense envy. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning his own perception. The aloof and icy Su Qingxue, who had never shown warmth to anyone, was actually requesting friendship with a newcomer who had just arrived. The other 5 advanced class students also registered this astonishing scene, pausing their actions to cast looks of shock, curiosity, and scrutiny. Since the incident in the misty forest, Su Qingxue had become increasingly reclusive and silent. Was the sun now rising in the west? Meanwhile, from a distance, Qin Feng watched this scene, his fury reaching a boiling point. His face turned ashen, fists cracking ominously, his eyes ablaze with jealousy and rage. In the advanced class, he prided himself on being a genius, dismissing everyone. But he held both fear and a yearning to conquer the enigmatic Su Qingxue, whose background was profound, beauty unmatched, and whose strength was unfathomable. Yet she had always regarded him with indifference. Now, the goddess he coveted was approaching the very Jiang Yun he had just humiliated, the so-called lucky newcomer? Jiang Yun. Qin Feng ground this name between his teeth, the intent to kill surging within him. Before Jiang Yun, the hand of friendship extended by Su Qingxue made his heart race as if it might leap from his throat. Her actions were entirely unforeseen. She approached him, undoubtedly recalling their shared gaze in the misty forest. Yet instead of silencing him, she sought camaraderie. This was far more chilling and inscrutable than a direct threat. Was she planning to secure his trust first, then quietly eliminate him at the opportune moment? Or did she genuinely harbor intentions toward him? Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Yet Jiang Yun dared not reveal the slightest hint of his turmoil. He was acutely aware that any trace of hesitation or refusal at this moment could serve as an excuse for her to unleash her wrath. To survive, he must live. Forcing down the fear that threatened to overwhelm his reason, he managed to muster a surprised yet somewhat bashful smile, his voice betraying a slight stutter due to his anxiety. "Of course, Su, it would be my honor." Upon witnessing Jiang Yun's reaction, the smile on Su Qingxue's face seemed to deepen, yet the coldness in her eyes remained unyielding. However, her next move once again left everyone speechless. Su Qingxue lifted herself slightly on her toes, leaning her captivating face closer to Jiang Yun's ear. A faint, chilling fragrance, reminiscent of the serenity following a snowfall, wafted into Jiang Yun's nostrils, rendering him momentarily bewildered. Then, a whisper-like utterance resonated clearly in his ears. "Jiang Yun, you are quite astute. It would be prudent to keep certain matters, ones you should not see or speak of, locked away in your heart forever. This is beneficial for you, for me, and for the city in which you reside. I trust you comprehend precisely what I am alluding to and are aware of the repercussions of defiance, yes? A threat, a blatant and unmasked threat of death." Jiang Yun's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Her words served as a stark admonition, warning him that should he dare to disclose even a fragment of what he had learned, a catastrophic fate awaited him in Sea City. Yet, paradoxically, her words also functioned as a calming balm, albeit one that he was compelled to swallow. At the very least, it signified that, for the time being, she had no intentions of silencing him permanently. Perhaps he still held some value, or she simply did not wish to incite unrest just yet. There was undoubtedly some ulterior motive at play. After concluding her statement, Su Qingxue casually distanced herself, her voice returning to its previous coolness, laced with a hint of youthful mischief as she winked at Jiang Yun. "So it's settled then. We must keep our little secret safe." The phrase "keep it secret" was articulated with a barely perceptible emphasis, a nuance only Jiang Yun could discern, imbued with the scent of blood. With that, she did not linger, turning elegantly and departing the training ground as if she had merely stopped by for a casual greeting. However, her earlier intimate demeanor, almost akin to a whisper shared between lovers, appeared exceedingly ambiguous to onlookers. Wow, Jiang Yun, you're quite the charmer. Zhao Taizhu was the first to react. Excitedly throwing an arm around Jiang Yun's shoulders and shaking him vigorously, his face a mixture of envy and admiration. The beautiful Su is so close to you, even whispering sweet nothings in your ear. What divine treatment is this? Is the allure of a genius truly so potent? Why doesn't old Zhao have such fortune? He bombarded Jiang Yun with a flurry of inquisitive questions. The other trainees cast him complex glances, a blend of curiosity, jealousy, and contemplation. Qin Feng's gaze was particularly sinister, as if it could pierce through water, and with a cold snort, he turned away. Yet, Jiang Yun remained in a daze. For the remainder of the time, he was utterly distracted from training. Mechanically, he followed Zhao Taizhu around, familiarizing himself with various locations and observing the combat practice between him and other members, but his thoughts had already soared far beyond the mundane. His mind incessantly replayed every detail of his encounter with Su Qingxue, striving to dissect her seemingly flawless facade and threatening words to uncover her true intentions. A being of such terrifying power, a spirit of the royal lineage, disguised as a mere human lady and infiltrating a human academy. What could her motives be? Was she in search of something, gathering intelligence? Or was she orchestrating a grand conspiracy capable of overturning everything? Where was the true Su Qingxue? Alive or dead? Countless questions coiled around him like vines, inducing a suffocating sense of dread and unease. From Zhao Taizhu, he learned that Su Qingxue possessed a unique status. Free from the conventional constraints of the academy, the resources her family could provide far surpassed what the school could offer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. An alarming thought surged uncontrollably. She must have remembered his presence and appearance from their encounter in the misty forest. His performance during the assessment had captured the attention of this nine-tailed fox. Thus, her visit to the academy today was no mere coincidence or whim. She had specifically come to stalk him. What had seemed like a chance encounter was, in fact, a warning and a test. He had likely already caught the eye of this terrifying entity. Chapter 58. Sister is so beautiful. Could she be my future sister-in-law? The first full day spent in the advanced class was excruciating for Jiang Yun. An ominous premonition lingered in his heart. This foreboding feeling transformed into a chilling reality as he walked home with his sister, Jiang Yun, after school, just around the corner of a quiet street. A graceful figure stood poised, seemingly having awaited his arrival for quite some time. The figure was none other than Su Qingxue. She had traded her training attire for a delicately tailored lavender dress, its hem fluttering in the breeze, her purple hair cascading like a waterfall, her skin glowing under the golden hue of the setting sun. This appearance was breathtaking, enough to quicken the pulse of any young man. However, to Jiang Yun, this exquisite vision felt like the shadow cast by the Grim Reaper, plunging him into an icy abyss. She had indeed come. Su Qingxue slowly turned around, a faint smile gracing her lips as her gaze fell directly upon Jiang Yun, her tone light and cheerful, as if greeting an old friend. Jiang Yun, it's been a while. Jiang Yun felt a wave of disbelief and horror wash over him. Been a while? They had clearly seen each other just that morning at school. This feigned familiarity exuded a cat-and-mouse playfulness, a sense of control that unnerved him. She had deliberately chosen this time and place, knowing his sister was present. What could her intentions be? Did she harbor murderous intent? The thought nearly caused his heart to stop. Yet, he quickly forced himself to analyze and dismiss the notion. Impossible. He was now a prominent figure at the academy, having just passed the assessment and garnered the principal's attention. If he were to suddenly perish on the street, an investigation would undoubtedly escalate, potentially exposing her concealed identity. With her intellect, she would not engage in such a futile endeavor. So what was her purpose? Was it a further warning? Or was there another scheme at play? As Jiang Yun's mind raced and his entire being braced for confrontation, his sister Jiang Yun remained blissfully unaware of the bizarre atmosphere. The little girl gazed at the enchanting Su Qingxue, her eyes lighting up with innocent surprise. She gently tugged at Jiang Yun's sleeve, her voice brimming with naivety and delight. Brother, this sister is so beautiful. Who is she? She blinked her large eyes, alternating her gaze between her brother and Su Qingxue, before exclaiming, could this beautiful big sister be my future sister-in-law? Jiang Yun nearly choked on his own saliva. A wave of panic coursing through him as he hastily covered his sister's mouth, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yunyu, don't say such things. This is senior sister Su. Quickly apologize. He inwardly lamented, cursing his little sister for her lack of tact. The person before them had the power to upheave Sea City with but a thought. If his sister's words were to provoke her wrath, it could lead to dire consequences. However, to Jiang Yun's astonishment, Su Qingxue not only refrained from anger, but instead stifled a laugh, her voice ringing like silver bells. Her smile pure and warm, seemingly delighted by the innocent words of the little girl. Anyone who beheld this sight would be captivated. Yet, standing opposite her, Jiang Yun keenly detected the fleeting glimmer of a predator's icy amusement lurking beneath that radiant smile. You must be Jiang Yun's sister. How adorable. Su Qingxue bent down, gently stroking Jiang Yun's head, her voice imbued with warmth. I am Su Qingxue. Little sister, I have some important matters to discuss with your brother. Could you kindly lend him to me for just a brief moment? Jiang Yun gazed at the beautiful elder sister's tender smile. Upon hearing the mention of important matters, her little mind conjured countless scenarios reminiscent of the dramas she had watched. Instantly, she donned an expression of understanding, playfully winking at Jiang Yun and then confidently assuring Su Qingxue, Don't worry, Sister Su. I understand. I promise not to interrupt your date with my brother. Brother, you must do your best. With that, she cheerfully scampered away, glancing back multiple times, muttering to herself, Brother is so impressive. He has found such a beautiful sister-in-law just after entering the advanced class. Jiang Yun watched his sister's jubilant figure fade into the distance, his emotions a tumultuous blend akin to a roller coaster ride. He felt a sigh of relief at her temporary departure, yet was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and anxiety over her ludicrous misunderstanding. He wondered if the term date would provoke the lady before him. It was only when his sister's silhouette vanished around the corner that Jiang Yun took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He turned to Su Qingxue, his tone subtly tense. Classmate Su, my sister is quite young and naive. Please do not take her words to heart, nor cause her any distress. However, as soon as he uttered these words, an indescribable aura of terror descended upon him like a colossal mountain, pressing heavily upon Jiang Yun. This was no mere display of imposing presence. It was suffused with the overwhelming, fearsome might of a purple crystal-level beast, cold, violent, and disdainfully superior, as if emanating from an absolute power that threatened to crush him. Ugh! Jiang Yun stifled a groan as his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Every bone in his body seemed to groan under the weight of this pressure. His blood felt as if it were congealing, and breathing became an arduous task. His vision began to darken. The strength of this presence was staggering. This was merely a fraction of the aura she unintentionally exuded. Compared to Coach Lin's heavy and steady pressure, this aura was laced with primal ferocity and a desire for destruction, utterly domineering. Jiang Yun had no doubt that should she harbor any murderous intent, a mere thought could obliterate him entirely, leaving no trace behind. Yet, this realization also reinforced his belief that she would not kill him. Otherwise, there would be no need for such theatrics. Clenching his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, he summoned all his mental and physical fortitude, struggling to hold his ground and raise his gaze to meet her now icy, beastly eyes. Forcing the words out through gritted teeth, What do you intend to do? Why disguise yourself as a human? The warmth had vanished from Su Qingxue's smile, replaced by a cold indifference, akin to gazing down upon mere insects. Humans? She said, her red lips parting as her voice turned frigid and devoid of emotion. In my eyes, they are but a pitiful, laughable race, weak and self-important, occupying this world without distinction from the beasts I trample beneath my feet. As she spoke, she leaned slightly forward, her deep-set eyes seemingly piercing into Jiang Yun's very soul. I sought you out because I found you to be rather intriguing. Her gaze felt tangible, scrutinizing him with a probing intensity. You harbor a peculiar strength within you, cleverly concealed. She paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. This strength even elicits a faint sense of trepidation within me. Jiang Yun's heart dropped at her words, as if a tempest had erupted within him. Had she discerned something? Was the existence of the manifestation of all things exposed? How could that be? His innate ability was intangible. Just as he grappled with this realization, a more potent and refined mental force, akin to invisible tendrils, swiftly ensnared him. This power was both domineering and frigid, attempting to penetrate his body and delve into his beast-master space, seeking to unearth every secret within. Jiang Yun felt a surge of panic, nearly trembling uncontrollably. It was as though his secrets lay bare under the spotlight, utterly exposed. Yet, at the critical moment, he keenly sensed that this probing mental force encountered an unseen barrier upon reaching a certain threshold within him, failing to penetrate his core. The uniqueness of his beast-master space had afforded him protection. In that instant, he understood. What she sensed was likely not his innate talent, but rather the exceptionally pure and transformed pseudo-dragon bloodline aura of the fire dragon fish residing within his beast-master space. Even so, it was still a terrifying notion. The mere fact that she could perceive the abnormalities of his beast's bloodline from beyond that space was a testament to the acute sensitivity of this nine-tailed fox's instincts. Jiang Yun clenched his mouth shut, suppressing the tumult of astonishment within, striving to maintain a countenance of pained struggle due to the pressure, refraining from answering her inquiry. Speaking too much could lead to missteps. At this juncture, silence was his best recourse. Su Qingxue scrutinized him for a moment longer, her eyes gleaming with an almost predatory insight, seemingly surprised by the obstruction to her probing. Gradually, she retracted the suffocating aura, allowing it to ebb away like a receding tide. Jiang Yun instantly felt a profound lightness wash over him. Gasping for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. Su Qingxue did not pursue further inquiries. Instead, she regarded Jiang Yun with a penetrating gaze, as if imprinting his final reaction in her memory. Without hesitation, she turned, her skirt trailing behind her in an elegant yet aloof arc. Yet, just as her silhouette was about to meld into the shadows of the street, a chilling, bone-deep voice, laden with absolute menace, reached Jiang Yun's ears with precision. Remember my words. All that pertains to you and me is best kept buried within your stomach. Should even a whisper escape your lips, her voice faltered momentarily, dripping with a disdain that suggested she could crush him like an insect. I will ensure that the entire city pays the price for your indiscretion. With that, her figure vanished without a trace, as if she had never existed. Alone on the street, Jiang Yun stood rooted to the spot, breathing heavily, overwhelmed by a sense of having narrowly escaped catastrophe and the weight of his predicament. He gazed in the direction where Su Qingxue had vanished, his expression grave. This encounter had undoubtedly served as a stark warning and a deeper probing into his secrets. If she were to fully uncover the truth hidden within him, the consequences would be unimaginable. He resolved to keep as far away from her as possible in the future. Chapter 59, Advanced Materials. Clues to the Dragon Blood Bodhi. Leaning against the cold wall, Jiang Yun exhaled a sigh of relief as he watched Su Qingxue's figure disappear around the corner. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. Jiang Yun could not fathom the motives of this nine-tailed fox, nor could he anticipate the unknown, which seemed all the more terrifying. His encounter with this nine-tailed fox felt akin to traversing a tightrope over an unfathomable abyss. A mere misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. In pursuit of safety, one must limit their entanglements. He took a moment to steady his emotions. Presently, the only path to security lay in rapidly enhancing his strength. Only by becoming sufficiently formidable could he safeguard himself and those around him. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yun promptly turned toward the Beast Master Market. A visit there was urgently required. The insatiable appetite of the fire dragon fish had not ceased, and the spirit stones acquired during his last visit had been entirely depleted. He needed to replenish his supplies swiftly to prepare adequately for the forthcoming absorption sessions. Upon arriving at the familiar Beast Master Market, he was greeted by Zhang Mei, whose face instantly blossomed into an exuberant smile, her eyes nearly squinting with delight. Jiang Yun had undoubtedly become her most significant patron. Little brother, long time no see. What do you need this time? She exclaimed as she approached him with brisk steps. Without preamble, Jiang Yun replied, Manager Zhang, the usual, spirit stones. This time, I require them to the tune of 15 million Federation coins. Although Zhang Mei had anticipated a substantial order, the sheer magnitude of the sum left her momentarily breathless, eliciting a silent gasp of astonishment. How extravagantly affluent. She mused internally. Despite her tumultuous thoughts, her professional demeanor prevailed, and she quickly responded, Please wait a moment. I will prepare it immediately. As she darted away, Jiang Yun felt a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, his heart bleeding internally. After this expenditure, his account would dwindle to a mere few 100,000 Federation coins, rendering him practically bankrupt. Indeed, nurturing beasts was an insatiable financial abyss. More accurately, the cultivation of the fire dragon fish was nothing short of a monumental financial undertaking. Before long, Zhang Mei returned with a storage ring brimming with lustrous, translucent spirit stones infused with pure elemental energy. After meticulously counting, Jiang Yun transferred the stones into his own ring, feeling a small measure of relief amidst his heavy heart. Thank you, he said, ready to depart. At that moment, Zhang Mei seemed to recall something, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Little brother, wait a moment. There is something I forgot to mention. Jiang Yun halted, curiosity piqued. What is it? It pertains to the dragon blood bodhi, she continued, leaning in closer, her voice barely above a whisper, as if divulging an unspeakable secret. The mention of the dragon blood bodhi ignited Jiang Yun's interest. Recently, a prominent figure had descended from the provincial capital, revealing that deep within a secret realm known as the Molten Fire Cavern in Yuzhou Province, an ancient dragon blood tree had been discovered. Dragon blood tree? Jiang Yun's pupils constricted, his heart racing. The Dragon Blood Bodhi was indeed a treasure born from the Dragon Blood tree's absorption of ley line energy, a crucial component in the evolution plan of the Fire Dragon Fish. Is this information reliable? He suppressed his excitement, striving for a calm tone. Jiang Mei assured him. Absolutely credible. That individual holds a significant status, and this information was acquired at considerable cost by the expedition team. The Molten Fire Cavern is a major secret realm overseen by the Provincial Beastmaster Alliance, fraught with danger. Furthermore, it is said that powerful guardian beasts lurk nearby. Thus, while this news is invaluable, few would dare to venture there, especially given the strict control over entry qualifications for the realm. With Jiang Mei's assurance, Jiang Yun's spirits soared. The keywords, Molten Fire Cavern, Guardian Beasts, Provincial Secret Realm, were indelibly etched into his mind. He already possessed the golden scale bone procured from the Beastmaster market. And now he had a lead on the Dragon Blood Bodhi. As long as he could find the heart of Molten Fire, he would have all the materials necessary for the Fire Dragon Fish's first evolution. Regarding the entry qualifications for the Provincial Secret Realm, Jiang Yun immediately recalled the impending city-level Beastmaster elimination competition. Securing a spot in the Beastmaster Academy would undoubtedly serve as the perfect springboard to access these secret realms. By leveraging the Academy's connections to reach the province, he could surely uncover the means to enter the Molten Fire Cavern. He composed himself and solemnly expressed to Jiang Mei, "Thank you for the lead." Jiang Mei chuckled. "Little brother, no need for such formality. You are our market's esteemed client. This information is but a small token. I wish you the best in achieving your desires." "Thank you." Jiang Yun nodded, smiling as he expressed his gratitude once more before departing the Beastmaster market. Upon returning home, Jiang Yun promptly began to nourish the little lark. With the grand competition approaching, he needed to elevate the strength of both the little lark and the Fire Dragon Fish during this critical period. In the days that followed, Jiang Yun entered a near-manic state of training. He seldom summoned the little lark at school and resolutely declined all sparring invitations from his classmates. This was partly to conceal the true capabilities and trump cards of the Fire Dragon Fish and little lark. For all participants in the advanced class would be contenders for the coveted spots in the competition. He did not wish for others to glean too much information about his beasts. Who could say if it would reach the ears of other schools' prodigies? The element of surprise was paramount. Moreover, this strategy helped him avoid the individual masquerading as Su Qingxue. However, to his surprise, after their encounter in the alley, Su Qingxue seemed to have vanished from school altogether. This, in turn, alleviated some of Jiang Yun's apprehension, though his vigilance remained unwavering. In class, Qin Feng's provocations persisted unabated. The so-called genius appeared to interpret Jiang Yun's avoidance of conflict as cowardice, with increasingly blatant mockery in his words. "Oh, our genius is afraid? Planning to remain a turtle until the elimination round? Not even daring to engage in practical training? Surely, your qualification in the advanced class is merely a stroke of luck." Jiang Yun remained unperturbed by these juvenile taunts, treating them with the indifference they deserved, as if he hadn't heard them at all. His silence and disregard only served to frustrate Qin Feng further, who seemed increasingly absurd in his futile attempts to provoke. Zhao Taizhu occasionally felt compelled to defend Jiang Yun, but his efforts were swiftly curtailed by a mere glance from Jiang Yun. Engaging in verbal disputes held no significance at this juncture. In the elimination round, Jiang Yun would let his undeniable strength silence this arrogant individual who deemed himself the foremost in the advanced class. As for Jiang Yun's training grounds, they lay within the misty forest beyond the city. Although perilous, it offered tranquility and freedom. Engaging in genuine battles with other ferocious beasts was essential for honing the practical skills necessary for beast mastery. Training with classmates at school could never replicate the intensity of life and death struggles. Whenever the little lark awakened from its training, Jiang Yun would venture deeper into the forest, engaging in rigorous skill refinement and practical combat exercises. The acceleration of growth within the beast mastery space is remarkably pronounced, and coupled with an ample supply of spirit stones, the prowess of the little skylark is escalating at an astonishing rate. During this period, Jiang Yun intentionally brings the little skylark to reunite with its parents. Upon their reunion, the skylark's parents exhibit a much more affectionate and trusting demeanor towards Jiang Yun. Upon sensing that the little skylark's aura has become robust, they discover that it has swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the Black Iron Ninth stage, now on par with their own strength. The eyes of the skylark's parents brim with unmistakable pride and gratitude. They affectionately nuzzle against Jiang Yun's hand, emitting melodious chirps, expressing their trust and acknowledgement in their own unique manner. However, such bliss is fleeting. The transition from Black Iron Ninth stage to bronze level represents a formidable threshold, a significant leap in the hierarchy of life. Despite the assistance of Jiang Yun's beast mastery space and spirit stones, The little Skylark's rate of advancement has evidently slowed. It has absorbed a copious amount of Thunder Attribute Spirit Stones, yet remains unable to breach the formidable barrier of the bronze level. Jiang Yun understands that this represents an encounter with a bottleneck. Absent the provision of extraordinary treasures akin to the gathering spirit flower to deliver a powerful impetus. Relying solely on gradual effort may necessitate considerable time to surmount this challenge. This endeavor requires not only the accumulation of strength, but also the fortitude to endure. Although urgency fills his heart, he comprehends that such matters cannot be rushed. Patience is essential, and one must await the opportune moment. Time swiftly elapses amidst the tedious, yet fulfilling rigors of cultivation. The commencement of the Municipal Beast Master Elimination Tournament draws ever closer, and the atmosphere within the academy becomes palpably tense and fervent, with discussions about the competition and opponents echoing throughout. 3 days prior to the tournament, Coach Wang Lei provides a general announcement regarding the specific time and location of the event. In 3 days, it will take place in the Misty Forest. On the day following the announcement, Jiang Yun, as is customary, takes the little Skylark to a secluded glade within the Misty Forest for extreme training. He instructs the little Skylark to repeatedly exert itself beyond its limits, utilizing Thunder Claw and Wind Rush, exhausting every ounce of its stamina and squeezing out its full potential. The air is thick with the crackling essence of thunder and the sharpness of wind elements. The little Skylark's feathers become disheveled, its breaths labored. Yet, in its bright, dark eyes glimmers a fierce and indomitable spirit as it struggles to rise once more, executing Jiang Yun's commands, lacking the enhancement of extraordinary treasures. The only means to transcend limits, surpass oneself, and break through to the bronze level lies in perseverance and resilience. It is at the moment when the little Skylark's physical and spiritual energy is utterly depleted, nearly on the verge of plummeting from the sky, that an unexpected transformation occurs. Centered around the little Skylark, the surrounding air suddenly stagnates. In the next instant, countless visible pale blue energy orbs materialize from the void, swirling in a frenzy as they are irresistibly drawn into the little Skylark's body. With a piercing and anguished cry, the little Skylark trembles violently, its small form erupting with faint blue arcs of electricity, while the air currents around it begin to whirl uncontrollably, forming a miniature vortex of storm. Jiang Yun's pupils constrict, his heart tightening in an instant. The moment of opportunity has arrived. A breakthrough is imminent. At this critical juncture, just before the tournament, the little Skylark finally begins to shatter the barriers of the bronze level. However, the magnitude of this breakthrough seems far greater than that of an ordinary Thunder Skylark. The tumultuous winds sweep up fallen leaves and dust from the ground, nearly blinding Jiang Yun. He distinctly senses the energy within the little Skylark surging uncontrollably, clashing and undergoing a qualitative transformation, rife with uncertainty. Success would mean a leap akin to a carp ascending the Dragon Gate. Failure, however, could jeopardize its very foundation. Jiang Yun holds his breath, focusing intently on the little Skylark's condition, poised to intervene at the slightest hint of trouble, should the need arise. He is ready to draw the little Skylark into the Beast Mastery space, ensuring a swift recovery. Above, the little Skylark's body becomes enveloped in an ever-thickening blue energy, resembling a cocoon of azure light, the power within it evoking a sense of trepidation. The cocoon pulsates vigorously, akin to a heart nurturing new life. The outcome hinges on this singular moment.